Chapter 1. The gentle sea breeze roused Green from his reverie to open his eyes, gazing helplessly at the boundless ocean in the distance, adorned with a few white sailboats dotting the near waters. Two seagulls soared gracefully past him, leaving behind a droppings that arced perfectly, landing squarely on the rock beside him. Green paid no heed to this spectacle, lost in his own thoughts. "Hey, Green, I knew I'd find you here." A cheerful boy, no older than his teenage years, ran over from afar and plopped down beside him, wearing an expression that conveyed, "I knew it all along." Green relaxed his brow and greeted him with a smile. "What's up, House? Is there something you need?" The boy named House was clad in a long-sleeved shirt and shorts, both riddled with patches, clearly oversized for him, rendering him quite comical. Yet Green displayed no sign of mockery, as his own attire was scarcely better indeed. The number of patches on his garments far exceeded those on House. Despite the ragged clothing, House's brilliant golden hair and the ever-present sunny smile on his face made it easy for anyone who encountered him to remember his visage. "Nothing much. I didn't see you this afternoon, so I figured you'd be here," House said brightly, leaning back against the rock with his slender arms propping him up, lazily speaking as the crimson sunset washed over them. As the last rays of sunlight vanished, the dusky sky gradually revealed twinkling stars of varying sizes. Behind them, in the darkness of the mountain below, small lights began to flicker. It was the townsfolk starting to illuminate their homes. At times, Green felt increasingly perplexed by this world, which, despite its evident primitivism, exuded an air of strangeness in its trivialities. He understood that if he took this world too seriously, he would be defeated. Had it not been for the fateful night 3 years prior when he suddenly found himself on this backward island, coincidentally discovering the wanted posters plastered across the town's entrance, he would never have imagined that one sleepless night spent watching the anime One Piece would lead him to awaken here. He clenched his fists, feeling the latent strength within him. His body, just past its 12th birthday, had yet to fully mature and had endured prolonged periods of hunger and malnutrition. Nevertheless, he could sense that this was certainly not the kind of strength one would expect from a mere teenager. The legends do hold some truth. The physical prowess of the people in this world is remarkable, at least far superior to that of my previous world, Green muttered softly to himself. House, catching the murmurs, chuckled. "Green, you're at it again with your bizarre thoughts, but I must say, you seem to be improving. It appears the town's doctor isn't entirely incompetent." Green rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond. Furthermore, he noticed one particular detail. The wanted poster of the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, remained prominently displayed in a conspicuous location, signifying that he was still active upon the seas. The Great Pirate Era. Green chuckled softly. The remote island he inhabited was quite isolated, and news traveled slowly, with even the wildest of newsbirds seldom gracing this place. He had inquired previously, and it seemed everyone had heard of Roger's legendary reputation, being recognized as one of the most nefarious figures upon the sea. Hardly anyone was unaware of him. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted behind Green and House, startling them both. Turning to look, they beheld flames leaping into the sky from the base of the mountain, casting a crimson glow across the heavens. "Oh no! Pirates must have invaded the village. We need to help," House exclaimed, turning to dash toward the village below. "Wait!" Green grasped his dear friend's arm. "Hurry, Green. The longer we delay, the more lives may be at stake." At that moment, the flames below surged even higher, with several houses already ablaze. Amidst the chaos, villagers ran about in panic, shrieking in terror. In the distance, shadows of men wielding weapons could be discerned, and Green felt he could almost see the grotesque grins upon their faces. "Do not act rashly. Even if we rush down there now, we would be of little assistance and might end up sacrificing ourselves for nothing," Green said, his expression calm, as his mind raced to devise a plan. Ultimately, they were merely two boys in their teens. Although many in this world wielded considerable power at such a young age, Green and House were not among them, having led lives marked by starvation and scarcity. "This is dire," House said, his face etched with concern. Though they had grown up as orphans, the village was filled with kind-hearted souls who had offered them aid. Now, witnessing the pirates wreak havoc, they could only watch helplessly, which weighed heavily upon House's heart. "Do not be impulsive." Green gazed at the flames below, his eyes reflecting an unusual calm for his age. "We cannot thwart those pirates. Even the weakest among them could easily overpower us. Thus, we must refrain from seeking a futile demise." Pointing to the edge of the village, a glint of determination shone in Green's eyes. "Let us ambush them there and see if we can eliminate 1 or 2 pirates. That area is opposite to where the pirates are attacking. I observed earlier that there are only a few of them there to hinder fleeing villagers. If we can dispatch them, It may grant the villagers a chance to escape. House's eyes brightened as he swiftly pulled Green in that direction. What are we waiting for? Let us set our ambush. The two hurried toward their designated spot, and as they passed a concealed location along the way, they found themselves equipped with some additional items. In Green's hand lay a crude dagger, half a meter in length, accompanied by a makeshift bow and a dozen arrows. House, on the other hand, wielded a self-fashioned spear with a sharpened iron tip and bore a thick wooden board on his back, equipped with a hand-lean, equally rudimentary shield. The two had resided on this island for an extended period, their sustenance primarily derived from hunting. Although they appeared somewhat frail, the rigors of their lifestyle had endowed them with strength and endurance on par with that of an average adult male. Descending from the mountain, they conserved considerable energy, as the downhill trek significantly lessened their exertion. Nevertheless, by the time they reached the far side of the village, they were panting heavily, their clothes thoroughly drenched. As they approached the village, the anguished cries of the villagers and the maniacal laughter of pirates echoed clearly in the night. Gritting their teeth, they understood all too well the atrocities committed by the pirates, for the people knew that these marauders were not merely symbols of freedom, but rather harbingers of sin. The crimes perpetrated by these brigands could not be dismissed with the simple bravado of a man setting sail into the unknown. After a brief respite, the two hastened toward the village's edge, stealthily advancing through the shadows, soon catching sight of the pirates. They witnessed a throng of villagers, panic-stricken, attempting to flee from this vulnerable haven, only to be mercilessly struck down by the glint of blades emerging from the darkness. Help! Help us! From the shadows, the pirates emerged, their faces twisted with bloodlust and savagery. Help! No one will come to your aid today. Accept your fate. Despairing and heart-wrenching screams resonated through the night. Green silently counted the locations of these cries, etching them firmly into his memory. Beside him, House grew increasingly restless had it not been for their customary hunting protocol where Green's commands dictated their action. She might have succumbed to his impatience long ago. Amidst the flickering firelight, Green discerned an unsettling truth. Something is amiss. Though these pirates are brutal and bloodthirsty, they hesitate in their actions. They do not appear to be seasoned marauders. Upon reflection, Green reached a conclusion. Aside from the initial two assailants, the rest were novices. His eyes sparkled with realization as he tapped House on the right shoulder. Years of companionship had fostered a silent understanding between them. A mere glance or gesture conveyed their thoughts without the need for words. House unslung the wooden shield from his back, gripping it in his left hand while brandishing the spear in his right, moving swiftly yet silently through the darkness. Behind him, Green floated like a weightless specter. Not far behind, an arrow knocked on his wooden bow. Like seasoned hunters, they traversed the village without a sound, navigating the shadows beneath the structures, ensuring they remained concealed from the moonlight and the flickering flames. Driven by the instinct of a hunter, the two individuals first set their sights on a pirate lurking near the outskirts. This pirate, somewhat gaunt, wore a floral green bandana atop his head and clutched a dagger in his hand, his eyes glinting with a predatory thirst for blood as he concealed himself in the shadows. Moments earlier, he had slain an unsuspecting villager, reveling in the visceral thrill that accompanied the victim's final, desperate cries and the terror that had flashed across their face. That was the exhilarating ecstasy of murder. Gripping his dagger tightly, he awaited the next hapless villager, eager to continue his spree of slaughter. Green had surmised correctly. They were newly recruited members of the pirate crew, brought forth specifically to taste blood for the first time. Their choice of this village was merely a matter of coincidence, as it lay directly along their sailing route. Come on, bring it on. Let me hear another wail before death claims you. He began to fantasize about where he could plunge his dagger to elicit the loudest and longest screams from his next victim. However, at that moment, a faint sound unexpectedly reached his ears from behind, causing him to question his own senses. Aren't we supposed to be guarding our own posts? Who strayed into my territory? He turned around in confusion, only to have his pupils constrict in horror at the sight of two diminutive figures, unmistakably not his comrades. He opened his mouth to shout. Swish! An arrow shot forth like lightning, piercing through his open mouth and silencing his cry. Gah! The words he had intended to utter transformed into a series of choking gasps. Clutching his throat, his eyes bulged in desperation as he greedily sought to draw an T that moment. A crude spear, its tip rusted and stained with dried blood, emerged from the darkness, skewering the pirate's chest and ending his life. The assailants were none other than Green and House. Green cast a glance at House, who retrieved the spear and gently laid the lifeless body on the ground, whispering, Do not be alarmed, simply regard them as wild beasts of the forest. We are hunters now, and they are our prey. House inhaled deeply, avoiding the gaze of the pirate's unseeing eyes, and nodded slightly. Understood. Next. Previously, they could have dispatched the pirate without a sound, but House's momentary nervousness had betrayed their presence, nearly alerting the foe. Green's eyes glimmered with a coldness, although he had only been in this world for a few years. He had borne witness to numerous brutal slaughters. Yes, his soul matured in adulthood. He had long since recalibrated his senses. He was no stranger to the sight of corpses. He discreetly touched the area over his heart, a reminder of a past assassination of a pirate 2 years prior, a brief struggle that had nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for the generally robust constitution of the people in this world, he might have succumbed to a bacterial infection long ago, bringing his thoughts back to reality. Before him loomed the shadowy figure of House. While the darkness concealed the ferocious pirates, Green regained his composure, drawing his bowstring halfway back, ensuring he could release his arrow with utmost swiftness. The two advanced through the shadows once more, but as Green passed by the corpse of a pirate, he subtly hooked his right hand, causing a dim sphere of light to materialize from the body and swiftly fly into his palm, merging seamlessly with him. This transpired in an instant, unnoticed even by House, who remained unaware of Green's subtle maneuver. Upon the sphere's integration into his being, Green immediately felt an augmentation of his physical strength. This enhancement was holistic as bones, muscles, skin, blood vessels, and organs all experienced a slight fortification, amplifying his power, endurance, resilience, and speed. However, this enhancement was exceedingly subtle, so faint that even Green, the initiator, needed to concentrate to perceive it. This was one of the abilities he had acquired since arriving in this world. Though the ability was obtained here, it did not inherently belong to this realm. The name of this ability was Soul Refinement. Upon his arrival in this world, Green clutched 3 special slips of paper, which were invitations to a dimensional trade. By consuming these invitations, one could connect with characters from another dimension, engaging in transactions with them. Green's ability allowed him to expend one invitation and engage in a bewildering trade with an unknown entity. Though he initiated the transaction, he was entirely at the mercy of the other party. In a state of confusion, he exchanged a fragment of his own emotion for the ability known as Soul Refinement. Even now, the memory of that peculiar trade leaves Green with a sense of trepidation. The slaughter continued in the darkness. After a slight enhancement of his physical strength, Green's gaze turned toward another pirate. Soul Refinement was undeniably powerful, appearing to be a swift path to strength. As for matters of the arcane, Green remained indifferent. In this perilous world, survival without taking risks was an impossibility. The pirate before him was concealed between 2 houses, nestled behind a low stack of grass, affording him a measure of obscurity. However, this did not hinder Green and House's keen eyes. They could accurately locate prey in the forest, let alone these novice pirates. Though House was still somewhat anxious this time, he fortunately did not falter. An arrow found its mark at the throat, while a spear pierced the heart. The pirate expired without even realizing the presence of his assailants. Yet, Green refrained from employing the Soul Refinement ability again, for it bore significant restrictions, namely, the inability to rapidly absorb power exceeding his limits. Despite having lived 2 lives, his soul strength was not formidable. It certainly could not permit him to quickly consume the essence of more individuals. Furthermore, the aftereffects of the Soul Refinement ability were profound, plunging him into excruciating pain. Green had previously conducted experiments with the beasts of the forest, discovering that the ability known as Soul Refinement could only be utilized once within a single day. For individuals or creatures of considerable strength, it was not uncommon for the process of digestion to extend over several days after consumption. The pirate recently devoured possessed merely average strength, akin to that of an ordinary adult male. Thus, he would require only a night for digestion before being able to employ the Soul Refinement ability once more. Moreover, the aftereffects were exceedingly mild, and the pain experienced was trivial compared to what Green had endured after using the ability multiple times. Within this area, there were a total of 8 pirates. Apart from the 2 leading the group, the remaining 6 were novices, still reveling in the thrill of their slaughter, utterly oblivious to the grim reaper that had already descended upon them. With a faint poochie, the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh echoed, and a pirate fell to the ground in disbelief. Before dying, 2 not-so-tall figures were reflected in his eyes, who, perhaps due to the temporary absence of villagers, the surroundings fell into silence, and the assassination by the 2 had finally been discovered. A leading old pirate shouted sternly, looking warily towards the source of the sound. "Everyone be careful. There are enemies." All of you come out and gather together." However, only 2 pirates emerged in response to his call, which darkened his expression. He exchanged glances with another pirate beside him. They had brought 6 newcomers for training this time, but now only 2 remained. This meant that the other 4 had already fallen victim. "Damn it! Who is it? Come out if you have the guts, come out. I will make you pay." The leading pirate shouted in anger. 4 of his men had died, and he would definitely face punishment from the captain when he returned. He had to kill the enemies to redeem himself, hoping that the captain's punishment would be slightly lighter. Seeing that there was no movement around for a long time, the other pirate's face twisted in rage, shouting, "Damn it, the captain won't spare us when we go back. Kill them, and we might reduce our punishment." He then looked at the other 2 newcomers and threatened, "You two, if you don't want to die, come with us." The 2 newcomers dared not refuse, gripping their weapons tightly and charging forward together. In the shadows lay the bodies of the dead pirates, their crimson blood flowing everywhere. And only up close could they smell the pungent scent of blood. The 2 old pirates, filled with anger, continued to advance fiercely, followed by 2 pale-faced newcomers who were frightened by the gruesome deaths of their fellow newbies, their unwilling eyes reminding them of the ruthlessness of the enemy strikes. Turning around a house, 2 small figures were about to disappear into the distant darkness, and the 4 pirates happened to witness this scene. They had been worried about the number and strength of their enemies, but now they were all overjoyed. The culprits were just 2 little kids, and seeing them run away meant they must have used despicable means to succeed. "Over there, it's those little brats. Charge, kill them. Damn it." Those fools were too careless, letting 2 kids launch a surprise attack and kill them. Once they saw their enemies clearly, the pirates completely relaxed, grinning as they charged forward. "Damn it, these pirates reacted too quickly, run." Green, who had already covered some distance, said quickly and in a low voice, "If we wait a bit longer, we can create some distance and hide. Then we'll be safe." Unfortunately, at the last moment, they were discovered by the responding pirates. The 2 ran desperately. The dark environment did not hinder their steps at all. They were already incredibly familiar with every inch of this land and could walk around with their eyes closed. The 2 had reached their maximum speed, but the footsteps behind them continued to grow faster. The sound of the night wind rustling through the treetops was abruptly interrupted by the sudden sound of running, as the 2 small figures scrambled out of the village. Just as they burst out, 4 pirates followed closely behind. "Ha ha, little brats. Let's see where you run." One pirate laughed sinisterly while running, swinging the machete in his hand and occasionally slashing behind them, as if searching for a suitable place to strike. Green and House didn't dare to pause for a moment. They could handle assassinating enemies in the dark, but facing them head-on was a different story. After all, they were too young. Neither their stamina nor strength could compare to their opponents. "Green, this isn't going to work. Let's split up and run. Maybe one of us can escape," House said, breathing heavily. Green was feeling quite exhausted at this moment. If it weren't for the unintentional discovery that had strengthened his physical abilities, he might have already given up. No, he couldn't. Green firmly rejected the idea. It would be foolish to split up and run. That would be a perfect opportunity for them to take them down one by one. It wasn't the right time yet, when it truly came to life and death. The 2 exchanged a few brief words and then fell silent, conserving every bit of energy for their escape. Suddenly, Green's eyes lit up as he spotted a dense forest in the distance. "Quick, into the forest." House also noticed the nearby forest, his eyes brightening, and he ran over without hesitation. The 2 narrowly slipped into the forest before being caught, disappearing among the lush foliage. "Damn it, these 2 brats can really run. When I catch them, I will definitely chop off their heads." If the captain knew it was these 2 kids who killed our 4 newcomers, he wouldn't blame us. Getting killed by 2 kids, they deserve it. The pirates stopped at the edge of the forest, cursing as they hacked their way in with their knives. It seemed they were determined to catch the 2. What they didn't know was that in the dark forest, 2 pairs of bright eyes were observing them through the thick branches. The seasoned hunters were silently preparing, and one of the protagonists was slowly entering the scene. The identities of prey and hunter had dramatically changed without anyone noticing. "These damn little brats, they should just obediently die. Why do they have to trouble me?" One pirate muttered, clearing a path with his machete. Just as he turned his head, a cold gleam suddenly shot out from the dense forest. Clang! The pirate had long been on guard, pretending to be careless while actually setting a cunning trap. "There!" He deflected the incoming arrow and shouted, pointing in a direction, then charged forward, with 3 other pirates quickly following behind. When they pushed through a patch of grass, they revealed a crude bow and arrow setup, with a simple trigger mechanism behind it. "Not good. We fell for it." The leading pirate shouted in anger, turning around with a wary expression, ready to guard against an incoming attack. The other three were also in a panic, their eyes scanning back and forth. Just when they thought they had been tricked and their attention shifted elsewhere, the ground where the crossbow was set trembled slightly, and a figure dressed in grass camouflage lifted his head, revealing two dark, flickering eyes filled with cold, killing intent. Swish! A chilling light shot past from behind, unhesitatingly piercing the throat of the last pirate, the sharp dagger protruding halfway out, blood dripping continuously from the blood groove on the dagger. Clang! The pirate's machete fell to the ground as he reached out his feeble hands, futilely clutching his neck, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Ofthe! With a swift pull, Green, dressed in camouflage, showed no sign of hesitation. Like a seasoned executioner or a shadowy assassin, he retreated without a second thought. A spray of blood shot out, emitting a strange hiss sound. Green's movements were incredibly gentle until he retreated into a dense thicket behind him, at which point the other pirates were startled awake by the sound of their comrade's body hitting the ground and the splatter of blood. Be careful, they have appeared. Damn it, they killed Shum. The death of a senior pirate put pressure on the remaining three. They never expected that just two half-grown kids could kill so many of their comrades. The last remaining senior pirate felt a bit flustered, panic etched across his face, and hurriedly said, "Everyone back to back. They can only threaten us with ambushes. They're no match for us in a straight fight. We need to retreat and find the captain. Let him deal with these two damn kids." At this point, he was no longer concerned about being punished by the captain. If things went wrong, he might even be killed himself. It was better to have the captain take action. "Vice Captain." A newcomer swallowed hard and asked with a trembling voice, "Who are those two kids?" The vice captain, carefully making his way out of the forest, replied, "Humph. I don't know who they are now, but when the captain comes, they'll definitely become corpses." Just as he finished speaking, a bloodied spear suddenly shot out from the thicket beside them, piercing straight into a newcomer pirate's thigh. Crack! Due to the angle, the tip of the spear snapped with a crisp sound along with the scream. A shadow in the grass did not hesitate, dropping the spear's shaft and running back. The scream of a newcomer startled another new pirate, who, terrified, turned and ran in the opposite direction. Help! I don't want to die," he shouted in panic, feeling a deep fear from the elusive enemy, no longer wanting to stay in this eerie forest for even a second, ignoring the branches that scraped his face and left bloodstains as he fled. "Come back! Hurry back!" The vice captain shouted angrily, but it was already too late. In the distance, the cries of a newcomer abruptly stopped, as if someone had suddenly grabbed his throat. "Damn it!" The vice captain cursed under his breath, rushing toward the edge of the forest, not caring about the newcomer on the ground screaming and clutching his thigh. "Don't leave me! Vice Captain, save me!" The newcomer, eyes wide with terror, had a broken spear lodged in his thigh. Every movement sent piercing pain through him, and he could only watch in despair as the vice captain's back disappeared, hoping he would return to save him. But unfortunately, he was soon disappointed. The fleeing figure showed no hesitation and was almost lost in the distant forest. Thud! A knife wrapped in bandages pierced through the newcomer's heart from behind, the tip emerging from his chest, ending his struggle and hope. Just then, a cloud passed across the sky, and moonlight fell on the face of the knife wielder behind the newcomer, illuminating House's complex expression. He never expected that he would kill someone today, and that he would adapt so quickly to it. This made him feel somewhat terrified. How could a normal person adapt to killing so fast? Was he not a normal person? He didn't dwell on it any longer because House saw a familiar figure flash by in the distance, already pursuing the last pirate. He immediately took off running and finally spotted the pirate's figure at the edge of the forest. However, he was already lifeless, his throat slit with decisive skill, sending a chill down House's spine. "We should leave here. The pirates will definitely come looking when they realize a few are missing. Staying here will only put us in danger." Green appeared like a ghost from the shadows of a large tree, startling House. He felt that Green was becoming increasingly mysterious, and if he wanted to evade him, it would be quite difficult to find him. He now understood why the other party insisted on hunting only at night. "Haha, two little brats are actually able to take down so many of my subordinates. You're quite impressive." A loud, arrogant laugh suddenly echoed from above, causing Green and House's expressions to change dramatically as they looked angrily towards the source of the sound. Someone had gotten so close to them without either of them noticing at all, if the other party intended to harm them. They looked up and saw a robust man standing there with his arms crossed, a fierce expression on his face, with a cross-shaped scar, draped in a gray cloak. He wore no shirt under the cloak, revealing a body full of muscles, and only wore loose pants below, currently looking down at the two with great interest. Green's heart sank. This big man clearly wasn't a good person. From what he just said, it was clear that he might be the captain of the pirate crew. Or, at the very least, a high-ranking member. Such a person would definitely possess great strength, far beyond what the two of them could handle. House held a wooden shield in his left hand, his face full of caution, while tightly gripping the machete they had captured in his right hand. He shouted loudly, "Who are you? Are you also one of the pirates from the crew down the mountain?" The big man laughed heartily, stepping down from a tree about 5 or 6 meters tall. With a thud, he landed on the ground, but paid no mind as he brushed off the dust from his pants. "Haha, that's right. I am Captain Iron Fist Marlin of the Iron Fist Pirates. So, how does it feel to hear the name of the Great One? Are you trembling in fear?" "Ha ha ha." The pirate captain, who called himself Marlin, laughed wildly, his eyes showing a hint of admiration. Being able to take down 8 of his subordinates, even if 6 of them were newcomers, was quite impressive, especially coming from 2 kids in their teens. This made him consider recruiting the 2. Green chose to give a look, and the latter immediately understood the meaning. However, he stubbornly avoided looking at Green, keeping his gaze warily fixed on Marlin. The message conveyed by Green was clear: run. He would create trouble for the pirate they clearly couldn't handle, and then they would meet at the old place. They had used this strategy several times during their hunts, with House retreating first while Green stayed behind to use various traps and the terrain to hold them off. Although Green always made it safely to the meeting spot in the end, he would be covered in wounds, calmly claiming they were just surface injuries. Normally, House would have unhesitatingly followed Green's decision, but this time was different. Although Green's decisions had proven correct every time before, House, while not as clever as Green, was not foolish either. If he left this time, he might never see Green again. Seeing that House was not prepared as usual, Green felt a surge of anger and stepped out of the shadows, standing in the clearing of the forest. "Captain Marlin, do you want to recruit us?" Marlin did not hide his intentions at all, and upon hearing this, he nodded generously and said with a smile, "That's right. You 2 kids are quite capable. What do you say? Come aboard my ship, and we'll go seek endless riches on the sea." Green was not interested in the grand promises he painted, and simply smiled. "I've heard that only pirates are the freest people. I wonder if that's true?" While speaking, Green's right hand, which was behind his back, was constantly making gestures, signaling House to find a chance to escape, as he couldn't run away himself. However, House seemed oblivious, standing firmly in place, as if he had eaten a weight. "Hee, kid." Marlin suddenly grinned menacingly, revealing a mouthful of black and yellow teeth. "You want to stall me, so your little friend behind you can escape, right? Don't waste your effort. You can't escape from me. Now I give you one last chance. Join my ranks or be killed by me." Green looked helpless, lowering his head and shrugging, as if he had already resigned himself to fate. "All right, Captain Marlin, we agree." Just as he was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly looked up, his eyes cold as he drew his bow and shot, releasing 3 arrows in the shortest time possible, which was already his limit. After shooting the 3 arrows, he didn't even bother to look at the results and turned to run towards the forest behind him. Seeing House still standing there in a daze, Green shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run!" House, as if waking from a dream, shivered and turned to flee, moving like a rabbit targeted by a falcon. Clang! Clang! The 3 crisp sounds almost overlapped, causing Green's heart to skip a beat. None of the 3 arrows had hit the target, and it was uncertain if they had even posed a threat. Noticing that House had fallen behind, Green didn't hesitate to stop, turn around, and knock another arrow. 1 arrow once again sliced through the air, heading straight for Marlin, who was charging like a fierce tiger. Marlin was incredibly fast, and in just a few strides, he reached a spot not far behind House, grinning wickedly as he reached for House's back. Fortunately, at that moment, an arrow flew straight towards his head, forcing him to swipe his hand to deflect it. Although he wasn't hit, it allowed House to gain some distance. Green quickly knocked the second arrow, once again aiming for the opponent's throat. A flash of anger crossed Marlin's face as he snarled and charged at the relentlessly provoking Green. "Hee, kid, since you're so eager to die, I'll take care of you first before dealing with the other one." Marlin's tall and muscular body bore down with unparalleled pressure as he strode towards Green, his right fist raised to strike. Green's gaze showed no signs of fluctuation, nor any hint of fear. His terror had long been traded away during the first bizarre transaction, exchanged for the ability of Soul Refinement. He calmly shot the 3rd arrow, then slammed the bow forward, performing an awkward somersault as he rolled backward. Marlin wore a steel fist on his hand and casually deflected the arrow, sending it into the ground behind him. Without pausing his steps, he waved his hand again, easily smashing the wooden bow in half. trying to escape under the great master's hand. Little brat, you really underestimate Master Marlin's methods. Green rolled away for a distance and immediately got up to run wildly. He knew that the man behind him was not someone he could deal with right now. The only way to survive was to escape. Unfortunately, Marlin was too fast. In just 2 breaths, the heavy footsteps were behind Green. Before he could react, a tremendous force slammed into his back with a violent rush of wind. Accompanied by piercing pain, Green knew that his ribs were broken, and perhaps his spine was fractured as well. Glancing at the now completely invisible house, Green's vision darkened. But he still forced himself not to faint, driven by a strong will to survive. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from his mouth, staining the grass in front of him red. Leaning on sheer willpower, Green staggered forward. Behind him, Marlin watched with a mocking expression, grinning as he raised his fist again. Haha, another little brat is listening. If you come out now, I can spare this little brat in front of me. Otherwise, I might have to make my move. Poof! At these words, Green spat out another mouthful of blood, his blurry vision glancing towards the distant forest as a weak yet determined voice rang out. Run! Pirates never keep their promises. Remember to take revenge for me later. But at that moment, something that made his heart clench happened. A familiar figure stepped out of the forest with a firm stride. The figure, backlit by the moonlight, was clearly small in stature. Yet each step exuded a unique aura. The momentum was such that not even an army could make him retreat an inch, causing Marlin's heart to tremble. He realized that if he couldn't bring these 2 under his control today, he would have to kill them. These 2 little brats, especially the one who had returned, emanated an aura that even made him feel uneasy. Green closed his eyes in pain, then quickly opened them again, revealing no trace of fear, only immense determination. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and a dagger appeared silently. Then he slowly turned around, crouching down as he approached the surrounding shadows, his eyes cold like a frigid winter. Since there was no escape, he would fight. In the distance, House appeared, clutching the wooden shield he had never discarded in one hand, while the other held a freshly acquired machete. The 2 quickly came together, with House adopting a defensive stance, only his calm eyes visible above the wooden shield, his right hand poised behind it, ready to strike, making it impossible to see his attack position from front. Only a hidden venomous snake is truly deadly. Although Green's steps were unsteady, he was darting through the shadows at an incredible speed, as if he were weightless, his form flickering and making it hard to pin him down. Marlin did not rush to strike. He observed the 2 little ghosts in front of him. Their skilled coordination and deft movements indicated that they were both talented individuals who could become valuable subordinates if properly trained. Unfortunately, you rejected me. Marlin's gaze was cold, as if he were looking at 2 corpses. Green, who had been flitting around, suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving only House standing firm in defense. Marlin frowned and listened. He couldn't even detect the little ghost's presence, realizing he had underestimated him before. His face showed impatience as he walked towards the fully prepared house, a cold smile appearing on his face. Do you really think you can stand against the great Captain Marlin with just the 2 of you? Don't joke around. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries, and even the Navy can't do anything to me. In the West Sea, my strength ranks among the top. Boom! With just a single punch, Marlin's iron fist shattered the wooden shield, and House, who had barely managed to thrust his machete, was sent flying. Blood splattered from the wooden shield fragments. With a thud, House's body crashed violently against a large tree behind him, pain coursing through him, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He had been injured internally by the punch, yet he wore a smile on his face. Marlin's expression darkened as he glanced at the long palm-shaped wound on his left arm, blood continuously flowing from it, staining half of his arm red. He frowned and tightened the muscles in his left arm, stopping the bleeding immediately. Then he glared at House, anger flaring. You damned little ghost. You actually injured the great iron fist, Marlin. I will smash every bone in your body and let you die in agony. And the other little ghost, I won't spare him either. I will crush your bones in front of him and make him witness it. Marlin's teeth ground together in fury. These 2 little ghosts he had previously looked down upon had managed to hurt him. They had to die today. House wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, grinned, and without hesitation, turned to dash into the forest behind him. His previous position had been very clever. The dense woods behind him provided the perfect cover, allowing him to use the enemy's punch to create distance. And his sudden escape caught Marlin off guard. Damn little ghost. Seeing that he had not only been injured by one little ghost, but also mocked. Using his own attack to escape, he was completely enraged. Marlin's thigh muscles tensed, and with a fierce push against the ground, he rushed out at incredible speed. Boom! A tree blocking his path was violently broken and sent flying far away as he continued to chase after House. House darted like a nimble mouse, dodging left and right in front of Marlin, causing his attacks to repeatedly miss. Marlin's eyes burned with rage. He swore he would crush this detestable mouse, making him scream in despair. Swish! Suddenly, a faint sound of slicing air came from the side, and Marlin's hair stood on end as an extreme sense of danger washed over him. Without thinking, he swung a punch in that direction. Thud! Blood splattered as a dark figure with cold eyes zipped past him, disappearing back into the shadows of the trees on the other side. Marlin regained his footing, glancing suspiciously at the left side of the forest where the shadow had vanished, then looked down to see a gaping wound on his right arm, blood flowing from it. The earlier slash had been aimed directly at his throat. Had he not reacted quickly and blocked it with his arm, it could have ended up in his throat. He hadn't expected the little ghost who had taken one of his punches to not only survive, but also pose a threat to him. He hesitated, wondering whether to pursue. Damn it, just two little ghosts. Marlin cursed under his breath and immediately pursued again. But in just a short time, House's figure had disappeared deep into the forest. This time, Marlin slowed down significantly, his eyes revealing a cautious look. From this moment on, he would no longer treat them as mere little ghosts. If he wasn't careful, he could very well end up capsizing in the gutter. Their cooperation was too seamless, and that cold-eyed little ghost was too adept at seizing opportunities. Meanwhile, after narrowly missing a strike, Green did not even look back but fled straight into the forest. After forcing himself to run a short distance, he collapsed to the ground with a thud, the effort of the previous strike having exhausted his last bit of strength. To have managed to run this far was already a testament to his extraordinary willpower. Heavy gasps echoed from his dry throat as Green felt a bitter smile creep onto his face. It felt as if his lungs were about to burst. I really shouldn't have overestimated myself. That kind of person is not someone I can deal with right now. After resting for just a few breaths, Green felt a slight recovery of strength in his body, so he immediately got up, swaying as he blended into the darkness. On the coast, House was anxiously pacing back and forth, his eyes fixed on the direction of the forest. He had been there for a while, but he hadn't seen Green's figure, which made him very anxious, fearing something might have gone wrong. Just as he was about to head back to search for him, a sound of hurried footsteps came from behind a nearby rock. House's eyes lit up, and instead of rushing over, he quickly hid in the shadow of a nearby rock. Locking his gaze on the direction of the sound, Green leaned against the rock and slowly walked out of the darkness, despite being weak and unsteady on his feet. Yet his eyes remained bright and calm, just like usual. Seeing those calm eyes, House finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to support Green's arm. Green, how are you? Although House had also taken a punch from Marlin, he was not seriously injured thanks to the shield's buffer and the interruption from the machete. At least not as badly as Green. I'm fine, just need a rest for a while. Green calmly waved his hand, sat down against a rock and continued. We can't stay here for long. We must move immediately. The enemy is a pirate with a bounty of 20 million. He will definitely come after us. House's expression tightened, and he nodded gravely. His golden hair shone brilliantly in the darkness, like a burning golden flame. Then let's leave right away. We've done all we can. Whether we survive now depends on the villagers' luck. They had not only lured the pirates guarding the back of the village away, but had also drawn the enemy's strongest force to them, which had already exceeded their objectives. There was nothing more they could do now. As House supported Green and prepared to leave, they had several bases on the island, all hidden spots that were not easy to find, just right for avoiding the pirates' search. Hee, I told you, you can't escape. At that moment, a sinister voice came from not far away. House and Green turned abruptly to see Marlin, with a malevolent smile, approaching while cracking his knuckles. Marlin's face was filled with unmasked malice. He had made up his mind to eliminate the slippery duo and would not let them escape from his grasp again. Green clenched his fist, his eyes filled with an eerie calmness, gently pushing House aside and reaching for the dagger. It truly was a haunting presence coming after him again. He knew that to survive in this perilous world, he needed to acquire a power that surpassed everything else. Unfortunately, with the soul refining ability, he would inevitably grow stronger at a rapid pace, as long as he was given enough time. House, also with a grave expression, picked up his weapon again, watching Marlin warily. This pirate was not something the two of them could contend with. They could only wait for another opportunity to escape. Die, you little brats, Marlin shouted, mercilessly throwing a punch at the unsteady Green. In Green's eyes, there was never any fear, Only determination and coldness shone in his dark eyes. Bang! A fist grazed Green's short black hair and smashed into the ground, creating a large hole. A trickle of blood ran down from his head. He dodged clumsily, but still got grazed by the steel-like fist, blood flowing into his eye socket, tinting his vision with crimson. With a swish sound, the blade sliced through the air as Green's right hand slashed at Marlin's arm from a tricky, hard-to-detect angle. This strike was extremely treacherous. If it hit, Marlin's arm would be rendered useless. However, unfortunately, Marlin had been on guard against his attack, so he did not give Green chance. With a flick of the fist that had smashed into the ground, it swung back at high speed, smashing the dagger into two pieces with a crack sound. The dagger in Green's hand was already of ordinary material, and after being touched by Marlin a few times, it was on the verge of being scrapped, covered in cracks that had long since formed. At this moment, it finally broke. After Marlin smashed the dagger, he didn't pause, and with a bang, he struck Green's chest fiercely. With a puff, a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out, and Green flew a few steps away like a kite with a broken string. All of this happened in a very short time, and House finally reacted, roaring as he charged forward. Marlin moved instantly to Green's side, his iron fist raised with a sneer as he brought it down. He aimed to eliminate the strong, but defensively weak Green first, as the remaining House would pose little threat. The iron fist, accompanied by a whoosh of wind, descended upon Green like the whisper of death. The force contained within enough to smash his head open. Just as Green was about to die under Marlin's iron fist, he was already severely injured, and there was no time to dodge. He could only watch as the fist loomed larger in front of him. Bang! At that critical moment, a figure with what seemed like golden flames burning on its head rushed over, shouldering Marlin's fist off course and causing his attack to miss. Furious, Marlin turned around and landed a punch squarely on House's face, causing his head to jerk back abruptly, and a mouthful of blood immediately sprayed out. Green rolled sideways with all his might, creating distance from Marlin. House, who had taken a punch, also retreated awkwardly. His cheek was already swollen, with a clear fist imprint embedded in the flesh, red and purple. Green stood up leaning against a stone by the edge of the cliff, and House stepped back as well. Behind them was the edge of the cliff, whose height was unknown, with the raging sea and rocks below. Falling down would either result in death from the fall or drowning in the sea. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed as Marlin walked over at a leisurely pace, a look of endless sarcasm on his face. "Why aren't you running? Run. Keep running." Green looked coldly at Marlin, frowning as he contemplated the possibility of breaking the deadlock. At this moment, all escape routes had been blocked by the opponent, and this place was much more open than the forest, making escape impossible. House shook his head vigorously. Marlin's punch had injured him badly, and his head was still heavy, making it hard to think normally. He felt weak all over, with a heaviness in his chest. Hearing the opponent's taunts, he was furious and wanted to rush up to fight, but was grabbed by Green. "Don't be impulsive. Since you're not running away. Then go die," Marlin shouted loudly, throwing a punch at the two, fierce as a cannonball amidst the howling wind. With a thud, House recklessly blocked the punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood and instantly sustaining serious injuries. His body was involuntarily sent flying, crashing heavily into Green, and the two tumbled together, stopping just a step away from the cliff, with the rumbling sound of waves crashing against the rocks constantly coming from below. The two helped each other up, barely managing to stand. However, Marlin still did not see fear or despair in their eyes, only resilience and anger. "House, do you want to take a gamble?" A hint of a smile appeared on Green's otherwise calm face as he looked at his good brother. "Hey Green, I bet we won die." House did not hesitate, and his previously tense expression surprisingly relaxed. Marlin wore a mocking expression. The cliff was very high, with the sea below filled with hidden reefs. Even if he jumped down himself, he wouldn't survive, let alone these two kids. He intentionally pressured the two, trying to make them feel there was a glimmer of hope, while in reality, it was a near-death situation. Moreover, thinking of his own plans, Marlin revealed a cruel smile. Green and House didn't notice Marlin's unusual expression, exchange a glance, and resolutely turned to jump down. The feeling of weightlessness was unpleasant, especially as they saw the sea surface getting closer, the rocks just beneath the water appearing like sharp knives ready to take their lives at any moment. As they fell into the wind generated by their descent, Green and House were horrified to see a sailing ship approaching, flying a pirate flag with a skull and a steel fist. They instantly recalled Marlin's strange expression earlier. It turned out that the other side had anticipated their last hope of escape and had sent someone to intercept them. With two loud splashes, Green and House immediately felt excruciating pain, the piercing agony causing them to lose consciousness. Just before Green blacked out, he caught a glimpse of a sharp corner of a white sail behind the pirate ship through the clear water. Marlin sneered as he glanced at the sea below. His pirate ship had already reached the spot where the two had fallen, and they were doomed. Wearing a wild grin, he turned and strode away. Just as they arrived at the village at the foot of the mountain, a pirate rushed over in panic. Not good. Not good. Captain, it's bad. Our ship was sunk by the Navy, and they're landing now. What? Marlin angrily grabbed the informing pirate by the neck, his face darkening. How could the Navy suddenly appear? How did you scout this? The pirate stammered, Captain, it's not our fault. Those Navy men just happened to pass by while completing a mission. They weren't specifically coming to hunt us down. Marlin threw the pirate down furiously, his face filled with rage at the sinking of his only ship. Damn the Navy! He cursed and waved his hand. Immediately gather everyone. We need to leave in the small boats. It will be troublesome when the Navy arrives. Hearing that the Navy was coming, the pirates still looting and pillaging in the village all shouted to fight the Navy, but Marlin suppressed them with a grim expression. They quickly learned from a villager where the fishing boats were and fled the small island in small boats. Meanwhile, Green and House disappeared into the depths of the sea. The Navy soldiers in white uniforms surged into the village like a tide, and what met their eyes was a scene of desolation. Houses were burning everywhere. Blood spilled in large pools, and the bodies of villagers lay sprawled across the streets. Weak cries of anguish occasionally came from some of the houses. The sharp screams and calls for help echoed through the night sky. And all the Navy personnel looked grim as they searched for the pirates' whereabouts and dispatched a team to begin treating the injured villagers. A stern Navy officer draped in a justice cloak entered the village, his eyes filled with anger. Major, the pirates have escaped from the other side of the island. Should we pursue? Sweat frowned. He had discovered this group of pirates while returning from a mission and had acted decisively. But unfortunately, the village was still devastated. No need to chase. Those pirates are very cunning. Our priority now is to treat the injured villagers. Understood. Soon, the Navy personnel, except for a necessary guard, all participated in the urgent rescue efforts. It wasn't until dawn that they continued on their way. The village fell into a state of unrest and sorrow, as the pirates had killed many people the previous night, leaving indelible scars on the community. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, no one noticed the absence of two inconsequential figures. When Green opened his eyes again, he felt no surprise, merely calmly observing his surroundings. It was a spotless white room, lined with hospital beds dressed in white sheets. Intense pain radiated from various parts of his body. He felt as fragile as porcelain, at risk of shattering with the slightest misstep. Am I still alive? The ripples in his calm eyes revealed that his heart was not as tranquil as it appeared. I hope House is alive too. If you die, I will avenge you. After glancing around and not seeing House, Green realized that he must have been separated from him, unsure if his only good friend had the same luck to survive. Footsteps approached, and a young girl in a nurse's uniform entered carrying a tray. She spotted Green, who had already awakened, and her face instantly broke into a smile. Oh, you're awake. She quickly walked over, placing the tray with medicine on the table, carefully checking the bandages on Green's body and noting the areas without bleeding, then looked into his eyes. She smiled and said, Well, you're recovering nicely. You've managed to keep your life. However, you'll need to stay here for treatment for a while, or it might affect your future well-being. Green nodded calmly, although just that action made him break into a cold sweat. Hello. I'd like to ask if there are any survivors who were rescued with me? The nurse paused for a moment, then said after thinking, It seems there aren't. I only heard Major Swift say that one person came up. Did you have companions who also fell into the water? Oh dear, that's not good. They haven't found your companions. It's very likely. She hurriedly stopped there, not continuing with her ominous speculation. Green's eyes flickered as he quietly closed them. Thank you for saving my life. I believe my companions will not die. The nurse silently changed Green's bandages, casting a worried glance at him before leaving. Not long after, footsteps sounded again. Creak, the door opened, and a refreshing sea breeze wafted in through the open door. A tall figure, dressed in a justice cloak, with a strong build and a resolute face, appeared before Green. Green's expression changed, and he finally realized where he was. The person standing in front of him was Major Sweet, a middle-aged naval officer. Kid, you're lucky to have taken such a heavy blow and still come through it, Sweet said with a serious face, though his tone revealed a hint of appreciation. Yes, you can call me Major Sweet. This is the Navy's 13th Division located in the West Sea. Green was completely immobilized, only able to nod slightly to show respect and express gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Major Sweet, for saving my life. My name is Green, and I am an orphan, chased by pirates and fell into the water." Sweet's expression showed no change. He had obviously guessed Green's identity from the moment he rescued him, so he was not surprised. "Yes, we have confirmed with the villagers on the island that your name is Green, and you are indeed an orphan. There should be another boy with you named House. But unfortunately, we cannot find him. I know, I heard the nurse say so, but I still want to thank the Major." After a moment's thought, a determined look appeared in Green's eyes. Major swirl. "May I join the Navy?" "Oh, what is your reason for wanting to join the Navy?" Sweet narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. "Justice," Green answered without hesitation. Sweet frowned slightly. It was clear he was not satisfied with Green's answer. "I have seen many people join the Navy simply by shouting the slogan of justice. They often become confused. Justice is not just about shouting." Green's expression showed no signs of change as he solemnly looked at Major West, calmly saying, "Of course I know. Both House and I experienced the pirate invasion that night. I have seen evil, and now I have seen good. Next, I will practice the justice in my heart in my own way." He did not continue with his next words, but the meaning was already very clear. Even if he could not be accepted by the Navy, he would still uphold justice in his own way. Sweet stepped closer, looking down at Green on the sickbed, and asked seriously, "What method do you intend to use to uphold your justice?" Green glanced at him, then turned his gaze to the sky outside the opposite window, where a pure white seagull swooped by. "Eliminate everything I consider evil." Green's decisive words left Major Sweet momentarily stunned, and then he fixed his gaze on him. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Kid, tell me, did you participate in the battle that night?" Green took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said slowly, "We killed 8 pirates, but 6 of them were newcomers." Sweet inhaled sharply upon hearing this. 2 kids, only around 10 years old, managed to take down 8 pirates. He didn't doubt the truth of it. Though they had interacted for a short time, he could already see Green's character, which was far more mature and composed than one would expect at his age. His eyes always maintained a calmness that was not typical of a boy, but rather that of a seasoned adult. "Impressive. I was wondering why many villagers from that settlement managed to escape easily through the small path behind the village without being intercepted by pirates. It seems that it wasn't that there were no pirates to intercept them, but that you had dealt with them, right? We took care of half of them there, and the rest we dealt with in the forest," Green replied calmly, then quickly shook his head and said helplessly, "We assassinated those 8 pirates by ambush. In a direct confrontation, we would definitely not be their match. Moreover, when we encountered the captain of that pirate crew, we were completely overpowered. If he hadn't underestimated us, I wouldn't have been able to escape at all." Sweet pointed at Green's injuries with his finger. "Did Iron Fist Marlin do this to you?" Green nodded, feeling there was no need to hide this. The Navy might have already obtained this information through the injuries on his body. Swift nodded, then turned to walk out. Green did not bring up his request to join the Navy again. Just as he was about to walk out the door, he suddenly stopped, turning his back to Green, and it came, "Kid, I'll give you a month to heal. There's a special mission that needs you to complete." After saying this, without waiting for Green's response, he stepped out and closed the door behind him. In the hospital room, Green gazed out at the sky, a smile appearing on his lips. Joining the Navy was his decision. After witnessing the actions of pirates, he no longer held any hope for these lawless individuals on the seas. After all, pirates were just pirates, in this world fraught with danger. Only by joining a faction could he develop better, grow stronger faster, and provide protection during his weaker years. After thinking it over, only the Navy had this capability. Whether it was the powerful pirates dominating the seas or the revolutionary army that may or may not exist now, neither was a good choice. As for the Navy's role in maintaining the world government, serving those celestial dragons who had their heads stuck in fish tanks and were in a constant state of delusion, he couldn't care less and didn't want to. As long as those celestial dragons didn't provoke him, it was fine, if there were some who were blind to reality. In Green's eyes, the various events of his past life flashed by. He indeed was not adept at schemes and conspiracies. However, he had witnessed methods that could make people disappear without a trace. Leaving the hospital room, Sweet strode into an office at the division center, knocking on the door with a knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Upon entering, he was met with a large solid wood desk, behind which sat a middle-aged naval officer who lifted his head from a pile of documents. "Oh, it's Sweet. What brings you here?" The speaker had a friendly demeanor. His brown hair neatly combed, dressed in a crisp naval uniform, with a justice cape draped over his chair. Judging by his rank, this man was actually a brigadier general. Sweet saluted sharply and said steadily, "Brigadier General Nelson, I have found a candidate who can be competent for the Dark Raven project." "Oh, Brigadier General Nelson put down the document in his hand, his expression turning serious. Who is this candidate you speak of? The Dark Raven project is of great importance, and the task is extremely challenging. We must select elites to carry it out, or else it's just a death sentence for ordinary people. Sweet's face was solemn. Yes, I understand the significance of the Dark Raven project, but the candidate I found is absolutely capable. On our return journey, after completing a mission, we happened to encounter the Iron Fist pirates invading a village. Unfortunately, by the time we discovered it, it was too late. We only managed to destroy their ship and some of the pirates, but we rescued a boy on the way back. Pausing for a moment, Sweet continued. The candidate I mentioned is this boy we rescued. His name is Green, and he is an orphan, about 10 years old. Wait a minute. Nelson interrupted Sweet, digging in his ears, incredulous. Are you talking about a 10-year-old boy? About 10 years old. I can't verify the exact age, but his background is definitely not an issue. I have confirmed this with the villagers, Sweet replied seriously. Nelson waved his hand. All right, Sweet, what I'm concerned about is not his exact age. What I want to know is, are you sure about sending a boy of around 10 years old to execute the Dark Raven project? Yes, although Green is young. His composure far exceeds that of ordinary adults. I have gathered a lot of information from the captured pirates and surviving villagers. On the night of the pirate invasion, he and another companion assassinated 8 pirates, 2 of whom were elite pirates. Moreover, the candidates for the Dark Raven project are underage children, which should not draw the enemy's attention. Sweet added. Nelson's expression shifted, becoming serious. 2 kids killed 8 pirates? Although it was an assassination, that's still impressive. Using children to execute the plan, it's not something I would have thought of, and neither would the enemy. Not only that, they also tangled with Iron Fist Marlin, the captain of the Iron Fist pirates. For quite some time, Sweet continued. Nelson fell into deep thought, falling silent. The Dark Raven project was an important initiative of the Navy's 13th Division, related to the overall pattern of the West Sea, and he had to take it seriously. After a long pause, Brigadier General Nelson looked up at Sweet and said solemnly, Sweet, you know the importance of the Dark Raven project, so I hope you continue to observe that boy. If he truly is that exceptional, then I will approve his participation in the Dark Raven project. Major Sweet nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Brigadier General, I will continue to observe Green, and in a month, I will train him to ensure he is as strong as possible by the time the Dark Raven project begins. The dangers of executing the Dark Raven project were immense. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been troubled over the selection issue for so long. Although Brigadier General Nelson had given Green a chance, Sweet didn't want to see someone he valued sacrificed in vain. With 2 months until the Dark Raven project began, a month of training was indeed a bit short. But thinking of Green's perpetually calm eyes, Major Sweet felt he wouldn't be mistaken. That boy was not an ordinary child. After Sweet left, Brigadier General Nelson, sitting behind the desk, fell into contemplation. A person with a clean background and a level-headed personality not lower than that of an average adult was indeed a good candidate for executing the Dark Raven project. His kind eyes unconsciously sharpened, as if they could see the blood and fire hidden in the West Sea through space. This was a good idea, selecting qualified underage children to execute the Dark Raven project. Although there were certain risks, it was much safer than using adults. Who would care about a kid? Thinking of this, Nelson's eyes lit up. He immediately reported his thoughts and plans to headquarters via a telephone bug and received a reply that several qualified candidates would arrive in the West Sea in a month to participate in the entire Dark Raven project. This made him overjoyed. With support from headquarters, he no longer needed to worry about this matter. West Sea, Navy's 13th Division, secret training ground. This was a closed training ground heavily guarded, equipped with various facilities where the people inside would never leave, instead undergoing a month of training. At this moment, 3 figures of varying heights stood side by side in the center of the field, all wearing standard Navy training uniforms and masks on their faces. Green stood straight, his injuries fully healed in just half a month, which amazed the division's doctors. At that moment, he wore a pitch-black demon mask, his gaze incredibly calm. During this month and a half, he had spent his time in this enclosed training ground, initially accompanied only by Major Sweet and an instructor. Within just half a month, he had gained 2 more companions. His gaze wandered briefly as he looked left and right. On his left stood a boy slightly taller and much stronger than him, wearing a plain white mask without any design. Green did not know his name, only that his code name was Empty Hoof. On his right stood another boy who had come here with Empty Hoof. However, he was much weaker, and it was clear from regular training that he was not adept at combat. He wore a clown mask with the codename Dark Language. Your training is over. Next, I will explain the mission you are to undertake, Major Sweet said seriously, standing in front of the three. In this past month, you have undergone all the training related to being an undercover agent. The time has been tight, and now it will depend on you. You will infiltrate the 5 major families of the West Sea under the guise of orphans and strive to gain more influence within them, providing intelligence sources for the Navy to completely eliminate the unstable elements in the West Sea. Yes, the three responded in unison, their voices loud and clear. They had not wasted this month. They had learned skills related to infiltration, lurking, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, intelligence gathering, poisoning, assassination, almost every skill related to being an undercover agent. Although it was impossible for them to achieve deep proficiency in such a short time, their status as minors served as a cover, ensuring their safety. Your identities are strictly confidential. The Navy will not have any records of you, and the only ones who know of your existence are the 2 of us as instructors and Brigadier General Nelson. So, you need not worry about your identities. Tonight, I will arrange for a boat to take each of you away. You must find a way to join the 5 major families of the West Sea on your own. From now on, you will rely on yourselves. Please take care. With that, Major Sweet and the other instructor, who had remained silent, saluted solemnly. The 3 immediately returned the salute. Now you're dismissed. Pack your things and prepare to depart tonight. Through the narrow skylight, it was clear that the sky was quickly turning completely dark. Green casually ate something, grabbed his belongings, and walked out of the room. The other 2, Inthe and Dark Language, almost simultaneously emerged from different directions. The 3 exchanged silent nods, despite having lived together for a month. However, aside from their training together, they hadn't interacted much. In fact, this was to avoid any potential threats if they were to learn each other's identities and someone were to betray the others during the mission. Sweet strode out, waving his hand as he led the way down a descending passageway. Let's go, it's time. The 3 silently followed, soon arriving at a small dock underground, where 3 narrow boats were moored. Upon seeing the people standing on 2 of the boats, Green was taken aback and quickly lowered his head. The individuals on the 2 boats were none other than another instructor and Brigadier General Nelson, the head of the 13th Division. Sweet jumped onto an empty boat and called out, "Get on board." To avoid exposing your identities, Brigadier General Nelson and we 2 instructors will personally escort you. Brigadier General Nelson stood straight, like a long gun weathered by the elements but still sharp, and looked seriously at the 3. After a long pause, he nodded in satisfaction and said solemnly, "You 3 kids, this mission is extremely dangerous. I give you one last chance, the final opportunity to back out." The 3 showed no reaction, their gazes firmly fixed on him. "Ha, good. No wonder you were chosen by us. You're impressive," Nelson said with a pleased expression, and then continued seriously. "Since no one is backing out, I now announce the details of the Dark Crow plan." The 3 tensed up, instinctively tightening their bodies, their eyes fixed on him, waiting. The Western Sea is much stronger than the other 3 sea areas due to its unique underworld culture, which is like a malignant tumor firmly embedded in the region, bringing endless chaos. The Navy has long had plans to clean up these underworld families colluding with pirates. So the Dark Crow plan is the beginning. Brigadier General Nelson took a deep breath, his eyes seemingly shining with a strange light, glinting as he looked at the 3. Your mission is to infiltrate the 5 major underworld families that dominate the Western Sea, and then try to reach the higher echelons to provide us with important intelligence. The 3 of them finally understood that the so-called Dark Crow plan was to infiltrate the underworld families in the West Sea. They exchanged glances, secretly speculating about the situation of the 5 major underworld families. "All right, it's about time. Let's set off immediately." The 3 Greens each boarded their boats, and the 3 slender little boats shot out like arrows released from a bow. Green was on the ship of Sweet, rowing quickly with one oar in each hand, and the small boat was moving at a terrifying speed. Before dawn, Green, feeling heavy-headed and light-footed, landed on an unknown island from a concealed spot. Ugh! Green rubbed his forehead. The intense dizziness and nausea made him feel very uncomfortable, and he took a good rest under a large tree before recovering. According to the urgent information he checked on the ship, Green knew that this was an island called Bia, a large island with many villages and towns, all controlled by the 5 major families of the underworld. Bia Island is the largest lawless territory in the West Sea, the biggest smuggling goods trading market in the West Sea, and also the largest arms trading market in the West Sea. Almost all contraband can be found on Bia Island. The island is inhabited almost entirely by outlaws, a gathering place for pirates, robbers, and fugitives. The 5 most powerful families in the underground world of the West Sea are the behind-the-scenes controllers here, and they earn a large amount of money from this place every day to strengthen their power. Greeley quietly recalled some information about the island for a moment. Then he tucked a low-quality dagger into his waist, wearing a set of equally inconspicuous ordinary clothes. As for the mask on his face, he had already discarded it at sea out of caution. Undercover sounds quite interesting, Greeley murmured as he stepped toward the nearest town. It wasn't easy to join the 5 major families of the underworld. Such tightly organized gangs often had very strict scrutiny for those wishing to join. That was the reason why Greeley and his companions had been sent. The 5 families continuously took in wandering children, training them to become reliable enforcers and grassroots personnel for the family. After walking for half an hour, Greeley entered a town called Fink, which was in utter chaos. Groups of people were idly wandering around, each deliberately showing off their muscles and tattoos, exuding malice. Green walked into the town and immediately attracted countless gazes, most of which were filled with sinister mockery. "Hey kid, where did you come from?" A big man on the street shouted as he approached. Glenn looked at him calmly, not feeling intimidated by his explosive muscles and numerous skull tattoos. "I came from another island. I've heard that you can get enough to eat here." The big man was taken aback for a moment, then a strange smile appeared on his face as he chuckled. "Oh, that's right. You can definitely eat enough here, but it depends on your abilities." Green glanced at him and calmly nodded. "What rules?" A group of burly men swayed over, looking at Green in a teasing manner as if they had seen something rare. The first big man to speak looked at Green with great interest and said with a malicious smile, "Hee kid, you know quite a bit. The rule is to defeat one of us." The giant casually pointed at a person and said, "How about him?" The big man looked at the person he pointed to. It was a slightly thin man who didn't seem very old and was currently a bit dazed for being suddenly pointed at. No, what you say doesn't count." The big man laughed and shook his finger, teasingly saying, "What you say doesn't count. It has to be someone I designate." As he spoke, he pointed to a muscular, fierce-looking bald man behind him. "He is your opponent." Green frowned, pretending to hesitate for a moment before reluctantly nodding. "All right, it's him." As soon as the words were out, Green turned and ran straight toward the edge of the town. The crowd behind him was stunned, and the fierce-looking bald man immediately became furious and chased after him. At this moment, Green had already turned a corner. If he didn't chase now, he wouldn't be able to catch up. The bald man quickly reached the corner and continued forward without stopping, completely unaware that a small figure had appeared behind him. At the town entrance, a group of people suddenly saw that the little guy had appeared behind the bald man, clenched his fist, and then ruthlessly punched him in the back of the head. With a loud bang, the bald man fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back. Grinshisharan walked back to the town gate, glanced at others, and spoke in a flat tone. "Does this count as passing?" The leading man's expression darkened, and just as he was about to speak, laughter erupted from the 3-story building behind him. "Ha ha ha. Interesting little brat, of course you passed. That fool doesn't even have the most basic vigilance. What a shame." Green raised his head upon hearing the words and saw several people in sharp black suits who had appeared there at some point, lazily leaning against the railing and watching him. The leader, who initially wanted to cause trouble, immediately changed his demeanor and said with a flattering tone, "The gentleman said you passed, so you passed. Come with me." He waved his hand and led the way into the town, with Green silently following behind. The men in black suits watched the two leave and began to converse. "This kid has decent skills. He's a good prospect." "A good prospect, indeed. But what if he's an informant for another faction?" "Hey, are you crazy? Who would send such a young informant? Even if he were an informant, by the time this little brat grows up, he'd probably have forgotten his mission." One person scoffed. "By the way, what happened to that naval spy we found a few days ago? It's been several days without a fight, and I feel like my bones are rusting. It's just the right time to stretch my limbs." "Then don't think about it. The boss already tossed him into the sea to feed the fish." Finktown is not large. It is controlled by the Dola family, one of the 5 major families, and serves as a border town specifically for receiving pirates and criminals. This small town also has a mission, which is to collect all children under the age of 13. Green was brought to the center of the town, where 7 or 8 children similar in age to him were training, with a grim-faced man acting as the instructor. The leading strongman greeted the instructor and pointed at Green. "Here is another little brat for you. This guy just knocked that fool Dark out. He is not bad." The grim-faced instructor nodded expressionlessly, signaling that the strongman could leave. The leading strongman shrugged and walked away unsteadily. Green stayed behind. The instructor had Green perform some movements and disguises, then frowned. "Kid, your foundation is good. Tell me, where are you from?" This was an identity check, and Green was prepared, responding calmly. "I am an orphan, living off hunting since I was young, and I haven't received any training. As for my hometown, it's a nameless little island, and I had to flee because of an invasion by a group called the Iron Fist Pirates. In the month prior, the training focused more on various types of knowledge, with less physical training, as they were afraid of being discovered due to any naval markings on them. The instructor's expression shifted, and he was already about 80% convinced. As one of the 5 largest crime families in the West Sea, the Dola family's intelligence network was very powerful, and he vaguely knew about this incident. It seemed that the Iron Fist Pirates did indeed attack a village 2 months ago. It was said that Iron Fist Marlin personally dealt with 2 kids, which led to much mockery from other pirates. So, are you the kid that Marlin personally dealt with? The instructor's face showed surprise, as it seemed he had guessed something from Green's words. Green nodded. Yeah, if it weren't for good luck, I might have died long ago. He deliberately acted as if he were gritting his teeth, as if he would tear Marlin apart the moment he appeared. The instructor nodded knowingly, a strange smile appearing on his gloomy face. Hey kid, you have a chance to take revenge on Marlin, but that depends on your own ability. I know, I'm not afraid of any training. As long as I can kill that bastard Marlin with my own hands in the future and avenge my best friend, I'm willing to be loyal to you for life. Green timely established an image of a vengeful person for himself, showing a face full of hatred. This half-truthful act indeed fooled the instructor, allowing him to successfully pass through. Kid, go over there and follow the training for physical fitness. I won't be watching you. Whether you want to give it your all is up to you. Jelen quietly walked among the other children and trained with all his might. The stern-faced instructor glanced over a few times and nodded in satisfaction. It was the hatred in his heart that fueled his desire to become stronger, which was exactly what his family needed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. In a town near the center of Bia Island, Jelen was training hard with a group of boys of similar age, sweating profusely. Upon a rough count, there were more than 100 of them. And this was just his batch. The older and younger groups were training in different locations. Green's appearance has quietly changed. He is now almost 7 meters tall. Although in a world where some people are several meters tall, he seems to have grown poorly. He is still in a rapid development phase. So who knows what the future holds? The muscles on his body have also become particularly pronounced, making him look significantly bigger than before. And his facial features have matured and become more resolute. All right, today's basic training ends here. Next is the sparring session. Everyone find a partner, said the instructor in a black suit, clapping his hands loudly. Green and others quickly found their opponents and started battling, which is one of the daily training activities aimed at improving their combat skills. Green's opponent was a tall and muscular boy named Gardner, who was significantly taller than him. Hey Green, today I'm definitely going to knock out your teeth, Gardner said with a grin, clenching his fists. Green's gaze was calm as he casually said, if you get to hit me, then I'll lose. You're underestimating me. I've practiced a new move at home, and today you're definitely going to lose. Gardner pushed off the ground and charged forward. His speed was quick, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Green, swinging his fist to strike. Green took a leisurely step to the side, easily dodging a powerful but slightly slow punch. He then squatted down to avoid a heavy swinging punch and took the opportunity to land a punch to Gardner's ribs. With a bang, Gardner was knocked back 2 steps. His face flushed, and he charged forward again with a loud wow. The two became entangled in a fierce exchange, with Green skillfully dodging Gardner's attacks and waiting for the right moment to counter. After 15 minutes, they stopped on cue, while others in the training area had just begun to take a break. Gardner, still eager, licked his lips and complained softly, Green, why do we have to stop at 15 minutes? We haven't settled the score in a long time, and since we're among ourselves here, you don't need to be so careful about hiding your strength. Green glanced at him and lowered his voice slightly. Stupid, if you hide a bit of your strength, you can gain an edge over the enemy, which might just be the hope of survival. Gardner looked at Green with a headache. Ever since he discovered that this guy was hiding his strength during training every day, he specifically asked the instructor to separate them into different groups. Even so, it wasn't until the two of them became familiar that Green finally admitted he was indeed hiding his strength and showed Gardner a glimpse of it. Just a glimpse. And that powerful burst of strength knocked the muscular Gardner off his feet, and it took him a long time to recover, which surprised him greatly. Moreover, Gardner still suspected that what Green had shown was far from his full strength. Green is well aware of the importance of having a backup plan, and he always makes sure to keep some strength in reserve. Moreover, he unconsciously spreads his mindset to those around him. Gardner is one of the victims being influenced. Casually glancing at the instructor who wasn't paying attention, Gardner leaned a bit closer and whispered, Hey Green, I've taken care of that thing you asked me to do last time. Hearing this, Green's eyes brightened, and he immediately looked over. Oh, really? He had been waiting for news about Gardner for a long time, and thinking of how he had no information despite his extensive inquiries. A cold light flickered in Green's eyes. The Iron Fist pirates you're looking for are still wandering in the West Sea. I saw it in the family intelligence. And they're currently active in the Northwest. Green nodded. Okay, what reward do you want? Gardner initially wanted to say no reward was necessary. But after a moment's thought about Green's principle of equivalent exchange, he quickly changed his mind and said, the reward is that you must take me with you. I have a way to get out. Otherwise, you won't even be able to leave the town by yourself. Green controlled the corners of his mouth, glanced at the other party calmly, and said, deal. Gardner was full of excitement. He had long wanted to get outside. Being cooped up in this town all day was driving him crazy. He had already secretly decided to go back and plead with his old man to let him go out for some fresh air. And it would also be a good opportunity to win over Green. That's right, his ultimate goal was to win over Green. The Dora family was not a united front. Rather, it was a collection of competing factions. Every year, the promising talents in the training camp would become targets of contention among the various forces within the family. Faced with Green's deliberately exposed strength, Gardner indeed took the bait, and the forces behind him also took action. If one wanted to hold a high position within the Dora family, participation in the internal competition was inevitable. Choosing a faction to join was only a matter of time. Green's plan had started 2 years ago, but Gardner, who fell into the trap, was completely unaware of it. All right, I will arrange for the two of us to go out as soon as possible. By then, I can also request some subordinates for us to command. It's agreed that the spoils will be shared equally. Gardner displayed a bloodthirsty expression, appearing somewhat impatient. Green waved his hand and said indifferently, no need to split it evenly. All the rewards are yours. I only want Marlin's life. 3 days later, in the northwest of the West Sea, Green stood on the deck, gazing at the island ahead where the coastline was already visible. According to the latest intelligence from the Dora family, the Iron Fist pirate crew had recently been stationed in the town on this island. Normally, a pirate crew wouldn't stay in one place for a long time. However, the Iron Fist pirate crew had indeed made this unusual move. Green, the latest intelligence suggested that the Iron Fist pirate crew seemed to have obtained something precious, and the family's intelligence department speculated it could be a devil fruit or a famous sword. Gardner approached with a piece of information. The ship that Green is currently on was borrowed from his family, arranged through Gardner's connections, and there's also a security team of 20 people. Although they're called bodyguards, in reality, they're gang members trained by the family. Green retreated into the darkness of the cabin behind him, leaning against the wooden wall of the cabin, his eyes glimmering in the dark as he calmly said, no matter why they stayed here, it's good news for us. Aren't the devil fruits and famous swords just things that can increase your achievements? Seeing Green's calm demeanor, Gardner grinned. It seemed that he was really not interested in these matters, but only in the bounty on Marlin's head. The ship soon docked, and the Dora family's emblem on the sail was known by everyone in the West Sea. The local thugs at the dock had already approached with great respect. Take good care of our ship. If there's even a little damage when I return, you're dead. Gardner shouted fiercely at a fearsome sailor. Hee, don't worry, young master. Who would dare touch the Dora family ship? We'll keep a close watch on it for you. Gardner nodded in satisfaction and was the first to step off the dock, with a low-key Green following behind him, behaving like a servant. Behind them were 20 bodyguards dressed in black suits, each carrying a pistol at their waist and a short knife for emergencies. This island was a small one, with only a single town, about the same size as the island town where Green had lived before. They made their way straight to the town and entered the Dora family stronghold. The stronghold only housed 2 liaison officers who were there to handle some simple intelligence work. The news about the Iron Fist pirates was reported by them. Gardner and Green entered the house directly, and the 2 liaison officers quickly arrived. Young Master Gardner, is there anything you need me to do? A bearded man stepped forward and said obsequiously. Gardner waved his hand and said loudly, First, tell me about the Iron Fist pirates news. Yes, we've been keeping a close watch on them for the past few days. We found that the Iron Fist pirates haven't gone out to sea again since they raided a merchant ship 7 days ago. We don't know what they've been secretly doing all day. Green sat in a chair against the wall, half of his body shrouded in darkness. If one didn't look closely, they would hardly notice that there was a 4th person in the room. Gardner glanced at the silent Green and gestured for the 2 to leave. It seems the Iron Fist pirate crew really did have some gains, Gardner said greedily. Green leaned forward, emerging from the darkness. Then we can't be careless. According to the intelligence, they have about 30 people, and we are at a disadvantage in numbers. It seems they have obtained some valuable items. Hopefully, It's not a devil fruit or anything else that can enhance their combat power, or will be in an even more passive position. Don't worry, Green. It seems you still don't realize the gap between those trained by the family and ordinary pirates, Gardner said with a self-satisfied smile, looking quite confident. Let's rest well during the day, and we'll act at night. A mere Iron Fist pirate crew is nothing. Dealing with them won't take much effort. Green calmly nodded. As for whether Gardner truly had confidence or was simply afraid that the other party might actually obtain the devil fruit and eat it before he could intervene, only he himself knew. Green randomly found an empty room, set up trigger alarms on the doors and windows, and then collapsed onto the bed to sleep. Until a knock sounded. Knock, knock. The moment the sound occurred, Green immediately jumped up from the bed and alertly shouted, "Who is it?" Green was about to set off. A low voice came from outside the door. Green recognized it as one of the bodyguards accompanying him. "Okay, I'm coming." After checking his gear once more, Green gently opened the door and paused for a moment before stepping out. This was his habit. If there were enemies outside, this pause could at least slightly disrupt their rhythm. Upon entering another room, everyone was having a meal, and Gardner called out from the head of the table, "Green, come over here." Green walked over in silence, and the bodyguards dressed in black suits, who remained vigilant even while eating, showed envious looks in their eyes. After all, he was the young master of a family cadre, and being noticed by that young master meant he would at least be a small leader in the future, much better than their status as low-level thugs. Green walked past without a glance, sat down to eat, and quickly finished his meal. "All right, let's go." Gardner waved his hand, leading the group out in a line. As they walked, Gardner assigned tasks. The Iron Fist pirate crew currently had about 30 members, and your mission is to deal with as many low-level enemies as possible without letting them interfere with the battle between me and Green. This mission is a test for the family, a test for me for the first time, and I don't want any accidents to happen. Do you all understand? At this point, Gardner shot a cold glance at the others. The bodyguards felt a chill, realizing that the assessment of a core family member's descendant was no joke. If things went wrong, it would be a small matter of ruining their future. If the person they were protecting got hurt, they would eventually die in future missions. Green took the opportunity to lower his head slightly, not wanting to appear too obvious, also conveying a message to Gardner that he was willing to join his camp. Gardner nodded in satisfaction, especially at Green's gesture of lowering his head. He valued Green greatly, as he was the only candidate he had his eye on for his future team in the entire training camp. If this mission is completed successfully, I will definitely reward everyone. Gardner, at such a young age, had already begun to utilize the skills of managing subordinates learned from his predecessors, and he should not be underestimated. Green felt a slight chill in his heart. It seemed that the members of these prominent families should not be underestimated. It appeared that he needed to slightly adjust his strategy moving forward, at least to deepen his own role. He then heard Gardner, with a smug expression, throw out another bait that sent a shockwave through the group of bodyguards. The family has approved it. This time, I will be in charge of distributing the rewards from a mission, and the family will no longer interfere. Generally speaking, the rewards and punishments of a power are strictly regulated, and it is uncommon to directly grant the authority to distribute rewards to a core family member who is undergoing their first trial. However, at this moment, no one present voiced any dissenting opinions, which meant that this mission was entirely at Gardner's discretion, and he had absolute authority over the distribution of the spoils after the battle, which was much more generous than what the family would usually provide. The group of bodyguards in black suits were all visibly excited, expressing their support. "Young Master Gardner, don't worry, the Iron Fist pirate group is doomed. We will definitely not let them escape. Your safety is also in our hands. We will absolutely protect you." Gardner laughed heartily, pulling out a large machete and revealing a loaded firearm in his other hand. Up ahead is the temporary base of the Iron Fist pirate group. "Brothers, let us charge in and kill them." The moon seemed to sense something, revealing only a sliver of crescent, plunging the entire world into darkness. Ahead was a two-story house with a courtyard, a civilian residence occupied by the Iron Fist pirate group, which was now brightly lit with raucous noises that could be heard from afar. 20 bodyguards in black suits split into two teams, quickly advancing along the sides of the street. They had drawn their pistols, their faces filled with a bloodthirsty expression as they crept forward. Gardner licked his lips, showing no sign of fear on his face, only excitement. He gripped his weapons and strode forward confidently. Despite being only 15 years old, Gardner's physique was already far beyond that of an average person, looking even more robust than ordinary adults. With a knife in one hand and a gun in the other, he exuded an added level of ferocity and momentum. Green moved his feet, silently merging into the surrounding darkness as if he had no weight. Compared to direct combat, he preferred a way to make the enemy die without knowing why. It represented less danger for himself. A battle had already erupted ahead, and the bodyguards in black suits had taken action. The pirates closest to the door were suffering, with about 10 of them falling in the first round of gunfire. At this moment, the Iron Fist pirate crew was hosting a banquet, with large chunks of fragrant roasted meat and the aroma of wine wafting outside, mixed with an abrupt scent of blood, creating an unusually unpleasant atmosphere. Enemies. Be careful. They have guns. Help me, please. I've been shot. Don't panic. There aren't many of them. Take out your weapons and fight back. The sounds of screams and roars immediately erupted. In the central position of the yard, a muscular and tattooed brute was sitting there, his anger rising amidst the chaos around him. With a crack, he smashed his wine glass on the ground and shouted fiercely, "Who the hell is so blind? Daring to attack Lord Iron Fist Marlin? Don't you want to live anymore?" Saying this, he charged towards the door, where a group of black-suited men were firing their guns. At that moment, a figure suddenly jumped over from the sidewall, slamming down in front of him with a bang. At the same time, a loud laugh followed. So, you're Iron Fist Marlin? You don't look too impressive." Marlin was furious upon hearing this, and threw a punch at the laughing figure. Clang! A metallic clash sounded as the machete and steel fist collided fiercely. Gardner pushed forward with all his might, veins bulging on his forehead, grinning wickedly. "Hee, Marlin. Today is your day to die. Hoof kid, you can't kill me. State your name." Lord Marlin doesn't want to fight with nameless people. Marlin had already noticed that the black suits, whose firepower was suppressing his subordinates, were all well-trained, likely official personnel or from the underworld families of the West Sea. Judging by the appearance of this kid in front of him, he seemed to be from the underworld. "Hee, you don't deserve to know my name." Gardner scoffed, then taunted, "But I will tell you my name on your grave." Marlin's face darkened, and he increased his strength again. In the struggle of strength, Gardner ultimately lost. Although he was gifted, he was still not an adult, and his physical power was not as strong as his opponent's. Gardner kept the pressure on the machete, suddenly raising his left hand to shoot. Unfortunately, he missed. Marlin noticed the shift in his eyes and knew something was wrong. He dodged before Gardner could raise his hand. Gardner fired several shots with a bang bang bang, emptying his gun before tossing it aside and engaging in close combat with his machete. A blood hole appeared on Marlin's left arm, the result of being shot in the earlier barrage. Fortunately, it wasn't a fatal spot, but he was still affected. Marlin gritted his teeth and continuously punched Gardner, each strike aimed at a vital point, no longer caring about his opponent's identity. He just wanted to kill him, and if necessary, he would flee to the sea and see who could find him. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing kept ringing out, and Gardner soon fell into a disadvantageous position, his eyes scanning for an escape. Damn it. Why hasn't T. Green made a move yet? If he doesn't act soon, I want T to be able to hold on. As if hearing his complaint, a change occurred in the darkness behind Marlin. From the originally pitch-black shadows, a pair of calm, yet icy eyes suddenly opened, containing a chilling, killing intent. The bone-chilling, killing intent made Marlin shudder, and the hairs on his body stood on end. A faint sound of a blade slicing through the air reached his ears. Marlin's attacking motion stiffened as he sensed the danger from behind. But before he could react, he was interrupted by a sharp pain in his back. A sharp blade stabbed in at an angle from his lower back, aiming upward toward his throbbing heart. In a moment of crisis, Marlin desperately lunged forward, causing Gardner to slash a knife across his chest. Splurt! Marlin turned around awkwardly, keeping a wary eye on his back, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the pain in his chest and lower back twisting his face in agony. He glared back, where a dark figure was slowly retreating into the shadows. Those shimmering, calm eyes were so cold. The more he looked, the more familiar that gaze felt, especially that perpetually calm expression. "Ha! I heard your bounty is 20 million berries. I think the Navy is overestimating you. For a guy like you, 500 berries would be too much," Gardner mocked, shaking the bloodied machete in his hand. Poof! Upon hearing this, Marlin spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes turning red with anger. "Kid, what kind of sneak attack is that? If you have the ability, let that guy come out. Let us fight face to face." While shouting, he slowly retreated, pressing his back against the wall to avoid a sneak attack from behind. He was extremely afraid of that figure hidden in the darkness. With that incredible speed and stealth, as well as that final knife, Marlin used his clothes to tightly bind the wound on his lower back. The chest wound was too long and difficult to bandage, so he had to leave it for now. Fortunately, although the wound was long, it wasn't deep, and he wouldn't have problems for a while. His eyes were constantly searching the darkness for the black-clad figure that almost killed him with a single stab. No, I have to find a way to escape. That guy hidden in the darkness is too dangerous. Resolving in his heart, he covertly glanced at his subordinates, who had charged up while the black suits were reloading, now engaged in a chaotic battle. If he mingled in the crowd, that guy would have a hard time making a move. Marlon didn't want to miss this opportunity. He suddenly charged out, leaving a trail of blood. Even though he was seriously injured, his speed remained fast, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed into the crowd, punching a black-suited bodyguard away and violently knocking another down with his shoulder. He was like a tiger charging into a wolf pack, rampaging through, heading straight for the open door. Block him, don't let him escape. Gardner chased after him with a machete, shouting loudly. Marlon not only had more strength than him, but he was also much faster. So although they were not far apart, the distance between them was increasing. Ha ha ha. If you want my life, Lord Marlon, you're dreaming. One day, I will surely avenge today's grudge. Marlon charged through the crowd, indiscriminately attacking everyone in his path, whether they were the black-suited bodyguards or his own pirates, just to escape as quickly as possible. As he stepped outside, his joyful laughter echoed far away, infuriating Gardner, who angrily killed a pirate with a single blow and stopped in frustration. He knew that no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He expected the other party to escape, even while severely injured. His mission could be considered a failure, and he would surely lose standing in his family upon returning. Just as Marlon burst through the door and ran wildly into the distance, a sudden movement in the darkness to the right of the entrance caught his attention. A blurred figure shot out, a gleaming blade flashed. Swish! The shadow struck like lightning, catching Marlon off guard and piercing his throat with a single blow, then retreated and hid without hesitation. Marlon's running suddenly halted, and due to inertia, he staggered forward a few steps before slowly turning around. In disbelief, he covered his throat with both hands, blood gushing between his fingers and staining his chest red. There was no one behind him. The person who had dealt him the fatal blow vanished like a ghost. Bang! With a face full of unwillingness, Marlon, the ruthless pirate, collapsed to the ground, quickly losing his life. In the courtyard, Gardner witnessed the entire scene, his eyes wide open, rubbing them to get a better look at the darkness to the right of the door where nothing was visible. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that kid, Green, was hiding there. Swallowing hard, Gardner realized he might need to treat Green better in the future. The ghostly figure and terrifying speed of attack left enemies completely defenseless. Amidst his trepidation, an overwhelming excitement surged within Gardner. This was someone he had chosen. Now firmly tied to him, he could already envision himself rising to a higher position in the family with Green's powerful assassination skills backing him. With Marlon, a strong opponent, gone, the other pirates were even easier to defeat, quickly slaughtered by Gardner and the black-suited bodyguards. During this time, Green struck again a total of 4 times, each time delivering a fatal blow before immediately hiding again, like a cold killer walking in the dark, always ready to wield the blade. After collecting all the valuables, Gardner gave a brief command and eagerly walked into the house behind him. That was the real treasure trove of the Iron Fist pirates, and he was certain there would be a significant haul at Marlon's residence. Green's figure appeared beside Marlon's corpse, his eyes calmly observing the pool of blood beneath him. House, if you are dead, then I've avenged you now. If you are not dead, then I will take care of him for you. After murmuring a few words, he vanished back into the darkness. Only in the dark did he feel the long-lost sense of security. Soon, Gardner's loud laughter echoed through the house, filled with satisfaction over the bounty. The black-suited bodyguards moved quickly, gathering all the pirates' corpses together, collecting anything of value from them. While a few of their injured members received timely medical attention, Gardner called a few people to help inside the house, and soon several large boxes were carried out, with Gardner emerging last, holding a long strip of cloth. Once everyone finished cleaning up, they couldn't be bothered to return to their base and headed straight for the seaside. A sailboat marked with the Dola family emblem sailed into the sea, followed by a smaller sailboat, bearing the Iron Fist pirate group's emblem of a steel fist and skull. But now was their loot. On the deck, everyone gathered around. Even a few severely injured black-suited bodyguards were carried over. Everyone looked eagerly at Gardner in the center, knowing it was time to reap the rewards. I believe everyone can't wait, so I'll announce it directly. Gardner glanced proudly at his subordinates and said loudly, "You all performed exceptionally well in this battle, so this young master has decided to reward you." With a grand gesture, 2 people brought up a lockbox. A total of 3 boxes of treasure were seized in this mission, one of which was for the family. Although the family said I could make the decision, what belongs to the family cannot be lessened. Another box is for Green and me. You all saw our contributions. We are the ones who killed the leader of the Iron Fist pirate group, so we will split one box. Here, S another box, I roughly calculated, and this box has over 10 million berries. He paused, glancing at the bright eyes of the crowd, and boldly declared, "These are all yours." "Oh, thank you. Generous young Master Gardener. Long live young Master Gardener." Following young Master Gardener was indeed the right choice. We made a profit on our first mission. The black-suited bodyguards erupted in cheers, as 1,000 berries was no small amount. Marlin, the captain of this pirate group, had only been rewarded 2,000 berries. Gardener chuckled and waved his hand. "Do you think this is the end? Let me tell you, this is far from over." Green stood quietly in the darkness of the cabin, calmly watching Gardener charm the crowd, realizing that these people would soon fall into his hands. Gardener laughed heartily and said to his bewildered subordinates, "Have you forgotten that Marlin himself is also a wanted pirate? His bounty is a full 20 million berries. Although his strength doesn't quite match this bounty, it was officially issued by the Navy, so we can certainly claim that money reasonably." The bodyguards in black suits brightened up. They initially thought they had already gained a lot, but it seemed that the generous Mr. Gardener had more benefits to offer. Marlin was killed by my brother Green, and originally the bounty should belong solely to him. However, he generously stated that he would give you 5 million as a share. "Brothers, let us thank our generous Lord Green." Gardener waved his hand dramatically, calling out enticingly, "Oh, thank you, Lord Green. Thanks to the generous Mr. Gardener and Brother Green. This is fantastic. With this money, we could do a lot." The black-suited bodyguards erupted in excitement. 5 million berries for each of them was no small sum. And combined with the previous 10 million, they had earned 15 million berries just for completing a simple task, something they hadn't achieved in an entire year before. Green calmly nodded to the crowd, showing little emotional fluctuation. In this operation, he had dealt with his enemy, and it could be considered as avenging house. As for the 20 million berries bounty that Marlin could exchange for, he didn't care much about it and let Gardener distribute it as he pleased. Gardener kept the majority for himself, as he needed to start cultivating his own power. No amount of money could be wasted. Waving his hand to send away his grateful subordinates, Gardener excitedly pulled Green back to the cabin. "Hey, Green," he said, his face full of excitement, as he brought over a long object that had been covered with a black cloth the whole way. Mysteriously, he said, "Come and see something good." With that, he pulled off the black cloth, revealing what was underneath. Glenn's eyes moved, and he could see that under the black cloth were 2 ancient-looking knives. Famous swords? Yes. One of them was a renowned blade, one of the 50 excellent knives named Xuanmu. Gardener excitedly picked up a knife that, while having an ancient design, was adorned with flashy colors, and introduced it. Then, he pointed to another knife that looked completely different from Xuanmu. It was a slightly shorter, entirely black blade. This one was not a famous sword, but its quality was exceptional. Both its craftsmanship and materials were on par with famous swords. As he spoke, he handed the renowned knife Xuanmu to Glenn, his face filled with reluctance. "This knife is a gift for you. It's just right to replace that ordinary weapon of yours." Giving the famous knife Xuanmu to Glenn was a significant decision for him. After all, it was a famous sword, one of the few excellent knives in the entire sea. He said he didn't want it, but in order to win over Glenn, he still presented it. Green glanced at him, reached out and pushed the famous sword Xuanmu back, calmly saying, "You should keep this sword for yourself." Upon hearing this, Gardener immediately became anxious. "This is truly a gift from my heart to you, Green. I'm not a stingy person. If you stick with me in the future, I will definitely treat you well." Having witnessed Green's ghostly and terrifying killing power, he was determined not to let Green slip away and to firmly bind him to his side as his subordinate. Green glanced at him and pointed at the famous sword Xuanmu with annoyance, saying, "This sword doesn't really suit my style. I think I'll choose another one." Gardener looked at the flashy Xuanmu in his hand, then reached out to draw the sword from its sheath. The reflected blade light was simply dazzling. Considering Green's fighting style, he twitched the corner of his mouth and silently picked up another sword, muttering, all right, this sword really doesn't suit you." Green took the pitch-black short knife, and with a clang, he drew it out. To his surprise, the blade was also completely black, with only the edge and the tip glimmering with the cold light. "Good." Green's calm eyes flickered for a moment, unable to help but admire. This knife truly belonged to him, with its blade even treated for reflection. It seemed this knife was originally intended for use in the dark. Seeing that Green was very satisfied with his gift, Gardner finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two parted ways, each holding their newly acquired weapons. Green returned to his cabin, not looking at the newly acquired dagger, but with a fiery look in his eyes. He extended one hand, and a sphere of mysterious light slowly emerged. Extracted from Marlin using his soul refining ability, it was far stronger than what an ordinary pirate possessed. The mysterious energy he held was the soul refined through the soul refining skill, which could quickly enhance his physical attributes after being absorbed into his body, resulting in an all-around improvement. Without hesitation, Green swallowed the light sphere in one gulp. A cool sensation flowed from his throat into his stomach, and then it suddenly erupted. It felt like swallowing a sun, as scorching energy radiated from his body to every part. Green's veins bulged on his forehead. His face twisted in agony as he gritted his teeth to endure the piercing pain. Every time he used his soul refinement ability, it was accompanied by excruciating pain. Initially, after devouring the souls of several ordinary pirates, the pain had diminished to a very low threshold. However, this time, consuming Marlin's soul subjected him to that same intense pain again. No, it was even more severe than before. Cold sweat trickled down Green's forehead like a stream, instantly soaking his clothes, and blood flowed from his bitten tongue due to the sheer force he exerted. Green gripped the wooden planks in the cabin tightly, leaving clear fingerprints on them. After half an hour had passed, the pain receded like a tide, and a cool sensation seemed to burst forth from the cells, sweeping over his entire body in an instant. Feeling as if he had endured a century of suffering, Green opened his eyes, which were filled with crimson blood vessels. The cool feeling flowed through him, and the redness in his eyes quickly dissipated. It is finally done. He clenched his fist and felt his physical strength suddenly increase by at least 3 times, something he had never experienced before. One could only say that Marlin truly deserved the 20 million berry bounty. He was indeed more generous than ordinary pirates. His whole body felt relaxed, and Green felt he had grown a bit taller. He was now 15 years old. Although he had yet to reach Gardner's tall stature, he was already over 9 meters. Compared to the average height of 4 to 5 meters in this world, Green could only be considered short. If I were to assassinate Marlin again now, he wouldn't even have a chance to struggle. The increase in physical quality had dramatically boosted Green's strength. His power had changed drastically compared to half an hour ago. If his strength was 1 then, now it was 3, or somewhere between 3 and 4. After all, his rapid strength growth required him to improve his control over his body. Green was slowly familiarizing himself with the surge of physical strength in the cabin, hiding his commonly used dagger on his body for backup, while the newly acquired black short knife was slanted at his lower back. The drawbacks of soul refinement had already manifested, and he furrowed his brows tightly. The pain, akin to his soul splitting apart, seemed to shatter his mind. He could only rely on his strong willpower to endure it, while still moving slowly. The reason soul refinement couldn't be used frequently was precisely due to this drawback. If used continuously, it was possible that his mind would actually explode. After merely devouring Marlin's soul, Green estimated that he would need at least half a month's rest before he could use the soul refinement ability again. After a while, footsteps echoed from afar outside the door. Knock, knock. Green, brother, we have docked. It's time to disembark. Okay, got it. Green responded with a sound and opened the door to walk out. A group of bodyguards in black suits jumped off the ship first, followed closely by Gardner and Green. With a famous knife at his waist, Gardner felt spirited, sensing that his rise to power had begun. With this lucrative gain to recruit subordinates, and having a partner like Green who was skilled in assassination and considering his own abilities, it seemed that the next mission could be carried out soon. Oh ho, isn't this our young master Gardner? So how is it? Did you wet your pants from fear on your first mission? Just as Gardner and Green stepped onto the dock, a sarcastic voice came from not far away. Green looked up and saw a group of bodyguards in black suits surrounding a young man approaching. The young man appeared to be a few years older than Gardner and Green, wearing a matching black suit that strained against his explosive muscles. And beneath his short brown hair were a pair of fierce eyes. His wolf-like pupils fixed menacingly on Gardner, a thick smirk on his face. Upon recognizing the visitor, Gardner cursed loudly. Damn it, you bastard. Lister, are you looking to get yourself killed? I was in a good mood. So why do I have to see your disgusting face? The boy known as Lister retorted with a cold smile. TSK, bringing so many people for a simple task. How embarrassing. He pointed at the group of bodyguards beside him and mocked. If you have the guts, do it yourself instead of relying on others. Gardner suddenly calmed down, looking at Lister like he was an idiot, and taunted, Oh, So, young Master Lister looks down on being with them. So you complete your tasks all by yourself, huh? Lister paused, glaring back in anger. He had just spoken without thinking. In reality, they always brought as many people as possible on missions, as having a strong entourage was a show of power. Gardner and Lister exchanged fierce glares before passing each other, indicating that Lister was also heading out on a mission. Damn Lister, one day he'll pay for this. Gardner muttered under his breath as he walked away. Green glanced at him and quietly walked behind, pondering for a moment before asking, should we look for a chance to take him out? Ahem. Gardner cleared his throat, awkwardly replying, there's no need for that. Although we are competitors, it's not at the point where we have to eliminate one another. Green nodded regretfully. His strength had suddenly increased, and he was eager to find a challenging task to test his abilities. With Gardner taking the blame, he didn't have to worry about anything. Gardner wiped away non-existent sweat, feeling inexplicably that Green had suddenly become much more ruthless. Could it be that he had killed so smoothly this time that he couldn't rein it back in? Gardner went alone to the family to report the task and submit part of the rewards, while Green returned to the training camp. During the time without tasks, he and Gardner still needed to participate in training. After all, they had not yet reached the end of the training camp. According to the Dora family's regulations, all youths must stay in the training camp until they're 16, except for those with exceptional strength. Of course, based on Green's true abilities, he had already exceeded the standard for leaving the training camp early. However, he would never reveal all his strength. He aimed to remain as low-key as possible while making Gardner appear as high-profile as he could. In this way, he could better complete his undercover mission and hide himself more effectively. He wanted to conceal himself in Gardner's brilliance, ensuring that, apart from Gardner himself, no one knew his true strength. He knew Gardner's personality well. The other party would never easily expose his abilities. Even when dealing with family elders, he would definitely hold back. In fact, Gardner's actions were not far from Green's speculation. After reporting the task, he found his father and briefly explained the situation, downplaying Green's role a bit, making it less dazzling but still surpassing that of ordinary people. As expected, his father didn't pay too much attention to Green, merely thinking that he was a decent subordinate worth cultivating. Gardner secretly rejoiced. The fewer people who knew about Green's capabilities, the better, as this would prevent others from competing with him for Green. Otherwise, there were several individuals in the family with absolute advantages, and he couldn't compete with them. He quickly returned to the training camp and became even more attentive to Green. Green's house is filled with wanted posters, featuring vicious and menacing pirates. Some of them exude a unique aura of evil, cunning, or cruelty just from their photographs. In the center of the wall, there's a wanted poster with a big cross drawn on it. Green stood before the bounty poster, looking at the man wearing a captain's hat, with a handlebar mustache and a commanding presence. GOLD. Roger hasn't reached Raftel yet? That means he hasn't become the Pirate King. I really want to know if your ending is the same as what I know, whether you have that kind of dominance when you shout that phrase. Green's eyes flashed with a cold light. Your words could doom countless people. The sea will change because of what you said. The once mighty image of the Pirate King, which had been admired while watching anime, seemed to have quietly crumbled at some point, replaced by endless hatred. How many people will be left homeless because of that seductive phrase? The era of great pirates is about to arrive, and I must quicken my pace. If Brigadier General Nelson and the others can't spare their hands, then I will execute it myself. The Dark Crow project was originally just an undercover mission, but Green felt he should do something. Fighting against the powerful pirates of the sea, killing them, and continuously becoming stronger was his true plan. Green, look, this is today's newspaper. GOLD. Roger is sailing towards the final island. The Pirate King is about to be born. Gardner shouted excitedly as he burst into Green's room, holding a newspaper. Green emerged from the shadows behind the door like a ghost, snatching the newspaper and startling Gardner. GOLD. Roger received the final guidance. Does the final island truly exist? As expected of a legendary pirate, Green's eyes squinted and a fleeting aura of danger passed by. But that's not all. Fishman Island nearly perished due to the greed of the celestial dragons and ultimately had to raise the Whitebeard pirate flag to be preserved. Gardner pointed to a piece of news at the edge of the newspaper. Green frowned and couldn't help but say that the actions of the world government were truly disgusting. The Navy, which represents justice, has become the lapdog of those trash, the celestial dragons. No wonder in the original work, the Navy often unknowingly plays the role of the antagonist. Putting down the newspaper, Green looked at Gardner and said seriously, Gardner, I think we no longer need to stay in the training camp. Only real combat is the shortcut to strengthening our power. Haha, Green, we're on the same page. I've already submitted the application to my family, and the two of us are about to leave the training camp, Gardner said with a smug expression. Sure enough, just half a day later, their leave approval came through. When the two walked out of the training camp, there were already 50 gang thugs in black suits waiting outside. Upon seeing the two, they immediately bowed respectfully. How's that, Green? These are my recent recruits. Pretty good, right? Green nodded slightly. These thugs were all strong and were qualified fighters, and Gardner had obviously put in some effort. Gardner said again from now on, the business on Matthew Island will be managed by me. There are people from the Jim family and the Jeffrey family there, so we need to be on our toes. Yes, Mr. Gardner. Everyone directly boarded the boat and set off, not staying longer on Bia Island. On Bia Island, the 5 underworld families have been somewhat restrained, and there weren't many open conflicts. Although there were constant fights behind the scenes, they still knew how to control the situation. However, the situation on Matthew Island was much more chaotic. Matthew Island is an island near the edge of the West Sea, with only a small port town, serving as a base for illegal trade with the West Sea. The Jim and Jeffrey families, also major players in the underworld, were equally powerful, and the 3 families were constantly at war with each other, engaging in both open and secret battles. Gardner had been sent there because, half a month ago, when they had just returned from exterminating the Iron Fist pirate group, the head of the Dora family on Matthew Island was assassinated. Even now, the family had not found a real culprit. However, this incident was definitely related to the other 2 families on the island. A thug was continuously explaining the situation on Matthew Island to everyone, giving them some preliminary understanding so they wouldn't be caught off guard. Green had a thoughtful expression on his face. The assassination of the head of the Dora family meant that the competition with the other 2 families could be ruthless. Even killing their people wouldn't matter, which was good news. After half a month, Green had completely digested the aftereffects brought by the last Soul Refinement and had truly familiarized himself with his powerful body. Now it was urgent for him to devour the next one. After half a day, everyone arrived at the remote Matthew Island. The moment they stepped into the port town, Green felt countless malicious gazes fixed on them, with hostility openly directed at their group. Ha ha, it seems this place is really dangerous, Green said. Gardner strode forward, the famous sword Schwanmu at his waist swaying slightly, as he fiercely glared back at every unfriendly gaze. They headed straight to the Dora family stronghold, where Gardner boldly sat down in the main seat, crossing his legs as he looked at the station personnel. How's the situation lately? Tell me about it. A man dressed in a black suit immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, Young Master Gardner, my name is Tom. Due to Lord Hill's assassination, our family's business has been impacted by the Jim family and the Jeffrey family, and several of our strongholds have been eliminated. Gardner frowned, gritting his teeth as he scolded the 2 families, then ordered Tom, tell the brothers below that they don't need to be afraid of Jim and Jeffrey's people now that I'm here. We're going to teach them a lesson soon. He then looked at Green and said, Green, since they can assassinate our people, we don't need to hold back either. Green nodded calmly, his eyes revealing a deep-seated intensity. Finally, the opportunity to become stronger had come again. Tom's eyes flickered. He did not underestimate the 2 young speakers in front of him. Instead, he respectfully said, Young Master Gardner, the head of the Jim family on the island, is beaten, a marksman. It is said that he can easily hit a cricket 200 meters away, and he has several bodyguards skilled in physical combat for protection. The head of the Jeffrey family is named Lucian, a very strong martial artist. Lord Hill has fought him several times before, and each time it ended in a stalemate. Dealing with these 2 won't be easy. Young Master still needs to be fully prepared before taking action. Gardner scoffed, disdainfully saying, It's a wonder that fool Hill could even tie with Lucian. It's a miracle he isn't beaten to a pulp. Tom felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. He had only said it was a tie to save face for his former boss, not expecting Gardner to mercilessly expose it. All right, you don't need to worry about this matter. Green and I will find a way. Gardner waved his hand, dismissing everyone else and leaving only himself and Green. So, Green, are you confident in assassinating these 2? He looked at Green with eager anticipation. As long as these 2 could be dealt with, this island would temporarily have no opponents, allowing for a robust development phase. By the time the 2 families sent new personnel, he would have already reaped most of the benefits. Green crossed his arms and said calmly, From the intelligence, there's still a chance to assassinate Beaton, but it's hard to say about Lucen. It's much easier to assassinate an unprepared gunman than a martial arts expert who doesn't know the details. The current intelligence is quite rough. We only know that Lucen's martial arts are strong, but how strong? There is no precise information. So let's go after Beaton first. We'll take it step by step, solving one before looking for an opportunity to deal with the other. Gardner's face showed a sinister expression. He had just started to take over some of the family's businesses, and of course, he was eager to prove himself, preferably by easily eliminating the other two families on Maceu Island, leaving only the Dora family's voice here. The night enveloped Maceu Island, and the small town on the island fell into darkness, with only a few brightly lit places seeming isolated from the night. Green was dressed in all black combat gear, with a black mask covering his face, leaving only his calm eyes exposed. He seemed to glide like a ghost from the shadows of the street, swiftly heading in one direction. That was the stronghold of the Jim family, a cluster of well-organized buildings. Green quickly arrived outside the walls of the Jim family's residence, casting an indifferent glance at the two lazy henchmen slouching by the entrance, and then silently climbed over the wall. In the center of the Jim family's residence stood a small independent building, which was the home of Beaton, the head of the Jim family on this island. Several henchmen were stationed at various points around the building, and in a few dark corners, there were faint traces of presence. Green closed his eyes and sensed for a while, feeling something faint and elusive like a wireless signal that was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. However, this did not prevent him from locating a few hidden, ordinary minions. He realized that his observation hockey was always just a bit off, and it seemed he could only seek breakthroughs in battle. With a sigh of regret in his heart, Green once again slipped into the darkness, stealthily moving into the blind spots of the minions' line of sight. Since joining the Dora family, Green had been deliberately training his awareness, trying to unlock his observation hockey, but he was still a bit short. The internal structure of the small building was quite simple, with a corridor on one side, brightly lit as if it were daytime. Two muscular bodyguards stood in the corridor, their vigilant gazes almost sealing off the passage. Absolutely no one could escape their sight. Behind the two bodyguards, at the end of the corridor, was a large room where the sounds of laughter from both men and women were coming from. Green observed through a small gap at the corner for a while, then turned and climbed out of the back window, hiding in the shadows like a gecko, crawling towards the other side. The thugs downstairs had no idea that a person had silently crawled right above their heads. In the only room on the second floor, a man in a sharp suit was sitting on a leather sofa drinking, with several young girls playing in front of him. Beaton was very pleased at that moment. Having eliminated the head of the Dora family thanks to a passing pirate crew, he took the opportunity to suppress the other's business. Although the Jeffrey family quickly received the news and took action, they were no match for his premeditated plans. Today, a reward from his family arrived at Maceu Island, and he would soon be able to exchange it for a more prosperous island. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful day. He finished the valuable red wine in his hand, and the lights soon dimmed. Green quietly crouched on the protruding part outside the window, expressionless as he listened to the tempting sounds inside the room, completely unmoved. Tonight, Beaton was doomed. Beaton was a gunman, and his physical strength was certainly not strong. Therefore, he needed to use the Soul Refinement ability on the two bodyguards at the door. He pondered silently. After a while, the sounds inside the room gradually quieted down. Green curled his lips. Gunmen really were no good. He didn't rush to act until another hour had passed. The room had been quiet for a long time, the even sound of breathing mixed with light snores. Creak. A barely noticeable sound emerged as a shadow swiftly slipped into the dark room, landing without a sound. Gently closing the window, Green's clear eyes scanned the surroundings. The air was filled with a mixture of sweat and a peculiar, pungent odor. Beaton showed no alertness typical of a gunman. His long life of debauchery had drained his vigilance. A dark glimmer flashed, and with a thud, it pierced through his head, instantly turning his brain into a mushy mess. Beaton had no reaction at all. His body's muscles and nerves merely twitched a couple of times before falling silent. The person in charge of Jim Maceu Island thus died in obscurity. Feeling his soul, Green revealed a look of disdain in his eyes. His physical quality was no better than that of an ordinary lackey. He truly had lived like a pig. Cursing inwardly, Green turned his gaze towards the direction of the front door. A thin beam of light streamed in through the crack of the door, providing a faint source of illumination for the room. Since Green used his refinement of the soul ability to enhance his body, his vision has continually improved, and his night vision ability has far surpassed that of ordinary people. In an environment that appears pitch black to ordinary people, he can easily see the things around him. Although it cannot be compared to daytime vision, it is still quite good. At the very least, it allows him to move more freely in the dark. Slowly approaching the door, two steady breaths could be heard from outside, indicating that the two bodyguards were very diligent and still standing guard outside. Green frowned. There were two people on the other side, and he was not confident he could silently deal with them. If they raised the alarm, he would likely fall into a trap. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly came up with a plan. The lackeys below the small building looked a bit listless. Their boss was up there enjoying himself, while they had to endure the grueling task of standing guard, suffering from the intangible pain of hearing but not touching. Suddenly, a sharp sound came from around the corner not far away, as if something had fallen to the ground. Who is it? A few lackeys jolted to attention, then reached for their pistols, exchanging glances before walking over to check. The two bodyguards upstairs also reacted. One yawned and waved his hand, saying, "I'll go take a look. Those bastards probably caused some trouble again." The other laughed and said, "Go ahead and bring back some food while you're at it. I've been standing here for half a day, and I'm getting a bit hungry." Green stood quietly behind the door, listening as a pair of footsteps gradually faded away until the sound disappeared around the corner. Creak. The remaining bodyguard was taken aback. How did the main door open? Wasn't the boss supposed to be asleep by now? Since the door had opened from the room behind him, he turned around without any guard, thinking it was his boss coming out to check after hearing the noise. However, what awaited him was not his boss's inquiry, but a deadly flash of a knife. Swish! The black dagger pierced through the opponent's jaw, driving straight into his brain. The bodyguard's eyes widened, his expression frozen in horror as he fell backward. Green quickly reached out to support the falling corpse, pulling it into the room. Only then did he plunge the short knife out, letting the blood spurt out, the strong smell of blood spreading throughout the room. However, it was perfectly masked by other pungent odors. Green quietly checked himself and, seeing no bloodstains, opened the door and stepped outside again. Another bodyguard would be back soon. He couldn't wait for the other party to return before taking action. Otherwise, seeing no one at the door, the guard might become alert. Green was already familiar with taking out enemies in the dark, but this time he wanted to try assassinating an enemy in a brightly lit corridor. There were many ways to deal with enemies. Why confront them head on? Sneaking up, getting close, delivering a lethal blow, and escaping. Wasn't that a more perfect approach? Hiding at the corner of the stairs, Green waited quietly. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed, and a shadow stretched long in the light. Green tightened his grip on the short knife, his body slightly bent, with no sadness or joy in his eyes. When a foot stepped out from around the corner, Green's poised strike shot forward like a flash of black lightning, reaching the other bodyguard in the blink of an eye. The bodyguard barely had time to register the flash before he saw a sharp gleam appear before him, causing his heart to skip a beat as he stumbled backward in fright. A cold light flashed in Green's eyes, and his movements suddenly quickened. With a swish, the cold light passed by, and the bodyguard crashed down on the staircase with a bang, nearly breaking the wooden stairs. The sound caught the attention of the lackeys outside, and hurried footsteps approached. "Damn it!" Green muttered a curse under his breath, then quickly retreated and fled in another direction. Soon, several loud shouts and warning sounds echoed behind him. Tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. When Green returned to the Dorff family's residence, Gardner was already waiting in the hall. How did it go? Was the mission successful? Gardner rushed over to Green as soon as he saw him return, asking anxiously. Green lifted the mask and nodded, saying it was a success. Beaton is dead, along with his two bodyguards. Great! Gardner exclaimed with delight, clapping his hands excitedly. Now I can reclaim what I lost before. As he spoke, he looked closely at Green, saw that he wasn't injured, and laughed heartily. Well done, Green. I knew you would succeed. You don't need to participate in the next operation. I've already arranged for the manpower. By tomorrow morning, at least half of this territory will belong to the Dola family. This was exactly what Green wanted, so he nodded and turned to leave. Gardner was already used to Green's indifference. He eagerly ran out to gather the team and began the counterattack against the Jim family's businesses and strongholds. With the Jim family having lost their leader, they quickly fell to the Dola family's assault, and several strongholds were captured, forcing them to retract their forces and adopt a defensive posture. Green returned to the room alone, closed the door tightly, and eagerly took out the energy orbs. This time, it wasn't just one, but two energy orbs radiating a mysterious aura appeared in his hands. After devouring Marlin's soul last time, not only had his physical strength significantly increased, but even his soul refining ability had improved. Green was somewhat surprised and decisively swallowed a ball of energy, deciding to wait to swallow the other one until the drawbacks were confirmed to be less severe. The pain that came was much lighter than last time, only causing him to frown slightly, and then he unhesitatingly swallowed the other ball of energy. Hissed the pain, a pain that penetrated from the inside out. Green's temples bulged with veins as he clenched his fists tightly, struggling to endure the pain that surged like a tide. Soon the intense pain ceased, and a refreshing stream of energy flowed through his body. Green exhaled, feeling his body rapidly growing stronger again. Although the 2 souls he had gained this time couldn't compare to Marlin's. The quantity had made up for it to some extent, reaching half of Marlin's contribution. He clenched his fist, feeling the quickly enhanced physical abilities, and smiled. Strength is the capital for survival on the sea. The next day, as the sun rose, Gardner returned to the base, looking exhausted but particularly excited, bringing people back with him. I've taken half of the Jim family's territory. If it weren't for the Jeffrey family suddenly intervening, our gains would have been even greater. His subordinates looked at him with newfound respect. When Gardner claimed he had dealt with the Jim family's leader, they remained skeptical. It wasn't until they had beaten the Jim family into disarray, but the leader still hadn't shown up, that they realized Gardner was telling the truth. Young Master Gardner, you're amazing. How did you deal with Bitten from the Jim family? P.S. A formidable marksman. Yeah. I've heard that Bitten is always accompanied by several bodyguards. Even when he sleeps, those bodyguards never leave his side. Gardner's eyes shifted, and instead of revealing that it was Green who had orchestrated everything, he said, I had Green personally contact the assassin. Bitten was certainly no challenge. Oh, so Green contacted the assassin. That's why we haven't seen him. With this assassin, can we take down the Jeffrey family too? Seeing that the crowd's attention had shifted to the fabricated assassin, Gardner smiled in satisfaction. Let us strengthen the defense of our new territory. If necessary, let's recruit some local thugs. I doubt the Jim family will dare to counterattack. Everyone needs to stay alert. The Jeffrey family is nearby and has ill intentions. We cannot show any flaws, understand? Yes, young Master Gardner. Meanwhile, at the Jeffrey family's residence, in a large office, Lucien was a tall man, his muscles like steel, with his clothes unable to conceal his explosive physique. He was sitting behind a desk, smoking a cigar, his fierce eyes looking at the subordinate opposite him. So, we only obtained half of the gains from the Dora family last night. The lower-level family member was sweating profusely and quickly explained, My lord, it's not that we are inferior to them. It's just that their actions were too swift. It's as if they already knew that Bitten from a Jim family was assassinated. Lucien laughed loudly, startling his subordinate. Of course, they were prepared. If I'm not mistaken, Bitten was eliminated by someone they dispatched. My lord is wise, the subordinate flattered at the right moment. Lucien commanded, divide the manpower. While the Jim family hasn't reacted, let us seize as much territory as we can. After speaking, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, enveloping his face in it, with only his fierce eyes visible in the haze. Also, secretly strengthen the guard around me. All personnel must be from within the family and have combat capability. The subordinate opposite was taken aback and hesitantly asked, My lord, are you saying the Dora family will also take action against us? Now that the Jim family has been severely weakened, it's certainly our turn next. Is there any need to guess? Send people to enhance surveillance on the Dora family. I want to know every move of that newcomer. Green Pansy sat in a street-facing room with his eyes closed, sensing the movements outside. The vague sensations came and went intermittently, but they were much better than last time, as his physical strength increased and his overall physical qualities developed. His perception also improved significantly, and the manifestation of his seeing, hearing, and color dominance was about to emerge. Green originally thought that with his constantly enhanced physical strength, the first to awaken would definitely be the armament hockey linked to physical strength. However, he never expected that the observation hockey would awaken first. Well, it seems related to my current combat habits. The armament hockey is far less effective for me than the observation hockey at this moment, so my body automatically made adjustments. Contemplating this, Green finished today as training. It has been 3 days since the assassination of the Jim family head, and the after effects of his refining soul have passed. Unfortunately, he had hoped to find a breakthrough with the Jeffrey family over the past 2 days, but found that their defenses remained incredibly tight. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as Green stood up and walked out. Since he couldn't kill any important figures in the Jeffrey family, he would start with a small fry. Half an hour later, Green pulled his dagger out of a Jeffrey family lackey's chest, coldly wiped the blood off, and stepped away from the corner of the building. The soul of ordinary lackeys had become very weak for Green. It was only after killing 5 Jeffrey family lackeys in a row that he felt a slight sense of reaching his limit. However, this merely gave him a slight headache for the night, and the hunting continued the next day. Green's physical abilities are growing at an astonishing rate, and no one knows about it. Even Gardner, who has to look for him every day, is unaware of how powerful this boy, who came out of the training camp with him, has become. Green's hunting operation lasted for half a month, during which he continuously searched for weaknesses in the guards of the Jeffrey family. However, those guards were quite capable, and he couldn't find any flaws. Although Gardner was anxious, it was of no use. This morning, the new head of the gym family finally arrived. However, he was helpless in the face of the already established situation and could only hold on to their territory to avoid greater losses. "Green, we have trouble." Gardner suddenly approached Green with a serious expression. "What trouble?" Green was carefully wiping his short knife with a piece of cloth. "Do you remember the unfortunate guy who used to be in charge of business here?" Gardner said gravely. "The family has clarified the cause of his death. He was killed by a pirate group hired by the Jim family." Gardner's face was tense, clearly indicating that there was more bad news. With a clang, Green sheathed his short knife and looked up at Gardner. Gardner, feeling agitated, scratched his head and said in a deep voice, "That pirate group has returned and is likely to cause us trouble. They have business dealings with the Jim family, and suppressing the Jim family is equivalent to cutting off their financial resources." Green nodded knowingly and asked calmly, "Where's that pirate crew currently located?" Gardner looked at Green seriously and advised, "Green, that's not something we can contend with. The captain of that pirate crew is a pirate who once roamed the Grand Line." And most importantly, he took a deep breath, his expression extremely dark, even mixed with a hint of fear. Most importantly, he is a devil fruit user. Green picked up the intelligence from his hands and started reading it to himself. "Oh, a bounty of 10 million berries, a zoan-type devil fruit, the coyote form, quite powerful." He gave a fair assessment. That was for sure. He originally thought it was just an ordinary pirate crew, but he didn't expect the captain to be a powerful user of a devil fruit. Gardner felt a bit dejected. He had no confidence in fighting against such a powerful user. Even his family had sent orders to avoid conflict with the other party as much as possible and to make some concessions if necessary. Green's eyes flickered as he returned the information to Gardner, calmly saying, "This person is not someone we can deal with." Gardner nodded and warned, "Green, you must not attempt to assassinate him. Otherwise, not only will you be killed by him, but your family will also be implicated." Green didn't say anything, just nodded. Gardner quickly left. With a bounty of 50 million berries and being a zoan-type devil fruit user, it was just right for testing the gains from this time. At night, dressed in black, Green blended into the darkness, leaving the home base without alerting anyone, heading straight for the coast. The intelligence gathered during the day indicated that the powerful pirate crew was docked by the sea, seemingly engaged in some business with the Jim family. As he moved along the coast, he soon spotted the docked pirate ship, where a large group of pirates was shouting and having a banquet on the shore. The firelight reflected in Green's eyes as he quickly found his target in the crowd. It was a sleazy man dressed in a captain's uniform with a mustache. At first glance, Green even wondered if this person was the one who had ventured into the Grand Line and successfully returned. Blending silently into the night, Green quietly made his way onto the ship. After the pirates finished their banquet, they would surely return to the ship to rest. It made no sense to leave a comfortable cabin for the desolate wilderness. There were only 2 drowsy pirates on guard, and Green did not disturb them. He headed straight for the largest cabin. It was clear that this best spot with the most space must be the captain's room. Green hid away, and the next step was to quietly wait for the prey to take the bait. The pirates were very energetic, and it wasn't until late at night that they gradually returned to the ship, with some who drank too much simply collapsing on the beach to sleep. Green's expression changed, and he became alert as he heard footsteps outside the door. The door creaked open, and a lecherous-looking pirate captain, reeking of alcohol, stumbled in. "Huh." As soon as he entered the room, he froze for a moment, his nose twitching. Green was startled, realizing that something was wrong. The opponent was a zoan-type devil fruit user with the abilities of a dog, and his nose inherited the keen sense of smell of a dog. At that moment, he clearly sensed a strange scent. Just as he was about to make a move, the pirate captain's eyes widened in rage as he shouted, "Who is it? How dare you enter my ship's hold? Are you looking to die?" As he spoke, his body began to undergo a shocking transformation. A pair of fluffy ears sprouted from the top of his head. Countless yellowish hairs emerged on his face. His fingernails turned sharp, and 4 pointed fangs protruded from his lips. Seeing the enemy transform into a half-werewolf in the blink of an eye, Green knew he could not wait any longer. Antoine was extremely angry at the moment. How dare someone sneak into his cabin? He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million. And there were indeed those who weren't afraid of death. He roared, "Who the hell is it? Get out here now." The figure of Green emerged from the darkness, and with a swift motion, he slashed forward with a knife. Antoine easily dodged the blade, and Green was not surprised at all. The slash was made in haste and could not possibly injure his opponent. "Hey, Wolf Claw!" A furry beast claw lunged straight for Green's chest, its sharp nails resembling 5 daggers, capable of piercing through the human body with ease. Green's eyes moved, and instead of fleeing as usual, he suddenly extended his left hand, moving even faster than when swinging his knife. With a slap, he caught the opponent's wolf claw, and amidst the opponent's shock, he threw it away from his head. Bang! Antoine landed, and the powerful abilities of his Zoan-type devil fruit granted him a strong body. However, he was still disoriented from the impact, seeing stars. The corners of the green mask lifted slightly, revealing a faint smile. He was surprised that his own physical strength could be compared to that of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, and even surpassed the other. Antoine, like a true beast, was on all fours, letting out a growl of woo-woo, his eyes filled with uncertainty. This short guy in front of him had such great strength that he found himself at a complete disadvantage. The moment they made contact, he felt as if his wrist had been caught in a steel-made claw. Green didn't give much time. He suddenly stomped on the ground and charged forward like a bullet. In an instant, Green's figure was already in front of the crouching Antoine, the short knife radiating a chilling, killing intent, slashing through the air like the Grim Reaper's scythe, bringing with it an aura of death. Arc, Antoine roiled, his eyes turning into vertical slits, emitting a greenish glow. Who the hell are you? Did the Dora family send you? I haven't troubled them. Yet they came looking for me first. How dare you disrespect Lord Antoine? Kid, you're dead. I'm not some little lackey of the Jim family. Fully beastified, Antoine let out a loud howl, nimbly dodging the incoming short knife, his cold eyes glaring fiercely at Green. With a bang, Green kicked the giant wolf, who couldn't dodge in time, and charged forward with his knife. The man and the wolf fought fiercely, and many pirates who hadn't drunk too much rushed over upon hearing the noise. But they couldn't intervene at all. The sounds of clashing echoed continuously, as the animal-type devil fruit user, known for his physical strength, was completely suppressed by Green. Green had a great time indulging in some direct combat, using all the fighting skills he had learned on the giant wolf. I have to say, it felt extremely satisfying. No wonder people in this world enjoy direct confrontations. It really feels exhilarating. Green squinted his eyes, lowering his body for a better stance. The giant wolf on the opposite side was in a sorry state, with patches of fur missing all over and numerous wounds of various sizes covering its body, including a gash on its face that nearly reached its eye. The giant wolf gritted its teeth and glared at Green. Kid, who the hell are you? There can't be someone like you in the West Sea. Are you also returning from the Grand Line? Green finally spoke. Huh? A loser of the Grand Line, and still has the nerve to talk about returning from the Grand Line. For a weakling like you, returning to the Four Seas is the wise choice. Antoine's face was full of rage. He hated being called a loser of the Grand Line the most. Hey kid, don't think you're impressive just because you're a bit strong. Today, I'll show you the power of the devil fruit. He suddenly lunged forward, his claws and sharp teeth lunging wildly at Green. Clang! A short knife easily blocked the biting teeth, and Green kicked out, hitting the giant wolf squarely in the chest. With a muffled sound of bang, the giant wolf was sent flying. The wail of a defeated dog. I'm not playing with you anymore. Green's expression changed, and with a low shout, he rushed out instantly, his speed surprisingly faster than before. Antoine looked astonished as he saw a shadow quickly catch up to his flying body. With a wave of its right hand, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his throat. Thud! Green's feet landed on the ground, and he quickly retreated into the darkness, disappearing from sight. A chaotic sound of splashing followed as the giant wolf struggled for life, the anger in its eyes flowing out with a narrow wound in its throat. Soon, the giant wolf's struggles ceased, and Green stood in the darkness, immediately using his refined soul ability. A ball of energy, the largest he had obtained so far, floated out from Antoine's gradually returning human-shaped corpse. Green's expression changed, unlike before. The light in the orb was no longer a vague mass of energy, but a vividly lifelike image of a coyote. Green quickly stored the energy orb and glanced at the broken hatch caused by the battle, where a large group of pirates had gathered, looking over with uncertainty. Of course, in the darkness, they couldn't see anything, but there had been no movement inside for a long time. Finally, a pirate couldn't hold back any longer. He was the newly promoted vice captain appointed by Antoine. The previous vice captain had died in a conflict on the Grand Line, and he had benefited from it. At this moment, he shouted sternly, "Everyone, let's go take a look together. If anyone dares not to go, I will report truthfully to the captain when he comes out. And you all know what the captain's punishment entails." The surrounding pirates showed expressions of terror. They certainly didn't want to experience the captain's punishment. Under the threat and temptation, the group of pirates slowly approached the cabin. When the light was turned on, they couldn't believe the scene before them. The captain, who seemed like a powerful and ferocious devil in their eyes, was actually lying naked on the ground, a wound that nearly severed his head running across his throat, with a large pool of blood already covering half of the cabin. It goes without saying that the pirate crew was thrown into chaos, and Green quickly returned to the Dora family's base. The strength of those pirates was not strong, and killing them wouldn't be of much use. Silently returning to the base, Green eagerly took out Antoine's soul. The clear image of a coyote within made his eyes flicker with a certain speculation. Antoine's devil fruit was the zoan-type coyote form, which made him think in this direction. Could it be that inside is the ability of a devil fruit? Could the refining soul ability actually bring out the abilities of a devil fruit? Green's face was devoid of any joy. If that were the case, he certainly didn't want the coyote fruit. Holding an energy orb with a coyote image inside, he was caught in a dilemma. Eating it was not an option, but not eating it felt like a waste, as it was the strongest soul he had obtained so far. If he devoured it, his physical abilities would undergo a significant enhancement. Hey, Green, have you heard? That powerful pirate crew has gotten into trouble. Early in the morning, Gardner excitedly found Green, his face full of excitement as he spoke. Green shook his head calmly. He certainly knew, but it was something that couldn't be said. I don't know, could it be that they left? Not just that. Their captain was suddenly killed by someone yesterday, and our crisis has been resolved. At this point, he glanced suspiciously at Green, then shook his head. It couldn't be Green. Although his strength was decent, it was far from that of a bounty-hunting pirate with a 50 million bounty. It couldn't possibly be him. He extinguished the doubts in his heart and said loudly, Green, now is the time for us to eliminate the pirate crew. Do you want to join? It was daytime, and usually Green would refuse to participate in missions, which is why he specifically asked. Of course, I've recently made some breakthroughs in my strength, so it's perfect to test it out on the pirates. Green readily agreed. His soul refinement ability could be used more than once, and he could still harvest a few more souls. All right, I'll go gather the crew, and we'll set off immediately. When they reached the seaside, the pirate crew, who had lost their captain, was about to leave. There was not much sadness on their faces. Instead, they seemed somewhat relaxed. Antoine was undoubtedly a qualified pirate. His brutality and greed were not only directed at enemies, but also very harsh towards his own men. Many who defied him had been thrown into the sea to be fed to the fish, so the crew was somewhat afraid of him. Now that he was dead, the pirates had split into two groups. They had already fought last night, and those remaining were the victors of that battle. Come on, kill them. The treasures on their ship are ours, Gardner said with a fierce expression, waving his hand vigorously. Behind him, the wolf-like henchmen in black suits charged forward madly. They were very skilled at beating down the fallen. Green blended into the crowd, often attacking from the enemy's blind spots, and in just a short time, he achieved several high-quality results. Last night, after a fierce battle, the pirates who hadn't had a chance to rest were completely defeated, crying out in despair. The fight ended quickly. Gardner and Green had already returned to the ship, where they first inspected the traces of last night's battle, but found nothing. The evidence had long been erased by the pirates fighting. Then they discovered something good in the cabin. 2 boxes full of gold, silver, and jewels, but no other special items, which made Gardner lament for a long time. Send someone to take the ship back to our port, and keep a close watch on the prisoners. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed, Gardner instructed. Yes, sir, a group of black-suited henchmen dispersed, with some setting sail and others guarding the prisoners. As Gardner and Green made their way back to the base, they chatted along the way. Green, I didn't expect our takeover of the family business to go so smoothly this time. This is all thanks to you. You truly are my capable right-hand man. Green smiled calmly and said, Gardner, this is inseparable from your leadership. The family's reward for you is coming soon, right? Upon hearing this, Gardner laughed happily, patted Green's shoulder hard, and said with a big laugh, Don't worry, I will definitely not treat you poorly. He continued, It's still too early to talk about rewards. We should quickly resolve the power struggle between the two families on this island. Joking aside, Green certainly did not want to stay on this island for long. What are your thoughts? He asked. Nothing for now. If this continues, we'll have to consider a strong attack, Gardner replied solemnly, nodding his head. If there really are no opportunities in the end, we can only confront them head-on. Back at the family residence, Green locked himself in his room. While passing by a fruit shop on the street, he grabbed a lot of fruits. Just now, he had used the new spirit to experiment with a new function. He picked one of each type of fruit and placed them all on the table, his eyes filled with uncontainable excitement. He was about to conduct a great experiment. If successful, he might master an extraordinary ability. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his excitement, Green extended his hand, and a ball of energy floated out. Inside, The image of a coyote was vividly portrayed, as if it were alive. With a thought, the energy ball floating in his hand suddenly began to ripple, and the internal coyote image also began to oscillate rapidly. Green's forehead began to sweat, and a slender crack appeared on one side of the energy sphere. Inside, a coyote raised its head and let out a silent howl, trying to escape through the crack. He quickly controlled the energy sphere to close it up, preventing the coyote from escaping. It seems to really work. He casually brought the side of the energy sphere with the crack closer to a row of fruits and opened the crack again. The coyote's body began to seep out from the narrow gap, just passing by the edge of a few fruits. Green carefully controlled the size of the crack, constantly opening and closing it. Each time he opened it, he allowed only a tiny amount of the mysterious energy from the coyote to dissipate outward before immediately closing the crack again. Each time, he would meticulously observe a row of fruits on the table, examining them in detail for any subtle changes. Unfortunately, each fruit remained exactly as it was, showing no signs of change at all. However, Green did not become discouraged and continued to try. Finally, when the coyotes within the energy mass appeared to become somewhat ethereal, the fruits on the table finally underwent a faint, almost imperceptible change. Green stopped moving again and began to carefully observe whether there were any changes in the fruit. Hiss! It really worked. Green couldn't believe it and quickly rubbed his eyes. He took a pear from a neatly arranged row of fruits. The shape of the pear had undergone subtle changes. It had improved from its original irregular shape and had changed slightly in color to a grayish hue. It worked. It really worked. Green was filled with surprise, laughing heartily at the fruit in his hand, quickly calming his excited emotions. He held the deformed pear in one hand and pushed the crack in the energy orb as wide as it could go. Almost visibly, changes began to occur on the pear. Its shape rapidly transformed under some mysterious force, resembling the head of a wolf, with intricate mysterious patterns appearing on it. The entire fruit turned gray, akin to a wolf's fur. Supporting the strangely shaped fruit, Green's eyes sparkled with ecstasy. His idea had truly succeeded, and the essence contained within the soul was indeed the power of a devil fruit. He realized he had uncovered the deepest secret of this world. Holding the new Zoan-type dog fruit in one hand, Green unhesitatingly tossed the energy orb, now hollowed out and filled only with pure energy, into his mouth. The gradually fading, excruciating pain drained the last bit of strength from his body, leaving him pale as he lay on the ground, his muscles still twitching. Soon, a cool energy surged through him, a power stronger than before sweeping over his body. Green turned over and stood up, frowning. Although the soul refining ability allows him to become stronger more quickly, the weakness of being unable to resist for a period after use is a drawback. If the enemy seizes this flaw, he would be at their mercy. However, its power is still not something that a mere weakness can overshadow. Green casually grabbed a piece of cloth, wrapped the freshly baked devil fruit in it, and headed out the door. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? It's so late and still knocking. Gardner's grumbling voice sounded from inside the house. It's me. The door creaked open, revealing Gardner's puzzled face. Green? What is the matter so late? Green pushed the door open and walked in, signaling the other person to close the door. Gardner was confused, but still closed the door. I said, Green, why are you being so mysterious? Did you find a treasure? Green casually threw the cloth bag he was holding to the other person and said calmly, I did find a treasure. It's just the fruits bought from the fruit store. Gardner was even more confused and instinctively reached out to open the cloth bag. Then he trembled in shock, his face filled with disbelief as he looked at Green. No way, you can't be telling me this is a devil fruit, right? Green continued to speak in that calm tone that made one want to punch him. That's right, this is a devil fruit. From its appearance, it seems to be the dog fruit eaten by Antoine, who died last night. Gardner's hand trembled, and he quickly tightened his grip, exclaiming, Green, how could you just throw away a precious devil fruit? Don't you know its value? The price of devil fruits varies by type. This is an ordinary Zoan type, so it's worth about 100 million berries. Gardner rolled his eyes and carefully placed the devil fruit on the table, as if it were a treasure. 100 million berries. What an incredible find. Congratulations, Green, he murmured absent-mindedly, his gaze filled with greed as he stared at the devil fruit. No, it should be congratulations to you, Gardner. What do you mean by that? Gardner looked over, a bit confused. Green pointed to the devil fruit on the table and said seriously, this fruit is for you. If you eat it, your strength will increase significantly, and we can immediately deal with the forces of the Jim family and the Jeffrey family on this island. Gardner looked shocked and confused at Green. This is worth 100 million berries, and you're just giving it to me? You could eat it yourself to enhance your strength. Wouldn't that be better than giving it to me? Green's expression was calm, showing no urgency for the devil fruit on the table. I won't eat this fruit. If you don't want it, then go sell it. What? Don't be a fool. Gardner realized that Green wasn't uninterested in the devil fruit. Rather, he looked down on this ordinary zoan-type fruit. It seemed he was afraid Green would change his mind. So he grabbed the devil fruit from the table and took a bite. Damn, it's really disgusting. He finished the entire fruit in just a few bites, even swallowing the skin, and Gardner hurriedly looked for water to rinse his mouth. Green quietly watched from the side, showing no intention of reminding the other party that just a little would suffice. How does it feel? Gardner threw down the water cup, eagerly beginning to sense the changes in his body. From Green's perspective, Gardner was undergoing astonishing transformations. His body rapidly elongated and became stronger, hairs erupted from his skin, and his teeth and nails quickly hardened and sharpened. A pair of wolf ears popped out, and his eyes turned a vivid green. In the blink of an eye, Gardner transformed from a nearly 2-meter-tall human into a towering wolf man over 2.5 meters tall. What a feeling of power! Gardner grinned widely, waving his wolf claws, creating gusts of wind. This feeling was wonderful. His body was at least several times stronger. Since Gardner had not yet become familiar with the fruit's abilities, he could only achieve complete beastification. He could not yet manage semi-beastification. Animal-type devil fruits enhance the body, and your feeling is correct. Next, we can act against the Jim family and the Jeffrey family. Gardner moved his wolf body, grinning maliciously as he said, "Of course. We'll strike tomorrow." With such powerful strength as his foundation, his confidence instantly surged. In the barren four seas, although the West Sea was significantly stronger than the other three regions, it was not to the point of overflowing with treasures like the devil fruits. Within the Dola family, there were only a few known ability users. After eating a devil fruit, Gardner could already foresee his future position within the family. He was now very excited, itching to rush to the Jeffrey family and create a scene to test his greatly increased power. However, the remaining rationality stopped him. The next morning, all the personnel that the Dola family could muster gathered together. Such a large-scale gathering could not escape the notice of the other two families. But Gardner had no intention of hiding. He openly gathered his men and then charged towards the Jeffrey family stronghold. Lusson received the news immediately, frowning. They are gathering personnel and heading our way? Humph. The Dola family is truly foolish, sending a kid to take charge. So impulsive. I will kill him sooner or later. Soon, the Dola family's people arrived outside the door and immediately began to attack without wasting words. Charge in. Let's split all the treasures. Whoever can take Lusson's head can choose any treasure first. Gardner shouted with a fierce face, and all the family members drew their guns and knives, rushing forward to engage in a brawl with the Jeffrey family. Bang! A forward Dola family thug was sent flying by a punch, his chest caving in, clearly not surviving. A muscular man with a bare, scarred chest stepped forward with heavy steps. Damn Dola family. Today I will let you know the might of Lord Lusson. Saying this, he charged into the fray like a raging bull, indiscriminately smashing through both Dola family members and Jeffrey family members, sending them crashing to the ground with broken bones. Bang! A dull sound rang out as Lusson's frenzied figure was intercepted by Gardner, who looked slightly smaller than him. Hey, Lusson! Today, young Master Gardner will personally tear you apart. Gardner retreated 2 steps from the collision, but he didn't care, grinning wickedly as if victory was already assured. Swish! Suddenly, a long knife sliced in from the side, the sharp blade sending chills through Gardner. He retreated frantically, but still received a long cut on his arm, blood immediately pouring out. Well done, Albert. Lusson laughed heartily and swung his fist down. Gardner's expression darkened, not expecting that the Jeffrey family had another expert. A somewhat thin figure appeared behind Lusson, dressed in a deep brown leather coat stained with blood, with messy long hair covering half his face and a scar running across the visible half of his face. His exposed eye filled with a fierce look. He licked the blood off the long knife with his tongue. Lusson, you can't handle a kid? It seems you've really aged. Lusson didn't care, seemingly used to his sharp tongue, and shouted fiercely, Bastard Albert, hurry up and deal with him with me, or I won't let you off. Relax, relax. This kid is dead for sure. The two closed in on Gardner, who was clutching his arm, their faces twisted with malice. Kid, you can only blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have. Don't come back to the Dola family in your next life. Our Jeffrey family is the strongest. Ha. Lusson looked confident, his face full of mockery. Gardner suddenly laughed. Lusson, and that guy with the knife over there, you know nothing about power. Today, Let me show you the strength of an ability user. Saying this, he began to rapidly beastify, transforming in an instant into a tall giant wolf. Oh damn, what the hell is this? Albert exclaimed in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. A person suddenly turned into a wolf. Was this a genetic mutation? Damn it, he's a devil fruit user. The Dola family really is willing to spend. The confidence on Lussen's face vanished as he realized the power of a devil fruit user. The one in front of him must be an animal-type devil fruit user. Gardner opened his wolf mouth and let out a low growl, speaking in a strange tone. Hee. Today you will witness the power of an ability user. After saying that, he leaped forward on all fours, his massive wolf body moving at incredible speed. Reaching Lussen in just a few leaps, and his sharp wolf claws struck out fiercely. Lussen had excellent physical skills and was very strong, but his speed was a weakness. At this moment, he could not evade and could only take the hit. Crossing his arms, the wolf claws struck with a bang, and his expression changed. The claws carried immense power, sending him flying backward. Moreover, the sharp wolf claws nearly broke his outer arm. Lussen's face was filled with horror. Indeed, ability users were powerful. He couldn't even block a single hit. Albert, let's attack together and kill him. Killing an ability user would be a huge blow to the Dola family. You must know that there are not many ability users in the West Sea right now, and with the strength of the 5 major families. There are only a few ability users, each treated like treasures by their families. Ha ha! Gardner grinned maliciously, casting a disdainful glance at the two. Just the two of you think you can kill Master Gardner? Are you still asleep? Looking at the overly arrogant Gardner, Lussen and Albert felt quite a headache. The power and speed Gardner displayed surpassed Lussen significantly and was also much stronger than Albert. The two really might not be able to kill him. The giant wolf that Gardner transformed into charged out fiercely, its claws and fangs aimed at Lussen. As long as Lussen was dead, Albert was not a concern. Besides, he was not fighting alone. There was still the dangerous green lurking in the shadows somewhere. Bang! Bang! Huge sounds continued to ring out, dust filling the air. Members of the Jeffrey family suffered as they were crushed by the giant wolf chasing Lussen, countless casualties. Bang! Help! A huge wolf claw swept past a member of the Jeffrey family, slamming into the ground and creating a large pit with spiderweb-like cracks surrounding it. He was just a hair's breadth away from being smashed into a pulp. He let out a terrified wail, as if he had been stabbed. Gardner cast a disdainful glance at him. Then with a wave of the wolf claw, the screams abruptly stopped, and half of the corpse flew far away. Scarlet blood splattered in the air, staining a large area of the ground. Watching this cruel scene, most members of the Jeffrey family were stunned. This is a demon. It must be a demon. The treasure of the sea. We cannot fight against it. Run, we will die. As he saw his subordinates starting to collapse, Lussen shouted anxiously, Everyone, don't be afraid. If we unite, we can defeat them. Then the whole island will be ours. And we can take as much gold and silver as we want. Some subordinates began to show hesitation, their fleeing steps gradually coming to a halt. Lussen was overjoyed and gritted his teeth, saying, Albert, lead them to counterattack and quickly deal with the other enemies to help me. Okay. Albert's okay was cut off halfway by a sudden flash of a knife. A blade, like a bolt of black lightning, shot up from the darkness without any warning. Even though Albert was fully focused, he was unprepared for the darkness that was just within reach. The pitch-black dagger pierced through Albert's head from his side, the tip emerging from his left eye. Only a few people who happened to look over witnessed this brutal scene. They stared wide-eyed and mouth agape, like fish out of water, dumbfounded at the sight of the second-in-command of the Jeffrey family being impaled. And Master Albert, a trembling, low-level member of the Jeffrey family, raised a quivering finger, his lips shaking. Lussen frowned and turned back unhappily. Then he felt a jolt in his body as he saw Albert's powerful arms, with his eyes bulging in disbelief and silence. After a surge of rage, a deep chill rose from his heart as he caught the cold gaze of a mysterious figure, only partially visible in black clothing. Losing focus in battle is not a good habit. A mocking voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by a gust of wind. Lussen's hair stood on end as he darted sideways without looking back, but unfortunately, he still couldn't completely evade it and was harshly grabbed on the back by the giant wolf claw. Sizzle. The horrifying sound of flesh being torn apart echoed, followed by Lussen's muffled grunt. Struggling to his feet, Lussen changed direction several times to evade the subsequent attacks, finally standing at the edge of the arena, his chest heaving violently, his back soaked with blood. Damn those little bastards of the Dora family. If it weren't for the power of the devil fruit. He spat out a mouthful of blood, filled with rage and unwillingness. Ha ha ha. Lucien, just obediently accept your death. From today onwards, this island belongs to our Dora family. Gardner laughed maniacally, relying purely on physical strength to suppress his opponent with no chance of resistance. His strength was not particularly outstanding, even in the previous training camp. He was just average, not as strong as the hidden power of green. His current combat power was entirely due to the devil fruit. There was no way around it. The enhancement from the devil fruit was too great, especially in low-level battles, where it played a decisive role. Green is like a grim reaper wandering on the edge of death, where all darkness becomes his hiding place. Anyone who exposes their back to his eyes may become the next target of his attack. However, his main focus now is on Lucien. The previous swift kill of Albert seemed simple, but Green had mastered the timing and control of his power to perfection. Perhaps the Soul Refinement ability brings not just physical strength, but also other mysterious changes, allowing him to quickly harness his rapid and powerful physical strength, whether it's speed, strength, reaction ability, or resilience. He has quickly familiarized himself with and mastered them all, as if the power he possesses has been gained through years of training, without any discomfort. Gardner, in a frenzy, attacks Lucien madly, chasing him as he continuously flees across the battlefield. Although Lucien has managed to evade him with his agile movements, others are not so lucky, falling one after another under the claws of the wolf. Green's figure darted across the battlefield, unfazed by the two opposing sides, moving like a fish swimming through the water. He skillfully navigated the crowd, using shadows and blind spots to quickly change direction, continuously circling around Lucien, searching for the best opportunity. Ah, Lucien, you coward! If you have the guts, stop running and face me head-on. Gardner roared in anger as Lucien slipped away from him once again, his voice resembling a wild beast's howl. Lucien's face was grim, fully alert and wary of the black-clad assassin who was constantly hovering around him, appearing and disappearing. Humph, despicable little brat. So it was you behind the previous assassinations. Truly remarkable. He spoke while never stopping his movement, whenever he lingered for more than a second. The terrifying giant wolf would descend, rampaging wildly, and the even colder, more terrifying figure of the black-clad assassin would immediately vanish from sight. Suddenly, Green, who had been wandering, appeared in front of Lucien's escape route, slashing horizontally with a short knife aimed directly at his neck, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. Lucien's face showed surprise, but he felt slightly relieved, lowering his head to dodge while simultaneously throwing a punch. Green's gaze was calm. After a swift slash, he immediately retreated without hesitation, disappearing back into the darkness. Lucien punched into the air, ready to accelerate again, but unexpectedly, Green returned and slashed at him from the side once more. The faint sound of air being torn made his scalp tingle, forcing him to stop and kick towards the short blade. Green's eyes narrowed slightly. Before the opponent could kick his short knife, he retreated again, moving even faster than during the attack. Lucien felt a surge of frustration, wanting to spit blood. Every punch and kick landed in empty air, creating a sense of powerlessness. He exerted force under his feet, ready to escape again. But his expression suddenly changed drastically as a fierce wind had unknowingly returned behind him. Bang! Wow! A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out, and Lucien stumbled forward uncontrollably. Gardner's maniacal laughter echoed. Let's see where you run this time. The massive wolf claw was raised high and came crashing down, directly striking his head in the face of the opponent's terrified gaze. Crack! The sound of shattering bones rang out as Lucien, the head of the Jeffrey family from Matthew Island, had his skull crushed, blood and brains splattering everywhere, killing him on the spot. Gardner's green wolf eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty gleam as he grinned and charged towards the other members of the Jeffrey family. A massacre soon came to an end. Glenn continuously harvested 2 souls, one belonging to Albert and the other obtained by delivering a final blow to the heart of Lucien as he was dying. He had already realized that his ability to refine souls did not necessarily require him to kill his enemies with his own hands. As long as the target was not completely dead, he could reap a batch of souls through a finishing move. The lightly injured were sent back to the base with the seriously wounded, while the others rested on the spot, and then we would go deal with the Jim family. Gardner looked thrilled. The earlier slaughter seemed to have left him completely unsatisfied, and he craved another bout of killing to satisfy his bloodlust. Green sat calmly on the steps not far behind him, slowly eating a piece of jerky in his hand. This was food he had prepared himself, made from expensive seafood meat that could quickly replenish stamina, despite being somewhat difficult to swallow, which wasn't really a drawback. Green, can you hang on? Gardner shouted loudly. Green nodded calmly, indicating that he was fine. Seeing Gardner's face full of madness, his eyes slightly reddened, it was absolutely abnormal, but he had no intention of reminding him. It was clear that he was infected by the beastly nature of the devil fruit. After all, he was just a slightly weak-willed boy, and without anyone to guide him correctly, it was already impressive that he hadn't gone mad on the spot. Yes, Gardner was still a decent puppet. He couldn't let him suffer any consequences from being unable to control the devil fruit. Such an excellent shield was not something that could be found anytime. Thinking this, Green suddenly spoke up to remind him. Gardner, the animal-type devil fruits all possess the nature of beasts. If the user's will is not strong enough, or if they continuously and forcefully use their abilities, they could lose themselves and become a real beast. Gardner was taken aback, his eyes revealing contemplation. If someone else had said such a thing, he would definitely think that the other person was envious of his abilities. However, if it was Green saying it, he would take it seriously. Originally relying on Green's assassination abilities, that was no longer the case. How could someone who could unhesitatingly give him a precious devil fruit covet his abilities? The red light in his eyes, which had sparked with excitement, slowly dissipated, and the bloodthirst on his face also receded as he solemnly said, I understand. You truly are remarkable, Green. To be so calm, I really didn't misjudge you. Green smiled slightly and did not continue speaking. A reminder was enough, with Gardner's flamboyant and arrogant personality. The influence of the devil fruit on him would not end, but would continue to subtly change him, amplifying these traits. Those affected by the devil fruit would have their intelligence influenced to varying degrees, becoming impulsive and irritable, which was good news for me, as it would be easier to control him. Using the Dola family as a springboard, I could accumulate more achievements within the Navy and seek a higher position. Green remained expressionless, with a very subtle glint in his eyes as he plotted his subsequent plans. The West Sea was merely his starting point. After all, the focus of this world ultimately lay in the endless ocean. After a brief rest, the Dola family's forces surged out of the former Jeffrey family stronghold, their murderous intent unabashedly heading straight for the Jim family's stronghold. The Jim family had long received news of the annihilation of the Jeffrey family stronghold. After all, Gardner showed no intention of keeping the news under wraps. At this moment, the remaining members of the Jim family were in a state of panic, as both the leader of the Jeffrey family, Lucien, and the hidden second-in-command, Albert, had been brutally killed. With the current strength of the Jim family, they were no different from a mantis trying to stop a car. Under the command of the temporary leader, the core members of the Jim F.A. Green's harvest today has been abundant, and the Jim family running away has just saved him the trouble, with no impact on the upcoming plans. If I'm guessing correctly, the family will soon transfer Gardner away from here. That will be my opportunity to enter the upper echelons of the family. Taking over an island so quickly, despite Gardner being young, is enough to get the family's attention. Not to mention, he has a father in a high position within the family. As long as more credit is given to Gardner, his status will continue to rise, and I will benefit alongside him. The entire Matsu Island has undergone a major change, but it hasn't caused too much turmoil. After all, it is just a small peripheral island. Gardner is suppressing sporadic rebellions, while Green returns to the base alone. Back in his room, Green reaches for 2 energy balls, his eyes burning for a moment, and then he tosses them into his mouth. Intense pain erupts from all over his body, so familiar. He is no longer completely defenseless as he was before. Green gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead from the pain, as he slowly moved around the room. He needed to familiarize himself with moving under such pain, gradually offsetting the side effects of his refining soul ability, making this fatal weakness disappear. Just shifting from the edge of the table to the bed, Green's clothes were already soaked, leaving a clear water stain on the floor. How the pain finally receded like a tide, a mysterious coolness washed over him, and strength erupted from all parts of his body, enhancing his physique overall. Green frowned as he took off his sweat-soaked clothes, wiped himself with a prepared wet towel, and changed into a fresh set of dry clothes. This time, the improvement was significantly weaker compared to the last. Compared to the substantial boost brought by the bounty of 50 million from Antoine, the contributions from Lu Sun and the others were very limited, only strengthening his body a bit. It seems that only powerful martial artists can help me grow stronger quickly. I need to complete the West Sea mission as soon as possible, as the Grand Line is my goal. Thinking of the powerful pirates on the Grand Line, excitement sparkled in Green's eyes. If I could use my Soul Refinement ability to devour Kaido of the beasts, wouldn't I be able to take off immediately? Soon after, Gardner returned with his men, along with a shocking piece of news. The Pirate King, Gold, Roger, looked at the big headline on the newspaper and the news of the Roger pirates conquering the Grand Line and reaching Raftel, and Green's eyes sparkled. So strong. There are actually people who can conquer the Grand Line. The Pirate King's great treasure, one piece. Green, let's set sail together. We will definitely find those treasures. Gardner was full of excitement, seemingly already envisioning himself sailing the seas and becoming the new Pirate King. Green's gaze was incredibly calm. Had the Pirate King's seductive effect already begun to manifest? Next year, Roger would be publicly executed, and that very popular phrase would spread across the seas, enticing countless people to set sail and become pirates, ushering in the Great Pirate Era. Damn it, with my current self, I am completely powerless to participate in the imminent Great Pirate Era that the Pirate King is about to initiate. In terms of strength or status, no one would listen to me. Green's mind raced as he thought about how to establish himself and gain sufficient benefits in the upcoming Great Pirate Era. With his current self, he couldn't do it. After pondering for a moment, Green looked at Gardner. The family inthe let us stay here for too long. Given your precious ability as a Zoan-type devil fruit user, you will be called back soon, and I want to leave with you. This place is too small and not conducive to our growth. Gardner laughed heartily at his words. Don't worry, Green. No matter where I go, I won't leave you behind. You're my good partner. Currently, although some members of the Dora family knew that Green was a master assassin, many others were unaware of this fact. In their eyes, all the victories were attributed to young Master Gardner's powerful abilities. Gardner and Green were quite pleased with this situation. One was skilled in survival, and the other wanted to expand his influence while downplaying Green's role in the eyes of others, ensuring that no one would notice him. So Green would remain his secret weapon. After reporting everything that happened here to the family via a transponder snail and applying to go to a place with more intense battles, the original review was canceled, and the family's orders arrived in just 3 days. Green, we can leave tomorrow. The family wants us to return to Bia Island, and part of the business will be handed over to me. Gardner's face was full of excitement, clearly indicating that it was not just that simple. Green had long been prepared. Hearing that they wouldn't leave until tomorrow, he frowned. Time was of the essence, and many significant events were about to unfold. He needed to quickly strengthen his abilities, or he would end up powerless like in the upcoming public execution event of the Pirate King. Yeah, Gardner said excitedly to himself. Bia Island is the most prosperous island in our West Sea. Our family and the headquarters of the other 5 major families are all there. Your desire to challenge strong opponents will definitely come true. He then lowered his voice slightly and added, but, Green, you can't challenge them with your current identity, or it will be unfavorable for you. Green's heart stirred. Gardner, that guy, couldn't hide his thoughts at all. Just by looking at his animated expression, eager to speak yet hesitant, it was clear that he must have found a solution. Knowing you have a plan, just say it already. Gardner pouted. TCH, how boring. I came up with this with great difficulty, and you're so indifferent. Nevertheless, he quickly shared his idea. The 5 major families have been competing against each other for many years, and assassinations happen frequently. My idea is for you to pretend to be an unknown assassin and take action against the other families under the guise of being hired. Green's eyes brightened. He had originally thought the same way. However, he was also afraid of exposing his identity since he had come with a mission. If he was exposed, the mission would be in jeopardy, and his standing in the Navy would certainly be compromised. Early the next morning, a medium-sized sailing ship left Mahi Island, slowly moving away under the watchful gaze of the new supervisor. On board were Gardner, Green, and 100 rigorously trained lower-tier family members. After the sailing ship had spent a day at sea and finally reached the shore, Green's pupils contracted. On the dock, an ordinary sailor was wearing a special headscarf, which was the agreed-upon signal. For safety, Brigadier General Nelson of the Navy's 13th Division mandated that all communications must be made through a single line. The others responsible for contacting the 3 of them did not know their identities. They simply sent out a certain signal, and based on the different signals, the 3 would go to different locations at different times to retrieve messages left by others. Although this could not completely eliminate the risk of exposure, it did minimize it as much as possible. Green got off the boat quietly and greeted Gardner before walking off in different directions. Green, that mysterious guy. No one knows what he is up to. Gardner mumbled to himself and then hurried home excitedly. Green swiftly navigated through the forest, always managing to dodge obstacles on the ground and in the air as if he had foreseen them. Indeed, Green's observation hockey had finally awakened. Ever since the battle with Antoine ended, his observation hockey had suddenly manifested. However, Unfortunately, it did not come with any special abilities. Soon he arrived at a spot near the edge of the forest. With a sweep of his newly awakened observation hockey, he confirmed that there was no one in a 1-kilometer radius, then walked over to a stone and pulled out a cloth bag from underneath it. Opening the bag, he found some berries and a piece of paper. He glanced at the note, crumpled it into ash, and turned to leave. The note contained orders from the Navy, instructing him to secretly investigate the internal affairs of the 5 major families. If possible, he was to secure a high position to prepare for future missions. Brigadier General Nelson might not wait for you to catch the net. Green's expression turned strange. If he waited for the Navy to scheme slowly, he had no idea how long he would have to stay here. It would be better to cut through the chaos and eliminate all the underworld families, solving the problem at once. Green was determined to preemptively wipe out the 5 major underworld families. If it were a country like the Flower Kingdom, which possessed the powerful 8-treasure navy and strong warriors, Green would have to think carefully before taking action. However, the 5 major underworld families were significantly weaker, and the Navy still needed to plot slowly, leaving Green somewhat puzzled. My strength is growing too quickly, and without any other strong opponents for comparison. I can't even position myself accurately. But against Antoine, who had a bounty of 50 million berries, if I were to face him again, I should easily win, Green contemplated. His current strength should be comparable to Smoker from the time of Lowtown. If not considering the Devil Fruit enhancement, he might even be slightly stronger. However, this is in terms of direct confrontation. With Green's assassination skills, he could take down someone stronger than himself as long as he found the right opportunity. Just like how he had killed Antoine, a person with abilities. As he arrived at the street near the base, Green's gaze shifted again. He noticed an inconspicuous wooden house corner, where there was a pattern that looked like a child's doodle. Quietly passing by, Green frowned. It was indeed the secret signal he had privately agreed upon with his 2 undercover companions. This was a distress signal, indicating that one of the other 2 was in trouble and needed assistance from their own. When he passed by a sparsely populated area, Green left a response signal at a wall corner and returned to his residence. In the middle of the night, a strange bird call echoed from outside. Green opened his eyes, pushed the door, and quickly merged into the darkness, moving away. In a small alley, a weak voice was cautiously standing in the shadows. However, what was unusual was that he made no sound at all. It wasn't that he was too quiet to hear, but rather that no sound escaped him. The dark language. Do you not know how dangerous it is to meet here? Green stepped out of the shadows and said in a low voice. The figure in the corner was startled by the sudden appearance of Green and accidentally tripped over himself, but still made no sound, as if the space around them had been isolated. Green was somewhat surprised. Could this be a kind of ability? As he saw Green's figure clearly and compared it to his voice from before, the whispers in the corner let out a sigh of relief. He waved his hand, and a mysterious force descended, enveloping both Green and himself. Green's expression shifted, but he remained still. It was as if he had suddenly crossed into a hazy realm. And a faint sound finally emerged, accompanied by the heartbeat of the person across from him. This ability, sent by the Navy headquarters. Could it be that he recognized who stood before him? No, to be precise, he recognized the ability the other person was using. I'm sorry, demon. The dark language quickly apologized. I discovered someone who poses a significant threat to the world in the future, so I wanted to eliminate him in advance. But my strength isn't enough, which is why I sought your help. The demon was just a code name that Green casually made up while wearing a mask. At that moment, he wasn't concerned with such details. Instead, he squinted and asked, "Oh, a significant threat to the world in the future? That means he hasn't committed any evil yet. How do you make that judgment?" He is a member of the Capone family, 17 years old, a paramecia-type user of the stronghold fruit, and is a very cold and malicious person. You haven't seen his methods. I suspect he will definitely become a big figure in the future. So he is very dangerous, and we must deal with him before he grows stronger. The dark language didn't notice that when he mentioned the stronghold fruit user, Green had already shown a strange expression, and he nodded decisively after he finished speaking. Capone Beach. Huh, he's indeed a dangerous person. When should we act? Do you have a plan? The stronghold fruit was one of Green's targets in the West Sea plan. He originally wanted to see if he could obtain it before Beej consumed it, but now it seemed he would have to find another way. The dark language didn't expect Green to agree so readily, and thought for a moment before finding the words he wanted to say. My plan is to assassinate him. Although he is very dangerous now, it seems he is deliberately concealing his abilities. We could take action unexpectedly. He hesitated a bit. However, I still don't know your strength. The dark language closely observed Green, knowing that casually inquiring about someone else's strength could easily be met with disdain. But he had no choice without knowing the other's strength. He couldn't make the right judgment for the upcoming actions. Have you heard of Antoine, the captain of the Wolf Pirates, who returned from the Grand Line? Green asked calmly. I've heard of him. The Wolf Pirates were wandering around the outskirts of the West Sea for a while, but I heard they were assassinated. The dark language recalled the intel he had seen a few days ago and replied casually. I killed Antoine. Green said as calmly as if he were talking about the meal he had that night, showing no pride in having killed a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million. The dark language was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Green for a long time before mumbling, That's insane. I remember he was only a couple of years older than me. Yet you managed to kill someone like Antoine, a bounty of 50 million. Green remained silent, his face devoid of any expression, quietly waiting. It seems your assassination skills are quite good. Yes, very strong. Our chances of success are high. He pointed to himself and introduced. I am a Superman type, silence fruit user. I can create an absolutely silent environment. Our combination will definitely be terrifying. Saying this, he became excited. I will first eliminate your sound, and then when you fight, I will eliminate all surrounding sounds, silently killing the opponent without anyone noticing us. Green smiled and no longer maintained a blank expression. The person across from him was confirmed to be the guy he was familiar with, and he felt as if he had seen a trustworthy old friend. Lowering his guard a bit, this was the first time he had felt this way since House went missing. Considering what this guy would do in the future, he was indeed very trustworthy. Moreover, the silent fruit was truly a perfect match for his abilities. Thinking of this, Green even wanted to strangle the guy in front of him to gain the ability of the silent fruit for himself. However, it was just a thought. Come back to find me when it's time to act. After saying this, he turned to leave but suddenly paused for a moment, and a voice echoed again. Dark speech. Don't die, okay? Dark speech was taken aback and then smiled. What a gentle person. The name Evil Spirit seemed a bit mismatched. Green returned to his residence without disturbing anyone. When he discovered his penchant for lurking in the assassin's path, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to this direction. His talent, combined with the soul refining ability, allowed him to progress rapidly in this area. During his 3 years with the Dora family, he spent most of his time practicing how to become a qualified assassin and killer. Nowadays, apart from those with special abilities, those who possess observation hockey, and those with absolute strength, no one could detect his presence. Walking through the Dora family residence, even the patrols would pass by without noticing that someone was hidden in the darkness. Sitting at the table, Green took out his dagger and frowned at the faint cracks visible on it. After all, it wasn't a famous blade. It could no longer keep up with the intensity of his battles. Are there any famous blades available now? There aren't many famous blades that can be acquired at the moment. Notable ones include the good fast blade Snow Walk from the knife shop in Lowtown and the cursed sword 3rd generation Ghost Slash, which should not have been taken yet. Autumn Water should still be lying in Longma's tomb, while the others are either unknown in location or have already fallen into their owner's hands. So I can only keep an eye on them for now. After maintaining the dagger, Green lay down to rest. The next day, Gardner knocked on the door early in the morning. Green, I've gathered information on the situation in the dark world of the West Sea. The various dark bounties will surely keep you busy. Saying this, he handed Green a black gilded bounty list. Green unfolded it, which detailed some bounties, targeting individuals from various sectors, including heads of business associations, patriarchs of prominent families, officials from the world government, and naval officers. Even a few members from the 5 major crime families were on the list. Don't these tasks require certification? Green frowned. No. As long as you can complete the task and deliver the target's head to the bounty issuer in a timely manner, that's all that matters. Whether you can collect the bounty depends on yourself. Green nodded. In the dark world, there are no rules. Whether one could receive the bounty after completing the mission depended entirely on their own abilities. One name on the list caught his attention, Capone Becky, the heir of the Capone family, a master of firearms capable of unleashing fierce firepower, suspected to be an ability user with unknown strength, and a bounty of 5 million berries with a body as proof. Gardner leaned over to take a look and said with a smile, Are you interested in the heir of the Capone family? They're just a small family attached to the Jeffrey family. Our family has investigated, and the likelihood of him being an ability user is very low, plus the bounty is only 5 million berries. Green nodded calmly and said, I've just heard about this person. Thank you, Gardner. I will take on some bounties when I don't have any tasks, so it won't delay the family's missions. Gardner grinned and replied, Hey, we don't need to be polite. You can move around freely lately. My identity as an animal system ability user is currently under a lot of attention, so the family won't assign me any tasks for a while. That's good, Green said, glancing at him before suddenly asking, Gardner, Do you have any thoughts about the position of family leader? Gardner was startled and quickly looked back nervously, saying, Green, please don't bring up such a sensitive topic all of a sudden. Seeing that Green was still looking at him calmly, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and then, all right, I do have thoughts about it. It's not just me. There are many others who have ideas too. Green smiled slightly. Having ideas is a good thing. Who says you can't become the leader of the family? I think you are very suitable. If Gardner becomes the leader of the Dora family, I can use some means to clear his name later, and the West Sea will have its own flag. Gardner left in confusion, and Green immediately took out the black list to study. Until night fell, Green strapped a short knife to his waist and a backup dagger to his leg, then quietly left his residence. Bia Island is near a town in the north, where there is a branch of the Armstrong family. The branch leader is a martial arts expert who once had a record of killing a pirate captain with a bounty of 30 million in a short time. However, he has rarely taken action recently, and he has cultivated many strong subordinates, making it an important branch of the Armstrong family. Green's mission is to capture Gasker, the leader of the Armstrong family branch, with a bounty of 20 million berries. Green's purpose is not entirely for the bounty. That's just a facade. His main target is the person himself, a powerful martial arts master. The refining soul ability has cooled down, and this time, he wonders how much he will gain from the target. Green's gaze was calm, but a chilling light gradually emerged in his eyes. The 5 major families of the West Sea have a vast influence. Although there are not many powerful individuals among them, the numbers far exceed those of ordinary pirates, bringing a strong impact on the security of the West Sea. Many small countries have to look to the 5 families for approval. Originally, there were nations on Bia Island, but they have been gradually hollowed out and eaten away by the 5 families, becoming a thing of the past. The 5 families wreak havoc in the West Sea, and it can be said that they have committed every crime imaginable. Green feels no psychological pressure about killing them. A bunch of scum should be eradicated completely. The Armstrong family is indeed the strongest among the 5 families in terms of overall strength. Just the defense of one branch is enough to show this, with armed personnel patrolling everywhere. Their meticulous demeanor even made Green feel as if he had returned to a naval base. Green's eyes revealed vigilance. This Gasco was not simple. Just based on his ability to train his subordinates, he could no longer be kept around. With a movement of his body, Green slipped into the darkness, easily infiltrating through the guards and heading straight for the building at the back. The intelligence indicated that the target would exercise for a long time in the yard at the back every night, only resting late into the night. He was a fanatic for training. Green squatted under an eaves, the darkness of the eaves just enveloping him, with only 2 bright eyes gazing ahead. In front of him was a spacious courtyard, the ground covered with soft wooden planks, where a rugged man was sweating profusely as he trained. He was bare-chested, his exposed upper body covered in scars, looking extremely fierce. His lean physique was not strong, but the sense of toughness was particularly evident. With a loud shout, the man suddenly kicked out, shattering a half-meter-thick rock with a single kick, yet his foot showed no signs of injury. Green's gaze was exceptionally calm, revealing no hint of murderous intent, and his eyes did not focus on his opponent, but instead drifted around him. Many powerful individuals possess strong perception. Even a single gaze can be keenly sensed. Judging by the appearance of the person below, Green deduced that he had not mastered hockey, at least not the observation hockey. Otherwise, he would have been exposed long ago. As for whether the opponent had mastered armament hockey, that could only be determined through combat. However, from the current perspective, the opponent likely had not yet mastered armament hockey, but was not far from doing so. In terms of physical strength, Gaskor was only slightly stronger than him, and significantly weaker than the former ability user Antoine. With a cold glint in his eyes, Green vanished from his spot, preparing to make his move. Gaskor felt a sense of unease today, as if something was about to happen. Having experienced countless battles, he knew he was not far from mastering the legendary armament and observation hockey. In a few more years, he would surely awaken armament hockey first. His physique had already reached the minimum requirements for awakening, but he still lacked some opportunities. After struggling on the brink of life and death several times, although his observation hockey had not yet awakened, his perception ability had significantly improved. Suddenly, a bad premonition came from behind him, and his face changed drastically. Without thinking, he lunged forward. Huh! A voice of surprise came from behind, accompanied by a sharp sound of cutting air. Gaskor's muscles tensed, cold sweat instantly pouring out. Someone had silently approached him from behind. If he hadn't relied on his instinctive sense to evade, he would have been in trouble just now. He quickly turned around to face the attacker. There, a figure dressed in black, wearing a demonic mask, stood between the shadows of the house and the moonlight, quietly watching him. Green was somewhat surprised that his perfect assassination attempt had actually failed. The strike he just executed was flawless in terms of timing, angle, and force, reaching the peak of his current abilities. Yet, despite this perfect strike, the opponent managed to evade it. Even Antoine, who had already died at his hands, would not have been able to dodge this blow. The man in front of him was not simple. "Who are you? How dare you attack me? Are you looking to declare war on the Armstrong family?" Jisker shouted loudly. He was uncertain of the strength of the person opposite him, so to be safe, he decided to summon his subordinates. Although he was quite capable, it was his caution that had allowed him to survive until now. Green's expression changed, and chaotic sounds came from around him, clearly indicating that other patrol teams had heard it and were rushing over. He suddenly stepped back, disappearing into the darkness again. And in an instant, he struck from the shadows behind Jisker, delivering a fierce slash aimed at his neck. Jisker quickly grabbed a nearby barbell and swung it behind him with a whoosh. The short dagger flashed as it avoided the heavy barbell, quickly retracting before stabbing out from another angle of the opponent's line of sight. Clang! The dagger was narrowly blocked by the steel barbell, but its sharp blade sliced through Jiskel's arm, causing blood to seep out immediately. "Umph, daring to wreak havoc on my turf. You won't get away today," Gieskal shouted, as he could already hear the sounds of running from outside the door. As long as he could entangle this assassin, there was no way he would escape today. Green squinted his eyes and began to channel all his strength. With a swish, a slash that was several times faster and more ferocious than before headed straight for Jisker. Jisker was taken aback, not expecting Green to hide his strength. Caught off guard, he was struck by the blade once more, the wound deep and blood gushing. Gritting his teeth, he wielded the iron staff in his hand, swinging it with a whooshing sound, taking advantage of its length to launch a wide and powerful attack. Green's body swayed, as if he could see every trajectory of Jisker's attacks, ghost-like weaving through the dense onslaught without a scratch. The cold short blade slashed diagonally upwards. Jisker was taken aback, unable to believe that the enemy had already appeared right before him, watching helplessly as that light blade swept across his neck. With a wide-eyed stare, filled with unwillingness, he thought to himself that if he were given more time, he too could master such a powerful ability. He never expected there to be someone like Green in the West Sea. However, it was a pity Green sighed, sheathing the short blade and forcefully leaping onto the rooftop, disappearing into the darkness above. As soon as Green left, the yard's main gate was kicked in from the outside, and a group of burly members of the Armstrong family rushed in. The chaos and the sight of people kneeling helplessly on the ground made them furious, as they looked in disbelief at Jisker's corpse, letting out piercing screams. "Jisker is down. Someone's hurt. Hurry and save Jisker, quick." In the year 1497 of the sea calendar, 1 year before the pirate king Joel D. Rogers' public execution, which marked the beginning of the Great Pirate Era, Green was 15 years old. He had been executing the Dark Crow plan for 3 years and finally began to extend his cold blade to the 5 major underworld families this year. At the Armstrong family division, family powerhouse Jisker was assassinated at the training ground, with the assailant leaving no clues behind. Early in the morning, Green heard the news that sent Bia Island into an uproar. Jisker was no ordinary person. He was someone who had once easily crushed a bounty of 30 million berries. The fact that he was assassinated within the family stronghold was shocking. This incited the fury of the Armstrong family, and they quickly tracked down the person who had placed the bounty based on the black market's clues, a high-ranking member of the Jim family who had a grudge against Jisker. However, when they found this high-ranking member of the Jim family, they were once again shocked, as the Jim family was equally enraged. The high-ranking member had also been assassinated, killed in his own bedroom, seemingly while asleep. Unlike the case with Jisker, where there were no clues, this time the assailant left a message. Jisker's bounty was paid with his life. I hope there won't be a next time. Signed, Evil Ghost. The Armstrong and Jim families erupted into fierce combat, but eventually, both families had to sit down to negotiate. The Armstrong family accused the Jim family of hiring an assassin to kill their expert Jisker and demanded compensation. The Jim family, however, stated that their own high-ranking member had also been assassinated, and they had suffered immeasurable losses. Everything was dead without witnesses, and if the Armstrong family wanted compensation, they should look for that evil ghost. The Jim family refused any compensation and vowed to capture the self-proclaimed evil ghost to avenge their high-ranking member. In the end, the two families were unable to reach an agreement and erupted into battle once more, only to cease when other families were watching closely. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this, Green, was in his room, sweating profusely from pain while trying to maintain a calm demeanor as he brewed tea. Slowly picking up the teapot, he poured the scalding tea into a cup, his arm trembling and spilling a good amount of tea, soaking the table. Green's palm trembled slightly as he picked up the scalding tea and drank it all in one go. The burning pain, combined with the intense pain throughout his body, made Green furrow his brows tightly. He reached out again to pour more tea. After drinking 3 cups in a row, he became increasingly composed, and by the 3rd cup, he was able to steady his trembling hand, pouring the water into the cup steadily and drinking it down without changing his expression. The intense pain came quickly and left just as fast, soon replaced by a refreshing coolness. His physical strength surged once again, and Green felt that he had definitely surpassed the physical strength of Antoine, the animal-type ability user. With a bounty of 50 million berries, even the weakest of them would possess the strength of a naval colonel. With Green's current physical strength, he could completely rely on his physical skills to contend with a naval colonel-level combatant. If he factored in his assassination abilities, even a naval brigadier general wouldn't be impossible to confront. Finally having the strength to protect himself, he could accelerate his plans. Green pondered as he took out the blacklist. There were many targets on the blacklist, but most of them were high-ranking officials from various countries, clearly posted by their opponents, and Green would not take on those bounties. The tasks he was currently accepting mostly prioritized members of the 5 major crime families of Bia Island, and secondarily, tasks around Bia Island. However, these primarily targeted illegal organizations such as the Dark World and pirates. Soon, he filtered out several targets, mostly consisting of members from the crime families, and even some from the Dora family. After digesting the side effects of the Soul Refining ability, Green's recovery time was once again shortened, taking only 3 days to finish. He set out again. This time, his target was a pirate crew docked at the port of Bia Island, a crew with a total bounty of 45 million berries. Their captain had a bounty of 28 million berries, and the first mate had a bounty of 17 million berries, making them a mid-tier pirate crew in the West Sea. However, that was the public bounty. There was another bounty on the black market, a bounty issued by his enemy. The reward for bringing him down was 30 million berries, just for his head. Green soon arrived at the dock, where a ship flying a skull and cross swords pirate flag quietly moored at the shore. It was shrouded in darkness, lacking the usual noise associated with pirates. Green glanced at the colors and boarded the ship from the side. In the captain's cabin, Sandy Isaac was fast asleep, having squandered the spoils from the last raid on the island during the day. It seemed they were about to return to the sea once again. Green pried opened the hatch and entered silently, his gaze cold as he looked at the sleeping man. This was a man lying on the bed like a mountain of flesh, his body piled with excess fat, a pale mass, and his round face appeared amiable. But Green knew that this seemingly kind fellow had a history of annihilating entire populations. His favorite pastime was watching helpless civilians wail under the threat of blades and guns. Green felt no pity for this pure pirate. He lightly thrust his knife down. Shoo! The short blade pierced through the fat, slicing, severing blood vessels, and blood gushed out instantly. The knife was withdrawn, and with another thrust, it pierced the heart. The man, who had been struggling to wake up, widened his eyes and helplessly lay back down. After a few convulsions, he was completely dead. Green closed the door and slipped into another room. A bloody smell spread throughout the entire ship, growing stronger until it was finally discovered by some pirates. They rubbed their sleepy eyes and were horrified to find that blood had covered half of the corridor in the cabin and had already begun to dry. They screamed in shock. The remaining pirates were far fewer than half, and they were just ordinary pirates. None of the higher-ups who occupied the best spots had appeared, and blood was flowing out from their door cracks. After dawn, news spread from the dock. The double-blade pirate crew had all of its high-ranking members killed in their rooms overnight, with no signs of a struggle at the scene. Only glaring blood and fatal wounds, a knife to the throat and a knife to the heart. Moreover, the captain's head was missing, presumably taken for the bounty. In an instant, everyone on the island felt insecure. A pirate crew with a bounty of 45 million berries had been silently decimated overnight, leaving only the old, weak, sick, and disabled. What kind of lethal force could lead to such a frenzied act? The 5 major families of the underworld dispatched personnel to investigate, but ultimately found no clues. However, the Armstrong family soon claimed to have obtained an important lead, firmly stating that the murderer was the same person who killed their family member, Jisker. In a wooden small building, 5 figures sat dispersed around a table. Knock, knock. One person tapped their fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound that caught everyone's attention. Everyone, as long as that mysterious killer is not dealt with, none of our 5 families will be safe. The entire West Sea is waiting to see our jokes. We need to find a way to resolve this quickly, said a middle-aged man from the Armstrong family in a deep voice. This was no longer just the issue of any single family among the 5, but rather a common thorn in the throat for all 5 families. The Jim family agrees. We have lost members from all 5 families to that damned killer. We must cease all conflicts until we resolve this guy, said the representative from the Dora family. A scarred and sinister-looking middle-aged man. His gloomy eyes swept over the surroundings. I have no objections. The priority now is to deal with that mysterious killer. I believe you all think the same. Representatives from a Martin and Jeffrey families nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Then let us discuss a plan. A conspiracy against Green was unfolding, while Green remained unaware of it all. Gardner looked at Green with deep meaning. In the entire West Sea, he was probably the only one who knew that this guy, who was the same age as him, was the mastermind behind a series of terror attacks on Bio Island. In fact, some of the family's targets also involved him. Without his accurate information, Green's actions might not have gone so smoothly. Green, what is it? Gardner hesitated, shaking his head. You've been making moves too frequently lately. I think you should stop for a while. Green thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. No, I'm not at my limit yet. Before that major event began, he did not have enough time, and he did not want to miss out on an event that gathered countless future powerhouses. Gardner did not persuade him further. Green's frequent actions had made him the biggest beneficiary, whether it was the adversaries from his branch of the Dora family or enemies from other families. They had all been dealt with by Green. Now, the remaining opponents were either influential figures who were hard to deal with or individuals with strong personal abilities who were also difficult to confront. Night soon fell, and Green put on his mask, slipping into the darkness once again, stealthily heading towards a certain location. This time, the target was a member of the Jeffrey family, a strong individual with good martial skills and a respectable status within the family. This was a carefully selected target by Green, who had a decent status and solid strength, making him a perfect candidate for Soul Refining. Green quickly arrived at the target location and carefully observed the surroundings for a while. Besides the significant increase in guards, there were no other changes. Frowning, he felt a strange sensation from the buildings in front of him. Without thinking too much, Green stealthily moved in through the darkness. It seemed that there had indeed been too many operations lately, as the number of guards here had increased so much. Green had a plan in mind. After this operation, he would take a break for a while and wait for the signal of the code to complete that task. In the middle of the building stood a low house, surrounded by both visible and hidden guards, with sentinels even standing on the roof. It was evident how much the owner of the house feared the mysterious killer that had recently appeared on the island. "Umph. Do you think this will stop me from killing you? Foolish." Green looked at the heavily guarded house and sneered. His figure showed no trace, as if he had completely merged into the darkness, silently passing through the guards and quietly arriving at the door. Ahead was a patch of light. The illumination dispelled all the darkness around. If Green wanted to move forward, he could only take the risk of walking through the light. Green's figure lay motionless in the darkness on the ground, with only a pair of calm eyes fixed on the patrolling guards. Ever since awakening his observation hockey, he had become even more adept at the hidden techniques in the dark, and his skills in stealth and concealment had reached an astonishing level. Suddenly, a shadow flickered on the ground, slowly approaching from a distance. It was a team of guards returning from their patrol. Green seized the opportunity. In the moment when the guards walked past him, he slipped into the light, following their shadows. With a turn of his body, he had already vanished from sight. Only a small window used for ventilation showed a fleeting glimpse of a black corner of clothing, unnoticed by anyone. Green successfully entered the house and was then stunned to make eye contact with a tough-looking middle-aged man. Green said with a blank expression, having worked hard to sneak into the house, only to run into his target directly. The tough middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment. Then a cruel smile appeared on his lips as he shouted, You damn guy actually came? Someone capture him!" With a series of muffled sounds, a large group of fierce bodyguards rushed in. They immediately protected the tough middle-aged man and launched their attack without hesitation. Green was also not idle. The moment they rushed in, he moved. With a sudden burst of strength, he vanished from sight, and the ground beneath him cracked apart as he appeared just a short distance in front of the middle-aged man. A blade, as fast as lightning, aimed straight for the throat. The tough middle-aged man pulled out a machete from somewhere, grinning fiercely as he glared at Green. "Haha, I've been prepared for you. Once you come, you won't be able to escape." Clang, clang. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed rapidly. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He was horrified to realize that he was at an absolute disadvantage in this direct confrontation. Not only did the opponent's physical strength completely overwhelm him, but the decisiveness and ruthlessness of his attacks were also on par with his own. It was only at this moment that the other bodyguards began to act, starting to attack Green. This is bad. Someone is quickly closing in. Green's expression changed as he sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching him through his observation hockey. He finally understood why he had felt something was off earlier. These people had clearly been hiding in the shadows and had only now appeared, intending to surround him. Without hesitation, Green moved and leaped out of the window, disappearing into the darkness before the bodyguards could encircle him. Damn it, he got away again. The fierce middle-aged man cursed angrily, his face filled with unwillingness. He had worked hard to wait for the opponent. Just a few more breaths, and he could have captured him, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Swish! Just as he was feeling frustrated, a faint sound of air being torn came from his side, and before he could react, a short knife stabbed into his side, shredding his internal organs before quickly pulling out. Poof! Bright red blood sprayed over 2 meters, splattering one of the family bodyguards in the face, leaving them momentarily stunned. Damn it, the assassin hasn't left. The master has been killed. Catch him quickly. Several skilled members of the Jeffrey family had their eyes wide with rage as they watched the figure in black return, killing the fierce middle-aged man with a single strike before retreating calmly. They were just a step away from victory, and now it was a complete loss. In the darkness, furious shouts echoed, expressing their helplessness. Green's gaze remained calm, even though he had just been accidentally hit in the shoulder by a stray bullet. His speed did not diminish at all. This operation had taught him a good lesson. He had underestimated others, and because of a tiny oversight, he almost ended up in a dire situation, facing a premature demise before achieving his goal. Damn it, they had all raised their vigilance. He couldn't act for the time being. Green returned to his residence, expressionless as he swallowed the dim light orb in his hand. For the next few days, he stayed obediently at home, either hanging out with Gardner or honing his skills in the training room. The island was in a state of panic due to his assassination, with senior members of the 5 great families gathering at their family residences and increasing their manpower. Some even hired powerful pirate crews for protection. The most outrageous was the Armstrong family, who directly sought help from the Navy. Since they were using a legitimate identity, the Navy, despite knowing their true identity, had no choice but to send personnel while holding their noses. The Jeffrey family, on the other hand, became a laughingstock overnight. Despite layers of protection and the presence of several family masters, a top member was killed with a single stroke, and the killer calmly retreated in front of a group of family masters, leaving not even a scrap of clothing behind. For the Jeffrey family, this was akin to a slap in the face, igniting fury from top to bottom. Green, you must stop your actions. Gardner found Green with a serious expression. The 5 great families have united. I received news from my family that they are plotting how to capture you. Green nodded honestly. I was planning to take a break soon, so you don't have to worry. Gardner left Green's place and arrived at his father's residence. Knock, knock. Are you there, Dad? Come in. Gardner's father, Blandon, was a high-ranking member of the Dora family, not particularly strong himself, but his subordinates wielded considerable power, nearly controlling half of the members of the Dora family. He had Gardner as a precious son when he was nearly 50, naturally pampering him excessively. Gardner, what brings you here today? Blandon, in his 60s, sat calmly in the room, exuding the composure of a ruler, smiling at Gardner. Dad, there's something I don't know if I should tell you, Gardner said, struggling to speak. Blandon smiled kindly. My son, you can share any difficulties with me. I will definitely support you. Gardner's face showed a touch of emotion as he excitedly said, Yes, Dad, I actually thought it would be better to tell you about this. But I promised Green to keep it a secret, so I hesitated. Oh, Green? Is he the subordinate you recruited at the training camp? What's happened to him? Blandon looked at his son with interest, knowing that he had once sent someone to investigate the boy who was fortunate enough to be taken under Gardner's wing. Gardner took a deep breath, cautiously looking around, then stood up to close the doors and windows tightly. Only after ensuring privacy did he say, Dad, Green is remarkable. You all underestimate him. As he spoke, a hint of pride appeared on his face. After all, he had recognized Green's potential at first glance. Allure, son. What exactly do you want to say? I have a lot of things to handle and really don't have time for your childish matters, Blandon joked, thinking Gardner had come to show off his subordinate. Gardner anxiously replied, No, Dad, you really underestimate Green. If you knew what he was capable of, you would be shocked. He couldn't wait to continue. Do you know who the mysterious assassin is that has been crazily targeting the high-ranking members of various families recently? Blandon frowned, looking at his son with uncertainty, hesitantly saying, "You can't mean to say that those are all done by Green, right?" Dad, you guessed it right. It was all Green's doing." Blandon stood up abruptly, then slowly sat back down, shaking his head and laughing. "Impossible. You must have been deceived. Green is only 15. How could he have the ability to do all this?" He couldn't believe that a 15-year-old boy could orchestrate such things, especially since there were several experts among the assassination targets. Gardner chuckled. "Hey, old man, don't be disbelieving. Many of the assassination targets Green took out were based on information I provided. Moreover, I even coordinated with him to take down some of our family's internal enemies." Blandon gaped for a long time. Even with his composure, he found it hard to believe. But he had to admit that his son's words were difficult to doubt. Could a 15-year-old really achieve such a level? He murmured to himself. Gardner smiled. "Dad, what do you think? My judgment is pretty good, right?" Blandon's eyes flickered, but he showed no sign of it on his face. He smiled and said, "My son's judgment is indeed very good, much better than mine." Hearing the praise, Gardner couldn't contain his joy and laughed continuously. "However, Dad, you must keep this a secret from me. If Green's identity is exposed, it wouldn't be good for us. And most importantly, I promised him to keep it confidential." "All right, son, I promise I won't leak this secret." Blandon laughed heartily and sent Gardner away. Once the door closed, the smile on his face instantly vanished. It's truly remarkable that a boy has stirred up the entire Bia Island. He revealed a cold smile. "Son, you're still too naive. How could such a strong boy be someone you can control? Besides, he is now the target of everyone's hatred. If people find out about his connection to our family, the Dora family will immediately face disaster." He quickly contemplated how to extract the maximum value from Green and then quietly eliminate him. "For the safety of my son, the boy Green must be sacrificed." A low, deep sigh echoed from within the room, laced with thick malice. Green is still biding his time, having stayed at the base for several days without leaving. Today, he finally received the signal. Outside the Dola family's base in a small grove. "Evil Ghost, our opportunity has come." The signal said excitedly. Capone Becky has recently been annexing a small family, and today is the day he leads the final strike. It's the perfect time for us to take action. The expression under the green mask was very calm, and Capone Becky was quite a character. However, he had not grown up yet, and taking action to eliminate him now could be considered a preemptive removal of a threat. "Where is he now?" The whisper said, "Just on the other side of the island. Let's set off now." The two quickly made their way through the darkness, deliberately avoiding all crowded places. When they arrived at a small town, a fierce battle was underway. Members of the Capone family were ruthlessly slaughtering a small organization, showing no mercy. A glance around, and Green spotted the imposing Capone Becky at the entrance of the town. Becky's appearance already hinted at his later formidable presence, but he looked much younger. At this moment, he was surrounded by layers of family members, coldly puffing on a cigar. Green and the Dark Language exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. The Dark Language extended a hand and pointed, and a barrier capable of isolating and absorbing all sound enveloped Green. Green felt a strange sensation, still able to hear his own movements. But seeing the expression of Anu beside him, he knew that he could no longer hear the sounds he was making. His heart confirmed even more that this weak-looking guy in front of him must be the tragic figure he was familiar with, the one who possessed the silence fruit. He glanced at Anu, meaningfully patted his shoulder, and then turned to disappear into the darkness. Anu felt somewhat bewildered, then suddenly realized something and touched his nose. The demon won't recognize who I am, right? He then shook his head. Impossible. Apart from Brigadier General Nelson, no one in the West Sea should know me. Hurry up. It takes you so long to deal with these guys. You're all useless. Becky scolded impatiently. The family members under him fell silent, quickening their movements. They certainly didn't want to be shot by their boss. At Becky's feet lay a gruesome human head, one he had personally taken from the leader of this small faction in front of him. Green moved quietly behind Becky and his group, hiding silently in the darkness. Becky's crew wasn't particularly strong. Most of the time, they relied on their numbers and firearms. However, Green had no idea how many more people were hidden within Capone Becky. He wouldn't forget that this little shorty in front of him was a paramecia-type user of the brick fruit, who loved to station a large number of subordinates in a castle as a trump card. Becky's expression was cold. He had no interest in the fighting happening before him. He preferred to watch other forces kill each other rather than getting his hands dirty himself. Although it was thrilling to personally take the head of an enemy leader, He still preferred to be a mastermind. Damn it, too slow. You all go help. He suddenly said to the guards beside him. Dozens of family members serving as guards did not hesitate for a moment, drawing their pistols and rushing out. The boss had spoken. Who would dare to disobey? Besides, with the boss's devil-like ability, no one could threaten him. In the blink of an eye, the guards around Becky had cleared out. In the darkness, there was a movement that did not disturb Becky. A figure approached him without making any sound or presence. The ability of the silence fruit is really useful. Green thought to himself, if every assassination could be done with the silent code of the silence fruit, he would take off immediately. SSS. The dagger charged slightly and then plunged fiercely into Becky's body. The intense pain caused a look of anguish to appear on his face, and his eyes instantly filled with rage as an astonishing change rapidly occurred in his body. His body suddenly transformed into a brick-like pattern resembling a city wall and began to expand quickly. Kapona Becky, godi obediently. Green's eyes were cold as he shook the short knife in his hand, sending a wave of into the opponent's body, turning his untransformed internal organs into mush. Capone Beej's body trembled. The transformation into a castle came to an automatic halt, and he slowly reverted to his normal human form. His eyes dimmed as he said in a low voice, "Who exactly are you? Why do you want to assassinate people on the island?" He had recognized that he was being targeted by the mysterious assassin who had been crazily killing high-ranking members of the underworld family on the island. And he hadn't expected that despite being careful and low-key, he was still being watched. "You toxic tumors of the West Sea, it's time to be cleared out." Capone Beej's gaze trembled, and a final smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Navy? Or the government? It must be the Navy. The world government supports our existence. Only those foolish Navy would do all this. I didn't expect my journey to end here. What a pity. Green calmly pulled out his short knife, quietly activating his soul refining ability, and then withdrew. It took a while for the members of the Capone family to realize that their boss was lying on the ground covered in blood. They immediately rushed over in shock and anger. Unfortunately, Capone Becky had already breathed his last. Blood stained the ground red as the Capone family hurriedly left with his corpse. Throughout the ordeal, they had no idea who had killed their boss. In their minds, their boss was synonymous with cunning and treachery, apart from the core members among them. The others didn't even know that their boss was an ability user. Such a cautious boss had been silently taken out. They instantly thought of one person, that mysterious assassin. Green returned to his residence and eagerly took out a dim light sphere to examine it closely. Inside the light sphere, a miniature castle appeared, resembling a pocket-sized work of art. He had indeed obtained the stronghold fruit. Green still found it hard to believe that his soul refinement ability was so abnormal that it could even steal the powers of devil fruits. He then furrowed his brows. He was unsure how long the powers he had stolen would last, and he didn't want to consume the stronghold fruit without having trustworthy companions around. It seemed he needed to quickly extract the fruit's abilities and store them until he found a suitable candidate. After pondering for a moment, Green made a decision. He spent half a day searching through a pile of fruits to find the right one and successfully extracted the fruit's abilities. Unsurprisingly, the powers were somewhat weaker than those of the original devil fruit, as some had inevitably dissipated during the process. Although it was only a little, it still pained Green greatly. The scene where Green killed Capone Becky was witnessed by Yu in its entirety, leaving him in shock. When did this partner, who had trained alongside him, become so powerful? He was completely unaware. He watched as Green greeted him and then left, his eyes filled with lingering astonishment. And Yu returned to his residence in a daze, his mind occupied by the ghostly figure of Green easily killing Capone Becky. A terrifying demon, what exactly are you? Green found a distinctive little tree in a nearby grove and dug out a hidden storage spot to bury the hard-won fruit of the stronghold locked in a box. He was uneasy about leaving it at his residence, so he decided to hide it outside for easier access. After absorbing the newly acquired light orb, Green's physique experienced a slight improvement. The body of Capone Beji wasn't particularly strong, and the boost he received from devouring it was quite limited, but it was better than nothing. After that, he completely fell silent and did not go out again. What surprised him a bit was that, for some unknown reason, Gardner's father also began coming here occasionally and even specifically requested to see him twice. This gave Green some vague speculation, but he didn't take it too seriously. It was likely that Gardner had revealed a bit of his strength, prompting the old power holder of the Dola family to take an interest in him. In that inconspicuous house, several individuals with remarkable presence gathered around a table. Recently, the mysterious assassin had seemingly vanished. The last person he assassinated was the heir of a small family, and he hadn't made a move since. He wouldn't have run away, would he? It's possible. After all, he has offended our 5 major families. If he doesn't flee, we will eventually catch him. Dola Blandon smiled and said, You guessed wrong. That assassin hasn't left. Upon hearing this, the others looked at him in surprise. Blandon, is that true? One person asked skeptically. They had no idea about the mysterious assassin's whereabouts. Could Blandon really know? An elder from the Jeffrey family narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, It seems Lord Blandon has already found his whereabouts. The intelligence of the Dola family is indeed formidable. Blandon chuckled and didn't deny it, saying, Our Dola family is certainly strong, but obtaining information about that mysterious assassin was also a matter of chance. So, with Lord Blandon's intelligence support, we can set a trap to catch that assassin. Of course. Blandon nodded and smiled. However, our Dola family's information is not free. A member of the Armstrong family immediately slammed the table and said fiercely, If we don't kill him, none of the 5 families will be at peace. Your Dola family has also lost many people. Do you really want to raise the price? Blandon smiled and waved his hand. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to take advantage of the situation. I want to discuss a deal with everyone. Otherwise, I would rather leave Bear Island. The other few exchanged glances and understood his implied meaning. He wanted the support of others to gain greater benefits for his family. Thus, a tug-of-war negotiation began at the table. 2 hours later, members of the 5 major families left one after another, all smiling. They had all obtained what they wanted. This joint effort was not just a process of resolving threats for them, but also a good opportunity to seek allies. Soon, the elite members of the 5 major families began to move, leaving their respective bases stealthily, not revealing their destinations. Meanwhile, Blandon returned to Gardner's residence. Dad, what are you doing here again? Gardner said with a wary expression. He noticed that after revealing the matter about Green to his father's visits had increased significantly. It was obvious that his father wanted to poach him. So, seeing his father again, he was on high alert, fearing that Green would be taken away from him. Blandon, being a seasoned fox, could tell what his son was thinking just by looking at his expression. He said irritably, Don't worry, I won't poach your subordinate. What an unpleasant little brat. Gardner immediately beamed. As long as you're not here to take Green away, everything else is negotiable. Blandon's eyes showed a strange expression as he smiled. Actually, there's something. Today I ran into that old guy from the Jeffrey family again, and some of his actions made me very angry. So, I plan to borrow Green for a while to take care of that old guy from the Jeffrey family. Gardner didn't notice the oddity in his father's eyes and immediately patted his chest in assurance. Hey, Dad, don't worry. Green has never missed his target. That old guy from the Jeffrey family is doomed. Blandon saw that his objective had been achieved and stayed for a while longer before leaving. Gardner thought for a moment and immediately went to find Green. Green, help me with a favor. Kill an old guy from the Jeffrey family. Green calmly looked at the other person. He had indeed been feeling a bit restless during this period, and it was just the right time to help Gardner out. With that thought in mind, he nodded, No problem, give me the information on the target. By the way, has it been calm outside lately? Before. Bia Island was thrown into chaos because of me, and the high-ranking members of the 5 major families were on edge, with many skilled guardians around. If it's still like that, it won't be easy for me to carry out the assassination. Hey, don't worry. They all think you've already left Bia Island, and the guards have long since let their guard down, Gardner replied with a smile. Green felt a bit more at ease. His chances of success in taking action himself had increased. Gardner moved quickly, and the information on the target was soon delivered. It would be more accurate to say that Blandon's actions were fast. It seemed he had already prepared this information in advance and was simply passing it along. Green did not rush to act, but spent a day investigating his target, discovering that there were still many guards around, though it was no longer an insurmountable situation. At night, Green changed into black clothing, donned a fearsome demon mask, and began his operation. The target was one of the absolute high-ranking members of the Jeffrey family. A decision-maker second only to the patriarch, and he possessed considerable strength with physical abilities that ranked among the best on Bia Island. More importantly, this person was an ability user, a visible Zoan-type devil fruit user. When dealing with ability users, Green couldn't help but be extra cautious to avoid any missteps. West Sea, Navy Division 13. Brigadier General Nelson. The latest intelligence showed that the 5 major crime families on Bia Island were in chaos, with a mysterious assassin rampaging through and killing high-ranking members of each family. Sweet, holding a piece of paper, reported to Brigadier General Nelson with a serious expression. Sir, do you think this has anything to do with the 3 little ghosts we sent? Nelson smiled slightly. Sweet, Have those three little ghosts sent any intelligence back? Yes. Coney unexpectedly encountered an agent from the world government's CP organization. A month ago, he transmitted a message through the world government channels, indicating that the 5 families were already showing signs of turmoil. As for the codenames and the demon, neither of them has sent back any news. Well, don't be anxious. The 5 major crime families have been entrenched in the West Sea for too long. They're like a tumor eroding the West Sea. We can't eliminate them quickly. We can only plot slowly. This incident may involve those little guys. Neither of them would have thought that all of this was caused by one of the little ghosts in their eyes, who was simply trying to get rid of the West Sea as soon as possible to build stronger power to enter the Grand Line. The wheels of history were rolling in, and Green did not want to become one of the many crushed under the wheels, but instead aimed to be the driver of the carriage. Brigadier General Nelson thought for a moment and said, "In any case, it is true that the 5 major crime families are in turmoil. Sweet. Lead the soldiers to increase patrols in the waters around Bia Island, and strike hard whenever you get the chance." "Yes, sir." The Navy prepared to wait for an opportunity to act, while Green, unaware, was continuously infiltrating the Jeffrey family residence and soon stealthily entered the interior. The Jeffrey family residence was very quiet today. Aside from a few more powerful presences, it was no different from usual. Jelen activated his observation hotkey and frowned slightly. There were indeed quite a few skilled individuals. It seemed the Jeffrey family had summoned all their elite members. Not noticing anything unusual, he made his way directly to the location indicated in the intelligence. Upon arriving at the target's location, his observation hotkey confirmed that there was a strong presence inside the house, which should be the target. Green moved silently. At this moment, he missed the code words a bit. The barrier that could absorb and isolate any sound and breath was simply too useful. Without thinking much, he carefully crept through the darkness, skillfully avoiding the guards, and finally entered the room. "Ha ha, you really came. I didn't wait for nothing all this time." Just as Green stepped into the room, a wild laugh echoed, causing his pupils to constrict as he looked up. Under the room's lights sat 2 people, one of whom had a full head of white hair but was tall and sturdy, the very target of his mission. Beside him sat another person, whose body was more than twice as wide as the target's, towering over him as he sat, with a fierce expression on his face, staring directly at Green. 2 people? An ambush. Green hesitated not at all and turned to run. The situation was very clear now. He had fallen into a trap. The tall man had just restrained his aura, but now it burst forth recklessly, making the hair on Green's body stand on end. "Ha, you still want to leave now? Take this punch." The tall man was much taller than an average person, at least 3 meters, with muscles all over his body. One of his arms was even thicker than Green's waist. Boom! The tall man charged like a bull, smashing through tables and chairs along the way. And in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the darkness where Green was hiding, throwing a punch accompanied by a deafening roar. Green's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly pushed off the ground, crashing through the window and escaping. Bang! A fist smashed out from the window, narrowly grazing past Green's arm. Hiss! Green's sleeve was instantly torn. The area that was grazed was a bloody mess, and blood flowed out. Gulin frowned and turned again. This big man was not someone he could handle. His strength was surprisingly formidable. Just from their first encounter, Gulin roughly assessed the opponent's power. If his own physical strength, boosted by the refining soul ability, could already rival that of a naval officer, then this guy before him was at least several times stronger, capable of inflicting serious injury with every move he made. Green had no intention of fighting and was solely focused on finding an opportunity to escape. However, the opponent clung to him like a stubborn adhesive plaster. At that moment, numerous powerful figures suddenly emerge around him, each not inferior to his assassination target this time. No, this mission was a trap. Green's eyes turned cold, despite his unwillingness to believe it. Everything was related to the Dora family. "Gardner, I hope you weren't involved." "Ha, kid. Daring to fight me while distracted. It seems you truly seek death." The burly man laughed wildly, and, seizing the moment Green was distracted, swung a powerful punch at him. Green's heart tightened, and he looked at the other person with a calm expression. At the critical moment, he crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the punch. Bang! Green let out a poof as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body sent flying like a ball. He curled up in the air, trying to minimize the impact, and rolled upon landing to dissipate the force before quickly getting up and running away. The big man was taken aback for a moment, then instantly filled with rage. Damn little brat. That little brat actually used his own attack to escape. It was simply asking for death. Enraged, he charged out, moving at incredible speed, quickly closing the distance between him and Green. The big man was specially hired at a high price by the 5 major families to deal with Green. His identity was that of a cadre from the 2nd Treasure Navy of the Flower Kingdom in the West Sea, a master of armed color hockey and physical combat, named Bridges. Bridges initially thought it was going to be a straightforward task, but he didn't expect the target to be so young yet so slippery, managing to escape from under his nose. This was absolutely unforgivable. Don't even think about running, you pesky little brat. Bridges pushed off the ground with all his strength, causing the earth to shatter and rocks to fly, instantly appearing behind Green. Little brat, D. A fist the size of an average person's head was covered in pitch-black armed color hockey, hurtling towards Green like a cannonball. The fierce wind behind him made Green's heart sink. He didn't need to turn around to know the enemy was right behind him. He had no time to think and threw himself to the side with all his might. Although he did his best to dodge, he still couldn't completely avoid it and was struck hard in the back by a punch, immediately spewing another mouthful of blood. The figure of the werewolf rolled away far, its breath immediately becoming much weaker. Puff! It spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, disregarding everything else, and hurriedly continued to roll to avoid the successive attacks. At the Jeffrey family stronghold, the ambushed members of the 5 major families gathered towards the center, a large group of people in black suits charging straight at Gehring. Green was in a very embarrassing situation, having been struck by Bridges and spitting out blood, already suffering significant injuries. At this moment, a group of elites from the 5 major families arrived, starting to shoot from a distance, while some skilled in martial arts drew their knives and pressed forward. Green's gaze was cold as he glanced around. The enemy had almost completely sealed off his escape route, and getting away would now depend on luck. With a swift movement, he left his original position, and in the next moment, countless bullets struck the ground, leaving it riddled with holes. Green's figure appeared beside a man. A cold glint flashed, and a line of blood appeared from the opponent's throat. His figure moved incessantly, and one by one, the men in black suits screamed and fell. Bridges, with his arms crossed, looked down on the idea of fighting multiple opponents alone, simply watching from the side to prevent Green from escaping. This also provided Green with a rare moment of rest. Although the elite members of the 5 major families were not particularly powerful, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Green had already lost count of how many throats he had cut and how many he had knocked down. He only knew that his short knife had shattered and his stamina was rapidly declining. He realized he could not wait any longer and seized an opportunity, quickly darting into the ruins of a nearby building despite taking 2 shots to his back. "Humph, you think you can escape from me?" Bridges let out a cold chuckle and stepped forward to chase after him. Green burst into full speed, running wildly through the ruins, collapsed from the battle. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar figure jumped out in front of him. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to catch you." Plipala 2D, a tall, thin boy in a black suit, looking quite young, shouted while making faces. Jellin took a closer look and noticed that the person opposite him resembled the one from the Dark Code. Upon closer inspection of the face, it vaguely resembled the one he had seen on the screen. "Dark Code? It's me. I'll add a soundproof barrier for you. Whether you can escape depends on yourself," the Dark Code said quickly in a low voice. Glenn nodded quickly, realizing that the enemies were about to arrive as his observation hockey had detected them, and extended a hand and pointed, and an invisible barrier surrounded Glenn, instantly silencing him from the outside world. Just as Green was about to leave, he was anxiously stopped by the code. "Wait a minute, quickly give me a stab. Otherwise I will definitely be suspected." Upon hearing this, Green showed no hesitation. With a swing of the short knife, whose blade had already shattered like a saw, intense pain surged from Yu's chest. And you let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. This was not an act. He was truly in unbearable pain. Green turned and dashed into the darkness, just as Bridges, who had turned a corner, caught sight of him. Bridges was puzzled. The kid's heartbeat and running sound suddenly vanished. If he couldn't see the figure, he would have doubted whether anyone was there. He sprinted forward, closely chasing Green, pausing slightly as he passed the dark passage, giving him an approving glance. If it weren't for that little guy blocking him for a moment, he might have actually lost him. "Kid, you're doing well. Hang in there, your family's support will arrive soon." Green dashed through the darkness at high speed, no longer caring about hiding his figure. It was a joke. That guy behind him was clinging on tightly, and hiding in the dark was simply not an option. Turning around a complex structure, Green's figure disappeared, which infuriated Bridges. He had already been paid, and if the target escaped, he wouldn't have the face to collect the money, and it would also be a significant blow to his reputation. Damn brat, you can't escape. I will definitely find you," he shouted angrily, scaring the surrounding villagers into quickly shutting their doors, fearing an unwarranted disaster. Soon, the members of the 5 major families arrived. Damn it, he actually got away. No need to panic. He's already injured and can't run too far. Let's split up and search. We will definitely find him. The members of the 5 major families immediately divided into several teams and began searching the area. Green was hiding in a narrow alley, curled up in a dark corner. Faint sounds of shouting and searching echoing nearby. If the 5 major families couldn't kill me this time, then they should wait to be found one by one. He whispered fiercely to himself. This time, falling into the trap was definitely someone else's scheme. He just didn't know if it was Gardner behind it all, or if he was also kept in the dark. However, the urgent matter was to find a way to survive. He was seriously injured, outnumbered, and with that martial arts expert around, escaping would be incredibly difficult. Listening to the footsteps getting closer, Green felt a sudden movement in his heart and helplessly took out the treasure he had been keeping. With a flick of his hand, a mysterious piece of paper appeared, on which the word transaction voucher were written in large letters, alongside 3 tiny words that were almost negligible: second dimension. As he silently recited in his heart to use the transaction voucher, it slowly emitted a hazy glow, then instantly expanded and engulfed him. Green's consciousness darkened for a moment, and after a while, it slowly returned. He was no longer in the previous alley, but on a white circular platform. In the center of the platform was a simple table with a chair on each side, and Green found himself sitting in one of the chairs. Green shook his head. Although he had been to this space before, it still gave him a sense of haziness and confusion. On the chair opposite him, the space wavered, and a blurry figure slowly appeared. Due to the mysterious power surrounding it, the figure was not clearly visible, but one could vaguely make out that it was a little boy. The boy looked around and at Green with a puzzled and fearful expression on his face. Green thought for a moment and calmly said, "Don't be afraid, this is just a trading space. We just need to complete a transaction to leave." Perhaps sensing the kindness in Green's tone, the little boy calmed down considerably and hesitantly asked, "Really? We only need to complete one transaction to leave? But I have nothing on me. What should I do?" Green's mouth twitched slightly. He originally thought he could use the anime trading voucher to escape his current predicament. But now it seemed he was overthinking it. Not only the items on him could be traded, but also some unique skills and abilities, as well as items with special effects, could be used for trade. Green squinted at the increasingly blurry figure of the little boy and, unsure if it was the space's time running out, hurriedly said, "If we don't complete the trade soon, we might get trapped here forever and never be able to go back." Green saw that the other person's figure was becoming blurry, almost impossible to see clearly. He quickly reminded the other party, fearing that this transaction would be wasted. If the other party failed to trade because they didn't know what could be traded, he guessed he would cry out loud. The little boy was taken aback. What strange things can be used for trading? Then he immediately became nervous again. If he really couldn't go back, it would be terrible. His mom, dad, and friends were still waiting for him. He definitely didn't want to stay in this white, empty place. Green felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his expression remained calm as he said, "That's right. Any strange and unusual ability can be used for trade." The little boy seemed a bit embarrassed, scratching his head and asking, "Can this stone hat on my head be used for trade? It's caused me so much trouble. Just now, my mom seemed not to see me at all and splashed vegetable washing water all over me. When I greet my other friends, they ignore me. If I could take it off, I would have thrown it away a long time ago." The little boy looked dejected, but still held a glimmer of hope as he looked at Green. Green is now trying hard to suppress his surprise and asks in a calm tone, "Are you talking about your hat? It's called the stone hat. Do you have a blue one at home? Are you talking about Doryman?" Green's fist clenched tightly, his eyes showing a hint of excitement as he eagerly nodded and said, "I can trade with you, as long as I can get the ability of the stone hat. This way, your stone hat won't overshadow your strange ability, and you can free yourself from its influence, while we can complete the task. It's a win-win." "Really? That's great." The little boy cheered and immediately agreed, even though he had no idea what the other party would offer for the trade. In his view, no matter what the other person gave him, he was willing to trade as long as he could get rid of that pesky hat that he couldn't take off. Green felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving a child, so he took out a small dagger made of gold, a trophy he had casually picked up during one of his missions, usually kept as a decorative item. This time, it was just right for trading. "This is a golden dagger, to exchange for your hat's ability." The little boy's mouth dropped wide open, incredulously pointing at the golden dagger. "Exchange this? No way, no way. This is too precious. You would be at a loss. The value of gold is precious in any world, belonging to the category of valuable metals, and is considered hard currency." Green's golden dagger, entirely made of gold, was quite heavy and selling just the gold could fetch a good amount of money. Green waved his hand casually and said, "This thing isn't worth much to us. If it's more valuable on your side, it's just right for a trade." Seeing that the little boy was still a bit hesitant, Green added, "I don't have much on me, and this really isn't important to me. I have important matters to handle in my original world. So could you please complete the trade immediately?" Although the little boy was still somewhat hesitant, he glanced at the exquisite golden dagger on the table and reached for his hat. However, after pulling a few times, he couldn't get off. "Damn, I can't take it off after all. It seems this trade can't be completed." "It's okay, you just need to think about using the ability of that hat to trade." "No need to take it off," Green said, scanning the surrounding space with some urgency. The little boy, somewhat skeptical, tried it out, and sure enough, a beam of light lit up on the table. Both of them looked at it, realizing that as long as both parties confirmed, the trade could be completed immediately. "Confirm the trade," Green said without any hesitation, encouraging the little boy with his gaze. "Yes, I also confirm a trade." The moment both parties confirmed, the entire space began to collapse, and two beams of light shot towards both of them. With a sudden jolt, Green opened his eyes and found himself back in the narrow, dark alley. The trade was completed, now to try out the new ability he had just gained. Green suppressed his excitement, and then, with a thought, an enigmatic aura enveloped him, while his physical strength slowly began to fade. He closed his eyes and felt that, at the current rate of consumption, he could maintain this state every day without any problems. If the ability of the stone hat is indeed the same as the original version, then that would be remarkable. Green chuckled softly. This was his goal. As long as he had the ability, there was no need to bring out its vessel as well, as that would just leave him with a flaw. Moreover, the stone hat possesses an incredibly powerful ability in certain aspects. The ability of the original stone hat is quite simple. It allows a person to be overlooked. Even if someone sees themselves with their own eyes, they would perceive themselves as just a rock and subconsciously ignore their existence. Green never imagined that he could obtain such powerful abilities. In some ways, this ability is not inferior to the powers of the devil fruit. And it does not have the weakness of being afraid of seawater. Just then, a search party came over, carefully entering the alley with torches in hand. Green's heart stirred, but he remained motionless, curled up in the corner, wanting to take the risk to test whether the ability of the stone hat was really as he imagined. Several members of the 5 major families in black suits circled around him, glancing at him briefly before moving on without stopping. They were as indifferent as if they had seen a stone by the roadside, turning away and leaving. Green was speechless, but a little excited. This was pretty strong. He cautiously stepped out of the alley and slightly exposed himself next to his search team, yet still remained ignored by those who saw him, as if they hadn't seen him at all. Green was finally relieved, excitedly heading in one direction. The Dora family was no longer an option. He still didn't know if it was Gardner or his father who had betrayed him. Before uncovering the truth, Green had no plans to go back. The soundproof barrier around him gradually disappeared, likely due to being too far from the secret language or because the ability had reached its time to fade. Green once again disappeared into the darkness. At the place where he lost track of Green, Bridges, and the members of the 5 great families gathered together, waiting for news from the search team. Suddenly, Bridges turned his head sharply, looking towards a dark area some distance away. "What's wrong?" asked the leader of the Jeffrey family, an elderly man with slicked back hair, in confusion. "It's nothing, just felt like there was something there, maybe a rat," Bridges replied, carefully sensing and shaking his head slightly. He initially thought it might be Green returning, but after further sensing, it didn't seem like it. With Green's demonstrated strength, it definitely couldn't have gone unnoticed by Bridges, who still had confidence in his own abilities. In the distance, Green was sweating coldly. He didn't expect that, even with the interference ability he obtained from the stone hat, he could still be detected by Bridges. It was truly dangerous. He remained motionless in the darkness, waiting until the other party's attention shifted elsewhere before cautiously retreating. It seemed that Bridges not only mastered armament hockey, but had also trained his observation hockey to a considerable level, almost discovering him. He would have to be more careful in the future. There were countless powerful individuals with strong observation hockey on the sea, and Green felt he had been a bit too reckless just now. It seemed that the interference ability was not as powerful as he had expected, or perhaps it was his current strength that was holding him back. In any case, he would need to be cautious of anyone with stronger observation hockey than his own from now on. Green arrived at the woods where he had previously hidden the devil fruits and discreetly concealed himself. He threw a few dim light orbs, obtained from the previous battle, into his mouth. Veins bulged on his forehead as he silently endured the excruciating pain. Indeed, a large quantity could replace quality, and his physical condition improved once again. Fighting truly is the best catalyst. Looking at his hands, the pitch-black color covering up to his wrists, Green grinned. I really have to thank the people from the 5 major families for this armament hockey. If it weren't for your ambush, my armament hockey might have taken a while longer to awaken. The power of armament hockey exists within every individual, as long as their physical strength meets the requirements. Armament hockey will manifest. Of course, those with exceptional talent are not included in this category. The entire Bia island was turned upside down in the following days, as the members of the 5 major families scoured the island multiple times. However, they found not a single clue about Green and ultimately had to reluctantly conclude their fruitless efforts. The small grove where Green was located had also undergone several patrols, and as expected, no one discovered him. The island gradually calmed down, and Green still did not move around. It wasn't until 3 days later that a frail figure stepped into the forest, heading towards the place where Green had agreed to meet. Green noticed the surrounding colors were shrouded in darkness and quickly spotted him. With a thought, he first circled around the newcomer in a concealed manner to avoid being followed, then revealed himself. Green, are you okay? The newcomer was in you, and it was clear that beneath his shirt there were visible bandages wrapped around his chest, with a trace of blood seeping through. Jella nodded and said with concern, Are you okay? You seemed to lose control of your strength when you acted hastily before. And you smiled and replied, Luckily you were a bit ruthless, but I wasn't seriously hurt. The Jeffrey family is now training me as an elite member, so I've successfully entered the middle management. Green nodded. The two of them had hurriedly cooperated back then, primarily to save Green, but they hadn't expected such an additional benefit. By the way, about the code, do you know who the person ambushing and trying to kill me is? They don't seem like someone from the 5 major families. Of course, he isn't from the 5 major families. The 5 major families don't have such experts. He is an officer from the 2nd Treasure Navy of the Flower Kingdom, named Bridges. The 5 major families paid a hefty price to invite him. Dark Language sneered. Green's mind stirred. In his previous life, he had no information about this 2nd Treasure Water Army, but he did know about the 8 Treasure Water Army, and he was aware that there were a total of 8 such teams. It seemed this was one of them. Remembering this, Green brought up another matter. The ambush was too coincidental. It was as if they knew I would definitely come. I suspect my identity has been exposed within the Dora family. At least my identity as an assassin has been revealed. The informant nodded. That's right. This time, the 5 major families are acting together, and almost all the elites have arrived. They started preparing a day in advance, clearly with a definite source of intelligence. It must have been someone from the Dora family who sold you out. In Green's eyes, there was a chilling intent to kill. Gardner hoped this matter had nothing to do with you. At that moment, Gardner was in a heated argument with his father. Green is my friend and has saved me more than once. How could you betray him? Gardner's face turned crimson with anger. Opposite him sat Dora Blandon, calm and composed, saying in a deep voice, So what? In the face of family interests, anyone could be sacrificed. Green has assassinated so many key figures from other factions. Have you thought about what would happen if this news gets out? Can our Blandon family escape unscathed? Gardner, filled with rage, shouted furiously. So you're going to ally with outsiders to harm Green? You know how talented he is. If he grows stronger, our Blandon family will be the sole ruler of the entire Bia Island, and we could even elevate our status in the West Sea. Blandon looked at his son with amusement, disdainfully saying, Hey, you think too highly of him. It takes more than one person to lead the Blandon family to greater heights. I must say, my good son, you are still too naive. Gardner felt that his father's head had been filled with power and wealth. Completely blind to the future he could see, disappointment flickered in his eyes as he angrily stormed out. Blandon watched the shaking door, his gaze profound. My good son, how could I not know what you said? But he is just too exceptional. You simply don't have the chance to suppress him. The reversal of status could happen in an instant. Gardner returned to his residence, full of rage, and violently wrecked the place. Moreover, due to the recent actions of the 5 major families hunting, he didn't even dare to send someone to look for Green, fearing that the 5 families would discover Green's true identity. He wasn't a fool, since his father was afraid that exposing Green's identity would implicate the Blandon family. It meant that he wouldn't expose Green's identity either. This meant that, for now, no one knew that Green was the mysterious assassin. He sent out orders. If Green returns, notify me immediately. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Darkode left a few bottles of healing medicine and then departed. Green put away the medicine. The external injuries on his body had mostly healed when he used his refining spirit ability to enhance his physical condition, and only some internal bruises remained. After a few more days of rest, he would be fine, and there were no major issues. In the following days, he hid in the forest to familiarize himself with the newly awakened armament hockey. The application of armament hockey is divided into many types, which Green had only heard of before but did not understand much. He only knew about one of the most basic applications, hardening. He extended his arm, and with a thought, a deep black color instantly covered his fist and half of his forearm. Swish! Green swung his fist. The black afterimage accompanying it struck the nearby big tree fiercely, and with a bang, it pierced through, yet there were no marks left on his fist. The hockey hardening could cover a larger area with continuous training, and its strength could also be constantly enhanced, providing another means to deal with devil fruit users. Green has a joyful expression. There is a significant difference between having armament hockey and not having it. If one encounters a Logia type or certain special fruit abilities, being without armament hockey can be very passive. Moreover, armament hockey can also be used to enhance weapons. The legendary black sword is incredibly powerful. Green reached for his short knife, which was already covered in cracks and chips, rendering it unusable. He casually slid the knife back into its sheath. Given Green's current combat intensity, the short knife could no longer support him. He urgently needed a better blade, although he could still fight without a knife. Having one would certainly make things much easier. Additionally, Green had once been quite proficient with a bow and arrow, but he hadn't had the opportunity to use them again on Bia Island in recent years. It seemed he would have to pick it up again, as it was, after all, a means of ranged attack. A few days later, after dealing with several isolated members of the 5 major families, Green's injuries had completely healed. At night, he appeared outside the residence of the Dora family, which was now guarded more heavily. But this clearly posed no challenge for him. Hidden in the darkness, he quickly found himself outside Gardner's room. Through the window, he could see Gardner cursing furiously. Those foolish old men in the family had no idea of Green's value to them. They were truly a bunch of short-sighted idiots. Green's heart stirred. It seemed that the matter had nothing to do with Gardner. He too must have been kept in the dark. No rush. Let's observe a little longer. After pondering for a moment, Green decided to keep an eye on things. Gardner vented for a while, then called over a subordinate and asked, "Is there any news from Green yet?" "No, boss. Green hasn't returned." "Is something wrong with him?" "No. I sent him out on a mission. He should be back soon. Notify me as soon as you see him." "Understood." After the subordinate left, Gardner sat down helplessly and sighed. "Green, it's not that I want to betray you. It's those foolish old guys. If you're not dead, you better hide well and don't let the 5 families find out." "It seems I was right. You really didn't betray me." A voice suddenly rang out, startling Gardner, causing him to jump up. From the darkness by the window, a figure slowly emerged, revealing Green as he gradually took off his mask. "Green, that's great. I knew you weren't dead," Gardner said, momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into wild joy. Green's expression was calm as he nodded slightly. "I almost fell, but I managed to escape by luck. Green, I never thought of betraying you. I only found out about all this later." Green raised his hand to stop Gardner's words and said calmly, "I believe you. It seems that someone in the family has sensed my threat and wants to eliminate me." Gardner breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "Give me a few days, and I will make the family recognize your importance." "No need." Green shook his head firmly and sneered. "You are too naive. Since the family has decided to betray me, they will not compromise again." Gardner wanted to say something else, but he opened his mouth and stopped. He knew that Green was right. The old folks in power in the family would absolutely never accept Green again, and they would never admit their mistakes. Green curled his lip in disdain. "Gardner, do you think the family will have any development in the hands of those old guys? They only know how to maintain the status quo, to preserve their own power and wealth, and they have no desire to grow the family. If they continue like this, the Dola family will soon become history." Green's words left Gardner stunned. He furrowed his brows, pondering their meaning. "You're not wrong. The family seems very stable under their control, but in reality, it has already begun to decline." Gardner knew his family situation better than anyone. "Have you thought about making a change?" Green casually pulled up a chair and asked in a tone full of temptation. "Change? You think I can change the family by myself? Don't make me laugh." Gardner didn't believe he could change the family on his own. "Do you know about the Capone family on the island?" Green suddenly shifted the topic and spoke about the Capone family. The real power holder of the Capone family is Capone Becky, a 17-year-old boy whose abilities are unknown to anyone. If I hadn't killed him in a few years, it would have been hard to say who would control the underworld in the West Sea. Gardner frowned, surprised that such a powerful figure existed on Bia Island, and he hadn't even heard his name. He didn't doubt the truth of what Green said. After all, Green had no reason to lie to him. After a long silence, Gardner's gaze firmed, and he said solemnly, Green, if you are willing to help me change the Dora family, I am willing to share power and wealth with you in the future. Green smiled, smiling very happily. Gardner, the Dora family must be destroyed. And nothing can change that because the Navy is about to take action. He then said something that shocked Gardner. No, it can't be. How could the Navy suddenly strike against us? Green smiled. The reputation of the 5 major families of the underworld in the West Sea is too great. At least too great in the West Sea, which some people cannot tolerate. However, Gardner, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. Oh, this isn't a bad thing? The Dora family has been destroyed. What can I change? Gardner's face darkened. He said indignantly, There's no good ending in the underworld. You can take this opportunity to remove the rotten parts and leave the ones that are helpful to you. To build a new Dora family, Green continued to guide. A cleaned-up underworld force would be quite useful to Green, and he certainly wanted to have it in his hands. Gardner thought for a moment and nodded. Anyway, I trust you, Green. Let's do it your way, and the Dora family will have half of you. With the matter settled, Green didn't stay long. After agreeing on the time and place for their next meeting with Gardner, he left. Soon, a piece of information was sent to Major Sweet through special channels. Green had finally sent back news. Sweet's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. He was quite concerned about the boy he had saved. Hiss! After just a few glances, Sweet gasped in shock. He quickly raised his head and shouted, Come here, return immediately. Yes, Major Sweet. Sweet tightly held the intelligence, and a look of surprise appeared on his usually stern face. West Sea, 13th Division. Ha. I was wondering why the 5 major families have been so chaotic recently. It turns out this kid did it. Truly remarkable. Brigadier General Nelson laughed heartily. I didn't expect that boy could achieve this. Single-handedly disrupting the entire Bia Island and killing a third of the core members of the underworld's 5 major families. His growth is really too fast. Sweet couldn't stop smiling. Sweet, you did well. Thanks to you, the Navy has gained a talent, Nelson said with a smile, patting Sweet's shoulder in approval. Sweet's face flushed. This matter was really not much related to him. Besides the coincidence of saving Green at the beginning and later training him for a month, he didn't expect Green to grow to this extent so quickly. Brigadier General Nelson, the intelligence from Green says we should prepare to net the catch. What do you think? Order down. Prepare to net the catch. Nelson waved his hand decisively. Yes. Sweet stood at attention, saluted, and answered loudly. In just one day, the waters near Bia Island quietly saw an increase in warships filled with spirited Navy soldiers. They looked at the lush green island with fighting spirit, and the 5 major families that had dominated the West Sea for years were about to become a thing of the past. Devil, all the intelligence I've collected recently has been transmitted. Are you sure it's time to signal to net the catch so soon? MU looked at Green with concern, feeling that it was too hasty to net the catch now. It's fine. The 5 families are focused on the island now, and this is the perfect time to eradicate them, Green said calmly. The timing was indeed a bit rushed, but in order to leave this place as soon as possible, Green had to start acting early. Gardner had done his best to buy off his subordinates, but he had only gathered less than 200 people, and that was with a lot of support from Green. Otherwise, relying on his own financial resources, having 50 people would be considered good. As night gradually fell, MU did not return again. Tonight, regardless of whether they could uproot the 5 families, his undercover career would come to an end. He was still immersed in the anticipation of ending his undercover life and returning to the Navy. However, Green had already looked at him with pity more than once. Poor child, just finishing undercover life and having to rush to another more dangerous place to go undercover again. It's too tragic, Green thought with glee, but soon considered the fate of the guy next to him, his eyes unconsciously narrowing. If it were a stranger, he wouldn't interfere too much in their life trajectory. However, this guy beside him had risked exposure to save him, and it seemed he would have to get involved in that outcome. Doflamingo, I hope you could take a beating. Here it comes. Green saw a spark of light appear from the distant sea and immediately stood up, knowing that the action was about to begin. One by one, warships quickly approached, with only one light on. Boom! The warships stopped a little further away, and small boats were lowered. Navy soldiers climbed into the boats and began to head to shore. Bang! A tall, strong figure in a naval uniform jumped ashore, the justice cloak behind him billowing in the wind. Green's eyes brightened, and he immediately walked out from his hiding place to greet him. Major Sweet, looking at the thin yet strong young man in front of him, Sweet smiled and patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Green, long time no see, you've done well. Green smiled. It had been years since they last met, and Major Sweet's rank hadn't improved at all. Major, let's take action now. By the way, there's a group of reinforcements I arranged on the island. I've already had them tie red cloth strips on their left arms, so our brothers won't mistake them later. Sweet replied seriously, of course, I'll immediately notify the other units. But you, kid, are impressive. You actually managed to gather a team. How many people do you have? Well, there are some people who aspire to justice. They don't want to be thugs for life, so I've persuaded them, Green said casually. Sweet thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, after this battle, no one will harm them. However, they cannot engage in illegal activities from now on. That's for sure. They will definitely engage in legal businesses afterward. Looking at the time, Sweet counted the number of people and turned to Green and the one who came out behind him, saying, then let's get started. Green and the other person nodded, each leading a group of Navy soldiers towards the nearest stronghold of the 5 major families. The entire Bia Island was surrounded by Navy landings. In addition to the support from Green and the other person on the other side of the island, there were also empty hooves and several agents from the world government guiding them. The flames of war instantly ignited the whole Bia Island. The dark night sky was immediately illuminated by firelight, and shouts and explosions suddenly erupted. The 5 major families were caught off guard. But once they saw the Navy charging out of the darkness, they realized the seriousness of the situation. Damn the Navy! How could it be the Navy? Why did the Navy suddenly attack us? Counterattack! Quick counterattack! No matter what the Navy is, anyone who dares to attack us is the enemy. Don't panic! Don't panic! Fire! The 5 major families quickly began to counterattack, but they were caught off guard and surrounded by several times more Navy forces, making it exceptionally difficult to fight back. Green's figure appeared on the battlefield, unnoticed by anyone as he moved through the shadows. One by one, members of the 5 major families fell silently, filling the remaining with growing fear. Who is it? Why have so many of our people been injured or killed? Did anyone see who attacked? No, there's no one around, right? Aren't these just those damn Navy? Swish. The speaker was suddenly decapitated by a flash of a blade that appeared from the shadow behind him, blood splattering on those nearby. Ah, it's a demon. It must be a demon. The encampment of the 5 major families was soon cleared out, with more than half of the members in black suits dead, and the remaining ones kneeling on the ground in terror. They realized that as long as they stayed out of sight, the unseen ghost would not kill them. Sweat trickled down Sweet's neck as he remained vigilant of his surroundings. He couldn't find any trace of Green and only saw flashes of blades and the bodies falling one after another. This kid has grown to this extent? It's truly terrifying. Shaking his head slightly, he shouted, "Injured personnel, return to the seaside on your own. The rest, move immediately to the next location." Their numbers could not compare to the 5 major families, and although they seemed to have the upper hand in numbers, this was merely a localized battle. Overall, they held no advantage. They could only quickly resolve one battle with their superior numbers and then immediately support elsewhere, strictly controlling the pace of the fights to avoid being surrounded by the enemy. However, this tactic proved ineffective. The 5 major families had no intention of uniting. They were initially stunned, and, due to the large area of Bia Island, the war had only begun at the periphery. By the time they reacted, the Navy had already cleared all their outposts on the outskirts. Soon, the only remaining stronghold on the island was that of the 5 major families, which gathered most of their elite members, along with some smaller factions that had fled, becoming the frontline cannon fodder. Major Sweet, for some special reasons. I and those who have been turned do not wish to act against the Dora family, so I'm counting on you. Green looked at Sweet with a serious expression. All right, we'll handle the Dora family. You go to the nearest Jeffrey family. They definitely need your assassination skills. Sweet waved his hand casually and said. Green nodded and turned to disappear into the darkness. Although he had no psychological burden when it came to dealing with the Dora family, he still chose not to take action himself, considering Gardner's thoughts. However, he couldn't help but sigh. Gardner was indeed ruthless. Aside from his father and family, he hadn't brought out any other members of the Dora family. He was determined to completely say goodbye to the Dora family. Even his father, Blandon, had been forcibly detained and secretly transferred by him. Green took a glance, and, as the one who sold himself, Blandon was surprisingly calm when he saw Green. It seemed as if he had come to terms with it. He saw in his son something he himself lacked. Therefore, he unexpectedly chose to accept it all. Green quickly arrived at the Jeffrey family's residence, where the battle had already begun. Countless naval soldiers were bombarding the buildings in front of them with muskets and cannons, leaving the members of the Jeffrey family, armed only with pistols, in despair and constant screams. Green did not hesitate and directly joined the battle. A Navy soldier was locked in a duel with a member of the Jeffrey family, armed with a standard long knife. However, He was being overwhelmed by his opponent in both experience and physical strength. And just as it seemed he would be defeated, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared, and the Jeffrey family member fell to the ground. Eyes rolled back. The Navy soldier blinked, confirming multiple times that the man before him was indeed dead. What happened to this guy? Why did he suddenly die? He didn't have time to think further as he was pushed forward by those behind him to continue the fight. On the battlefield, a vague figure moved quickly through the darkness. Every time a blade flashed, another member of the Jeffrey family would fall. It was like the Grim Reaper's scythe reaping the souls of the living. Not only the members of the Jeffrey family, but even the Navy soldiers who noticed this scene felt a chill, frightened. An invisible killer was lurking nearby, which would make anyone's heart race with fear. Damn, when did our division get such a powerful person? Do you know? One Navy soldier was excited, not afraid of Green's crazy attacks. Are you sure this is one of our division's people? I've never heard of anyone like this in our division before. Yeah, who doesn't know about the strong ones in our division? If this was one of our people, we would definitely know them. Green ignored their whispers and instead focused on a powerful member of the Jeffrey family. In the center of the battlefield, 3 naval majors were besieging a person surrounded by an aura of cold. The ground beneath them was covered with traces of freezing. If it weren't for the icy and slippery ground, the 3 naval majors would have dealt with their opponent long ago. The figure of Green moved and quietly floated over. Jeffrey Avar's brows furrowed tightly. He did not understand why the Navy would suddenly attack, but it was clear that the current situation could not be resolved easily. Navy, you have attacked our Jeffrey family without authorization. We will file a protest with the world government. You are abusing your power. Avar, stop pretending here. You know better than anyone what the Jeffrey family is made of. Just because we didn't deal with you before doesn't mean we will let you go forever. Ha ha. To want to eliminate our Jeffrey family, you're still far from it. Extreme cold. Jeffrey Avar shouted loudly, raising his hand to unleash a wave of chilling cold, heading straight for one of the 3 Navy majors. Soru. The Navy major's figure instantly vanished. It was one of the Navy's 6 styles, so Avar's attack missed, and he immediately released another wave of extreme cold, this time maintaining the output as he quickly attacked the other 2. The 2 Navy majors were thrown into disarray. They had to carefully avoid the extreme cold to prevent frostbite while also dodging Avar's attacks. Haha, is this all the Navy majors can do? How ridiculous. Avar laughed arrogantly, his face full of arrogance. In an instant, even other members of the Jeffrey family felt their morale boost, driven to counterattack. The Jeffrey family head, protected behind, was overjoyed at the sight and laughed. Good job, Avar. Show them what you're made of. His hearty laughter had not yet ended when it was as if something had choked him, leaving only horror in his eyes. Behind Avar, who was rampaging, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness. Dressed in black and wearing a ghastly demon mask, the figure stabbed a knife forward, piercing through Avar's back without any obstruction. The tip of the Navy's standard long knife protruded from his chest, and blood gushed out along the blood groove. Ugh! The once cocky Avar looked astonished, unable to believe as he lowered his head. The blood-stained knife tip was so glaring. A sense of powerlessness quickly spread through his body, and he thudded to his knees, gripping the knife tightly with both hands, struggling to look back. Green frowned, twisted the blade, and a sweep of darkness enveloped the long knife. With a horizontal slash, he cleaved the arrogant Avar in 2. Avar died without ever seeing what his killer looked like from behind. He died with regret. Green did not linger at all, like a knife slicing through a chicken, his expression showing no sign of emotion as he turned and disappeared back into the darkness. Do you know that kid from earlier? A major asked, his pupils constricting, only speaking after Green had left. The other 2 instinctively shook their heads. Completely unfamiliar. Never seen him before. They exchanged glances and saw the fear in each other's eyes. That killer was too terrifying. He had appeared out of nowhere, killed someone, and left. And they hadn't reacted at all. It was as if there had always been a person there, yet it felt like no one had ever been there at all. Now, looking back, they could confirm that a killer had indeed appeared and had the ability to kill someone they had been unable to defeat, even together. Yet, it felt somewhat difficult to recall. It was as if they were subconsciously ignoring each other. This contradictory feeling made them want to vomit blood. After a while, they realized they were on a battlefield, and they all snapped back to reality, forcibly suppressing their unease as they turned to attack the enemy. Green, who had retreated to a safe place, curled his lip. Still trying to find my trace? If you can find me, I'll admit defeat. Members of the Jeffrey family stared in disbelief at this scene, nearly dropping their jaws. Their family's ability user had been wreaking havoc one moment and was assassinated the next. They felt frustrated enough to curse. Is Avalar really dealt with just like that? It can't be true. Lord Avalar is a powerful devil fruit user. It must be a lie. I might still be dreaming. Someone slapped me. Smack. Damn, that really hurts. The head of the Jeffrey family and several powerful figures exchanged glances, quietly retreating, taking advantage of the fact that no one noticed them, escaping through a small door at the back. Damn it. So the mysterious assassin was sent by the Navy. They've been planning to strike against us for a long time. Once we catch our breath, we must give the Navy some trouble. They are too despicable. All the years we've built up are ruined. Just when they thought they had successfully escaped and smiles appeared on their faces, a voice suddenly echoed from the darkness beneath a nearby wall. Unfortunately, you no longer have a chance. When Green returned to the battlefield, carrying several bloody heads, the fighting had already ended. The Navy's soldiers ignored Green, dressed in an entirely different outfit. It was as if they didn't see him at all. Even those who blocked his path instinctively stepped aside, completely unaware of why they did so, or for whom they were making way. Green walked over to the three majors in charge and threw the head of a high-ranking member of the Jeffrey family on the ground, which finally caught their attention. The three naval majors were startled by the sudden appearance of the head and then noticed Green quietly standing beside them. When did you arrive? Green quietly turned off the ability to interfere and calmly said, none of the senior members of the Jeffrey family escaped. They are all here. The three majors looked at Green curiously and asked, boy, how come we've never seen you before? Are you also a member of the Navy? Green rolled his eyes speechlessly and casually said, I was ordered to infiltrate the 5 major families of the underworld, code name Demon, a genuine member of the Navy, directly reporting to Brigadier General Nelson. I said, gentlemen, the 3 majors, should we head to the next location immediately? The battle has not yet stopped. Green is really worried. These 3 majors are so unreliable. The battle is over, and they still don't go to support others, but instead gossip about themselves here. The 3 were taken aback and hurriedly said, yes, assemble. Set off immediately. Green was speechless. Did you all just gossip and forget the important matters? Once again activating interference, Green quickly merged into the darkness and rushed with a group of Navy soldiers to the next battlefield. When Green and the others arrived at the Martin family stronghold, the battle was already raging fiercely. Navy soldiers were engaged in a chaotic fight with members of the Martin family, and the battlefield was extremely brutal. The Navy was at a numerical disadvantage here, and if Green and the others did not come to assist, even if they won in the end, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. 3 Navy majors, each mastering a unique Sikh style, joined the fray and immediately overwhelmed the strong members of the Martin family. A large number of Navy soldiers arrived one after another, shouting as they charged forward. The Martin family was in dire straits. A group of elite members still planned to protect the core powerholders' retreat, but they were quickly intercepted by the Navy. Green transforms into a ghost in the darkness, moving stealthily across the battlefield, as the rulers of the Martin family fall one after another to his blade. When the head of the Martin family was severed by Green, the other members of the family completely collapsed. Some lower-ranking individuals dropped their weapons and chose to surrender, while some die-hard loyalists attempted to resist but were ruthlessly crushed. 3 naval majors looked on with admiration, including the previous Jeffrey family. 2 families' entire upper echelons had been eliminated by Green alone. This achievement was enough for him to exchange for a high position. They were envious to death, but they had no way to penetrate the heavy guards to attack those protected inside. Only a killer like Green, skilled in infiltration and stealth, could accomplish such a feat. Green didn't care what they thought. At the Martin family, he gained 2 new assets, but unfortunately, they were not devil fruit users, rather 2 powerful martial arts experts. The devil fruit user of the Martin family had long been killed in the initial assault. After all, that was the most important target, and it would be strange not to eliminate him first. A naval major suddenly took out a transponder snail, spoke a few words, and then shouted loudly, Demon. Major West has reported that the Dora family has been eradicated. Additionally, the reinforcements you called and have also withdrawn from the battlefield. In the darkness, Green's heart stirred. Major West was quite quick in his actions, and it seemed that Gardner and the others were also successful in their withdrawal from the battlefield. They must have put in considerable effort during the fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. He stepped out of the darkness beside the speaking major and nodded, saying, All right, I understand. The major turned around, searching for a long time, but never glanced at Green, looking puzzled and admiring. His hidden abilities were so strong that he hadn't even noticed. Green rubbed his forehead. It seemed that with his interference ability, even they couldn't notice him. He simply slipped back into the darkness, didn't greet anyone else, and headed straight for one of the 2 remaining battlefields on the island. As the strongest of the 5 great families, the Armstrong family received special attention from the Navy. Not only did they have the most experts, but they also had 2 well-known devil fruit users in plain sight, one from the Paramecia type and one from the Zone type, both of whom had been formidable for many years. However, with Brigadier General Nelson personally stationed on the Navy side, it was unlikely they would make any waves. When Green arrived, one of the ability users had been killed, while the other was dejectedly handcuffed with Sea Prism Stone, being watched over by the Navy. Brigadier General Nelson was indeed powerful. He was single-handedly fighting against 4 members of the Armstrong family, and it seemed that the battle would soon come to an end. Green's eyes flickered, and he quickly approached. With a bang, a martial arts expert from the Armstrong family was sent flying, crashing through 2 walls before finally coming to a stop. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then wiped his hand and charged out again. Just then, a flash of blade light suddenly appeared from the darkness beside him, slicing through his neck like lightning. A head flew into the air, and the headless corpse, propelled by inertia, stumbled over 10 meters before collapsing to the ground, blood gushing and staining the floor red. The shocking scene was witnessed by both sides. Brigadier General Nelson was initially taken aback, but quickly calmed down. He had already guessed who it was, but he was still shocked by the opponent's clean and efficient assassination technique. Good job, kid. When we go back, I'll promote you. Brigadier General Nelson was quite strong, at the very least under Green's watch. He had used more than 3 types of the Navy's 6 styles and was very skilled at them, with Green assisting from the side. The other 3 experts from the Armstrong family were quickly defeated one by one, with another being beheaded by Green, dying on the spot. Brigadier General Nelson grabbed a guy who looked like a dead dog and casually tossed him to his subordinate. Lock him up. Ha ha ha, Green. I didn't expect you to grow to this extent. Sweet didn't exaggerate. He patted Green on the shoulder, but Green remained motionless, smiling. Brigadier General Nelson, you flatter me. It seems I no longer need to continue my undercover mission. Nelson's face was full of approval. That's right. Your undercover mission is over. This time, you have made a great contribution. Wait for the headquarters appointment. Green let out a sigh of relief. This damn undercover mission was finally over. Report, Brigadier General. The Jim family has been eradicated, and other units are mopping up the remaining enemies. A Navy soldier ran over and reported loudly. All right, tell the units to speed up. I want to see a completely pacified Bia Island by dawn. Most of the fighting had ended, with only sporadic small-scale skirmishes still occurring on the island. But they were quickly extinguished by the Navy. With 2 hours left until dawn, Bia Island fell completely silent. The captured members of the 5 major crime families were gathered by the seaside, waiting for a collective escort back to the base, where the prison would be their next residence. Green followed Nelson and Sweet into the command room of the warship. Nelson smiled and said, Green, I have to say, your growth rate far exceeds our expectations. We initially just wanted you to carry out an undercover mission, but we didn't expect you to nearly take down the upper echelons of the 5 major families. I don't know if you're prepared, but I must inform you that it's now time for you to make a choice. Seeing Green's puzzled expression, Sweet explained, Brigadier General Nelson has already reported this operation to headquarters, and your contributions are undeniable. You're about to face 2 choices. One is to continue staying in the Western Sea, remain in Division 13, and you would have a strong competitive edge for the future position of division leader. However, I recommend you choose the second option. Major Sweet ignored Brigadier General Nelson, who was frowning beside him, and continued. The second option is to respond to the call of headquarters and go there to become a cadet. Don't doubt it. With your age and potential, headquarters will definitely recruit you. Ahem. Brigadier General Nelson coughed twice and then spoke. Although I would love for you to stay, Sweet is right. Staying here would only limit your growth, so going to headquarters is your best choice. Green understood completely this time. He glanced gratefully at the 2 of them. Although there are indeed scoundrels like Colonel Mouse in the Navy, there are many more true sailors who are just and righteous. Green felt fortunate that after falling into the sea, he was rescued by Major Sweet and not by some random person. He thanked Brigadier Nelson and Major Sweet, and if given the chance to study at the naval headquarters, he certainly wouldn't want to miss it. It is said that many strong individuals in the Navy come from the training camp at the headquarters. That's right. The 3 monsters currently making a name for themselves on the sea all graduated from the training camp at the headquarters. They are truly monstrous individuals. Brigadier Nelson seemed to have thought of something and sighed. Green nodded. He certainly knew who the other party was talking about. Those 3 guys were the main pillars who would support the Navy in the future, and they were as strong as monsters. Oh, right. Major Sweet suddenly remembered something. The people you asked me to look into, I found a few that fit the criteria. But after screening, none of them matched. Only the last two haven't been screened yet, because they are too far away. Green's expression changed. Do they meet the conditions? Very much so, but their activity location is not in the West Sea. I heard about it by chance, and thought it resembled the conditions you mentioned, so I paid some attention to it. Swit nodded. After saying that, he stood up and left for a while, then came back with a report. This is the information on those two people. You can take a look first. If you have time, you might want to check it out, just in case they're your friends. Green nodded. Thank you, Major Sweet. Sweet waved his hand dismissively, and Nelson was about to speak. All right, the news from headquarters should arrive soon. Let's take a break for now and also confiscate the illegal assets of the 5 major families on the island. In the following actions, Green voluntarily withdrew. It was a lucrative job, but he had already gained enough and decided not to compete with the brothers of the 13th Division. He found an empty room on the warship and took out 7 dim orbs. If someone didn't know better, they might think I'm summoning a dragon. Green chuckled and picked one out that was sealed with ice, beginning to consume the others one by one. He had tested the limit of his refining soul ability. He could only maintain up to 7 souls at most. If he tried to have more, he would either be unable to generate them or would actively disperse the existing ones to acquire new ones. The 7 gems selected by Green are all carefully chosen. The weaker ones have been automatically dispelled by him, leaving behind the strongest physical entities among his encountered enemies. 1 gem, possessing the ability of a paramecia-type devil fruit, was obtained from a person with a chilling aura from one of the 5 major families. Green feels that this ability is quite similar to Akiji's Logia-type fruit. Although it is significantly weaker, it could very well be a lower-tier fruit of the Logia-type ice fruit, or even a tier below that. In any case, Green believes this fruit should have some use. At the very least, it can serve as a human-shaped refrigerator. Ignoring the one with the devil fruit, Green absorbed the other light orbs one by one. At his current level, he can greatly resist the aftereffects of absorbing such light orbs. At the very least, he wouldn't be immobilized and defenseless like before. After spending half the morning, Green absorbed 6 of them, further strengthening his physique. Clenching his fist, Green felt that his strength had increased by at least 1/3. Buzzed with a thought. A deep black color quickly covered his hands and then spread upwards until it reached his shoulders. The armament haki is indeed related to physical strength, but this level is still far from enough. Green was filled with anticipation for the upcoming trip to the Navy headquarters. Although his observation haki and armament haki had both awakened, he had relied solely on his own exploration, and it was already quite difficult to reach this level without systematic learning. If a Navy instructor could impart some experience, his dual haki would likely improve even further. The Navy headquarters has a systematic method for haki training, which is far better than Green's self-exploration. Moreover, they would also teach the 6 styles of the Navy. Whether in terms of understanding or training methods, the Navy's training camp is the first choice. Additionally, Green had long been eager for the life restoration method after mastering the Navy's 6 styles. That quick way to replenish stamina through food is simply a must-have for home and travel. According to Navy intelligence, powerful figures in the Navy have begun to emerge, including 3 young rear admirals who are as strong as monsters, as well as the peak Navy hero admiral garb, the strategist Sengoku, and the Black Arm Zephyr. On the pirate side, many strong figures have also risen. Apart from the mysterious pirate King Roger, Whitebeard has already occupied a large territory in the New World, even including Fishman Island in his sphere of influence. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are also not to be outdone, dividing up the remaining areas of the New World. Other famous pirates are active in the New World and Paradise, plundering and destroying the world's order with impunity. Just as Green was deep in thought, there was a sudden knock on the door, and a Navy soldier's voice came through. Green, Brigadier General Nelson wants you to come over. Green stood up and replied, Got it, I'll head over right now. By the time he arrived at the command room, all the officers at the rank of lieutenant and above for this operation were present. Green looked around and did not see Dark Code or the once-partnered Empty Hoof. Unsure if they had not arrived yet, Nelson nodded slightly, and seeing that most people were present, he spoke with a serious expression. This mission has been successfully completed, and the headquarters has issued orders for all those involved in the operation to be promoted based on their military merits. The crowd showed joy on their faces. No one was unhappy about a promotion. Well, there are 3 young individuals who made the greatest contributions in this operation. Saying this, he pointed to Green, smiling. This is the top contributor of this mission, Green. You probably haven't heard of him before. His previous identity had to remain confidential, so it wasn't made public. He has assassinated nearly half of the upper echelons of the 5 major criminal families and some of you may have already witnessed his capabilities. The crowd nodded, curiously looking at Green, who was just a quiet young boy and did not seem as terrifying as rumored. The headquarters has ordered Green to participate in the latest training camp, and a naval ship passing through the West Sea will pick you up. It should be in the next couple of days. As for the other two, Brigadier General Nelson thought for a moment and said, "The identity of Dark Code still needs to remain confidential. He had already left by the time the mission ended. As for inthe, he has been noticed by the world government and has been reassigned away from the naval combat sequence." Green frowned. The world government had actually poached from the Navy, indicating that the inthe was not simple. Casually brushing past the two, Brigadier General Nelson began to continue assigning tasks. Although the 5 major families on Bia Island had been eradicated, their businesses and influence were spread throughout the West Sea, and they needed to be dealt with as thoroughly as possible. Otherwise, new 5 major families would soon emerge. Green was not assigned a task this time because he said he might need to leave at any moment. After that, Green had plenty of free time. He first went to the location agreed upon with Gardner and indeed found him waiting with a few people. Green didn't hide his figure, so he was spotted from afar. Gardner's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over. "Green, you finally came? I've been waiting for a long time." Green nodded. "I will be leaving soon. The Navy headquarters has issued the call-up order, and from now on, you'll have to rely on yourselves." Gardner was taken aback. He didn't have much confidence in himself. If Green left, he truly didn't know what to do. "Don't worry. Even if I leave, I can still help you." Green noticed his thoughts and casually handed him a note. "This is the treasure I've collected. It's about 100 million berries, enough for you to develop your influence. Remember, the previous methods won't work anymore. You need to find a way to wrap yourself in a layer of legitimacy with the official backing. Continuing in the underworld won't work, and the power Gardner has can't suppress other illegal businesses." So Green's plan for them was to create an organization similar to a bounty hunter group. Even mercenaries with official status would be a good option. As for how Gardner chooses, that depends on him. Green himself had no time, nor the confidence to completely control Gardner. However, maintaining a good cooperative relationship and being able to mobilize when necessary was sufficient. With a reluctant expression on Gardner's face, Green waved goodbye. Just as he returned to the seaside, Green saw a larger warship approaching his own ship. The 3-decked vessel was filled with formidable sailors, and a faint smell of blood and gunpowder could be detected from a distance, indicating that this was a ship that had just experienced battle. A tall naval officer stood at the bow of the slowly approaching warship, his sharp gaze fixed directly on Green's face. Was that the young Akainu? Green was surprised. He didn't expect that the one coming to pick him up would be one of the 3 most prominent monsters in the Navy. The warship stopped far from the coast. As the water's depth was insufficient for it to dock, that was already its limit. Bang! A figure suddenly leaped from the warship like a cannonball, landing directly on the beach and creating a deep pit in the soft sand. The newcomer was dressed in a naval uniform, draped in a cloak representing justice, and wearing a flat cap, none other than Akainu Sakazuki. Brigadier General Nelson had already received the report and hurriedly led his men over, saluting sharply and loudly declaring, "Brigadier General Nelson, Minister of the West Sea 13th Division, meets Vice Admiral Akainu." Akainu casually waved his hand, his expression cold and unyielding, showing no change in demeanor at Nelson's greeting. "Who is Green?" Nelson and the other sailors immediately turned to look at Green at the back of the line. Seeing this, Akainu nodded. "Indeed, it's you. Quite a killing intent." Green frowned, feeling a murderous aura around him. How come he didn't notice it himself? "Let's go." Akainu did not pause for a moment. After confirming Green's identity, he immediately turned around, leaped back onto the warship in the deep water area, and then returned to the cabin without looking back. The 2 devil fruits that Green had long treasured were already with him. At this moment, he could only look at Brigadier General Nelson and said with a wry smile, "Brigadier General Nelson, Major Sweet, it seems I have to leave right away." "Take care." Major Sweet took out a long knife and handed it over. "This is a fairly decent knife. Although it's not a famous one, it's better than the standard issue. It's a gift for you." Green solemnly took it. "I will use it well, Major Sweet." Brigadier Nelson chuckled. "You have quite the privilege, being personally received by Admiral Akainu. Don't miss this great opportunity on the way. You must ask Admiral Akainu for some advice. He is known as a monster of a man." Admiral Akainu's warship slowly set sail, moving farther and farther away from the coast. Green stood on the deck, squinting at the gradually fading figures of Nelson, Sweet, and others. His journey had just begun. "Rear Admiral Green, you are requested." A Navy soldier approached. "All right, I understand." Green politely nodded. The soldiers under Akainu were clearly much more elite. Green felt that if they fought against the Navy of the 13th Division, they could even take on several opponents at once. This was not an illusion. The soldiers of the naval headquarters were inherently stronger than those of the divisions. Just like the 6 forms of the Navy, only those at the rank of major in the divisions would have access to it, while in the headquarters, even a random soldier could probably demonstrate some of its techniques. Knock knock. Rear Admiral Akainu, this is Green. Come in. A deep voice came from inside. Green pushed the door open and walked in, only to see Sakaski sitting on a chair, a cigar in his mouth, looking at him with a scrutinizing expression. Green, what is your purpose in joining the Navy? Akainu directly asked, posing a question that was once asked by Major Swit. Green stood straight, his whole being suddenly exuding a chilling aura like a sharp spear. Let the world have order. Akainu's eyes shifted slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Green's answer. He said in a low voice, I've read Nelson's report. He praised you highly, saying that as an undercover agent, you managed to assassinate half of the enemy's high-ranking officials. Is this true? A 15-year-old boy, infiltrating the enemy camp alone and successfully eliminating half of their high-ranking personnel. Sounds a bit hard to believe. Green shook his head. I don't know if it was the intelligence that the general misread or if it was Brigadier Nelson who was mistaken. I did not kill half of the enemy's high command, and even including those assassinated in the final battle, it was only 1/3. Akainu fell silent for a moment. Green didn't need to lie about these matters, because this matter couldn't withstand investigation at all. If he lied, even if he gained temporary attention, he would lose everything once the truth came to light. So, Green, have you considered staying on my ship? Akainu took a deep breath of his cigar, exhaling a cloud of thick smoke, and said. Green was taken aback. Is Akainu trying to recruit him? However, he had his own plans, so he directly said, Sorry, Admiral Akainu, I want to first go to the training camp system at headquarters to learn the basics. After I graduate, I will strive to join under your command. To be honest, Green actually admired Sakazuki quite a bit, although sometimes he was extremely harsh towards pirates, advocating for absolute justice, and would mercilessly destroy anything that could possibly be deemed evil. His sense of justice was undoubtedly the most steadfast, compared to Kizaru's nonchalance and Akiji's laziness after being defeated. He was undoubtedly the Navy's most ruthless fist. Following someone like him could sometimes be beneficial. At least when it came to dealing with pirates, he would absolutely support you. Akainu nodded. He had seen from the intelligence that Green had not undergone systematic training and had only trained for 3 years among the 5 families. A wise choice. The conversation between the two fell into silence, as neither Akainu nor Green was very talkative, leading to an awkward situation. Green glanced at Akainu and said softly, Admiral, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Green turned away, and Akainu fell into silence. Green has passed his test. It seems he is not an undercover agent sent by other forces. His original route did not include this place. He happened to see Nelson's report and suddenly became interested in such a promising young man, which is why he volunteered to deviate from his route and come here. According to Nelson's subsequent report, he was very satisfied with Green's performance. He left no survivors when dealing with enemies, and every strike was lethal. Quite a good prospect. Well, in fact, he was attracted to Green's approach of leaving no survivors, which is just like his own style. Why would he not bring such a talent onto his ship? Would he just hand him over to that unreliable guy, Kizaru? Admiral Akainu's warship is well equipped, with more than one training room. After discovering this, Green immediately found a less crowded one and began testing himself. 982, 983, 984. Damn, with a 200-kilogram weight, he could still do 1,000 push-ups. Is this guy a monster? Don't speak. He hasn't stopped yet. It's said that this kid is going to the headquarters training camp. Can someone with average talent get in? That's true. Vice Admiral Sakazuki came from the training camp. Hearing the whispers of the Navy soldiers, Green frowned and immediately stopped. He just wanted to test his current physical strength, but he didn't expect to attract so many onlookers, which is quite contrary to his low-profile approach. Thinking this, he casually picked up the clothes beside him and left under the awed and uncertain gazes of the Navy soldiers. Where did that young man go just now? I think I saw him leave, but I don't quite remember. I wasn't paying attention either. He probably left. Green once again marveled at the incredible power brought by the stone hat. He had just left in plain sight, yet so many people subconsciously overlooked him. If he were an enemy, they wouldn't even realize if he took their lives. Meanwhile, Akainu received a report about Green, and he was momentarily stunned. Green? Oh, that kid. It seems I'm getting old. My memory is not so good anymore. Akainu, I'm only fucking 30. Not to mention the frustrated Akainu. Green returned to his room and took out the intelligence given by Major Sweet which detailed two individuals. Around 15 or 16 years old, golden hair. A bounty hunter with decent physical skills, skilled in using a spear. This sounds a bit like him, but that guy House seems to prefer a spear with a shield. I can ask someone from the Navy headquarters to look into it. Saying this, he picked up another piece of intelligence. Age unknown, always covering his face, golden hair. Suspected to have a paramecia-type devil fruit. Fights using his fists, a rookie pirate in the Grand Line. Given House's personality, he shouldn't become a pirate, right? Green knows House's character very well. Having been forced to jump into the sea together by pirates, he understands that House would also seek revenge for him, and would never allow himself to become a pirate that he once hated. Therefore, Green can almost immediately conclude that the person in the second piece of information is unlikely to be House. Of course, he does not rule out the possibility that House may have amnesia due to his injuries. After sailing for several days along the established route, Akainu's massive warship finally reached its destination. The center of naval power, the Marine headquarters, Marineford. The towering and majestic buildings cast large shadows, while numerous massive structures are scattered around, with an enormous deep-water harbor positioned right in front of the headquarters. The imposing sense of authority provided Green with an unparalleled visual impact. Tall warships docked in the crescent-shaped harbor of Marineford, and sturdy soldiers stood at attention under the fluttering flags, symbolizing the maintenance of peace and justice. Green's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the Navy headquarters, the true base of the maritime overlord. His journey would begin here, extending into the boundless sea. As Akainu's warship entered the harbor, it naturally attracted the attention of the stationed soldiers at the Navy headquarters. A colonel quickly walked to the shore with his men, his face full of enthusiasm as he saluted Akainu, who was descending the gangway. Vice Admiral Akainu, welcome back to Marineford. Is the fleet admiral here? The fleet admiral has gone to Mariewa. Currently, Admiral Sengoku is in command. Since Fleet Admiral Sengoku had been focused on advancing his career, he had consciously been training the Admiral Sengoku, known as the Wise General, for several years now. Therefore, the Navy had already come to know that Sengoku would be the next fleet admiral. Akainu nodded upon hearing this and casually pointed to Green, who was following behind. This is a special recruit from the training camp. You take him over. The Navy colonel glanced curiously at Green, wondering if this was the talented recruit from the West Sea who had been specially selected. He looked quite ordinary. Yes. Vice Admiral, leave it to me. The Navy colonel replied loudly, quickly clearing the way and calling over a soldier to lead Green. Although Akainu had given the order, a dignified colonel naturally wouldn't do the small task of leading. Akainu led the team away, remaining indifferent and not providing any further explanations to Green throughout. Green didn't think much of it. The other party just valued him a bit, but it wasn't that they truly held him in high regard, and that was normal. Come with me. The training camp has already started for 2 months, and you're considered a special recruit, said the soldier responsible for guiding Green with a smile. All right, thank you. Green smiled and replied politely. The Navy soldier leading the way was quite talkative, and along the way, Green gained some understanding of the training camp they were about to reach. The Navy training camp is a cradle specifically designed to cultivate strong individuals for the Navy, sending important naval personnel capable of independent command to various parts of the world every year. Located at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the Navy training camp is exceptionally powerful, as evidenced by its instructors. Admiral Black Arm Zifa serves as the chief instructor, and the other instructors are at least of brigadier general strength, with other mid-level generals occasionally coming to teach. The training camp lasts for 3 years, and although students are recruited every year, which cohort they belong to depends on luck. Green is quite lucky, as he has only missed 2 months since the start of this training camp, which isn't too much. Ahead is the training camp, and I wonder if he will have the fortune to see the Navy soldiers led by Admiral Zephyr, looking hopeful and smiling as they talk to Green. Meanwhile, in the marshal's office, Sengoku is buried in documents piled high above the desk. The Navy has many affairs, and the Air Marshal has long stopped managing these matters, leaving them to Sengoku, who is said to be honing his abilities. Knock, knock. Kumin. Sengoku lifted his head and adjusted his round glasses. Akainu walked in and saluted. Admiral Sengoku, I'm back. Yes, the situation in the New World has temporarily calmed down due to the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. However, I have a bad feeling that chaos is about to come. You should take this opportunity to rest and return to the New World as soon as possible, Sengoku said in a deep voice. I understand. I will stay for 5 days and set off as soon as the supplies and soldiers are replenished. Akainu replied with a gloomy expression. The New World has already begun to show signs of chaos. The dissolution of the Roger Pirates has left many pirates uncertain about what the Pirate King intends to do. So for now, they're hesitant to act rashly. But as time passes since Roger's disappearance, it is only a matter of time before the seas become turbulent again. Well, I can't spare any time right now. I will have Garp go to the New World as well, so he doesn't keep causing trouble for me. Speaking of Garp, Sengoku's temples throbbed with tension. Regarding this matter, Sengoku felt helpless. The Navy seems powerful now, but there are signs of a generational gap. Among the younger generation, there are powerful individuals like Akainu and the others. And above them are Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr, but there is a significant drop in talent beyond that. At the very least, there isn't anyone among the younger generation who can impress the older generation. Oh, by the way, has that kid from the West Sea been brought back? Sengoku suddenly remembered Green, as Nelson has praised him highly, with more than half of the reports sent over being about him. Akainu was taken aback and then frowned. Feeling something was off, he wasn't forgetful. However, every time he talked about matters related to Green, he needed to think for a moment, which felt a bit strange. He has already been brought back and should have arrived at the training camp by now. Sengoku nodded, took out Nelson's report to glance at it, and then said, "Well, Green, you should have already interacted with him, right? How does he feel?" Akainu hesitated for a moment. "I didn't feel anything when we met, but now it feels a bit strange." Sengoku paused as he raised his teacup, looking puzzled. "Strange?" "Yes," Akainu expressed his feelings, unexpectedly causing Sengoku's expression to become serious. "To be honest, after your reminder, I also realized that I often overlook matters related to him, such as his name." Sengoku's expression became slightly grave. He hadn't noticed it at first, but once Akainu mentioned it, he recalled that it was indeed the case. He had read Nelson's report several times, but couldn't remember Green's name until just now when he flipped through the report. Is it possible that it's a type of devil fruit? Akainu proposed his hypothesis. Very likely. Sengoku's eyes lit up. Indeed, there is such a possibility. There are many devil fruits in the sea, and no one dares to claim they know all the abilities of every devil fruit. According to Nelson, this kid is very skilled at assassination. When he wiped out the 5 major families of the underworld in the West Sea, even Nelson found it difficult to detect his presence. Sengoku said again. Akainu added, "I haven't noticed anything else, but I found that Green has excellent physical fitness, at least on par with a typical colonel." Sengoku's eyes lit up again. Has he reached the physical fitness level of a colonel? A 15-year-old boy possesses the physical fitness of a colonel? Is his talent really that strong? Knock, knock. Green stood outside an office, politely knocking on the door. According to the people from the training camp, this was the office of the chief instructor, Zephyr, and he was asked to report in person. Gumin, a deep voice came from inside the room, and even through the door, one could feel the powerful presence of the voice's owner. Jelen opened the door and walked in, only to see a serious-looking, meticulous purple-haired man sitting behind the desk. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes made him appear somewhat aged, and he was currently looking at Jelen. Green immediately gave a somewhat standard military salute. There was no way around it. He really had very few opportunities to learn in the Navy, totaling less than 2 months, and he hadn't even learned how to salute properly. New recruit Green. I met instructor Zephyr. Indeed, Zephyr frowned slightly, looking somewhat displeased at Green, who had even messed up his salute. You are Green. Nelson thinks highly of you, and I hope you won't let his expectations down. He had read Nelson's report and even spoken to him on the phone. However, he believed that Green could only handle the influence of the 5 major families in places like the West Sea against the people from the Flower Kingdom. He would immediately falter. Therefore, he would not regard Green any differently just because of Nelson's esteem. For me, any achievements you have before mean nothing. I only care about your performance in the training camp. If you can't graduate smoothly from the training camp, even if Nelson was once my student, I won't show any mercy. Sometimes it is like this. The more someone values relationships, the more they must deliberately display a ruthless side. Green knew Zephyr's past and was aware of his future, feeling a deep sympathy for the old man who dedicated everything to the Navy. He quickly responded seriously, Instructor Zephyr, don't worry, I understand everything. Everything must be fought for by oneself. Green had understood this long ago. Moreover, there is also struggle in the Navy. At least right now, there is a big shot who has been persecuted and is about to leave the Navy. All right, I'll officially start training tomorrow. Zephyr remained expressionless and sent Green off to rest. After Green left, the originally expressionless Zephyr suddenly revealed a faint smile. In the marshal's office, Sengoku was facing a den mushi, which showed an image of a figure with purple hair and sunglasses, none other than Zephyr, who had just met with Green. This meant that the kid had likely mastered hockey. Sengoku was somewhat uncertain. A 15-year-old boy awakening haki on his own without guidance. Such talent was terrifying. The voice of Zephyr came through the din mushi. I can confirm that he has awakened Kinbunchika haki, although his usage is still immature. He is already able to use it, and I suspect he has also awakened Busashoka haki. Sengoku glanced at Akainu, who was still lingering in his office, and smiled. It seems we've indeed found a treasure. Akainu immediately stood up, thinking that there was no need to send Green to the training camp. He could teach him himself. He might as well bring him onto his ship. Sakazuki, Sengoku said helplessly, noticing that Akainu's thoughts were written all over his face. The person is already under Zephyr's command. Are you sure you want to take him away? Akainu. Zephyr, is that Sakazuki kid there too? Forget about taking him. If he had intercepted me earlier, I wouldn't have said anything. Since the person is already here, just leave him to me. Sengoku laughed heartily. Haha. Zephyr, are there any other good seedlings in this training camp? Zephyr was silent for a moment, not responding, and his attitude spoke volumes. Then I'll leave Green to you. Train him well. I hope he can stand out. Sengoku hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in the training camp, Green encountered some minor trouble. You're the new guy? You're already 2 months late. We are all your seniors. Don't you know you should be respectful to your seniors? In the dormitory, a cocky young man looked at Green mockingly, showing no intention of moving off the only empty bunk. Green was taken aback. Was he being bullied on campus? Haha, I don't want to cause trouble. I'll say it again. Take your things and don't make me take action myself. The dormitory was a standard 4-person room, with 2 sets of bunk beds. At this moment, the lower bunk on the left and both bunks on the right were already occupied, and the other 2 young men were coldly watching everything unfold. Oh kid, you're quite arrogant, huh? This place is full, so go to another dorm. The arrogant youth sneered, thinking a newcomer wanted to challenge him. Green's expression was calm as he walked straight over, as he had no habit of indulging fools. Today I'll let you know how formidable I am. And from now on you won't need a bed. You'll sleep on the floor instead. The arrogant young man also stood up, clenching his fists and ready to strike. Green was faster than him. With just a slight movement, he was already in front of him. One arm forcefully pushed aside his hands and grabbed his neck. Hey, let go of me. The arrogant young man's expression changed. He felt that what was gripping his neck was not a hand, but a steel claw. He shouted and swung a heavy punch at Green's face, but with a shake of Green's arm, it immediately went limp like a noodle. Bang! Green casually threw him to the ground, looking down at the young man who was slumped on the floor. If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll make sure you have a hard time during the training camp. Green's cold and calm eyes made the arrogant young man retract much of his defiance. He knew he was no match for Green, and the gap between them was vast. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerless to fight back. Silently getting up, he tidied up the clutter from the upper bunk, becoming much more obedient, even daring not to look at Green. On the other side, the 2 young men who were ready to watch the excitement also changed their expressions. They had seen more clearly just now, and Green's swift movements were deeply stimulating to them. The ease of his actions was akin to an adult hitting a child. No, it was more like an adult hitting a newborn baby. They immediately pulled Green into a group of people they absolutely couldn't provoke, and then silently turn away. Can I ask your name, classmate? After all, we're all in the same dorm during the training camp, and knowing names would make things more convenient. The young man on the upper bunk couldn't help but ask, thinking it would be good to establish a relationship with a big shot in his dorm. Green glanced at the other person and thought, damn it, why didn't you call me classmate just now? Enjoying the show, huh? My name is Green. Early in the morning, before dawn, a sharp whistle echoed throughout the training camp. The trainees cursed as they got out of their beds and quickly assembled. They couldn't do it at first, but after being disciplined a few times, they learned to behave. Green woke up as soon as the whistle blew, moving quickly to put on his Navy training uniform and running out. There weren't many trainees on the training field, only about 200, but their ages varied from young boys of 11 or 12 to teenagers of 17 or 18. A towering figure approached, wearing a Navy justice cloak. With purple short hair and a muscular build, Zifa, exuding a massive presence. Good. Today there are no fools who don't understand the rules or are late. It seems you will all successfully remain in the training camp today. Zifa scanned the trainees with a mischievous grin and said, I have good news for everyone today. Our training camp has welcomed a new comrade, Green. As he spoke, he pointed to Green, who was standing at the back of the line. Green was taken aback. Was such a grand welcome necessary for the arrival of new recruits? Just as he thought this, he noticed all the other recruits looking at him with a sense of glee. Boss Green, you're in trouble. Varjin, the young man whom Green had dealt with yesterday, whispered. Even without Vargen saying it, Green sensed that something was off. Zephyr's malicious intent was written all over his face. All right, let's celebrate the arrival of our new comrades by running 100 laps around the field. Zephyr's voice was loud, and every recruit felt their ears buzzing. After hearing what Instructor Zephyr had said, the recruits turned pale, some even starting to sway. The Navy Headquarters Training Camp was one of the most renowned training bases across the vast sea, known for its strict requirements and training standards that far exceeded common expectations. However, past experiences had made them hesitant to speak out, as they had witnessed more than one person expelled for disobeying orders. Seeing that everyone was furious but dared not voice it, Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. Good. It seems you all welcome the new comrades very much. So let us get moving. With his command, all the recruits, though unwilling, obediently started running. But they all instinctively shot angry glances at Green. Green stared at everyone in confusion, thinking, I won't take the blame for this. What does this have to do with me? Zifa, you old trickster, this is just too much. After grumbling inwardly, Green also started running. At that moment, Zifa suddenly slapped his forehead and said, oh, right? Green doesn't count. He has to run 200 laps. Just as a smile appeared on Green's face, it froze. Is there still preferential treatment for me? Green was almost in tears, thanking Zephyr and his ancestors for 8 generations. Zephyr looked at a group of running trainees with satisfaction and sternly urged, run faster. Are you girls? You're running so slowly that even the old lady next door could catch up with you. Zephyr's remarks drew angry glares from a number of female trainees. Green's speed wasn't very fast. He was maintaining a constant pace. Zephyr seemed to be deliberately looking for trouble with him, his eyes fixed on Green. Seeing him so relaxed, he immediately shot a glance at a nearby instructor. The instructor with a big beard instantly understood, his figure disappearing in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Green, delivering a whip kick. Too slow. Kid, let me help you speed up. The Green pupils contracted as he felt a sinister wind rushing from behind, and with clear observation, he saw the bearded instructor suddenly appear behind him. Bang! A sudden explosion created a deep pit beneath Green's feet, and he instantly teleported a distance away, successfully dodging the attack from the big bearded man, surpassing all the other trainees in one go. Zephyr was taken aback, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, the group of trainees who were running almost dropped their jaws in shock, staring in disbelief at the galloping Green. Green might not recognize that bearded man, but they have been here for 2 months and are very familiar with every instructor. That bearded instructor is a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, skilled in physical techniques and the 6 styles of the Navy. This time, he is temporarily serving as an instructor due to the lack of missions, and his strength is very impressive. However, unexpectedly, even such a strong instructor was evaded by Green during a sudden attack. Green managed to dodge, but the big guy was really angry. Of course, it was half anger and half embarrassment for being easily evaded by a little guy. Green's performance is relaxed and carefree. Does he not care about his image? Soon, a comical scene unfolded on the playground. A bearded man dressed as an instructor was desperately chasing a naval youth, and the two occasionally exchanged a blow or two. Although both of them ended up with Green being knocked away, he was completely unharmed. Every time Green faced off against Big Beard, he would get sent flying, then dust himself off and continue sprinting, making the instructors unable to watch without flinching. Russell made a huge fool of himself this time. Hey, you will be the same. This little guy is impressive. It's been years since I've seen such a good prospect. Look, Green dodged Russell's attack again. What a terrifying learning ability. He has already become familiar with Russell's attack methods. If Russell doesn't get serious, it will be hard to subdue him. Zephyr stroked his chin, feeling that Russell has been a bit slack lately. It seems he really needs to give him some extra lessons. All right, Russell, step down. Green can only run at this speed now. He must go fast, or he won't have lunch. After saying this, Zephyr left the training ground under the awe and gritted teeth of the trainees, leaving a few instructors behind to watch and prevent anyone from cheating. Green nodded at the bearded instructor Russell, who looked somewhat unsatisfied, and continued to run calmly, showing no signs of the earlier exhaustion. Russell, on the other hand, stared at him with a somewhat displeased expression, thinking that the brat still had energy left. Although the training camp had been ongoing for 2 months and the students' physical fitness had greatly improved, some even had a good foundation before entering the camp. Running 100 laps still drained their stamina. Some weaker individuals had already collapsed halfway through. A series of orderly medical responses indicated that the doctors here were already accustomed to this scene. Green's task was still not completed. He had already run 172 laps, and his clothes were completely soaked, with sweat flowing down his cheeks like a small stream. He had just lost most of his stamina to Russell. Otherwise, Green was confident he could easily finish this training. As for why it was this particular task, it was because he clearly remembered the standard training intensity of a Navy headquarters training camp. 2,000 push-ups, 100 back-and-forth rope climbs, running 200 laps around the playground, and finally, practical combat training. This was the basic training intensity of the Navy headquarters training camp, and they hadn't even reached the basic standards yet. At noon, the hot sea breeze blew in from the harbor, making the already restless and suffocated mood of the group of trainees even worse. At this moment, the trainees still standing on the playground were those who had completed their training, and their numbers were quite dismal. Green turned his head to take a glance. His expression calm, but inwardly he was full of disdain. The Navy was indeed in a state of transition. He could see that the number of people still standing was few. After counting, there were less than 30 in total. This number was probably one of the reasons why Admiral Zephyr left early. A few instructors, however, remained composed, having long been accustomed to such situations. All right, those who qualify can go eat. As for those who don't qualify, you have two options. One is to withdraw immediately, and the other is to make up the remaining laps and then go eat. In response to the instructor's words, the trainees, dejected, continued to complete the training. As long as they lacked the courage to withdraw, they would have to crawl to the finish if necessary. Green walked steadily towards the cafeteria, watching the trainees behind him helping each other, grinning in pain. Is the gap really that big? What they didn't know was that in Admiral Zephyr's office, all the other instructors were gathered, observing his performance closely. This shouldn't be his limit. In the afternoon, we must push this little guy to his limits so that we can formulate a targeted training plan. Zephyr squinted his eyes and said, such a good talent must not be wasted. Who knows, he might be the next monster like Akainu and the others. The instructors exchanged glances and responded in unison, yes. One instructor beside them held Green's profile, jotting down notes. Strong learning aptitude, able to quickly adapt to relatively simple enemy attack methods, but further testing and observation are needed. Outstanding physical fitness, already surpassing most colonel-level officers, lacks a systematic martial arts framework, relying mostly on instinct. Targeted training in martial arts is recommended. It is easy to forget related matters. After testing, the speculation about being a devil fruit user is basically ruled out, suspected to be a racial talent. Possesses observation hockey, but is not yet proficient, believed to have awakened not long ago. Possesses armament hockey, only understands basic applications, and has also awakened not long ago. Green's basic situation had been almost completely understood without him even realizing it. Next, Zephyr and a group of instructors designed a detailed training plan, most of which involved various tests for Green. Only after all these tests were completed would Green's real training begin. Green wolfed down 5 servings of food in the cafeteria, patting his bulging belly with some frustration. It seemed he needed to quickly master the essence of life return. Otherwise, relying solely on his body's digestive system was simply not enough. The digestion was too slow. After the meal, the trainees only had half an hour to rest before starting their afternoon training. The trainees suddenly noticed that the instructors were unusually excited today, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, shouting, and leading them in training, with some even participating shirtless. However, the trainees had no time to think too much. Their last bit of strength was quickly drained, leaving them to collapse on the ground, watching Green get tormented alone. Then they realized that this feeling was surprisingly wonderful, and their mood improved significantly. As evening approached, Green's vision began to blur. He knew he had reached his limit. Even he was struggling after an afternoon of high-intensity training. At first, he was counting the training items and quantities. But later on, his mind started to lag behind, groggily following the instructors to complete the training, while the expressions of the surrounding instructors changed from initial mockery to shock. Green didn't know how much training he had completed. He fell directly while training on the rope and then passed out. The day's training ended with Green's fainting, and the students, who had watched for a long time, did not receive the usual extra practice request, but were allowed to return to their dorms. This left the students feeling anxious, wondering if the instructors were planning something big again. However, they were clearly overthinking it. All the instructors were gathered in Zephyr's office at that moment. This little guy has given me so many surprises. Zephyr's face broke into a smile, and the instructors looked on in amazement. How long had it been since they had seen Teacher Zephyr smile after that incident? Teacher Zephyr, Russell said excitedly. Green completed a total of 300 laps running this afternoon, 5,000 push-ups, and 200 back-and-forth rope climbs, along with many other miscellaneous physical training exercises. The amount of training is something some of us here wouldn't be able to complete, but he did it. His physical fitness far exceeds our previous estimates. Ha ha, I saw it. Russell, your performance today was very unsatisfactory. You need to put in some extra practice. I think I'm good. Russell's expression froze as he hurriedly waved his hands. The other instructors burst into laughter, teasing him. It was clear that they were all in a good mood today, their faces beaming with relaxed smiles. All right, boys, I have a plan for Green's future training. Let's make arrangements, Zephyr said seriously. As soon as he said this, all the instructors immediately stood at attention, their expressions turning serious. Green's physical training would remain at a standard intensity, with Russell teaching him the use of armament hockey, and Jason responsible for imparting experience in using observation hockey. Well, didn't those little guys say they wanted to learn the Navy's 6 styles? Starting tomorrow, we will teach it, but they must master one move before continuing to practice the other 6. Yes, the instructors responded loudly, their faces filled with excitement. They didn't expect this batch of students to be allowed to practice the 6 styles so quickly. Previously, teacher Zephyr hadn't permitted it until they completed the basic physical training intensity. It seemed these little guys benefited from Green's presence. After setting the formal schedule for the next day, the instructors hurriedly dispersed to prepare some teaching materials. The office of Zephyr quieted down. Zephyr took out a transponder snail and directly called Sengoku. Zephyr, what's the matter at this late hour? The transponder snail clicked and connected, taking on the appearance of round-framed glasses. Zephyr didn't speak immediately, but thought for a moment before saying, Sengoku, the situation of the Navy being understaffed is becoming increasingly serious. Do you have any relevant measures? Sengoku was silent for a moment and replied seriously, we have increased recruitment efforts in various places, but we haven't seen effective changes yet. However, if we persist, there will definitely be improvements. Green groggily opened his eyes, his expression somewhat dazed. Immediately, his gaze shifted, and he quickly scanned his surroundings, then relaxed. This was a pristine white hospital room, and besides himself, several other trainees were sound asleep in other beds. Ah, he had accidentally fainted. Admiral Zephyr truly lived up to his reputation. He had a clear understanding of each trainee's limits. With 2 lives behind him, Green certainly knew the reason for his fainting. However, he felt no aversion to it at all. Being able to stand out in the training camp and gain Admiral Zephyr's recognition was no small achievement in the Navy. Among the various ranks of officers in the Navy, while not many came from Zephyr's tutelage, there were still quite a few. Green felt like all the bones in his body were falling apart, and his muscles were extremely sore, a consequence of intense exercise. A wave of intense weakness washed over him, and he closed his tired eyes, falling into a deep sleep. He didn't want to think about anything now. He just wanted to enjoy a comfortable sleep, unaware of what new challenges awaited him from the terrifying Zifa instructor the next day. After a night of tranquility, when Green opened his eyes again, it was already bright outside. He got dressed, got out of bed, and moved his still somewhat sore limbs before walking out of the hospital room. Outside, the sky was clear, with fluffy white clouds slowly drifting by, and groups of seagulls were circling in the distant harbor, searching for food. It was beautiful, wasn't it? Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted Green's gaze. Instructor Zifa. Green saluted, greeting him meticulously. Standing next to him was Zifa, leaning against the door of the hospital room, looking at the sky through his sunglasses. This world is beautiful, but there are a group of restless people waving the flag of freedom while engaging in acts of plunder. The sea is in chaos because of them. Countless lives are lost, and this pure sky has become tainted because of it. Zifa seemed to have thought of something, speaking with a face full of emotion. Green listened quietly, giving the respect due to this old Navy man who, though in the prime of his life and at the peak of his career, was deeply affected and exhausted. In our time, heroes emerged one after another, but it was also the most chaotic era. You're now in a good time, with so many predecessors paving the way for you, giving you enough time to grow, but don't keep them waiting too long. Zephyr seemed to have come specifically to say this. After finishing, he stood up and left. At that moment, the once formidable Admiral Blackarm, Zephyr no longer had his previous pressure and grandeur, but resembled an aging man instead. Green squinted his eyes, recalling the tragic fate of the old Navy officer, who could be called a hero, dying at the hands of his most despised disciple. It was like adding insult to injury after his death. He didn't know how Kizaru felt at that moment, but would that scene play out again this time? Green smiled faintly. Teacher Zephyr, I didn't expect that the one to send you off in the end would be the person you never thought highly of. After a big meal in the cafeteria, training began again. Today's training began to change. The physical training every morning remained the same. But each person would have their own unique physical standard. Once you reach the standard, you could finish the morning training early and then participate in practicing the 6 styles of the Navy. Those who couldn't complete the morning physical training would have to start their practice in the afternoon. This was a precious opportunity for extra training, and I hope everyone will seize it. The bearded Russell loudly announced the new rules. The group of trainees was stunned. Then their faces immediately lit up with joy. The 6 styles of the Navy? Can we really start practicing? Ha! I heard that it used to take over 6 months before they would start teaching it. I didn't expect we could do it so soon. This shows that our batch is really strong. That's right. The last training camp didn't start practicing the 6 styles of the Navy until a year later. We're ahead of them by such a long time. We will definitely learn better. Instructor Russell raised his hand to signal for silence and shouted sternly, "Quiet. Kids, don't celebrate too early. Normally, your physical standards haven't met the requirements to learn the 6 styles of the Navy. However, Teacher Zephyr intends to give you an opportunity and has specially opened up the practice of the 6 styles early. But you can only practice the other styles after mastering one. I hope you choose wisely. Otherwise, it's very likely that by the end of the training camp, you won't be able to learn any of the styles." The trainees' expressions turned serious as they suppressed their joy and forced themselves to calm down. Green was naturally happy to have the opportunity to learn the Navy 6 styles in advance, as it would give him an earlier chance to comprehend the ability of life return. He had a strong obsession with the ability to return life, which allowed him to eat without gaining weight and digest food instantly, a truly useful skill. Russell glanced at the now quiet trainees with satisfaction and said again, "In the afternoon, we will hold 2 more special courses. Only those who have comprehended observation hockey and armament hockey can participate. Others will temporarily not be included in the special course teaching." Among the 200 trainees, Green was not the only one who mastered hockey. There were quite a few who had mastered observation hockey and armament hockey. After all, they were recommended by other divisions, and their talents were not bad. However, their level of armament hockey was not even as good as Green's, at best comparable to when they first awakened it. The strength of armament hockey is linked to physical fitness, even if one is lucky enough to awaken it without a strong body to support it. It is difficult to become powerful. With Green as current physical fitness, he still couldn't cover a large part of his body. He could only manage to cover both arms and thighs at the same time. Observation hockey, on the other hand, does not rely on a strong body, but it does require certain talents. Some exceptionally gifted individuals can even awaken it naturally, and the awakened observation hockey can have various special attributes. For example, Enel's heart network, Kizaru's foresight of the future, Fujitora's wide-range perception, and Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things. All of these are special abilities carried by observation hockey. Unfortunately, Green was not one of those people. His observation hockey did not have various additional attributes, nor did it have an extensive range. All right, we will now distribute the physical training plans. Each person's training standards are different and designed according to your own capabilities. So do not easily attempt others' training standards, as it can easily lead to injury. Paper slips were distributed to the trainees, and as they looked at them, the expressions on their faces changed. They believed that the training listed on them was something they could not complete at all, and they wondered if the training standards designed for them were just a bluff. "Now let us start training." Russell waved his hand and exclaimed. The morning physical training class had no new ideas. Green quickly completed his training according to his own standards and then directly approached the instructor responsible for teaching the Navy's 6 styles. "All right, next, I will explain the Navy's 6 styles. I'm sure you have heard of it, so I won't explain too much. It is a martial art and technique that surpasses human limits, and mastering it will greatly benefit your hockey training." The instructor responsible for teaching the Navy's 6 styles had a mohawk hairstyle, dark purple hair, a rugged face, wore the Navy Justice cape, and had a sword hanging from his waist. Jellen's eyes moved slightly. This seemed to be a familiar face. The future Vice Admiral Squirrel, a powerful master of both martial arts and swordsmanship. Sure enough, after thinking for a moment, he continued, "Well, I am also a disciple of Teacher Zephyr. You can call me Squirrel, and I currently hold the rank of Rear Admiral." Green immediately saluted and calmly said, "Yes, Mouse Instructor." Mouse smiled, "This little brat. Although I am proficient in all 6 forms of the Navy, the 2 that I use the best are shave and moonwalk. Let's start with shave. The use of shave involves stepping on the ground dozens of times in an instant, then utilizing the resulting reaction force to move quickly. Due to the high speed, it appears as though one is teleporting. Although Green already knew this principle, he had tried it before and couldn't achieve that effect at all. After all, he wasn't some cheat like a prince who could learn just by watching. However, after Mouse's explanation, A glimmer of understanding appeared in Green's eyes, and he began to contemplate. Mouse did not hold back. He imparted all his experiences with Shave to Green, making him feel as if he could easily use it now. I think Shave is very practical for you, especially since I've heard you are very skilled at assassination. Well, the CP organization of the world government is also adept at assassination, and nearly all of its members must be proficient in Shave and several other forms of the 6 techniques. Next, Mouse had Green start to practice the technique, providing guidance from the side. After Green collapsed 5 houses, he finally managed to use it, albeit unskilled. He stood still in the open space, and as his eyes moved, he suddenly sprang into action. Soru, with a swoosh, his body disappeared in an instant, reappearing 10 meters away, almost stumbling and falling. The weasel looked delighted and nodded. You have almost mastered the technique of Soru. Just keep practicing to deepen your proficiency. On the other side of the playground, the trainees, who were still sweating profusely during their physical training, were all focused on Green. Even during training, they couldn't help but pay attention to him, seeing how quickly he had mastered Soru, one of the techniques from the Navy's 6 styles. Their eyes turned red with envy, and suddenly they felt a surge of strength within themselves, motivating them to train harder. Russell stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems I should let Green get a little closer to them. These kids are lacking motivation. Meanwhile, Green's training continued. The weasel knew well that too much at once would not yield good results, and although he initially thought about teaching Moonwalk as well, he decided to leave that for tomorrow. Today, he would let Green practice and familiarize himself with the application of Soru. Next, Green began to repeatedly use Soru on the playground. He hadn't exhausted much energy during his physical training, so he had plenty of stamina for training now, and his proficiency in Soru was increasing at an alarming rate. Honestly, Green's talent was quite good. At least his experiences from 2 lifetimes and the information explosion from his previous life allowed him to better understand and accept new knowledge. The method of using Soru was simple, and as long as his body could meet the requirements, learning it was only a matter of time. Today, the Soru taught belongs to one of the 2 movement techniques in the 6 styles. In addition, there are 2 main techniques used for defense and evasion, and 2 used for offense. The Navy's 6 styles, when combined, will greatly enhance combat effectiveness as long as they can be used proficiently. The weasel spoke loudly, clearly intending for the trainees on the other side to hear and gain some preliminary understanding. As noon approached, several physically strong trainees also completed their physical training and excitedly ran up to the weasel. Report, instructor, we have completed our physical training. Please teach us the Navy's 6 styles. The weasel nodded, signaling his assistant to take note of their names. These were a few physically strong individuals, worth observing closely, as they might be potential talents. All right, next is the usage technique of Soru, one of the 6 styles. You need to listen carefully. Green's figure flickered on the playground, moving faster and farther away. However, after a while, his speed began to slow down, and the distance he moved became shorter and shorter. The other trainees looked on in confusion, wondering why he seemed to be getting worse the more he practiced. Meanwhile, the instructors watching this scene showed expressions of surprise and satisfaction. The kid Green had good talent. He had quickly grasped Shave and was now starting to perform fine control. Yes, it took me 3 days to master it back then. I only took 2 days. The weasel also noticed Green's changes and was secretly astonished, hesitating whether to change his mind and teach Moonwalk in the afternoon. As Green became more proficient with Shave, he found it increasingly easy to use, feeling excited that Shave could indeed complement his assassination skills well. More and more trainees completed their physical training and, after just a short rest, eagerly joined the learning of the Marine 6 techniques, fearing they would fall too far behind others. This positive attitude made several instructors grin widely. Such a scene had never occurred before, and they hadn't expected that Green's presence would inspire the trainees' training. It wasn't until noon that the trainees' training finally came to an end, and under the instructor's guidance, they headed straight for the cafeteria. After finishing lunch, everyone voluntarily gathered back on the playground, eagerly waiting for the weasel to continue the lesson. The weasel did not disappoint them and soon appeared, starting to explain the Marine 6 techniques from the beginning, showing no impatience despite having already gone over it in the morning. Once everyone had memorized the training essentials, he called Green aside to begin teaching Moonwalk. The use of Moonwalk can be seen as an extension of Shave, as it directly employs the power exerted in Shave to step on the air, thereby generating powerful suspension force. It's like moving in the air by stepping on invisible stairs. However, this method can only be used in combat. It places too much burden on the body for long-distance travel, and very few people do it. The weasel began to explain. Green listened intently, and quickly understood the usage of the moonwalk, moving to the side to begin his training. The gentle sea breeze swept through Marineford, and the white seagull flags fluttered in the wind. At the Naval Headquarters training camp, all the trainees and instructors gathered on the playground. In the center of the playground, two figures were engaged in battle. One side was Rear Admiral Weasel, while the other was Green, dressed entirely in black. Green's figure appeared like a ghost behind Weasel, thrusting his long knife from an uncomfortable angle. Clang! Weasel swept his long knife, easily deflecting Green's attack. His observation hockey allowed him to easily sense Green's strike. Green missed the strike and immediately retreated at a faster speed, moving quickly around the flying squirrel, looking for an opportunity. Shave. In an instant, he reappeared in the blind spot of the flying squirrel's vision, fiercely stabbing with his long knife, which was completely covered in a dark hue, clearly using hockey. Ha ha! Good coming. The flying squirrel laughed heartily, and his long knife was also covered in hockey. With a clang, the two blades clashed against each other, sparks flying, making the blades reflect like flames. Green's figure was like an illusory ghost, appearing in an instant, attacking, then retreating, searching for another opportunity to approach, striking again, and retreating once more. The Dormouse, however, was steady and composed. Every attack from Green, though concealed, was detected and blocked. The surrounding trainees watched with rapt attention, their faces full of envy. It had been 6 months since Green joined the training camp. Over this half year, they had shifted from hostility towards Green at the beginning to admiration now, recognizing his strength. Green's strength has made remarkable progress. With the guidance of numerous instructors, his foundation has already been fully supplemented, and he has mastered the Marine 6 styles with proficiency. The basic application of life return is no longer a problem. At the very least, he can greatly accelerate the digestion and absorption of food. Moreover, it's not just that. His observation hockey has also improved significantly, and he can use it skillfully. The most impressive is his armament hockey, which, under Zephyr's occasional personal guidance, has reached an extremely powerful level. Even Zephyr has remarked that Green's talent for armament hockey is very strong, at least not weaker than his own. Kid Green, it's no fun if you only know how to run. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Squirrel provocatively asked. He was left with no choice. This kid has become increasingly slippery lately. If he had known, he would have taught him shave and moonwalk last. Instructor Squirrel, do you think I'm an idiot? Green replied without stopping, his speed even increasing slightly, smirking as someone who walks the assassination route. Why should I fight you head-on? I just need to be faster than you. And why do you want to fight me at night? Squirrel was so angry his nose almost twisted. This little brat is becoming less adorable. He was so quiet when he first arrived, unlike now when he speaks and drives people crazy. Wind foot. 3 consecutive vacuum slashes were kicked out from his legs, heading straight for Green, who had just appeared in the air. Green remained calm until 3 vacuum slashes were about to hit him, and then he shouted, "Paper drawing." His body became weightless, swaying in the wind amidst the 3 vacuum slashes, skillfully dodging them by mere millimeters. The onlooking students erupted in astonished exclamations. Paper drawing was one of the 6 techniques with the highest difficulty, and most of them couldn't even perform it. They never expected that Green could already use it in battle. Wind foot arrows. After dodging the attack, Green immediately counterattacked. He lifted his thigh and propelled his lower leg into the air, sending out 3 vacuum arrows. However, unlike the weasel's wind foot, Green's technique was more like arrows condensed together, not attacking the enemy with slashes, but instead concentrating into a point, increasing its penetrating power like an arrow. Clang, clang, clang. The weasel's long knife continuously blocked, easily deflecting the 3 vacuum arrows. Then, with a sweep of the long knife, it quickly closed in on Green. While still at a distance, the weasel swung forcefully, and a slash was released from the blade, heading straight for Green. Green's figure flickered and had already left the original spot, drifting away unpredictably. Forget it, forget it. It's a draw. The flying squirrel waved his hand impatiently. No one could do anything to each other if they continued fighting. He couldn't catch up with Green, and Green couldn't break through his defense. Green's figure moved, appearing not far from the flying squirrel. He slowly sheathed his long knife, his face calm. Then, "Thank you, Instructor Flying Squirrel." The flying squirrel suddenly reached out and grabbed Green's neck, teasingly scolding. "Hee kid, tell me the truth. Did you hold back your strength during the battle, just now?" Green rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Hiding strength? Major Squirrel, do you think too little of your own rank as a major? Unless you bought your position, I wouldn't dare to hide my strength." Squirrel wasn't angry. He dragged Green aside and made room for the other students. Today was a combat class for the students. originally meant for them to fight each other. Green had been pulled in by Zephyr at the last minute to fight Squirrel, and the order came very abruptly. Seeing Zephyr's expression, Green knew there was something else waiting for him. He kept quiet, sitting quietly on the side, chatting casually with Squirrel, while also keeping an eye on the student battles happening in the arena. Green wanted to find a few partners during the training camp. After all, those who could come here were all trustworthy. Green, Instructor Zephyr requests your presence. An assistant instructor approached and gestured to Zephyr, who had already left his seat and was heading to the office. Green calmly nodded, and sure enough, it had come. All right, I'll go right away. After bidding farewell to the flying squirrel, Green arrived at Zephyr's office. Knock, knock. Come in. Green walked into the office, where Zephyr was sitting behind the desk with a furrowed brow, looking troubled. Teacher Zephyr, you called for me? Sit down. Zephyr snapped back to reality, pointing to the chair beside him, signaling for him to take a seat. Recently, Zephyr had been frequently teaching Green the application and cultivation of armament hockey. So the two were already familiar with each other, and Green had no reservations, directly sitting down in the chair. Once Green was seated, Zephyr slowly began to speak. Green, there is a special mission now, and Sengoku has assigned you to complete it. This can be seen as a test of your strength. However, you have the right to refuse. After all, you still have a long way to go before graduation, and there's no need to rush at this point. Green's heart stirred, but his face remained calm as he said, I want to know the specific details of the mission before deciding whether to execute it. Zephyr nodded. The mission's objective is to capture or kill the only royal family member who has escaped from a country in the West Sea that opposes the world government. As he spoke, he handed the detailed mission information to Green for him to review carefully. Zephyr's expression was somewhat grim. As a just Navy officer, it felt degrading to hunt down a little girl. However, he had no way out of this situation, not to mention that he was already semi-retired. Even if he weren't, the world government might not listen to him. Green immediately shook his head. I can't bring myself to act against a 10-year-old girl. Please have the Warring States General arrange for someone else. Regardless of the right or wrong of this incident, they actually want us honorable soldiers to act against women and children. Is the world government filled with fools? Do they know how the Navy is perceived on the seas right now? People say the Navy is just a tool for the world government to oppress civilians. Zephyr became more and more agitated, his anger rising. Green listened quietly, expressing his agreement. Teacher Zephyr, the actions of the world government have always been like this. If we don't want to be at their mercy, we can only become strong enough that they dare not act recklessly, just like Admiral Karp. Zephyr was taken aback, his anger gradually dissipating, and he said with a smile, you are right. None of us old guys can do it as well as Karp. Green quickly took the opportunity to ask, Teacher, as someone who is on par with Admiral Karp, your strength should be about the same, right? Zephyr paused for a moment, then smiled and shook his head slightly. I'm different from Karp. He is very special. Let's put it this way. After years of intense training and battles, my body is already filled with hidden injuries. Even without that incident, my strength would start to decline in the next 10 years. Karp, on the other hand, has always been at his peak. Although his strength may not necessarily continue to grow, it will definitely not diminish. Green stared blankly at Zephyr, wondering if Vice Admiral Garp was really that strong. Then, Teacher, your hidden injuries should be treatable, right? He asked again. Come on, with such a strong person, of course. I want to cling to his thigh for as long as I can. And besides, this is the Navy, the true ruler of the seas. I wouldn't believe it if you told me there was no way to heal Zephyr, even if it killed me, he thought. Zephyr smiled and said, So what if there is? The cost is too high. Moreover, those methods are in the hands of the world government. Not just anyone can enjoy them. Green understood. He was very familiar with the nature of the world government. They only invest in those who are useful to them. If one were to say that what happened to Zephyr back then was not orchestrated by someone from the world government, no one would believe it. Zephyr was disheartened because of this and completely withdrew from the battle sequence. In such a situation, it would be strange for Zephyr to still work for them. Green thought for a moment and sincerely said, Teacher Zephyr, I know several methods that can treat injuries, and perhaps they could help with your wounds. Zephyr waved his hand nonchalantly, with a carefree expression on his face. It's okay. I'm actually fine now. Just nurturing the next generation of the Navy and passing on my skills and beliefs that already satisfies me. Green did not dwell on the matter, but instead asked in confusion, Teacher Zephyr, with your level of Busashoka hockey, can't you compare to Vice Admiral Garp? I know that your Busashoka hockey is regarded as the strongest in the Navy today. Could Vice Admiral Garp be even stronger? Zephyr laughed proudly and said, While Garp's Busashoku is indeed strong, there is still a bit of a gap between us. You haven't experienced his iron fist, so you would know. His fist can infuse his own will, which is a different approach from mine. Green was taken aback. It turned out that his elder was indeed infusing the will into his daily shout of the iron fist of love. From this, it could be seen that Vice Admiral Garp likely possessed the Conqueror's haki, even though he had never demonstrated it. Zephyr took out a din mushi and directly called Sengoku. The task you intend to assign to Green has been reviewed, and it's not suitable for him. Let someone else execute it. Zephyr outright rejected it on Green's behalf. His refusal was different from Green's. Zephyr's refusal could be said to stem from strategic considerations, while Green's refusal would imply a bit of disobedience to orders. To be honest, Zephyr was quite good to his disciples. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the din mushi. I will arrange for someone else to execute it. However, I have a new task here that I believe is very suitable for him. Zephyr's expression darkened. This meant that Green would definitely have to go out on a mission. Sengoku then delivered a shocking piece of news that made both of them shudder. Pirate King Joel D. Roger has surrendered to the Navy, and the world government is drafting a date for his public execution. What? Roger surrendered? When did this happen? Zephyr was alarmed. Roger's strength was unquestionable. How could such a man surrender? Yesterday afternoon, he surrendered to the Navy alone, and he is now imprisoned in the underwater prison. Impelled down, Sengoku's calm voice came through. Sitting in the chair, Green seemed a bit dazed. With Pirate King Roger's surrender, was the Great Pirate Era about to begin? Sengoku, a man like Roger actually surrendering. Be careful of any underlying schemes. Yes, Kizuru and Akiji have already arrived at Impelled Down to oversee the situation, and Garp is on his way back. Fast ships are ready at the headquarters port. If anything happens, we can rush over immediately. Sengoku clearly had made preparations. Zephyr said no more and stated solemnly. Such a significant event, Green cannot be involved. His tone was resolute. He clearly did not want Green to get involved, as such events related to a great pirate like Roger carried the possibility of death at any moment. Zephyr, I need to remind you that the Navy has no precedent of growing up in a cradle. They need to grow in the front line, in battle. Sengoku's voice became serious and raised in volume. Zephyr paused, frowning, and said, I understand this principle, but Green's talent is very strong. Just give me 2 more years. Only 2 years. I am confident I can make him as strong as Akainu and Akiji. Sengoku fell silent. He understood this reasoning as well. He even understood Zephyr's thoughts. It would be a shame if a good seedling like Green couldn't grow. I think what Admiral Sengoku said is right. Just as Sengoku and Zephyr were unable to convince each other, a calm voice suddenly spoke up. Zephyr frowned and looked at Green. On the other end of the din mushi, Sengoku was also taken aback, then said, Green is also there? Perfect, you should listen in too. The task is very simple. Serve as the commander of the Navy base in Lowtown, East Blue, for a period of time, ensuring the safety of the waters around Lowtown and clearing out the nearby pirates. Green squinted his eyes. Is he going to serve as the commander of the Roachtown Naval Base for a while? Is this to prepare for the public execution of the Pirate King, Roger? In Roachtown? Zifa was confused. This task wasn't particularly difficult, and it could be seen as a promotion for Green. As the last island in the East Sea before entering the Grand Line, the highest-ranking officer at the naval base, there was at least a colonel. Although it was a division colonel, it was still quite high for a trainee. Green thought for a moment, and then agreed, Admiral Sengoku, I believe I can complete this task. The phone bug in Sengoku's image revealed a smile at the corner of its mouth. Very good. Your appointment will be issued soon. And after this mission is completed, your position will be adjusted. Click. Sengoku hung up the phone. Zephyr immediately looked over. Green, Sengoku always thinks 3 steps ahead. He has other plans for you by appointing you as the base commander of Lowtown. You shouldn't agree to him so easily. Green smiled and said, Teacher Zephyr, flowers in a greenhouse usually don't last long. Even a slight breeze or rain can destroy them. So, I believe the front lines are where I should go. Zephyr was taken aback, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. He understood this reasoning. However, Green's exceptional talent made him see hope for changing the current situation of the Navy's lack of succession, which made him a bit hesitant. Ha ha ha. To think I was taught a lesson by both Sengoku and you little brat. It seems I've indeed been away from the battlefield for too long. Zephyr laughed heartily, finally regaining his former demeanor. Since Green had this awareness, it wouldn't be good for him to stop him any longer. Green's face was calm, but inside he was already cheering. Finally, he could leave the Navy headquarters. Although it was a great place, he couldn't use his soul refinement ability, and his strength was growing too slowly. Over the past 6 months, his strength had increased at a considerable pace and was incredibly solid. However, compared to the rapid leveling up he had experienced before, he could hardly contain his restless thoughts. This mission came at just the right time. Rogue Town was about to become lively, and he was about to witness the beginning of an era. Rogue Town. A warship was sailing in from the sea, and the swaying pirates on the dock glanced at it, but quickly lost interest. A mere East Sea naval base was utterly incapable of eliminating the pirates in the waters near Rogue Town. They even ignored the sight of them, which had long since stripped the Navy of any respect in their eyes. "Report, Colonel Green. We are about to arrive at Rogue Town. Please give instructions." A Navy soldier saluted and exclaimed loudly. Green slowly walked out of the captain's cabin. After receiving the order from headquarters, he immediately set off with his team. This warship was funded by the friendship of the warring states, and it had to be repaid. Just a glance at the dock made Green squint his eyes, coldly saying, "Since when can pirates openly enter an island guarded by the Navy?" He saw 7 or 8 pirate ships with various pirate flags docked in the harbor, and there were even fierce-looking pirates laughing and pointing at the warship from the dock. Green was instantly furious. "Do you not know your own identity? I haven't come to find you yet, and you're already so arrogant as to block my door? All personnel assemble. Prepare to eliminate the pirates." Green's expression was cold. Since they were here, they wouldn't be leaving. Yes, the Navy was excited, and they immediately went to relay the orders. As a member of the Navy, what could be better than encountering a commander who was extremely strong against pirates? The Navy soldiers quickly assembled, and a major acting as an aide approached. He was selected by Zephyr from the Navy headquarters to assist Green and had good experience in command and navigation. "Colonel, what's wrong?" "Oh, it's Major Terry. It's nothing. Just some blind pirates blocking the door." Green casually waved his hand, pointing to the pirates on the shore who were still laughing. Terry looked up and frowned. "There are quite a few pirates. We brought 500 soldiers this time, which should be enough." Saying this, he turned and loudly commanded, "Gunners, take your positions, aim at the pirate ships in the harbor, and sink any ship that tries to leave immediately. Everyone else, get ready after the warship docks. Prioritize capturing the pirates on the dock. Also, signalmen, quickly summon soldiers from the Rogue Town Navy base to join us in encircling the pirates entering the town." Terry's arrangements were well organized, and Green nodded secretly. As expected of an assistant personally chosen by Zephyr, it seemed that those from the headquarters were quite competent in command. The warship slowly docked, and the moment the small boat was lowered, the strong Navy personnel surged out, charging straight at the pirates on the shore. It was not until this moment that the pirates realized the Navy before them was somewhat different. Unlike the submissive and cowardly appearance of the Rogue Town Navy, these soldiers had fierce expressions, agile movements, and their weapons were much better than those of the Rogue Town Navy. "Damn it, these are soldiers from the Navy headquarters. I recognize their insignia. Run." The soldiers from the Navy headquarters are not comparable to the Rogue Town Navy. What's wrong with the Navy headquarters? I'm not afraid of them. Brothers, today, no matter which Navy it is, kill with me. The Navy and pirates quickly clashed, the sounds of swords clashing and gunfire immediately ringing out. Thanks to the pirates' rampage, there were very few civilians on the dock, and those that were there quickly hid away, resulting in no civilian casualties. Green observed that there were still a few strong pirates among them. However, they were not many. It was clear that most of the pirates had already entered the town, and these were just the ones left behind. "Terry, I'll leave this to you," Green said faintly, and his figure disappeared as he used Shave to appear behind a burly man who was fighting several Navy soldiers. His figure only appeared for a moment before disappearing again, and the previously arrogant man immediately trembled, then was swiftly taken down by several Navy soldiers. He's already dead," one Navy soldier exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the man's back, which was exposed as he fell, revealing a thin wound at the back of his head oozing red and white fluid. It was Colonel Green who made the move. "I just saw something flash behind this guy," a more composed Navy soldier remarked. His brother was also training in the headquarters camp, and he had heard so much about Green that his ears were almost calloused. The other Navy soldiers were somewhat aware of their commander's abilities, and upon hearing this, they immediately lost interest and continued to fight against the remaining pirates. Meanwhile, Green had already left the dock and arrived on a ship. All the relatively strong pirates in the dock area had been killed by him, and the remaining ones were just lackeys, which could be handled by his subordinates. "Who are you?" On the pirate ship, a burly man with a bare upper body and a gruesome scar across his chest barely dodged Green's sudden attack from behind, his face filled with fear and vigilance as he shouted. He had just heard the commotion at the shore and came out to check, only to almost get stabbed to death by a Navy soldier behind him. If it weren't for his naturally strong perception, he might not have escaped the silent attack just now. Green unexpectedly glanced at him. To be able to dodge his sneak attack. This guy in front of him has quite a bit of strength. Not bad. State your name, pirate. Green's eyes were calm, and his long knife was slightly inclined. Oomph. Despicable Navy. Aren't you supposed to be justice? Does the just Navy also resort to sneak attacks? The pirate looked at Green with a mocking expression, disdainfully saying, Remember, the one who will kill you is the officer of the giant axe pirates, Claw. Terrasai. Green nodded calmly. Yes, confirmed to be a bounty pirate. That saves us some money. Soru. As soon as the words fell, Green instantly appeared behind the opponent and slashed down with his sword. Tracy's expression changed. She didn't expect Green's speed to be so fast. She crossed her two sharp steel claws to block the incoming long sword, producing a clang sound and sparking everywhere. Green's expressionless face moved his right leg, and the storm arrow shot out. Swoosh! A tremendous force sent Tracy flying, as a vacuum arrow pierced through his abdomen, causing a large spurt of blood. Cough! Tracy's face was filled with horror as he coughed up blood, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, spewing out another mouthful of blood. Green did not give him a chance, gliding ghost-like from his side. Stormfoot! A vacuum slash shot out, and with a boom, it penetrated the deck, slicing both Tracy and the deck in half. The other pirates looked on in horror, unable to believe what had just happened to the gruesomely killed Tracy, who was an officer on their own ship. One of the few individuals whose strength was second only to the captain's, and he was taken down so easily. Green vanished in an instant, and then several circular air rings appeared in midair, as a dark figure seemed to step onto an invisible staircase and blinked onto another pirate ship. Raging Foot. A massive vacuum slash swept across, neatly severing the mass of the 7 or 8 pirate ships docked at the port, which then crashed onto the decks with loud thuds. Damn it! The mast had been cut. Everyone fire! A pirate officer jumped up on one of the ships, his face grim as he commanded the pirates to raise their guns and shoot. However, their aim was terrible, and they were all using handguns meant for close-range shooting, making it unlikely for them to hit Green. Shave! Green let out a cold laugh, his figure disappearing in an instant, reappearing behind the pirate and swiftly beheading him. The pirates were horrified by Green's ghostly speed, staring in terror at their decapitated captain, and they all rushed forward in a panic. At such a close distance, even if they wanted to run, they couldn't. They might as well fight. Green vanished effortlessly, flickering through the crowd, appearing behind a pirate each time, mercilessly swinging his blood-stained long knife. In the blink of an eye, heads rolled on the pirate ship. Major Terry frowned as he looked towards the wailing pirate ship. The cries from there had weakened significantly. He wondered how Colonel Green was faring. With the colonel's strength, he should be fine. It's better to deal with the pirates in front of him first. With that thought, he immediately commanded the Navy to intensify their encirclement of the pirates. One group of Navy engaged the enemy directly, while another group had already landed from the other side. The two teams quickly surrounded and defeated the pirates. The battle on the pirate ship ended even faster than that at the dock. A group of trembling pirates threw their weapons far away, pale-faced, kneeling on the blood-soaked deck, not daring to move an inch. The scene they had just witnessed was enough to give them nightmares for several days. The eerie figure and flying heads often fell before they even saw where the enemy was. They had seen a comrade's head severed just because he hesitated for a moment while throwing away his weapon, which terrified them into decisively kneeling down to surrender, not daring to show even the slightest hesitation. Green suddenly appeared beside Terry with a calm expression. However, his pristine white naval uniform had inevitably been stained with blood. He casually took out a piece of cloth and quietly wiped the long knife in his hand, saying indifferently, "Major Terry, please send someone to the pirate ship to receive the prisoners." Terry, startled by Green's sudden appearance, quickly nodded and replied, "Yes." Colonel, he had been taken aback. If Green had been an enemy, his head would surely be lost. A group of Navy soldiers, under Terry's orders, headed to the pirate ship, and after a while, they returned with pale faces, leading a group of weak-legged pirates, their gazes toward Green becoming somewhat evasive. The terrifying scene on the pirate ship had made even these battle-hardened soldiers feel uneasy. They nearly wet themselves at the sight of the severed heads lying everywhere. Just then, a Navy soldier sent to report to the Roadtown Naval Base returned with a grim expression, directly approaching Green and Terry, gritting his teeth as he reported loudly. Report. The Roadtown Naval Base refuses to send troops. Green did not speak, merely furrowing his brow. On the other side, Terry's expression changed immediately. This was a blatant act of defiance. Although Colonel Green had not officially taken over yet, the inability to mobilize personnel was somewhat intriguing. He immediately asked in a deep voice, "What is their reasoning?" The messenger seemed to have thought of something and contemptuously replied, "They said they could not confront the pirates and told us to figure out ourselves." Terry was so angry that he laughed, turning to look at Green. "Colonel, what do you think?" Green raised his hand and sheathed the long knife, waving it calmly as he said, "Let's go. Let's see what the Navy here has become." Terry nodded and immediately ordered the soldiers to gather, leaving enough personnel to protect the warship, while the others lined up neatly and headed straight for the Rodtown Naval Base. When they arrived at the naval base, they saw a dilapidated site, with even the main gate mostly collapsed. Green kicked the seemingly half-fallen door open and walked in with a blank expression. There wasn't even a guard at the entrance, and not a single Navy soldier was seen as a group of people entered the base. With a wave of his hand, Terry signaled the elite troops from the headquarters to immediately surround the entire base and extend their vigilance over a wide area. A team of Navy soldiers, armed and leading the way, forcibly opened every tightly closed door, dragging out some Navy soldiers who were still sound asleep. "Who are you? Don't kill me. We don't have any money here." Some dazed Navy soldiers, thinking it was pirates, quickly covered their heads and began to beg for mercy. Green touched the hilt of his knife, suppressing the urge to cut down these scoundrels. Terry shouted angrily, "Who is the highest officer here? Let him come out." At the same time, the Navy soldier who had come to report stood up and pointed in a direction, saying, "Major Terry, their officer is over there. I had to put in a lot of effort to find him." Terry's expression darkened. He had never seen such a dilapidated, miserable Navy base before, and this time it truly opened his eyes. Green frowned secretly. Logtown was such an important place, and the station Navy couldn't possibly be so useless. But the reality was just that, not to mention the strength Smoker would have when he took charge, even compared to an ordinary Navy base. It was far inferior. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached, and a disheveled naval officer, with even his buttons misaligned, ran out with several soldiers. Upon seeing the large number of strong Navy soldiers in front of him, he was immediately shocked, realizing that what the Navy officer who came to report earlier had said was true. Lieutenant Colonel Bennett of the Logtown Naval Base saluted, with sweat pouring down his forehead, giving a shaky salute. Green glanced at him without saying a word and turned to look at the buildings next to the base. Terry stepped forward and said loudly, "This is Colonel Green, the new base commander of Rodtown. My name is Terry, and I am Colonel Green's assistant. May I ask Colonel Bennett, where have all the Navy soldiers in the base gone?" Bennett, a burly man, quickly explained, "Well, since today is a day off, all the soldiers from the base have gone to town." Green brushed aside the half-person-high weeds next to him and said coldly, "It seems the Rodtown Naval Base is really idle." He then turned to Bennett and looked at Terry, saying seriously, "Sound the alarm for the base immediately. I want to see how many soldiers still remember the Navy's rules." Bennett's expression changed dramatically, and he nearly fell over, but Terry quickly caught him and said meaningfully, "Be careful, Colonel Bennett. We're about to eliminate the pirates in the town. We can't do without you." The shrill alarm suddenly echoed throughout Rodtown, causing the pirates who were leisurely drinking to jump up and rush outside to see what was happening. Some plainclothes Navy soldiers also changed their expressions drastically. Some turned and ran toward the base, while others hesitated halfway. The base's alarm was not used lightly. It could only be activated in particularly urgent situations, usually indicating either an unresistible enemy or an emergency event. However, regardless of the situation, it was definitely not good news. Moreover, once the alarm sounded, no matter what the surrounding Navy soldiers were doing, they had to return as quickly as possible, or the punishment would be severe. Some Navy soldiers gritted their teeth and secretly ran toward the base, intending to take a distant look. If things seemed too dangerous, they would turn back. Others simply turned and ran away. The alarm rang for 10 minutes before it finally stopped, and some of the nearer soldiers had already rushed back. However, the situation before them left them somewhat bewildered, as a large number of strong Navy soldiers occupied all advantageous positions, coldly watching them. The returning soldiers cautiously walked into the base, being directed to stand in an empty area, their faces filled with anxiety, unsure of what had happened. More and more soldiers returned to the base, and Green and Terry's expressions grew increasingly grim. After half an hour, no more soldiers had returned, and in the empty area, there were only a sparse group of fewer than 100 people standing. Terry, filled with anger, shouted, "How many people are at the Rodtown base? Go give me the roster." A Navy soldier who had never left the base stepped forward, quickly ran inside, and soon came out with a notebook. "Sir, This is the roster of all personnel at the base. Please take a look. The soldier was meticulous and showed a certain level of competence. Green noticed that this soldier was very young and unlike the other soldiers in the base, who seemed lethargic. He curiously asked, "Soldier, what is your name?" The soldier was taken aback for a moment, then immediately saluted and replied loudly, reporting, "Sir, my name is Dottie Masterson, and I am currently a private third class." Hearing this, Green took a careful look at him, and then a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. The name Dottie seemed strangely familiar. Could it be someone who had appeared before? Seeing that Green only nodded and didn't say anything further, Dottie wisely walked to the side. Terry glanced at the roster, then handed it to a nearby soldier, instructing, "Call out the names on the roster. Anyone who isn't present will be treated as a deserter." The Navy soldiers standing obediently trembled, their faces filled with fear and relief. They were terrified that others would be easily classified as deserters, knowing that the Navy has strict measures against deserters, often resulting in imprisonment. They were relieved that they had wisely chosen to return to the base. The roll call quickly began, with the thick roster recording at least 500 people. However, often after calling out 10 names, only a few sparse responses would come. And out of more than 500 people, only about 130 were actually present. Green looked at Colonel Bennett, who had been sweating profusely, and almost couldn't help but kill him again. "Report, Colonel Green, there should be 512 soldiers at the Roachtown Naval Base, but only 138 are present. Please give instructions." Terry glared at Bennett with a stern expression, while Green calmly said, "Colonel Bennett, I'm giving you a chance to clarify this matter. It's impossible for so many people not to have heard the alarm. Where did the others go?" His tone turned icy as he continued, "If you explain clearly, I'll give you a chance to return to headquarters for trial. Otherwise, you won't see the sun tomorrow." Bennett wiped the sweat off his face and shouted, "Don't go too far. I have connections at the naval headquarters." Green didn't want to listen to his nonsense and was about to draw his sword to cut him down. At that moment, Terry suddenly stopped him and said in a low voice, "Colonel, taking action against a colleague on your own will lead to punishment, and it will also be detrimental to your future in the Navy. Just leave it to me." Green thought for a moment and nodded. Terry stepped up to Bennett's side and looked at him with pity. "Colonel Bennett, we are here under the direct orders of the warlord to take over Rogtown. There is no chance for you to escape this. If you don't come clean, I fear you really won't be able to leave here." He spoke very frankly, even mentioning the fact that Green had directly beheaded countless people at the dock before. Upon hearing the warlord's name, Bennett's legs began to weaken. He had connections at headquarters, but that was just an ordinary officer. He figured that not only the warlord, but even these two guys in front of him were beyond his control. He simply gave up resisting, slumping to the ground, and dejectedly said, "I confess, this base doesn't have that many soldiers. The names of the 300 people on the roster are all fake. There are only over 200. Oh, you've been pocketing the pay." Terry suddenly realized, patting the other man's shoulder and feigning comfort. "Don't worry. If it's just pocketing pay, the crime isn't that serious. A few years in prison and it'll be over." Green glanced unexpectedly at Terry, not realizing that this guy had quite a dark side. Bennett's eyes were vacant. He knew he was finished. After all the effort to climb to this position, it was all over. Green waved his hand. "Take this disgrace of the Navy away. Confine him first and send him back to headquarters for trial as soon as possible." Two naval soldiers walked over and took the muddy Bennett away. Green then looked at the other soldiers, frowned, and thought for a moment. "As for what happened before, I can let it go. In a few days, there will be an assessment, and all those who do not pass will be removed from the Navy. As for those who have not returned," Green narrowed his eyes. "As previously stated, they will all be treated as deserters, and anyone found on the island will be arrested." The Navy soldiers at the base breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that the new commander did not intend to pursue the matter. Otherwise, they would not have had a good outcome. Exchanging a glance with Terry, Green said, "There are still many pirates on the island. We will conduct an arrest operation immediately, and everyone must participate." At this moment, Terry looked at Green and smiled. "Colonel, why not give them another chance? If anyone performs outstandingly in this battle, they can be exempted from the assessment." Green thought for a moment and slowly nodded in response to the eager eyes of the base soldiers. "Well, since Major Terry said so, let's do it this way." The next steps were up to Terry. He organized all the base soldiers into a team. Their strength was significantly different from that of the soldiers brought from headquarters, and acting together might cause some trouble. It was more appropriate to have them assist as a separate team on the side. Terry led the team to set up an ambush between Rogtown and the port. When the pirates entering the town received news that their pirate ship and the personnel left behind were under attack, they would surely rush back. as they couldn't go anywhere without the pirate ship. Soon, news of the incident at the dock reached the town. The pirates, who were still enjoying themselves, changed their expressions drastically and hurriedly returned to the port. However, this played right into Terry's hands. When the first wave of pirates rushed in and stepped into the ambush, countless Navy soldiers suddenly emerged from concealed positions, tightly surrounding the pirates. "Put down your weapons and surrender, or you'll be killed on the spot," Terry shouted coldly from a high vantage point. The pirates were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the Navy, but they quickly reacted, looking towards their captain in the center. "Huh!" A pirate with a thick face and a captain's hat sneered and shouted disdainfully, "Brothers, are you scared by the mere navy of Rogtown? I'm Captain Jed. Charge out with me. The treasures of the sea are waiting for us." Roar. "Ha ha, as expected of a captain. Kill with these navy." The pirates, with fierce expressions, charged towards the navy under Jed's leadership. Seeking death. Terry snorted coldly and waved his hand sharply. "All Navy soldiers, follow orders, attack." Bang! Gunfire erupted immediately, and all Navy soldiers ruthlessly aimed at the pirates and pulled the trigger. "Ah, damn it, I've been shot." The gunfire continued, and cries of agony sounded as the surrounded pirates suffered heavy losses under the gunfire. Jed wore a sinister smile, completely unconcerned for the lives of his subordinates. He quickly dodged left and right, approaching the Navy position with terrifying speed. "Yaha, damn Navy, today you will know my power." He could already envision himself rampaging through the Navy lines, and after this incident, his bounty would surely increase again, and his reputation on the sea would be known to more people. Thinking of this, his smile became even more vicious, gripping his long knife tightly, ready to strike as soon as he charged into the Navy formation. But at that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. He didn't notice anything until he felt a darkness before his eyes. His vision flipped, and he finally saw a headless corpse crashing to the ground in a wild charge. The battlefield felt like it had been paused. Both the Navy and the pirates were stunned by this scene, even forgetting to continue attacking. Terry frowned and shouted loudly, "What are you all stunned for? Continue the attack. We can't let a single pirate escape today." All the Navy soldiers quickly snapped back to reality, immediately raising their guns with fervor to shoot. "That's Colonel Green, right? Of course it's Colonel Green. What is there to doubt? The Colonel is too strong. We can't disgrace ourselves either. Brothers kill." The Navy's morale surged, and they attacked even more vigorously. While on the pirate side, more and more were losing their heads without realizing it, plunging them into panic. It was as if an invisible ghost was continuously striking at them. In the blink of an eye, the pirate officers were slaughtered, all losing their heads in the chaotic battlefield, without exception. Just when only a few pirate lackeys were left barely hanging on, a second wave of pirates appeared in the distance. Hey, what is that? The Navy is actually encircling Jed's men in Rogtown. Should we help?" Jed is really unlucky, but have you seen him?" The pirates, with malicious expressions, shouted about helping but stood idly chatting in the distance. Terry turned his head and ordered the soldiers to increase their pace. All Navy soldiers charged forward, and the surrounded pirates instantly collapsed, with the few remaining pirates collapsing to the ground and forced to surrender. Green's figure had already disappeared when the new pirates arrived, and at this moment, he was quietly observing them from the surroundings. This was a powerful crew of pirates, numbering around 50. Among them, several officers, including the captain, were quite formidable, each exuding a strong aura. None of them were weaker than Jade, whom he had just assassinated. In fact, the frail-looking guy in the middle had an even stronger presence, at least 1.5 times more powerful than Jade. Green has never underestimated his enemies, as long as they are his targets. He is willing to strike from behind instead of engaging in direct combat, even if it's just a small fry. Boys, since the Navy is so blind to danger, let's teach them a lesson. The captain of a newly arrived group of pirates laughed wildly. "Yes, Captain, let's show them our strength." They felt no fear at all and charged straight at the Navy, which outnumbered them by several times. Green couldn't help but admire their courage. Although pirates are a group of lawless individuals, it is precisely because of this that it is easier for those among them to possess the qualities of a conqueror and a king. In contrast, the Navy indeed falls short. Soldiers constrained by the institutional framework find it difficult to possess such spirit, and the opportunities to develop conqueror's hockey are indeed rare. Terry left a team of soldiers from Logtown to guard and collect prisoners and corpses, while the other 2 teams of the Navy advanced again towards the charging pirates. Bang, bang, bang. The first move was still a wave of gunfire to slow down the pirate speed and eliminate some of the ordinary pirate minions. Don't underestimate me, Navy. I'm a big pirate with a bounty of 30 million. The pirate captain waved a large machete in his hand, deflecting the incoming bullets, laughing wildly. He charged fiercely into the Navy's ranks, and at Terry's command, 3 figures suddenly rushed forward. They were 3 officers skilled in martial arts from the Navy. The 500 soldiers brought by Green, besides him as the colonel and Major Terry, included 5 captains and 10 lieutenants, all elite experts skilled in physical combat. And their strength was quite impressive. At this moment, it was 3 naval captains who were blocking the pirate captain. However, with just one collision, the 3 naval captains let out muffled grunts and were pushed back a few steps by the powerful impact. Their expressions were grim as they charged forward again without saying a word. Shave. A faint sound came from behind the pirate captain. Then, a dark long knife slashed diagonally towards him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Green's long knife struck the broad machete. The despicable Navy. The pirate captain's face was filled with anger. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he might have been suddenly ambushed and killed by that knife. Green had no response, his eyes incredibly calm, and in an instant, he used Shave to disappear, then reappeared above his head. Stormfoot arrow. Swish, swish. 3 vacuum arrows shot straight for the opponent's head, moving as fast as lightning, closing in the blink of an eye. The pirate captain hurriedly defended himself, desperately swinging his sword to block 2 of the arrows, but still, the last arrow pierced through his left shoulder. Oomph! The pirate captain let out a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a venomous glare, trying to locate Green's figure. Green used a long-range attack, Storm Kick, to injure the pirate captain, then concealed himself again, waiting for an opportunity. The Navy rushed in from both sides, surrounding the pirates. Several lieutenants entangled with the pirate officers, while other soldiers clashed violently with the pirate crew. Aside from a few capable officers, the ordinary pirates were no match for the elite Navy, quickly being overwhelmed and slaughtered. Several pirate officers screamed in desperation, but could not break through the Navy's blockade. 3 lieutenants found the strongest pirate captain again, trying to prevent him from harming other ordinary Navy soldiers. The pirate captain punched 1 lieutenant away, but the other 2 lieutenants seized the chance to attack, and he grimly blocked their strikes, retaliating fiercely. He never expected that while just resupplying in Logtown, he would run into a Navy ambush. Moreover, it was clear that these were not the weak Navy soldiers from the Logtown base. His subordinates had been slaughtered, with only the officers still resisting, and that mysterious, despicable assassin was nowhere to be seen. He could no longer afford to be entangled. Just as he was determined to act, he suddenly heard a scream from behind. A pirate officer, surrounded by the Navy, was terrified, frantically fleeing toward his captain, only to notice that his companions were looking at him in horror. He froze, raised his hand to touch his neck, his face turning pale, as a thin line of blood appeared where his hand had touched, quickly spreading across his neck. Thud! Under the terrified gaze of the other pirate officers, the head of the collapsed pirate suddenly rolled away, blood spraying high into the air, drenching the surrounding pirates and Navy. Damn Navy, if you have the guts, come at me and don't hurt my comrades. Green, hidden in the crowd, smirked. Since you asked so sincerely, I will graciously grant your wish. The pirate captain in the midst of battle suddenly felt an unusual aura descend upon him, and before he could react, a flash of dark blade light struck like lightning. He abruptly gave up defending himself and recklessly charged toward the dark figure behind the blade light, Green, dressed in black. Green's gaze was calm, and the blade's light showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it became even faster. Iron block armed. A streak of pitch black quickly spread across Green's chest, and the skin exposed from the collar instantly turned as dark as steel. Sizzle. Bang. The figure of Green quickly flew backward and then vanished into the crowd again. Only the pirate captain remained in place, his face showing a look of relief. A massive wound, slanting from his waist to his shoulder, had nearly cleaved him in 2, and the price of his desperate strike was his now bloodied and mangled fist. Although Green was somewhat resistant to the iron block in the Navy's 6 style, it was not a problem when combined with his powerful hockey. Just now, he had directly faced the attack without dodging, using hockey along with the iron block to shatter the opponent's hand bones. Thud! Captain! Captain! The other pirate officers' eyes were wide with shock, and they all started to fight desperately, wanting to avenge their captain. Green frowned and immediately attacked the others without hesitation. Swoosh! A grotesque, severed head flew up, and the Navy soldier fighting him, still in shock, swung his sword and struck the headless corpse that was no longer able to dodge. The cold butcher's knife showed no mercy, resolutely eliminating all remaining pirates as Green's figure reappeared before everyone. Colonel Green had just received news that other pirates had fled in different directions from the town. Terry approached, his face dark and sullen. Green wiped the blood off his knife on a pirate and said calmly, "You guard the port well. All the ships from this island are here, and they will definitely come back to seize the ships and set sail. I will take people to pursue them, and we must eliminate all the pirates who dare to enter Log Town." Terry nodded and immediately assigned 300 men, along with the Navy from the Log Town base, to stay in guard. Green then set off with 200 men. There were a total of 7 pirate crews that entered Log Town. The 2 that were just eliminated were only a part of them, and at least 5 more pirate crews were hiding in the town. A captain following the Green command led a team while he pursued alone. He felt that if he brought his subordinates, the speed would be too slow, and Green was already somewhat impatient. Log Town was the last island before entering the Grand Line from the East Sea. It was very prosperous, and due to the inaction of the Log Town naval base, it had become a supply point for pirates, turning it into a place of distorted prosperity. Green's silhouette swiftly swept over the rooftops of Log Town. Observing the blatant illegal activities below, he furrowed his brow. How could such an important place like Log Town have devolved into this? Had the Navy's control weakened to such an extent? If the Navy's grip hadn't loosened, how could they allow such a crucial place to be neglected? However, Green knew that even if he didn't come to clear out the pirates here, someone else would soon arrive. Moreover, after Roger's execution here, Log Town would inevitably be elevated to a level that demanded attention. There was a reason why the East Sea later became known as the weakest sea. In the grotesquely prosperous Log Town, a narrow alley gathered a group of menacing figures who would chase away anyone who dared to approach them with fierce hostility. "Captain, why are we hiding in a place like this?" A young pirate, shouldering a massive battle knife, impatiently asked the man sitting cross-legged on the ground. The man sitting on the ground was over 3 meters tall, his muscles bulging and straining against his clothing, with a huge spiked club lying beside him. At that moment, he was closing his eyes, but upon hearing the young pirate's words, he immediately opened them. They were eyes filled with brutality and bloodlust, yet upon closer inspection, one could see deeper rationality firmly hidden within. "Umph, how many times have I told you? In the face of trouble, you must remain calm. You just won't listen. When will you learn to be more composed?" The giant man scolded fiercely. The young pirate, unfazed, yawned and replied nonchalantly, all right. I got it. I'll be a bit more composed." Seeing his demeanor, the giant man looked exasperated. If it weren't for the fact that this kid had astonishing talent, showing signs of potentially surpassing him soon, he wouldn't be so patient in teaching him. He would have already knocked him out like a clay pot. In the alley, a group of pirates watched with amusement as the captain once again struggled against the young pirate, all of them laughing gleefully. "Ha, the captain really can't handle Jerry. Can he? Yeah, who told Jerry to have such strong talent? He's the strongest after the captain. The captain's successor will definitely be Jerry, since he is the one the captain values the most." The pirates joked among themselves, completely devoid of any tension. To them, no matter how strong the enemy was, the captain and Jerry could always lead them to break through and sail the seas once again. Previous experiences had proven this time and again. One pirate laughed heartily, turning back to tease his companions. But as he turned, he was suddenly taken aback. He remembered there were a few people behind him, yet now there was not a single one. He scanned his surroundings, slightly puzzled, and was about to look elsewhere when he suddenly noticed something on the ground below. Lowering his gaze, he locked eyes with a pair of calm and indifferent eyes. The pirate's neck felt as if it had been suddenly gripped by something, and he instantly became stiff all over. Those cold, emotionless eyes, as if staring at a corpse, sent chills down his spine, and his hair stood on end. Swish! A faint sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed, followed by a sharp pain radiating from his jaw, and then everything went black as he lost consciousness. Green gently placed the pirate's corpse on the ground, making not a sound, only blood slowly oozing out, soaking the ground. Behind him, several corpses with wide-open eyes lay in a row, all silently assassinated. Green gently pulled out the long knife, causing the blood to gush out even faster, and it had even flowed to the feet of the pirate in front. There was no fluctuation in Green's eyes as he continued to assassinate silently from behind with skilled hands. Only the initial action of gently laying down the corpse had a slight pause. If House were still around, this job should have been his. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Green's mouth. The scene behind him filled with corpses and flowing blood was somewhat indescribably eerie. Why is there such a strong smell of blood? The young pirate, leaning against the alley wall with a large knife, twitched his nose and immediately stood up straight. Speaking in a serious tone, the burly man sitting on the ground was taken aback and quickly sniffed the air, realizing that there was indeed a strong smell of blood. He immediately pushed against the ground with his hand to stand up. Whoosh! The burly man's body tilted, and he actually did not get up, but fell back to the ground. He raised his hand in confusion, and then his pupils suddenly contracted as he saw his palm covered in bright red blood. Not good. There are enemies. The young pirate also became alert and shouted loudly, "Everyone be careful. There's danger." All the originally carefree pirates were stunned for a moment, then instantly reacted, gathering together with a rush, each drawing their weapons. At this moment, their faces suddenly stiffened, and their eyes turned blood red in an instant. In the small alley, they suddenly realized that it was filled with the corpses of their companions, and blood had spread to their feet, almost covering the entire alley. The smell of blood becoming increasingly strong, almost making them nauseous. The tall man, having slipped on the blood, finally stood up with a face full of rage, looking at the corpses of his companions with eyes that seemed ready to drip blood. Damn, who did this? He howled like a beast, filled with endless hatred. He regarded his companions as the most important people, yet over half of them had been unknowingly killed, and he didn't even know who did it. Dead pirates are good pirates. A calm voice suddenly came from his side, attracting all the pirates' attention. It was from one side of the pile of pirate corpses, where a person dressed in black but draped in a snow-white cloak of justice sat calmly. It was Green, leaning on a long knife covered in armed color hockey. The burly man's eyes widened as if they would split open. He stared intently at the two corpses of his companions beneath Green and shouted angrily, disregarding everything as he rushed out. "Ah, damn it! You damn Navy! How dare you insult my companions, Die?" Green glanced at him disdainfully. Clearly a captain who valued his comrades greatly. But so what? Since he decided to go to sea and become a pirate, he must be prepared to face the consequences of being struck down by justice. Green instantly stood up, quickly retreating into the blind spot of the pirates behind him. "I am justice." The last sentence seemed like a spell, drilling fiercely into the mind of the tall captain. "Damn it, come out. Show yourself. If you have the guts, come out and settle this once and for all. Hiding away, what is that? Is this what the justice of the Navy looks like?" He seemed to have gone mad, wildly attacking everything around him with a massive spike club. "Captain!" In the back, a young pirate wielding a large sword shouted sternly, "Captain, don't let anger cloud your judgment. Don't fall for his tricks." The tall captain slowly stopped his frenzied actions, panting heavily, his eyes scanning the surroundings with rage. Just then, several startled screams came from behind. "Captain, watch out!" Thud! The tall captain's face was filled with disbelief as he slowly looked down. A blade as dark as night was piercing out from his chest. Intense pain surged through him, and strength was gradually leaving his body. With a face full of unwillingness, he let out a roar, desperately swinging the spiked club, turning to smash at the expected position of the enemy behind him. At the same time, a fierce gust of wind came from behind Green, and the young pirate, whose face had turned terrifyingly pale, also swung the large sword on his shoulder, fiercely chopping down, determined to split him in half. Green turned his body and swept his long knife horizontally, carving a chilling line of blood as he cruelly severed the tall pirate captain at the chest. He then made a series of quick steps. Shave! In an instant, he appeared above the young pirate Jerry and kicked down. Gale foot arrow. The sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed as the vacuum arrow shot toward the pirate Jerry, who had swung his large knife. Jerry immediately pulled the knife back, raising it like a shield above his head. Clang! Clang! 3 resonant sounds rang out as veins bulged on his hands, and his eyes desperately searched for Green's figure, with reason replaced by intense rage. He watched helplessly as his benefactor, his teacher, the captain who was like a father to him, died before his eyes. He didn't even have time to say a final goodbye. Green's figure abruptly appeared on the tall wall beside him, casting a cold glance at the now lifeless pirate captain before vanishing again. Pirates have never been worthy of sympathy. Even if a pirate has never committed evil, even if they treat their comrades like family, they should not exist, regardless of their actions. They are all disruptors of order on the sea, enemies of civilians in this world. Evil pirates, now there is only you left. Green's voice came from behind Jerry. Jerry quickly turned around and saw a scene that made his eyes widen in disbelief. All the remaining comrades who had gathered together were unknowingly killed, leaving him as the only survivor. Tears streamed down his face as he completely broke down. After all, he was just a young man under 20. unable to accept that all his comrades, whom he considered family, had been killed. They're all dead, haha, they're all dead. Glenn looked on coldly. What a pity, a pretty good seedling, if only it hadn't gone astray. I want you dead. Green was taken aback as he saw the young pirate charging at him recklessly, veins bulging on his hands gripping the knife, blood streaming from his mouth where his teeth had bitten. I will kill you. His eyes were fixed on Green, overflowing with unmasked hatred. You destroyed everything I had. Even if it cost me my life, I will kill you. Watching the pirate with bloodshot eyes rush at him, as if he wanted to tear him apart, Green squinted and suddenly chuckled. If you can do it. Bang. The large knife struck the high wall where Green was standing with tremendous force, creating a gaping hole in the wall, bricks flying everywhere like bullets from musket. However, Green remained unscathed. The moment the knife came down, he had already darted behind the wall. By the time the pirate Jerry looked over, Green had long vanished from sight. Come out! Come out! Pirate Jerry frantically attacked everything around him, his blood-red and crazed eyes devoid of reason, filled only with chaotic, murderous intent. Swish! A pair of cold eyes suddenly appeared beside him, a flash of pitch-black blade light, and Jerry's frenzied movements abruptly stopped. The large knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, his face showing a hint of relief as he murmured, Captain, everyone, I'm coming. A severed head rolled into the pile of pirate corpses, reuniting him with his companions. Green silently sheathed his long sword, raised his hand to signal, and the naval soldiers quickly rushed over, expressionless as they looked at the horrifying scene in the alley and began to clear the bodies. They secretly muttered to themselves that Colonel Green acted quite quickly. However, this method was a bit too brutal, almost comparable to Admiral Akainu's style of leaving no survivors. But to be fair, at least Colonel Green's subordinates occasionally left a few alive, unlike Admiral Akainu, who was absolute in his approach. They secretly wiped their brows, thankful that the colonel wasn't in the style of Admiral Akainu. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. Admiral Akainu showed no mercy even to his own men. The pirate bodies in the alley were soon cleared, and after carefully checking and registering the pirates with bounties, Green casually waved his hand and continued leading the team to pursue other pirates. It must be said that Major Terry was indeed the assistant personally chosen by Zifa-sensei. In such a short time since arriving in Lowtown, he had already set up some informants, and a steady stream of intelligence was coming in. Two groups of pirates are attacking the port? Green sneered inwardly. In front of the 300 elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters under Terry's command and over 100 ordinary soldiers from Lowtown, two groups of pirates couldn't stir up much trouble. Let us go. There's a gang of pirates hiding in the street ahead. Green waved his hand and took the lead in a direction. They quickly arrived at a street dedicated to selling weapons, where the shops sold blades and swords, and even firearms, which were explicitly prohibited by the world government, were boldly displayed on the counters. Green glanced at them and then lost interest. These would be the key targets for future strikes, and perhaps they could even add some ammunition reserves to the Rogtown naval base. A group of pirates was hiding on this street, in a somewhat run-down tavern. Upon arriving at the tavern, he saw dozens of thuggish men with brutish faces standing in front of the door. They cast sidelong glances at Green and the other Navy officers, showing no regard for them, with some even disdainfully spitting on the ground, their faces full of mockery. Green looked at them with confusion, surprised that there were actually people unafraid of death. He immediately ordered them to leave. Otherwise, they would all be regarded as accomplices of pirates. The thugs sneered coldly, still casting sidelong glances at Green and the others, showing no intention of paying them any mind. Green nodded gently. It seemed these guys really weren't afraid of death. He coldly waved his hand, fire. The Navy soldiers, who had a slight understanding of their commander's character, didn't hesitate at all and raised their rifles to shoot. The loud gunfire startled the pedestrians on the street, and they ran towards the nearest shops, panicked and terrified. Did someone really dare to shoot here? After all, there were people backing them up. Had those Navy soldiers gone mad? In a round of gunfire, most of the 2 or 3 dozen thugs fell down, and those who weren't seriously injured were still screaming in agony. Their wails could be heard across several streets. The other thugs, who were lucky enough not to be shot, were so frightened that their legs went weak, staring in terror at the Navy soldiers. They never dreamed that the once timid Navy soldiers could become so cold-hearted, shooting without a moment's hesitation. Green ignored the remaining thugs and walked towards the main door. A cold voice rang out. Surround the tavern. No one is allowed to leave at will. Those who resist can be shot, and I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Yes. The Navy soldiers responded loudly. their faces full of enthusiasm. Who wouldn't like a strong commander who is also good to his subordinates and willing to take responsibility? They loaded their guns, glaring at the thugs, and several of them pounced fiercely, roughly tying them up. The colonel said to treat them as pirate accomplices. So they must be treated as pirate accomplices. The Navy soldiers stood ready, aiming their guns at the tavern, which had fallen into silence. Suddenly, a splash of blood hit the window, staining it red, and the outline of a face appeared on the glass before slowly sliding down. Someone swallowed nervously. The colonel wouldn't start a massacre inside, would he? At this moment, the tavern was shrouded in darkness. It was a house with very small windows, already quite dark inside, usually relying on lights for illumination. The moment Green entered the tavern, he was attacked. However, he easily dodged using shave and moonwalk, and quickly destroyed all the lights, plunging the room into darkness. Next came his assassination time. One by one, the pirates hiding behind cover were found and fell silently. Eventually, the pirates in the darkness became frightened. In just a short while, the number of their responding companions had been reduced by half. If they continued to tangle with the enemy, their own men would be wiped out. There were only a dozen pirates left in the tavern, and within moments, a strong smell of blood filled the air, becoming somewhat pungent. The captain, Hewlett, was short and thin, his eyes darting around, giving off a very sinister and crafty impression. And indeed, that was the case. He loved to sneak attack enemies and use various schemes to eliminate them. But today, he encountered an opponent, an assassin cloaked in the Navy's justice, whose strange skills had taken out most of his hard-won subordinates, leaving him needing to recruit more men again. Under the limited sunlight filtering through the narrow window, the floor seemed to be flowing with liquid. Hewlett looked closely and his heart sank. It was a large pool of blood. He couldn't help but groan inwardly, jumping out of his hiding spot and shouting fiercely, "Brothers, let's fight him. P.S. alone. Are we still afraid of him?" But immediately, his heart sank again. The responding pirates were few, even fewer than a few breaths ago. Damn it. He cursed loudly. Quick. Turn on the lights. The darkness is too disadvantageous for us. But, Captain, the lights were destroyed by that damn Navy. The pirate who spoke let out a terrible scream and then fell silent. Damn it. Hewlett quickly ran toward the place where his subordinate had spoken, and the other pirates heard the noise and hurried over. He saw a pirate with wide-open eyes, a blood hole the size of a thumb piercing through his neck, blood flowing out steadily. Hewlett glanced around, the dim environment barely allowing him to see a few of his remaining subordinates. Is it just you few left? His eyes were filled with resentment. Out of over 40 subordinates, only 5 remained, making a total of 6, including himself. It seemed they wouldn't even be able to escape by ship. Damn it, let's fight him. Clenching his long knife, Hewlett glared fiercely at his panicking subordinates. If we don't kill him, we will all die. Do you think he will spare you? If we surrender, he probably won't kill us anymore, right? One pirate said tremblingly. Shoo. Before he could finish, a long knife slashed him down, and he let out a piercing scream. The one who attacked was Hewlett, looking viciously at the others. Surrender? This is what happens to those who want to surrender. Today, either that Navy dies or we die. Whoever dares to mention surrender again will be the first to die. The other pirates looked terrified, glancing at their companion, whose voice was growing fainter on the ground, feeling somewhat desolate. At that moment, one pirate suddenly looked at Hewlett in terror. No, more precisely, at what was behind him. Hewlett noticed as well and felt a sense of pride. It seemed he could still intimidate his subordinates. Then he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, a cold blade piercing through his heart, protruding from his chest. Hewlett's eyes widened, blood frothing from his mouth, filled with unwillingness and resentment as he tried to turn around to see the attacker behind him. A cold light flashed in Green's eyes as he swiftly drew his long knife, and with a single swing, Hooley's lifeless head flew up. The other pirates turned pale, and with a thud, they all knelt down, banging their heads on the ground, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Please spare us. Please spare us. We surrender. We surrender. The scene fell silent in an instant, and they nervously looked up, fearing the arrival of a merciless blade. However, what they saw was the absence of the figure clad in the unconventional Navy uniform. Green had already appeared outside the tavern, and the pirates inside had been eliminated. Go bring out the captives. Yes. Several Navy soldiers, full of enthusiasm, rushed inside. After a while, they came out with a few pirates handcuffed. The pirates still looked terrified, their eyes flickering as they glanced at Green, not daring to lift their heads. Green summoned the messenger holding the intelligence. Where are the other pirates hiding? The messenger had already reviewed the intelligence and immediately stood at attention, saluting and loudly reported. Report, Colonel Green. The other group of pirates has already been eradicated at the dock by Major Terry. Currently, there are only a few scattered small pirates in Lowtown, and there are no notable pirate crews present. None left? Green absent-mindedly stroked the hilt of his long sword at his waist and waved his hand casually. Then let's return to base. Yes, the Navy responded loudly. On the other side, Terry, having received the news, also began to return, and the two arrived together at the Lowtown Naval Base. Looking at the dilapidated base in front of him, Green frowned again. Major Terry, find someone to repair the base. It damages the image of the Navy. Terry was clearly very satisfied with the results of today's operation, and upon hearing this, he immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, Colonel. I've already arranged for it. Work will start tomorrow." Green nodded in approval. Then it will be hard work for Major Terry. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Green went directly back to the residence of the highest commander in the base, located in a room on the top floor. The view here was expansive, and he could even see a small part of Roachtown Square. Closing the door, Green immediately took out the spoils from this time. 6 orbs emitting a dim glow and a mysterious aura. Unfortunately, he did not encounter any devil fruit users. Otherwise, my collection would have increased by 1. Green looked regretfully at the 6 pure orbs. It seems that the East Blue is called the weakest sea for a reason. At least there are significantly fewer devil fruit users. The pirate groups eliminated today all had bounties, and among them were a few with decent strength. However, they all practiced body techniques and swordsmanship, with not a single devil fruit user present. Green then picked up a ball of light and tossed it into his mouth, swallowing 6 balls of light one after another like eating jelly beans. A surge of violent energy immediately erupted from within, accompanied by intense pain. Green's forehead was covered with bulging veins, yet his expression remained calm. At this point, he was no longer immobilized by the excruciating pain brought on by this level of soul refining ability. He slowly unsheathed the long knife from his waist, a gift from Major Sweet when he left the West Sea. It wasn't a famous sword, but its quality was quite good, and with the enhancement of armament hockey during every battle, it had not shown any signs of damage until now. Drawing the long knife, Green suppressed the intense pain and began to wipe it down carefully. He was meticulous, cleaning every corner and edge, removing every trace of blood and dust left from battle without a single remnant. Soon, a look of joy appeared on his face as the pitch-black armament hockey enveloped his entire body, transforming him into something resembling a black metal man. The armament hockey grew stronger again, forcibly elevated by the increase in his overall physical quality. Green removed the hockey from his body, only covering his long knife, and tried to continuously infuse hockey into the blade. However, the process was not ideal, and even the slightest mistake could cause faint cracks. Although the cracks were tiny and invisible to the naked eye, Green could still feel them clearly. Frowning, Green looked out the window at the square in Rogtown. It seemed he needed to find a way to get a fine blade, as an ordinary knife could not withstand the strength of hockey. Suddenly, he had an idea, his eyes brightened, and he immediately called over a naval soldier. "What is your command, Colonel?" The soldier asked, standing at attention and saluting. Green thought for a moment and said, "Have someone look for a weapon shop in Rogtown that specializes in selling knives. The owner should be a short man with a red nose. Let me know immediately once you find it." Yes. The soldier immediately ran off. Major Terry had developed many informants through unknown means, and at this moment, they all began to take action. Knock, knock. Just as Green arrived at his office, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Terry pushed the door open and walked in, holding a document. "Colonel, the general from the Warring States has sent a command." Green's expression changed as he reached out to take it. "Pirate King Roger will be executed in his birthplace, Lowtown. Let's quickly clear the pirates from the sea and prepare the execution ground." Terry, who hadn't looked at the contents of the order, was surprised and looked over after hearing this. "Roger is going to be executed here?" "That's right. He was indeed born in Lowtown. Is the world government trying to intimidate other pirates by executing him in his hometown?" Green squinted his eyes, a cold smile forming in his heart. Hot deterrence? Clearly, the world government is about to lift a stone and smash its own foot. The execution of Pirate King Roger in Lowtown not only failed to intimidate pirates, but also opened the era of great pirates. However, this has little to do with Green. The start of the great pirate era benefits him more, as no one can compare in terms of foresight. Moreover, without the great pirate era, how dull the seas would become. "Terry, get ready. It seems we have our work cut out for us." Green's calm tone seemed to carry a tremendous killing intent, making Terry's hair stand on end. He immediately responded, "Yes, Colonel, I will get the execution ground prepared right away, and I'll expedite the soldiers' training." Green was very satisfied with Terry's work and let him handle everything. 2 days later, the naval base in Lowtown was renovated, though the work was not yet completed. At least it no longer looked as dilapidated as before. In the office of the base commander, Green was stroking a long knife with a black and red sheath placed on his desk, an exceptionally sharp aura emanating from the sheath. Green squinted his eyes, a smirk on his lips. "Is this the demon sword? Is this all you've got? I'm a bit disappointed." On the table lay the demon sword, the Sandai Kitetsu, which was originally supposed to be one of Zoro's swords in the future. But at this moment, it was already in Green's hands. Leaving Zoro without a connection to this sword, Green reached out to pick up the third-generation Onitachi, and a buzzing vibration came from the long sword, carrying a sense of defiance. Quite spirited. Suddenly, a chilling malevolence erupted, enveloping the defiant third-generation Onitachi, which immediately fell silent, taking on a harmless appearance. Although Green has not awakened the Conqueror's haki, he has accumulated a considerable amount of malevolent energy, which he usually suppresses during battles. This overwhelming malevolent energy can be sensed by enemies. At this moment, the Demon Blade third-generation Onitetsu is trembling under this malevolent energy, with even its spirit being suppressed. Green sheathed his murderous aura, unsheathing the third-generation Ghost Slash with a clang. The blade was cold and resilient, its edge sharp and imposing. It was indeed a fine sword. After putting the sword back into its sheath, Green casually hung it at his waist, making it his new sidearm. "Colonel, there's another famous sword at that weapon shop. The owner wants to offer it up," a soldier reported. The shopkeeper, having witnessed the recent crackdown on pirates, was already intimidated by the Navy's fierce methods and feared trouble from them. He thought it best to present his prized possession to avoid disaster. Previously, the Navy in Rogtown had struggled against pirates and some illegal forces, but they certainly showed off their power against legitimate establishments. Any slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Green waved his hand and said, "Let him keep it. I've accepted this demon sword. Remember to pay. Our Navy doesn't oppress civilians." The Navy immediately replied seriously, "Yes, Major Terry has already arranged for payment. Colonel, rest assured." How is the recent cleanup in Rogtown going?" The soldier immediately answered, "Major Terry has completely besieged and expelled the underground forces in Rogtown. Now, aside from some economic impact, most of the townspeople are actually very supportive." Green nodded, motioning for the soldiers to retreat, and began to hone the third generation of Ghost/Alone with armament haki. The armament haki enveloped the long sword. Its pitch-black color seemed to possess a life of its own, with tiny energies continuously seeping into the blade. Green's face lit up with joy. It really works. The third generation of Ghost Che can completely withstand the training of my armament haki, and maybe I can cultivate it into a black blade. Green is working harder, and subtle changes are occurring within the third generation of Gui Che. These changes are not apparent now, and may not be noticeable for a long time in the future, but one day a qualitative change will occur. Green happily forged the third generation Ghost Slash for a while before stopping. The forging time for each session shouldn't be too long, or it could easily affect the blade's lifespan. Opening the door, he looked at the significantly renovated base, and his mood lifted a bit. He was initially worried about missing the major event of Roger's execution, but unexpectedly, he had now become an important participant. Green sighed as he walked towards the port, planning to take a stroll on the sea and see if any careless pirates would cross his path. A well-equipped squad of Navy soldiers immediately followed him. Most of their gear came from Rogtown, a bonus from Trey's crackdown on illegal forces, which saved a significant amount in military expenditures for the Rogtown naval base. Green boarded the warship, and the ship immediately started moving, heading straight towards the vast sea. Rogtown is the only passage from the East Sea into the Grand Line, and all pirate crews wishing to enter the Grand Line must pass through here, so pirate ships are often seen around. The news of Green's brutal capture and slaughter of pirates in Lowtown has spread out, and almost all the pirates in the East Sea are aware that a very ruthless naval colonel has recently arrived in Lowtown. He is young, but he shows no mercy when it comes to killing pirates. The bloody scene of severed heads has been spread by someone, and for a time, the pirates instinctively kept their distance from this place. Report to the colonel, a pirate ship has been spotted ahead. Green looked up and saw that there really was a pirate crew daring enough to appear in the waters of Rogtown. In the distance, the shadow of a sailing ship emerged, with a skull flag bearing a strange smile fluttering in the wind and busy pirates moving about on the deck. Chase them down and sink them. The The warship wasted no time, powering ahead as it closed in on the pirate ship. "Captain, we've spotted a Navy warship on the side. They might be coming for us," shouted a pirate from the lookout. A man in a captain's coat stepped out of the cabin, his face fierce. He was the captain of this pirate ship, a notorious figure who had been rampaging through the East Blue for years and had only recently thought about venturing into the Grand Line. "Ha ha! The Navy is nothing we haven't seen before. What's there to be alarmed about?" He shouted impatiently, then cackled. That Navy base in the last town was quite wealthy. "From now on, we'll specialize in robbing the Navy. It's much faster than robbing civilians." "Ha ha! Captain Sandy is so bold. Even the Navy wants to rob?" The crew admired their captain. The lookout, who had been joking along, suddenly froze and quickly peered through the telescope again. He recognized a Navy officer on the warship dressed in black with a pure white justice cloak, and soon he realized something, his expression changing drastically. "Captain Sandy, this is bad," he shouted in panic. "That's the Navy from Road Town, and there's that very famous Navy colonel." Captain Sandy stopped laughing and asked in confusion, "Is it the colonel who slaughtered pirates in Road Town?" "That's right, it's him." The lookout swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear. He had heard that the colonel was ruthless and rarely left survivors under his command. If he didn't surrender in time, your head would be in danger. Sandy's expression also grew serious. He knew more than the average pirate. As someone who had recently attached himself to a major pirate in the Grand Line, obtaining timely information from the other side was nothing new. "Everyone move. We need to go at full speed," he shouted loudly, and all the idle pirates sprang into action. The previously sluggish pirate ship's speed immediately skyrocketing. Green stood at the bow of the warship, watching the pirate ship that had begun to flee, frowning slightly. "He thought you weren't afraid of death, yet you started to run away." He turned to the soldiers behind him and asked, "How much longer until we can catch up?" The naval soldier looked a bit troubled, carefully observing the enemy's pirate ship and its speed. He hesitated and said, "Colonel, our warship is a combat ship, and because it carries many cannons and shells, it doesn't move fast. The enemy's sailing ship is a fast ship, and if we want to catch up, it will take at least an hour." Green cursed inwardly, thinking that he should have had a warship specifically for pursuit. "Forget it. You all can catch up later." After saying this, Green's figure instantly shot out, as if stepping on invisible stairs, soaring straight into the sky. "Colonel," a soldier shouted with concern, but saw that the other party had already left far behind. "Captain Sandy, that Navy is chasing us." The pirates, who had been watching Green's movements closely, were shocked and hurriedly shouted, "He must be crazy. That Navy colonel was actually chasing him through the air. Can you believe it?" Sandy turned his head sharply and indeed saw a figure rising and falling in the air, quickly approaching his pirate ship. The warship would take an hour to catch up with the pirate ship, but under Green's full activation of moonwalk and his powerful physique, he soon closed the distance. "Stormfoot, cross-sword," Green shouted loudly, not using his usual tactics, but attacking directly in the air. A fierce cross-shaped vacuum slash came charging in, directly passing over the heads of the stunned pirates and hitting the mast of the ship hard. Swish, crack, a crisp cutting sound followed, and then the mast was cut in half, crashing down and smashing several pirates who couldn't dodge in time. "Damn it! He wants to destroy our ship to let the Navy catch up," Sandy shouted in realization, grabbing a pirate's long knife and throwing it towards Green, who was hovering in the air. "Ha! It seems you lack long-range combat capability." Green chuckled inwardly, continuously using Stormfoot to slice the pirate ship into pieces before slowly disappearing and hiding. Sandy tightly grasped the railing beside him. The ship was being cut apart and would soon sink to the bottom of the sea. Being caught by the Navy was inevitable. The only question now was how to escape. When Green disappeared, he suddenly felt a surge of panic. The news he received from his backer was that this was a person once again referred to as a monster in the Navy headquarters training camp. He immediately shouted loudly, "I surrender! I surrender!" The other pirates who had fallen into the sea or were still struggling were stunned. "The captain is surrendering just like that?" Sandy threw away all his weapons, indicating that he had no intention of resisting, and then spoke again. "I know who you are. The most outstanding student of this session at the Navy headquarters training camp, Colonel Green. I am a subordinate of Joker. I have heard of your great name from the boss. We are not enemies." He knew that his boss had an official background, so he quickly said it out loud, even though he had only had a phone conversation with the other party and had never actually met. "Don Quixote, Doflamingo?" Green's voice suddenly sounded from behind Sandy, startling him into a cold sweat, his turning motion stiff as if petrified. He slowly turned around, his movements awkward and slow. fearing that he might cause a misunderstanding and be cut down. Green was casually leaning against the railing behind him, looking at him with calm eyes. Sandy secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could talk, he was afraid of encountering a madman like a Kainu who wouldn't give any chances. Colonel Green, our boss is Joker. I never mentioned Don Quixote Doflamingo. He dared not speak his boss's name. It could be deadly. Green ignored him and just wondered, has Doflamingo already gained such power on the sea? Even pirates like you from the East Blue can be gathered under him. It seems his reach is quite extensive. Sanji awkwardly smiled and didn't dare to respond. He just cautiously said, Colonel, Joker's influence hasn't extended to the East Blue. He only started to make a name for himself in the Grand Line. Green's calm gaze looked at Sandy, making the other party feel uneasy. Now I'm giving you a chance to save your life. Sandy was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Colonel. Thank you, Colonel. Green reached out to stop him and said calmly, don't be anxious. I can let you go, but you have to have Doflamingo personally come to plead for me. The surprise on Sandy's face instantly vanished, turning pale. Asking Joker to beg for his life, wasn't that a joke? With that person's ruthlessness, he was definitely doomed. However, under the pressure of the situation, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and call his new boss. The phone quickly connected, and the figure of the phone bug transformed into a gloomy image with pink sunglasses. What's wrong, Sandy? Hearing the intimidating and deep voice on the other end, Sandy swallowed hard and nervously glanced at Green. Doflamingo. Green snatched the phone bug and spoke, I have your subordinate in my hands, and I can give you a chance to buy his life. The eyes behind the sunglasses on the phone bug immediately turned fierce, and the Doflamingo from his youth already carried the imposing presence of the future. Who are you? A pirate? Or the Navy? Green said, I am Green. I believe you. Being well-informed, are not unfamiliar with my identity. So, it's you, the monster-like newcomer who was released from the Navy headquarters training camp after only half a year. I wonder what you plan to do to my lovely subordinates? Doflamingo sat in a dark room, looking somewhat deranged as he stared at the phone bug in front of him. It turned out to be a monster from the latest Navy training camp. He had already warned that fool Sandy, yet he still fell into the opponent's hands. Green calmly glanced at the sea, where the Navy ships had approached and were retrieving the fallen pirates to imprison them. Because of your name, I intend to spare his life, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Green's tone was flat and indifferent. Then thank you, Colonel, Doflamingo replied, not understanding what Green was trying to do. He had heard that this man was usually harmless, but in battle, he typically left no survivors, behaving much like a Kainu. However, it seemed that his latter years might be spent in prison. Green stated calmly once more. Doflamingo crushed the teacup in his hand with a snap, veins bulging on his forehead, and laughed maniacally. It seems you want to go against me, Colonel. Green neither denied nor admitted. In his view, isn't it normal to go against pirates? Doflamingo, help me find someone, and in exchange, I can release your subordinates. Green never gave up on searching for House. After all, he was the only partner who could risk his life to save each other since coming to this world. Are you threatening me? Doflamingo's tone darkened. Although he was only 1 year older than Green, his proud and cold personality had already formed. Green reached for the third-generation ghost cutting at his waist and casually said, whatever you think. At the residence of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo stood up, and a powerful aura erupted from him, startling the surrounding family members. Doflamingo, what's wrong? What happened, young master? Tori Bowl and Diamante barged in, asking loudly. Nothing. I'm just making a deal with an old friend. He emphasized the word friend as if he wanted to crush the guy on the other end of the transponder snail. Green chuckled casually. Doflamingo, it seems you don't intend to agree, so let's end our conversation here. As he spoke, the third generation of the Ghost Slash seemed to sense its master's killing intent, and a cold, sharp aura arose from the sword. Sandy was nearly scared to death. In an instant, he felt as if he had seen hell. The overwhelming murderous aura surrounding him felt like it would crush him. No, I think the deal can be reached. Doflamingo suddenly spoke up, forcibly suppressing the brutality within him, and asked, who are you looking for? I can mobilize people to help you search in the Grand Line. Green sheathed the third-generation ghost cutter, which had come out of its sheath by an inch, and the immense malevolent aura gradually dissipated, as if it had never appeared at all. Green briefly stated the basic characteristics of House, then calmly said, help me find him, and I can help you in the future. Doflamingo's eyes flickered as he slowly nodded, instructing Toripole beside him to note down the information Green mentioned. Then he arrogantly replied, how do you know I will definitely ask you for help in the future? He was still immersed in his own achievements and the flattery of Toripole and others, believing that he was the best and that no one could surpass him. Green smiled and said, "The more confident you are now, the more embarrassed you will be in the future. All right, this call ends here. I will let your subordinates go." Green hung up the phone and then lifted the already frightened and limp Sandy onto the warship. At this moment, all the pirates had already been rescued. Green waved to a sailor and instructed, "Prepare a small boat." The sailor immediately went to prepare one. Green looked at Sandy coldly and said, "You can choose 5 people from these." However, Sandy wanted to argue for 5 more, but under Green's calm gaze, she felt a chill run down her spine and immediately dared not say anything else. She silently walked over and pointed to 5 subordinates. Just these 5. After she finished speaking, she immediately lowered her head and left, not daring to meet the pleading and resentful eyes of the other pirates. "Captain, don't leave us behind. Captain, I don't want to end up in the Navy's prison. Please save me." "Don't ask him. We must have been blind to follow such a coward." Surrendering without even daring to resist, bah. Green wore an amused expression, while Sandy was too scared to lift her head, standing silently to the side. A few sailors quickly brought over the pirates who had been pointed out and unlocked their handcuffs. Although the colonel's orders were somewhat puzzling, their trust in Green left them with no dissatisfaction. "Let's go. Next time I catch you, you won't be so lucky." Green waved his hand, and the sailors made way for Sandy and his crew to board the small boat and leave. Sandy had plundered quite a fortune, and it took a great deal of effort from Green's naval soldiers to salvage the sunken treasures. Although it was hard work, everyone wore smiles. This was because Colonel Green had stated that all the treasure salvaged would belong to them and did not need to be turned over to the base. This was undoubtedly a benefit for them and a condition to keep them quiet. They were well aware of this and naturally kept the departure of those pirates in their hearts. When Green returned to Rog Town, Terry was waiting for him, and he looked very unwell. "What's wrong?" Green asked curiously. The mission to eliminate the pirates in Rog Town had been going relatively smoothly. Most of the pirates that had landed during this time had been taken care of. Captain Don Quixote Shiki of the Flying Pirate Crew attacked the Navy headquarters and caused a ruckus in Marineford before being captured by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp working together. However, the headquarters suffered heavy casualties, and Shiki nearly destroyed half of Marineford. Green was taken aback. Had Golden Lion already been captured? He recalled that Golden Lion did indeed launch an attack on the Navy headquarters after Roger's surrender, causing a huge commotion before being captured. However, it seemed that Golden Lion was only imprisoned for a very short time before becoming the first escapee in the history of the deep-sea prison. Even though he lost his legs as a result, those matters could be handled by the big shots at headquarters. We just needed to do our own jobs. Green patted Terry on the shoulder and finally returned to his room. The strength of Golden Lion Shiki was unquestionable, as he was known as one of the great pirates alongside Roger and Whitebeard. If it weren't for his mental state being thrown into chaos upon hearing about Roger's capture, leading to his uproar at the Navy headquarters and subsequent capture, he would definitely have a seat among the 4 emperors of the New World in the future. Green's eyes flickered. The float fruit of Gold Lion Shiki was very useful. If there were really no good devil fruits in the end, eating this fruit wouldn't be a bad choice. Sitting in his office, Green flipped through the paper documents in his hand, which contained a person's profile. Daddy Masterson, 17 years old this year, was very talented in shooting, skilled at carrying multiple handguns on his body to deliver continuous and precise firepower against enemies. There was also a comment, suitable for training towards becoming a sniper. Green's eyes flickered as he finally remembered the character Dottie. If he recalled correctly, Dottie would leave the Navy in the future, solely to accompany his only family member. As a fellow recruit in the Navy headquarters training camp alongside Smoker, he chose to leave resolutely when he had the opportunity to advance in his career, demonstrating that he is someone who values family ties greatly. Green put away the documents and then instructed his men to transfer Dottie under his command, as he had time to nurture him. He then took a team of Navy soldiers and headed toward the town. Ever since the naval base in Rog Town changed its commander, the townspeople had noticed that the order in the town improved day by day. The once arrogant thugs and rampant pirates had disappeared, and everything seemed to have returned to normal. Moreover, the Navy conducted patrols at irregular intervals every day, and most of the pirates that managed to sneak in were too intimidated to cause trouble. Today, Green, having nothing to do, personally led a patrol. As he reached the town square, he saw a small white-haired kid fighting with a few taller children in the distance. Green chuckled and shook his head. Just after transferring Dottie under his command, he spotted the future white-haired smoke user. The kid fighting was definitely Smoker. His distinctive white hair and the arrogant expression were exactly the same as in the future. Green walked over and separated a few children, smiling as he asked, "Hey, little ones, why are you fighting?" Smoker looked very unconvinced. If it weren't for a Navy soldier holding him back, he probably would have rushed over to fight the other side. The other three children were much more composed. After glancing at Green awkwardly, they hesitantly said, "We were playing a game of Navy catching pirates, and he just rushed in and hit us." Green looked at Smog, who was bouncing and struggling, and immediately threw a punch, instantly shutting him up. Smog, with a big bump on his head, rolled around in pain. The group of Navy officers stared in shock at their commander, hissing, "He even hits children. The colonel is truly a cold-hearted person." Green waved to the three more frightened children. "Hurry home." The three children ran off as if something were chasing them. Green was baffled, thinking, "Am I really that terrifying?" He then turned to the stubborn Smoker and asked, "Kid, tell me why you're fighting with others." Smoker pouted, snorted, and then with a defiant expression said, "Who told them that pirates are the strongest? What's so strong about those damn pirates? They'll be defeated sooner or later." Green looked at him with interest, and it seemed that his thoughts had already begun to dislike pirates. He then said, "So that's how it is, but you shouldn't fight with people. TCH, who are you to care?" Green twitched the corner of his mouth and clenched his fist. Smoker immediately shrank behind the Navy soldiers, only showing his head. "Hey kid, how about joining the Navy?" No way. I want to be a bounty hunter, someone who specifically captures pirates." Smoker had a proud expression, as if being a bounty hunter was stronger than being in the Navy. Green shook his head and smiled as he turned to continue walking forward. "Well then, see you next time." The Navy soldiers followed with smiles on their faces, and as they passed Smoker, they all roughly ruffled his thick white hair. Even Dottie, who was at the back, hesitated for a moment, but then unceremoniously ruffled it too. After all the Navy had walked past, Smoker angrily tidied up his messed up hair, and there was a hint of different emotions in his eyes. It seemed that being in Navy wasn't so bad after all. Green walked down the street, noticing that both sides were much cleaner than before, and there were none of the messy people he had seen previously. Even the illegal activities had moved into the shadows. It would be difficult to completely eradicate them in a short time. For now, they could only be temporarily suppressed, making them too afraid to be too reckless. This initial effect had basically been achieved. Strolling along, Green soon arrived at the large square in Rogtown, which was filled with pedestrians and vendors. Looking around, Green can see everything from his office at the naval base, but it is far from the clarity of a close-up view. On one side of the square, some workers are constructing a high platform. They have already completed the foundation and will soon begin the superstructure. This is precisely the location of the execution platform. According to Terry's estimate, it will be fully constructed in another half-month, definitely not delaying the public execution of the Pirate King. Green took a glance at the people and greeted a few remaining Navy soldiers before leaving from the other side of the square. As the time for the execution of the Pirate King drew closer, the world government should also be preparing to announce this explosive news to the world. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Green's mouth, but no one noticed the fleeting glimmer of expectation within that smile. A new era is about to begin. The Great Pirate Era has truly been long awaited. The Flying Pirate, Don Quixote, Golden Lion Shiki, wreaked havoc in Marineford and was ultimately captured by the Navy hero Garp in collaboration with Admiral Sengoku, imprisoning him in the deep-sea prison, impelled down. This incident brewed on the high seas and finally erupted with a statement from the world government. The Pirate King, GOLD, Roger, will be publicly executed in Lowtown in the East Blue. This news stirred up a tidal wave, shocking everyone in the world. The Pirate King, who possesses the world's most precious treasure, is actually going to be executed in his birthplace, which many found hard to believe. After all, he is the Pirate King. In an instant, countless heroes and legends from the sea set out, gathering towards Lowtown in the East Blue, each with their own thoughts and intentions. Green has been having a headache lately, as countless pirates have swarmed towards Logtown like flies sensing blood. This has caused him to rush around every day, and the number of pirates he has killed is so high that even the Navy's secretary cannot keep track. The news of a mad executioner emerging from Logtown has also spread quickly, causing quite a stir among the pirates. Knock knock. A Navy soldier shouted from outside the office door, "Colonel, we have received word from headquarters that Admiral Sengoku is on his way. Let's prepare ourselves." With a creak, the office door opened, and Green stepped out wearing a Navy cloak, his face calm as he nodded and said, "Yes, tell Major Terry to get ready for the reception." The Navy soldier quickly nodded and hurriedly ran away. Green felt helpless. Recently, he had killed quite a few pirates, and even though he bathed every day, he couldn't hide the smell of blood on him, especially with the third-generation sword, inthe, At his waist, which emanated an increasingly fierce aura, he exuded a strange presence. Now, Green completely embodied what it meant to be unapproachable. Whether it was the Navy or ordinary people, anyone within 5 meters of him would struggle to withstand the overwhelming aura of death, beginning to feel dizzy and even hallucinating, as if they were trapped in a dark place filled with the stench of blood, their minds gripped with fear. Green has been working hard to suppress his aura recently and has finally managed to barely contain it within a 2-meter radius around himself. However, he still needs to practice further until he can control it freely. The malevolent energy around him is very immense, and just his presence is enough to overwhelm an average person. However, it's different from the legendary Conqueror's Haki, and Green feels a sense of disappointment, thinking he might have accidentally awakened it. "Colonel," Terry suddenly called out from down the hallway, running towards Green. "Colonel, we've detected the Moria pirate crew in the nearby seas." Green paused for a moment, then took another step, but this time his direction changed to outside the base. "Has Moria already arrived? Gather the personnel and prepare to depart." Green waved his hand at Terry, smiling. "I'll go meet him and be back soon." At this time, Moonlight Moria was already a notorious pirate in the first half of the Grand Line, with a bounty of 200 million berries. And he was at the peak of his power. Terry's expression turned serious. The headquarters order was to keep an eye on such a pirate as long as he was discovered. However, judging by the colonel's demeanor, it seemed that it was not just about keeping watch. He quickly summoned personnel and prepared the warship. A swift warship specifically for pursuit soon left the harbor under the control of the Navy soldiers, shooting into the deep sea like an arrow. Green stood at the bow like a spear, his gaze calmly fixed on the sea. He wasn't too worried about Moria. However, thinking about some people from his memory who were about to arrive, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. They were all troublesome characters. Not long after setting sail, a messenger ran over, stood at attention, saluted, and reported loudly, "Sir, we have spotted the shadows of the Moria pirate crew on the side. Should we pursue them with full force?" Green continued to stare at the shattered sea surface in front of him, calmly saying, "Chase. Prepare for battle." "Yes." The warship immediately turned around and sped towards a black dot in the distance. Since the last pursuit of pirates revealed the problem of the warship being too slow, Green had specifically modified the fastest warship from Rogue Town. Now, it had become his flagship, with average firepower and not many soldiers on board. But there was one thing: it was fast enough. The black dot in front was rapidly growing larger, and soon the shape of a ship became visible. It was a large sailing ship with a pirate flag featuring a skull surrounded by bat wings, belonging to the Moria pirate crew. At this moment, the members of the Moria pirate crew had already spotted the pursuing Navy behind them. The pirates let out wild laughter, drawing weapons with fierce expressions and gesturing arrogantly at the Navy. A tall figure, over 6 meters in height, walked to the stern of the ship under the respectful gazes of the pirates, grinning with a mouth full of shark-like teeth and laughing. "Is this the Navy come to capture us?" What surprise! Green pressed his hand against the hilt of his sword at his waist, and the third generation of the Ghost Cutter seemed to sense something, emitting a somewhat joyful, emotional fluctuation. Moria's laughter immediately halted, unnoticed by others. However, he seemed to see a hideous and terrifying devil staring at him from the warship behind. That feeling lasted only a moment, and he shook his head. "Haha, I drank a bit too much earlier, just right for us to relax." He completely disregarded the Navy behind him, thinking how could the East Blue Navy have any strength? The Navy of the Grand Line couldn't do anything to him either. The warship was fast, and in no time it had caught up. At that moment, a subtle fluctuation passed over the Moria pirate crew's ship, like a sea breeze brushing by, unnoticed by anyone. Moria's expression changed, and he suddenly looked back. He vaguely felt something lurking in the darkness behind. As a user of the shadow fruit, his perception of shadows far exceeded that of others, even surpassing some strong individuals with observation haki. Green's heart stirred as he remained motionless in the shadows, quietly locking eyes with Moria. Is there something over there? Why does it feel like there's something, yet it also feels like there's nothing? His consciousness had been severely disturbed by Green's abilities, leaving his senses blinded. Otherwise, he would have discovered Green long ago. Glancing at the subordinates around that shadowy area, Moria waved his hand. "You lot, stay away from there." It gave me a bad feeling, seeing everyone gather around him, ready to react if needed. Moria finally felt at ease and turned back to gaze at the Navy warship that maintained its distance. However, just as he relaxed, a flash of dark blade light slashed diagonally toward him, the intense smell of blood already wafting through the air before the blade even arrived. The pitch black, Slightly crimson third-generation Kichigai slashed at Moriya's neck, the sharp blade cutting through the air without making a sound. But in an instant, Moriya turned around, and a gigantic blade appeared in his hand, seemingly out of nowhere, swinging down fiercely. With a clang of metal colliding, a shockwave erupted from the point of impact, radiating outward and forming a visible circular shockwave. The surrounding pirates were instantly knocked about, falling in disarray, while only a few of the officers jumped back warily. Looking on with a grave expression, Green used the moonwalk to hover in the air without any leverage. Although his strength was on par with Moriya's, he was still knocked away after a brief standoff. Soru, after being sent flying for a distance, Green's figure flickered and reappeared behind Moriya, thrusting the third generation of the sword into the blind spot, aiming straight for Moriya's Achilles tendon. Moriya was too tall. Green's height, not even 2 meters, had already surpassed his previous self. However, he was still less than half the height of Moriya. First, he needed to incapacitate him, then deal with him. But he clearly underestimated Moriya. With a lift of Moriya's leg, he easily dodged the attack, and the massive battle blade was already above Green's head. Bang! A louder sound echoed, and the deck of the pirate ship was shaken, cracking with numerous fissures. Green's feet were deeply embedded in the ground as he held up the third-generation sword to block Moriya's slash. Not bad, Navy. You actually managed to fight me to a standstill. Moriya laughed maniacally. Green frowned. The opponent's strength was impressive, as they could accurately detect his movements. And both of his attacks had failed. He shifted his figure and became elusive again, continually moving around to find an opportunity. Moriya was able to keep up with Green's speed at first, but soon he couldn't anymore. Even though he clearly saw with his eyes, it was as if he had overlooked it completely. Green's figure completely disappeared. Such strong stealth abilities. I didn't expect there to be someone like you in the Navy. This trip was indeed worth it. Moriya's massive body kept moving, searching for Green's traces. But not only could he not find Green, he couldn't even detect a hint of movement, as if the other party had never appeared at all. Swish! A flash of blade light flickered, and Moriya tilted his head, a thin line of blood appearing on his cheek. Moriya reached up to touch the wound that had only broken the skin on his face, his expression turning serious. If he hadn't dodged in time just now, it might not have been just his cheek that got cut. What troubled him was that he still couldn't detect the other party. Green smirked at the corner of his mouth. After the previous strike, he had quickly hidden in the shadow above the mast. Suddenly, he moved again, wielding the third-generation ghost slash, appearing in the blind spot at Moriya's feet, and thrusting the sword once more. SSH. The blade pierced Moriya's thigh, and despite his fastest counterattack, he was still injured. Damn it! Moriya's face was grim, and the giant sword in his hand swept and slashed wildly, damaging many facilities on the ship, yet he couldn't even touch the corner of Green's clothes. After a while, Moriya stopped. He knew that being anxious was futile. He needed to calm down, or he might really be killed today. Indeed, he was still intelligent before being defeated by Kaido, not like that foolish fat black guy behind him. Green secretly lamented. If it weren't for Kaido slaughtering all his companions, causing him to give up on himself and become a waste that only relied on external things, his achievements would definitely not be low. Green thought with a hint of regret, if this guy could become a Navy. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It's not impossible. Based on his understanding of Moriya, it might really work, even if the means are a bit unsavory. No matter, as long as there's a glimmer of possibility, he must give it a try. Green's figure suddenly appeared on the horizontal bar of the mast, calmly looking down at Moriya, who was slightly out of breath below. Moriya, let's make a deal. On a nearby warship, the Navy soldiers exchanged strange glances, wondering if the colonel had become addicted to making deals with pirates. Seeing Green appear, Moriya was about to attack, but was stopped by his words. He stared solemnly at Green. What kind of deal do you want to make? After the recent battle, he knew he could not find a way to defeat his opponent. However, surrendering was out of the question. He would rather die in battle than give up. If the pirate in front of him had such an idea, then he was underestimating him. Green squinted his eyes and glanced at the eager pirates around him, a move that sent a jolt through Moriya's heart. As a notorious pirate, he valued his companions immensely. If he had any weakness, it was undoubtedly these comrades. Exchange the lives of these pirates for your service to the Navy, Green said calmly, leaving not only Moriya and the group of pirates stunned, but even the Navy officers were taken aback. How unreliable could their commander be to think of recruiting a pirate to serve a Navy? Moriya also thought he had misheard, but soon realized. Are you talking about becoming a Shichibukai? Green casually inserted the third-generation ghost cutter onto the horizontal bar. but he didn't want it to be too sharp and go all the way in, leaving only the handle exposed. Frowning slightly, Green bent down to pull the knife out and then sheathed it back. During this time, Moria attempted to sneak attack several times, but was firmly stopped. Green's glance at the other pirates made him feel a bit wary. It wasn't the 7 warlords, but the Navy. Green corrected, the 7 warlords is currently just an idea. I don't know where you heard that, but I'm saying more than that. Ha ha. Are you joking? The Navy? Moria laughed mockingly. I'm a pirate. You actually want to invite a pirate to join the Navy? Are you crazy? The Navy on the warship also thought their commander seemed to have lost his mind. Weren't they here to fight pirates? How did it turn into recruiting them? Green's expression remained calm as I'm not crazy. I've said it before. This is a transaction. As he spoke, he pointed at the pirates below. If you don't want them to die here. The cold killing intent made the ordinary pirates shrink their necks, feeling as if a knife had suddenly been placed at their throats. Moria's mocking expression turned to disdain. You want to use my subordinates to threaten me? Hiv. They're all real men. Since we've chosen to set sail, we aren't afraid of death. Other pirates also shouted in agreement. That's right, we're not afraid of dying. If you have the ability, then come and try it, damn Navy. Ha! Trying to use us to threaten the captain. Are you stupid, Navy? Green cast a cold glance at the arrogant pirates, instantly rendering them mute, their mouths shutting tight in fear. Then he vanished in an instant, reappearing behind one of the pirate officers, the 3rd-generation ghost gently resting on his shoulder. Despite merely being placed there, it caused the officer to stiffen, unable to move. Moria's expression changed as he was about to rush forward, but seeing Green did not take action, he forced himself to stop. That was the first one. As soon as Green's words fell, he disappeared again, and the back of the 3rd-generation ghost struck down another pirate from behind. Once more, he concealed himself, and another pirate screamed as he collapsed to the ground. Green, holding the figure of the 3rd-generation ghost slash, reappeared on the horizontal bar, tapping the sturdy bar beneath his feet with the back of his knife, producing a bang-bang sound. Do you think I'm joking with you? Moria. Green's cold voice carried no warmth as he calmly looked at Moria. Moria was infuriated. This despicable Navy officer was actually using the lives of his own comrades to threaten him. As a Navy officer, how can you be so despicable? Green, indifferent ally, sheathed his sword and calmly said, say what you want. If you join my ranks, I can find a way to keep your subordinates with you. You would just be changing sides to continue fighting. There's no need to resist so strongly. Moria was itching to cut this Navy bastard to death. What do you mean just changing sides? I'm a free pirate. Why would I want to become a Navy? Moria's face was filled with unwillingness, and as his eyes rolled, he came up with a plan. He immediately said nonchalantly, Hey, Navy, I can agree to your request, but there's one condition. You must defeat me in a direct battle. Otherwise, even if I join your ranks, I won't be convinced. You wouldn't want to be betrayed by your own subordinates one day, would you? Green was dissatisfied on the surface, but inside he was overjoyed. He really fell for it. This was the result he wanted, using the lives of his companions as leverage just to gain a chance to completely conquer the opponent. No, you don't want the lives of your subordinates, do you? Green, putting on an act, immediately made a guilty expression. Moria snorted dismissively and said, If you can't agree to my terms, I'll make everyone abandon the ship and flee. You can't possibly chase down every single one of them. Moreover, as long as I'm alive, I'll keep killing in retaliation, making sure everyone knows it was you who forced me to cause all this. Green found it amusing and feigned hesitation on his face. Then, reluctantly, he said, All right, I agree. Let's have a fair duel. If I win, you will willingly become my subordinate. The two made the agreement and sailed their ships to the nearest uninhabited island, where they disembarked. The island was small, with very little vegetation, mostly consisting of bare, shiny black rocks. Green pressed his hand on the hilt of the sword, focusing on Moria not far away, whose 6-meter height was visually striking. Moria, wielding a large sword, was also looking at the young Navy officer in front of him, surprised that a single person had pushed him to this extent. Neither of them moved, standing off against each other. Green squinted his eyes, using Moria's momentum to sharpen his own killing intent, constantly trying to control this difficult-to-manage aura. Just as he was becoming more skilled and was on the verge of successfully consolidating all the killing intent, Moria, sensing a threat, suddenly made his move. Ha. Don't think that was all my strength before. It was just because it was hard to exert myself on the ship. Shadow Spear. A black long spear formed from shadows instantly shot up from the ground, right in front of Green. However, Green seemed to have anticipated his attack, slightly tilting his head to narrowly evade the strike that could have pierced him. Hiss. A massive rock behind Green, raised above the ground, was pierced, and the shadow transformed into a long spear that even penetrated the rock, extending out for a long distance. Shave, the figure flashed, and had already reached Moria's side, forcibly suppressing the desire to launch a sneak attack from behind. Green kicked out. Storm foot, cross sword. The enormous vacuum intersected each other, forming a cross shape that rushed straight towards Moria's gigantic body. Haha, Moria, you don't really think that being a shadow fruit user can fool the Navy, do you? Green chuckled lightly and continued to attack. Storm foot, arrow. 3 vacuum arrows, forming a triangular shape, followed closely behind and shot out. Hee, the battle has just begun. Don't be in a hurry, Shadow Master. Moria laughed heartily, raising the huge battle blade in his hand and slashing down, accompanied by a shadowy figure next to him that looked exactly like him but was entirely composed of darkness. Green's pupils constricted, feeling as if he was facing 2 Moria at the same time, and the pressure instantly became immense. Shave. Green's figure flickered continuously as he executed the techniques of shave and moonwalk, skillfully dodging the attacks from the 2 6-meter-tall figures, occasionally striking back with gale foot, and sometimes engaging in close combat with finger guns and long knives. The 3 figures instantly clashed together, and the intense collisions sparked a shower of sparks. Moria's expression was serious. Despite his opponents being much smaller than him, their strength was not at all inferior, even showing no signs of weakness under the attacks from himself and the Shadow Mage. He was truly shocked. He had originally thought this was just a Navy officer relying on ghostly speed for sneak attacks, but he didn't expect the opponent's physical strength to be even more monstrous. The battle gradually escalated. As time went on, the fight between the two not only showed no signs of weakening, but continued to grow more intense. Is this despicable Navy officer really this strong? Damn, keep your voice down, or he'll hear you and kill you directly. Even the captain might not be able to stop him. The fact that this Navy officer could fight against Captain Moria for so long meant he was definitely no ordinary figure. I never expected there would be such a strong person in a place like the East Blue. The pirates of the Moria pirate crew had their jaws nearly dropped to the ground, their eyes wide open, completely shocked that the Navy officer, who previously only knew how to ambush, had such strong frontal combat abilities. They had thought that with the captain's strength, he would either crush everything in this small place like the East Blue or not encounter any decent opponents. But the scene before them struck them hard. An unknown Navy officer possessed such strength. Could it be that after not paying attention to the seas for so long, the Navy had become this powerful? Facing the pirates, the Navy soldiers stood in neat rows, on high alert, watching the two in battle. They were somewhat stunned, having never seen Colonel Green display such strong frontal combat capabilities. He had always relied on assassination and sneak attacks. At this moment, his first strike stunned them. After recovering from their shock, the Navy soldiers were filled with excitement. The colonel was actually this strong. Moria and the Shadow Mage attacked simultaneously, one black and one white, as their large swords fiercely struck towards Green, who dodged the attack with shave and then deflected the Shadow Mage's large sword with a single blow, following up with a pointed strike. Finger gun, raindrop. Green's fingers instantly vanished, and countless shadowy black fingers appeared before him, fiercely stabbing towards the Shadow Mage. Numerous hollow spots instantly appeared on the Shadow Mage's body, and his form became unstable as if struck by waves. Moria swung his sword horizontally, then waved his hand, causing the Shadow Mage to collapse into a mass of shadows, which transformed into a black blade that slashed out. Shadow slash. Green flexibly performed a backflip to dodge the horizontal slash from the large blade, then kicked out. Storm kick. The vacuum slash shattered the black blade formed by the shadow. Moria jumped back, his massive body sending a shower of rock debris flying. It's been a while since I've fought so exhilaratingly. Navy, I forgot to ask your name, so please tell me. Green held his long knife at an angle toward the ground, his face still calm and composed as he said, I am Green, the commander of the naval base in Roadtown, with the rank of colonel. As he spoke, he looked at Moria, who was holding a large sword and wearing a wild expression across from him. Moria had not yet experienced Kaido's beating, and at this moment, he still appeared spirited, lacking the sleazy and dispirited demeanor one might expect, instead exuding pride and confidence. Green was very satisfied. If he could really bring Moria, who was in this state, under his command, his future strength would definitely be stronger than before. Colonel Green, I didn't expect the Navy to produce such a monstrous genius like you. Should I say it's truly worthy of the Navy? Moria slammed his large sword heavily onto the ground, creating a crack in the surface. He didn't expect that his height and strength advantages wouldn't give him any benefit against this short Navy officer, and he was being suppressed in terms of agility. He looked at Green's hand holding the sword and the exceptionally sharp long sword covered in a pitch-black sheen, and smiled. Is this the armed color hockey? It's indeed very strong. Green looked at him, non-committal. Moria, if you're tired, I can let you take a break. As he said this, a slight hint of mockery appeared on his face, which immediately infuriated Moria. As a great pirate of the Grand Line, he planned to march into the New World immediately after the execution of the Pirate King. How could he be blocked in the East Sea, such a low-level sea? Moria immediately showed a face of anger. Don't think that having hockey makes a difference. I'm Moria. With that, he swung his great sword down heavily towards Green. Multiple shadow strikes. The giant's sword, carrying immense power, slashed down, but Green moved his feet and instantly dodged. However, his expression suddenly changed as a black blade, identical to the great sword, followed closely behind and struck down. Boom! Boom! One greatsword slashed down, but it emitted two huge sounds. Hee. My multiple shadow strikes have a double attack effect, so don't get killed by me, Green, Moria said with a proud expression. Green's figure appeared from a distance, his expression slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Moria had such techniques and almost got hit. The two engaged in battle once again. Their contrasting sizes, one large and one small, colliding violently. The crisp sound of metal clashing resonated, and numerous slashes occasionally flew out, carving deep gashes into the ground. The pirates of the Moria pirates and the Navy stepped back, giving the two a larger space to fight. Green's movements are agile, skillfully switching between shaving and moonwalking, sometimes even combining the two. It seems as if there are no spatial constraints beneath his feet, allowing him to launch sudden and fierce attacks in all directions. Green's Navy 6 style was continuously used, and even the less skilled iron block and paper drawing grew increasingly proficient in battle. Moria became more and more alarmed as he felt the young Navy officer across from him was growing at a visibly rapid pace. He originally felt they were evenly matched, but now he was gradually being suppressed. Aside from strength, he sensed he had no advantages whatsoever, and even his strength did not suppress the opponent, merely maintaining a similar level. With a loud bang, two fists collided fiercely, one appearing somewhat enormous, resembling a giant's fist, while the other was much smaller, merely the size of an average person's fist, but jet black and covered in armament hockey. A powerful shockwave erupted outward from the point of impact, as if a strong wind had suddenly swept across the island, sweeping some debris into the sea. After exchanging a punch, the two quickly recoiled, then raised their swords and struck simultaneously, producing a sharp, piercing sound that made others instantly cover their ears. A faint crack was heard, and Moria's expression changed as he quickly retreated to check his sword. He noticed a small nick on the massive blade, only the size of a grain of rice. However, there were tiny cracks forming behind the nick that were difficult to detect with the naked eye. He halted his attack, but Green did not stop. He moved and appeared in front of Moria, slashing with the unparalleled sharpness of the Sandai Kitetsu. The sharpness of the Sandai Kitetsu had nearly surpassed that of many more precious swords. However, few were aware of this. And coupled with Green's persistent use of armament hockey and its coverage during battle, its sharpness was elevated to another level. Moria's sword was of good quality, but it was clearly not comparable to the Sandai Kitetsu. The fact that it had endured until now without the coverage of armament hockey indicated its exceptional nature. Moria felt a pang of heartache. This sword had taken him great effort to have specially made, using very precious materials, and he usually cherished it greatly. He never expected it to be nicked today. Despite his distress, he had no time to think further and swung his sword to clash with Green's incoming longsword. Unpredictable cutting. A low shout escaped from Green, and then his figure instantly vanished from the spot. Around Moria, several figures flickered like phantoms, as if many Greens had suddenly appeared. However, that was impossible. There was only one Green. It was just that his movement speed was so fast that it left afterimages in space. Stormfoot, space lock. Countless vacuum slashes flew out from all directions, so numerous that they sealed off all the space around Moria, making his massive body invisible to the outside world. Damn it! Shadow Warrior! Moria let out a grim scream, and in an instant, he swapped places with the shadow clone that appeared outside the vacuum/encirclement. The shadow clone was instantly shredded into pieces, making Moria's expression even darker. Killing Spear. A deep voice suddenly came from behind Moria, causing his body to freeze abruptly. A malevolent aura so immense that it could haunt ordinary people's nightmares emanated from behind Moria, as if it could freeze one's very soul. Green's body was hunched low, with an astonishing killing intent swirling around his left index finger. Although it was not fully condensed, it already emitted a terrifying pressure that sent chills down the spine. As he pointed, the slightly dispersed killing intent instantly found its direction, resembling an invisible beam of light that, in the blink of an eye, pierced through Moria. The killing intent column penetrated Moria and scattered outward, sending the pirates across from him into disarray, with many collapsing to the ground, some even rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth. Thud! Moria's eyes became vacant, the arrogance on his face froze, his knees buckled, and he heavily knelt on the ground, then fell with a loud bang. It was like a conqueror's hockey-infused strike, but only Green knew that the killing gun just now was merely a rough technique utilizing his massive killing intent, relying on strong will to control the killing intent to slightly condense it before brutally releasing it. The damage relied entirely on the impact brought by the killing intent and could not be compared to a conqueror's hockey-infused attack. Seeing the remaining pirates with faces full of horror and fear, Green calmly waved his hand. The medical team should treat them, and there was no need to worry about Moria. Green's killing gun had quite an effect, not only knocking out someone as strong-willed as Moria, but also instantly damaging part of his bodily functions with the concentrated malice, leaving him weakened. Although this wasn't much for Moria, a member of a naturally strong race, it would still require him some time to recover. The Navy's medical team moved among the pirates, starting to treat those who were foaming at the mouth on the ground. These guys were in serious condition, as neither their physique nor willpower could compare to Moria's. If they weren't treated in time, they might very well suffocate, which would mean Green's efforts were in vain. After placing all the unconscious pirates in a safe position, Moria, who had been lying motionless on the ground, finally stirred. He suddenly shook, opened his eyes, and upon seeing Green sitting on a nearby rock, his eyes narrowed. His massive body sprang up from the ground in an instant, not forgetting to pick up the large knife beside him. Glancing at his subordinates, Moria let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't captured by that despicable Navy. Otherwise, it would have been a real problem. It seems I've lost, right? Moria showed no signs of defeat. For him, being able to fight against a strong opponent was already quite good, let alone being able to save his own and his subordinates' lives. However, Navy, if it weren't for today's excellent weather, I wouldn't have lost so easily. I haven't even used my strongest form yet. Green sat leisurely on the rock, fingers crossed, and calmly said, "Shadow gathering? It is indeed a powerful technique." Moria was taken aback. He had no idea where Green had heard this from. He rarely used his ultimate move, and not all of his subordinates had even seen it. However, before he could voice his doubts, Green spoke again, causing his expression to change. Although you haven't reached the point of overly relying on others yet, your lack of control over your own abilities makes it easy for you to lose control when trying to manipulate other shadows. Moria looked defiant. Although that technique had significant limitations, such as the fact that those without shadows could not be exposed to sunlight, or they would immediately turn to ashes, it was still a powerful move. If it weren't for the fact that this place was not suitable for using shadow gathering, he would have long since commandeered his subordinates' shadows to fight. At this moment, Green said lightly, "Moria, it's time for you to make a decision. Is the agreement still valid?" Moria's expression froze. His stiff face was stuck in place as he turned to look at his bewildered subordinates, then glanced at the Navy soldiers who were still on high alert, and finally looked at Green, who was casually sitting on a stone but remained in a ready-to-strike position. He finally laughed out loud, saying, "Ha, who do you think you're underestimating? I'm a man of the sea. I've lost, and I will fulfill my promise. My journey ends here. But you guys are different. Your journey is not over yet. Go, find a captain stronger than me to lead you, and sail freely on the sea." He made his decision, willing to take the loss, but his subordinates shouldn't have to follow his path. They still had the chance to sail the seas, and he couldn't bind them. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, a group of pirates became angry. "Captain Moria, what nonsense are you talking about? Yeah, you're our captain. Well, have we pirates ever had to stick to agreements? Let's go to sea together. Captain, we can't do without you. My little aunt. Although I'm a pirate, I'm also a well-known man of the sea. How could I go back on my word?" Moria laughed and sat down, ignoring his subordinates' pleas. Unmoved, Green nodded secretly. Although these pirates were somewhat vicious, their spirit was extraordinary, which should also be a reason why pirates have a higher probability of awakening the conqueror's haki. A group of Mariah pirates looked anxious. But since the captain had made up his mind, they had no choice. One pirate gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. I've decided. I will continue to follow the captain, regardless of the Navy or the pirates. As long as I can be by the captain's side. That's enough. Other pirates were taken aback for a moment, and then began to echo. That's right, I will also continue to follow the captain. Only someone like Captain Mariah is worth our loyalty. More and more pirates voiced their willingness to continue following Mariah. However, some showed hesitation. They were used to the freedom of being pirates and did not want to be bound by the Navy's rules. Green smiled. Moria might not be good at many things, but he was greatly respected and loved by his subordinates, which was quite remarkable. Moria moved, grinned widely, and said, since you all don't want to leave, then come with me. Then he thought of something and looked at a few hesitant pirates. Hey, you guys, this pirate ship is yours now. You can take a share of the treasure on board and continue sailing for me. He didn't feel any sense of betrayal. He was just making thoughtful arrangements. The few pirates who decided to leave looked guilty and knelt down with a thud, crying out, Captain Moria, we will never forget your kindness. Until we meet again. After saying that, they immediately turned and boarded the ship, moving the excess treasure to the shore, leaving only their share behind, and then bid farewell with tears. This is a manly farewell. Moria laughed heartily. Green curled his lips, making it quite ceremonious. Then, he said softly, the Navy and pirates are inherently opposing camps. I hope you won't encounter your former subordinates on the sea in the future. Moria's body stiffened slightly before he returned to normal. Ha, that's really wicked. Colonel Green. Moria turned to Green and shrugged, saying, so, I'm your subordinate now, but how do you expect me to transition from being a pirate to a Navy officer? He had a teasing expression. As a notorious pirate with a hefty bounty, it was hard to see how the Navy headquarters would agree to grant him a Navy identity. Green calmly took out a phone bug and dialed directly. Click. This is the Warring States. Moria's movement of just standing up froze. His legs went weak, and he sat back down on the ground again. Green glanced at him, and Moria returned an awkward smile. But deep down, he was cursing. What the hell is your identity? You can casually contact a naval big shot like Admiral Sengoku? He was truly scared to death. Not fearing death was one thing, but was Sengoku's reputation a joke? The strength of someone who could be a rival to a legendary pirate like Whitebeard in the New World was unimaginable. Admiral Sengoku, I am Green, and I have something to report. Green turned to look at the sweating, guilty-looking Moria. Then, with a blank expression, he continued, I want to recruit the pirate Moria under my command. I wonder if that's against the rules? Sengoku, you just said he is a pirate, and you're asking me if that's against the rules? What's the specific situation? Moria, as a famous pirate on the sea, although still young, has already given the Navy some headaches. Are you sure you want to recruit him? Sengoku certainly knew that he had some information about most pirates on the sea, and Moria had not been at sea for long. However, the advantages brought by the Shadow fruit and his race allowed him to stand out quickly. Now, in the first half of the Grand Line, there were hardly any pirates who could suppress him. How could someone like that possibly join the Navy against his will? Green hesitated for a moment, then reached out and handed the den mushy towards Moria. Admiral Sengoku wants to know if you truly want to join the Navy? Moria immediately stood at attention, respectfully speaking into the den mushy. Admiral Sengoku, I mean every word I say. He was startled by Green's action and instantly adopted a submissive attitude, as one would in front of an authoritative elder. Sengoku on the other end of the den mushy was also taken aback, not expecting that this rascal Green was serious and had actually taken Moria in. However, he quickly had a change of heart. Regardless of Moria's previous identity, as long as he was in the Navy now, that was what mattered. The Navy was indeed short on personnel, and Moria's strength was not ordinary on the seas. This was a good thing. Well, Moria, since you recognize the evils of being a pirate, it's not too late to turn to justice now. Sengoku's authoritative voice came through. You will temporarily stay by Colonel Green's side, but you will have to start from the bottom in rank. Moria nodded rapidly, looking at Green with a guilty expression, desperately signaling him. Hey, take it away. I don't want to talk to Sengoku. Green curled his lip and gave him a disdainful glance. He didn't expect that Moria, who dared to confront Kaido, would actually be afraid of Sengoku. Had they encountered each other before? After putting away the transponder snail, Green continued, Admiral Sengoku, I think it's a good idea to recruit pirates and bounty hunters who have relatively good temperaments into the Navy. Can't we promote this idea in various places? Sengoku was silent for a moment before replying. What you're saying has been considered before, but pirates are mostly ruthless and evil individuals. They rarely want to join the Navy. And even if they do, they come with various unstable motives. All right then, I'll handle Moriya's enlistment procedures here. After ending the call with Sengoku, Green turned to Moriya, who was looking on eagerly. From now on, you are my subordinate. However, starting from the very bottom seems a bit inappropriate. It's the right time to employ people. So you'll start as my aide. In the future, if you achieve merit, becoming a rear admiral or vice admiral isn't impossible. Moriya secretly curled his lip. He had no desire to become a rear admiral or vice admiral. He was perfectly fine being a pirate, but he had run into this bastard and ended up becoming a Navy officer. If this got out, his reputation would be ruined. He listlessly followed behind Green, having completely resigned himself to his fate. There was no way around it. One reason was that as a man, he had to keep his promises, and the other reason was the trust in the eyes of the group of subordinates behind him, which made it impossible for him to abandon these companions. Green stepped onto the warship, a cunning smile of success tugging at the corners of his mouth as he turned his back to Moriya. Board the ship, take care of the injured, and return to register the enlistment information. Yes, whether they were from the Navy or the former Moriya pirate crew. Everyone shouted in unison as they boarded the warship. Naturally, the treasures from Moriya's original ship were also moved onto the warship. Green instructed Moriya to distribute the money before he completely became part of the Navy. Otherwise, it would be considered spoils of war once they reached the base's logistics. The journey back on the warship was not peaceful. A pirate crew that had just raided a merchant ship attempted to sneak past, only to be caught red-handed by Green and his men. Just as the battle was about to begin, the pirates were stunned. Hey, is it a Navy ship or a pirate ship? Why are there pirates dressed like pirates? Could that be a Navy ship hijacked by pirates? Captain, come look. There's a warship with both Navy and pirates approaching. The pirate captain swaggered to the bow of the ship, looking disdainfully at where his subordinate was pointing. But then he froze and trembled again. Quick, turn the helm. Damn it, turn the helm now. The captain was nearly in tears. He had been careful enough, yet still caught by the ruthless Navy of Lowtown. He had heard rumors of a formidable Navy colonel in Lowtown, and most surrounding pirates had not fared well. He had specifically inquired to deduce that the opponent would likely not set sail today, but unexpectedly encountered them. Moreover, misfortune did not come alone. He had even seen a giant on that pirate ship, a unique appearance that could only belong to Moriya, who had rampaged through the first half of the Grand Line. How could the infamous pirate Moriya be on a Navy warship? Did they hijack a Navy ship? What else wrong? Captain, what did you see? The pirates grew fearful. Who could instill such fear in their captain? The pirate captain slapped one of them and shouted angrily, "Damn it, turn the helm. I'm not ready to die yet." Up there, besides that detestable Navy devil colonel, there's a ruthless big pirate, Moriya. That warship has probably been hijacked by Moriya's crew. If we don't leave, we'll be in trouble. Green had not yet spoken, but the Navy soldier who understood his temperament had already driven the warship at full speed, chasing after the fleeing pirate ship like an arrow leaving the bow. Hey, Moriya, I think you shouldn't be upset at all. Rather than being a pirate with an uncertain future, you might as well strive in the Navy. The Navy has a strict promotion system and a systematic training method. You shouldn't be unfamiliar with the 6 styles of the Navy. They are powerful combat techniques unique to the Navy. Don't you want to learn them? And there's also hockey, both armament and observation. If no one teaches you, being a pirate doesn't guarantee you'll learn it. Looking at Moriya, who was listlessly hanging his head beside him, Green smiled and teased him. Moriya shot him an annoyed glance, then stood up, angrily waving his big sword. You guys, that pirate crew ahead is too obstructive. Let's go eliminate them together. Saying this, he turned to Green. This doesn't go against the Navy's principles, does it? Green shook his head calmly. Even if you kill them all, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I won't leave many alive. The nearby Navy soldiers nodded in agreement, then looked at the former Moriya pirate crew with expressions of "you guys are really lucky." These guys hadn't reacted yet when Moriya, with a gloomy expression, transformed directly into a swarm of black bats and flew away. He realized that if it weren't for that detestable Green wanting to recruit him, his subordinates would probably be left with very few. The swarm of black bats flew over the pirate ship, and looking down at the chaotic scene below, Moriya's massive figure suddenly appeared. Hee, pirates, it's time to die. Shadow slash. A huge black slashing attack fell from the sky, and with a boom, it split the medium-sized pirate ship in half. Moriya's bounty of 200 million was not given for nothing. His strength made fighting the pirates of the 4 seas feel like child's play. If it weren't for the unfortunate encounter with Green, Moriya would likely still be following the original timeline to deliver goods to Kaido, wasting a future powerhouse with great talent. Wow, he got into character pretty quickly. Green chuckled lightly. The Navy began firing cannons at the pirate ship that had been cut in half, and Moria's gunners also ran over to help, instantly boosting efficiency. Countless cannonballs thundered down on the pirate's ship, blasting it to pieces. Moria moved nimbly over the debris of the pirate ship, and when he couldn't find a place to gain leverage, he would transform into a swarm of bats and fly. The massive war knife continuously hacked away, and the captain and several officers of the pirate crew were successively killed. Even those who tried to escape into the sea were directly blown up by cannonballs. The number of pirates who survived on the entire ship was minimal, consisting of a few extremely lucky ones. The warship soon ceased fire and slowly approached the sunken ship, first rescuing the surviving pirates, then starting to salvage the spoils from the sunken ship. Moria walked onto the warship with heavy steps. It's really hard for a ship of his weight to carry him. Colonel Green, I know there's a huge warship in the West Sea. I want to get it as my flagship. After venting his frustrations in the battle, Moria somewhat accepted reality. Just as Green said, being a Navy isn't so bad. At least he can systematically improve his strength, unlike when he was a pirate, feeling so helpless. A huge warship? Green stroked his chin, realizing that Moria was already starting to think about the terrifying three-masted sailing ship. However, Green didn't know whether the terrifying three-masted sailing ship was called that name now, or if Moria changed it himself later. That's right. A giant warship made of islands. With just a little modification, it can be used. Moria's face was full of longing. Green chuckled casually. Once the East Sea matter is settled, I'll give you time to retrieve it, and I can also find a Navy shipwright to modify it for you. Thank you. Good on Ned. Moria laughed heartily. Just then, a soldier responsible for salvaging the sunken ship ran over, stood at attention, and saluted. Report, Colonel. We found a lot of ammunition on the sunken ship, and there's a Joker emblem on it. Doflamingo's business? Ask the captives if this ammunition is theirs, or if it was stolen from someone else. Yes. Moria asked in confusion. Is Joker Doflamingo? How do you know that, Colonel? In the first half of the current generation, the infamous Joker, an underground emperor specializing in arms dealing, had appeared in the Four Seas, and countless people wanted to know his identity, but had no way to do so. He never expected that the boss he had just recognized seemed to know everything. Green scoffed. That's right. It's that guy Doflamingo, an incredibly ambitious fellow. Moria nodded. He didn't have much interaction with Doflamingo and didn't care about the other secrets. The arms from the sunken ship were quickly salvaged, and the warship began its return journey. By the time Green arrived at the base with a mixed crew of Navy and pirates, Terry, who had received the news long ago, was already on high alert with a large group of Navy personnel. He wasn't sure if his superior had been kidnapped. Although it was highly likely that the superior had taken others hostage, he still made the most cautious arrangements. Green waved his hand to signal everyone not to be tense. It's fine, everyone can disperse. These are the new recruits for the base. Register them immediately, starting from the lowest military rank. Then he pointed to Moria's iconic height and appearance behind him. This one too, he will serve as my aide-de-camp first. Temporarily registered as a second lieutenant. Although the official orders from the Navy headquarters had not yet been issued, he thought to himself that he could appoint a second lieutenant as the highest officer of the base, as Moria was just a young pirate, not the emperor of the New World, and it was just a matter of a word from Admiral Sengoku. Terry felt like he was going crazy. The colonel had just gone out for a while and brought back a famous pirate, plus a group of ordinary pirates, and said they wanted to join the Navy? Was it really that easy to join the Navy? What? Admiral Sengoku agreed? Well, then there's no problem. Terry incredulously led Moria and the others to register, unable to believe that someone like Moria could be swayed by the colonel. He then laughed. Moria was very strong, and with his addition, the strength of the Roachtown Navy would soar again. At least there wouldn't be just Colonel Green as the only significant combat force. According to the Navy soldiers who went out to sea, he was a strong opponent who could fight with the colonel for a long time, and he single-handedly boosted the strength of the Roachtown Navy considerably. The Roachtown Navy base wasn't small. It was originally built to military stronghold specifications. Although it had fallen into disrepair due to lack of attention, it was gradually revealing its true form. Elite Navy forces from the headquarters took over Roachtown, with no fewer than 200 stationed at the port at all times. Ordinary pirate crews were sunk by cannon fire before they could even get close. And even those who managed to land were wiped out by a terrifying Navy soldier, 6 meters tall, dressed in a newly modified Navy uniform. Moria was assigned to the port by Green, with the daily task of eliminating pirates, which he found quite enjoyable. For Moria, having new challenges every day was nice, even though the pirates in the East Sea were as weak as chickens. However, he had heard that some powerful figures from the Grand Line were secretly heading to Roachtown. all wanting to witness the moment when a legendary pirate king met his end. As for the former members of the Moria Pirates, they were now dressed in Navy training uniforms and were being rigorously trained by Terry. Daily physical training exhausted all their strength, and then they were subjected to ideological education, mainly focusing on the crimes committed by pirates and the tragic scenes in their hometowns ravaged by pirates, ultimately teaching them the rules they should follow as Navy members. Aside from the ideological education, which was Green's initiative, the rest were basic training processes of the Navy. The pirate trainees were transforming day by day, becoming more and more like Navy soldiers. Report to the colonel, Moria got into a fight with someone at the port, and there is currently no winner. A Navy soldier hurriedly ran in to report. Green looked over with interest. Oh, is the person who can fight Moria to a standstill a pirate? Not a pirate, but a man with eagle-like eyes. His swordsmanship is very strong, and he wields a black-handled sword that resembles a cross. Green's eyes lit up. Isn't this Hawkeye? He isn't a pirate at this time, right? That makes sense. If he were a pirate now, with his strength, he should have had a bounty long ago, and the soldiers wouldn't fail to recognize him. Green pushed the chair away, reached for the third-generation ghost slash on the table, and hurriedly walked towards the door. I'll go take a look. No need for anyone to follow. Without looking back, he headed straight for the port, where he could hear the clang of chopping from a distance, along with Moria's distinctive laughter. Hey, hee, Hawkeye, I didn't expect a man like you to come. Are you here to see the Pirate King for the last time? A magnetically voiced man followed up impatiently. Moria, if you keep bothering me, I won't be polite. Green's heart stirred. This must be Hawkeye. Compared to later, Hawkeye now does not have the overwhelming and invincible aura. Otherwise, he would have long since dealt with Moria using countless regular attacks, just like his special moves. Green's figure flashed and appeared on the rooftop of the naval base at the port, quietly watching the two combatants. Moria was significantly taller than Hawkeye, but his attacks were much less imposing than his opponents. Although Hawkeye had not yet reached the realm where a basic attack equates to a powerful move, he had already demonstrated the talent and strength of a future world's greatest swordsman. Green can see that Moria is probably not really a match for Mihawk. It's just that Mihawk is somewhat wary of the Navy. Therefore, in order to be able to watch Roger's execution next, he had to suppress some of his strength. The figure of Green flashed and instantly appeared not far from the two, saying loudly, "Stop." Moria, hearing Green's voice, struck a few more times and, finding no success, finally stopped. Hawkeye was even more startled. He hadn't realized that someone had approached him so closely without him noticing. He quickly blocked Moria's attack and retreated a short distance, looking uncertainly towards the source of the voice. With his keen eagle eyes, deep and sharp, Green nodded inwardly, just as the legend said. Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, what brings you to Rowtown? Green asked calmly. Hawkeye was once again surprised. Was the Navy's intelligence really that impressive? He hadn't shown his strength much at sea. So how did they know? How do you know me? Navy? He asked, his face full of confusion. Green smiled lightly. We in the Navy basically know about things on the sea, especially the promising newcomers. Hawkeye slowly nodded, sheathing his black sword, Yoru, on his back, and said calmly, I heard that Roger is going to publicly execute someone in Lobetown, so I came to see it for myself. Green didn't say anything, just calmly nodded, then looked at Moria. Hawkeye, I shouldn't be a pirate yet. How did you get into a fight with him? Moria, holding a huge sword, grinned. Hey, do I need a reason to challenge a strong opponent? I wanted to have a battle with someone like Hawkeye for a long time. Green was surprised, not expecting that Moria was now so eager for a fight. Well, good. When we get back to headquarters, I'll find you a few opponents that will definitely satisfy you. As he spoke, Green revealed a strange smile. What about Akainu? Should we let him know? Any thoughts from Akiji and Kizaru? Carp and Zephyr should really enjoy teaching newcomers. Admiral Sengoku is probably a bit busy, but it shouldn't be hard for him to spare some time. Moria inexplicably shivered, feeling that there was something malicious behind Green's smile. Well then, Hawkeye, how about joining the Navy? Green suddenly turned to Hawkeye and asked with a grin. The other Navy soldiers looked helpless. Colonel Green was at it again. Would someone like him really join the Navy? He seemed like the type who preferred to work alone and wouldn't easily join any faction, as that would only bind him. Moria, on the other hand, was eager for a showdown. He wished Green would beat Hawkeye up, forcing him to join the Navy and guard the port just like him. However, it was clear that Hawkeye was different from Moria. He had very few weaknesses, at least none that Green was aware of, and there was no way to coerce him into joining. I'm sorry, but I will not join the Navy. Hawkeye rejected decisively, without a hint of hesitation. Green also felt helpless and could only shake his head regretfully and say, Is that so? Then forget it. Moria, with a sharp gaze and eager expression, laughed and said, "Hee hee, Colonel Green, that guy Hawkeye dares to defy your will. Let's team up and take him down." Hawkeye's expression instantly became serious, and he looked at everyone with full vigilance. Green looked speechless, thinking, what the hell? You dare to go against my will? What do I even have? Moreover, this guy isn't even a pirate. Attacking a free person. Do you think you're still a pirate? Get lost. You're a Navy now, not a pirate. So throw away those bandit thoughts as soon as possible. Green glared fiercely at Moria, then turned and walked back to the base. Mihawk also glanced at Moria, who looked like an idiot, and left on his own. Moria glanced at Green's back and cursed inwardly. Humph. Who has the bandit mentality between us? Who do you think caused me to give up this promising job as a pirate? After Mihawk left the dock, he went straight to town and checked into a hotel near the square, specifically requesting a room by the window where he could see the location of the execution platform. Although there was some distance, it didn't matter much to him. The dock quieted down, with some pirates disguising themselves as merchants or travelers coming onto the island. Some were directly captured after being identified, but most still managed to blend in. Green didn't care much about this. The immediate priority was the public execution of Roger, and these small fries didn't need attention. What concerned him was that a boy wearing the same straw hat as Roger and a boy with a red nose had come to the island without attracting any attention. Only Green noticed them while patrolling, taking a second look, and almost being discovered by Shanks. Grow well, Shanks. Green's gaze was deep, as if he could see a scene unfolding on the vast ocean of the future. As the time for Roger's public execution drew nearer, not only were the hidden pirates arriving, but strong figures from the Navy headquarters also began to arrive one after another. With 5 days left until Roger's public execution, Green unexpectedly saw someone in his office, someone he had only met half a year ago. Admiral Sakazuki, when did you arrive?" Sitting in his office chair and puffing smoke. It was none other than Akainu, who had just rushed back from the New World. Akainu casually took the cigar out of his mouth, his expression unchanged, still wearing that indifferent face. "I heard you've been doing well in Lowtown." Green said calmly, "I just did what I was supposed to do." Akainu nodded, then suddenly frowned and asked, "I've heard that you've taken a pirate as your subordinate?" "A pirate is just a pirate. They are all a bunch of despicable villains who can never uphold the banner of justice." Green felt somewhat helpless. Admiral Sakazuki, although Moria was a pirate before, he has now made the decision to join the Navy. Recently, he has been specifically capturing pirates at the port and has made quite a few achievements. I think we can give him a chance, and this is also an opportunity to strengthen our Navy. Akainu still believed that pirates could never become part of the Navy. However, since Green was not his subordinate yet, he felt it was inappropriate to interfere too much. "You could decide for yourself, but you did well in battles against pirates. All pirates deserve to die, and we shouldn't show mercy." Green nodded slightly. He had known that Akainu was a bit extreme for a long time. However, this also indicated that his thoughts were more pure, which had both advantages and disadvantages that were hard to articulate. After Akainu finished speaking, he stood up and left, intending to stroll around Lowtown and eliminate any potential unstable factors that could disrupt the public execution. Once he left, Green finally let out a sigh of relief. The aura emanating from Akainu felt like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment, and the intense, violent energy fluctuations made even him feel a bit startled. Vice Admiral Akainu definitely possessed the strength of an admiral. However, since Admiral Sengoku had not yet been promoted to Fleet Admiral, there was currently no position available. At this moment, chaos erupted in Lowtown as some pirates who had managed to sneak onto the island through various means were fleeing in panic. Those recognized by Akainu were basically turned to volcanic ash. "Damn it, why is that Mad Dog Akainu here? Isn't he in the New World? Run. Don't let him catch you. Otherwise, several lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it." The pirates, both openly and secretly, were terrified, fearing to attract Akainu's attention, and they immediately became obedient, showing none of their usual arrogance and dominance. Green couldn't help but laugh. The pirates who managed to make it to the island were somewhat capable, yet they didn't expect to be severely intimidated by Akainu. However, it made sense. The real big-name pirates of the New World hadn't shown up, and those who did were mostly from the younger generation. Even though there were many talented individuals among them, they had not yet matured and simply couldn't compare to the monstrous Akainu of the Navy. In the following days, Green became completely free, spending every day hanging out with Moria, intercepting pirates who wanted to sneak onto the island. Every night, Green would enhance his body using his Soul Refinement ability. Although these were just the souls of ordinary pirates, Their sheer numbers still provided him with considerable enhancement, and it also reduced the lengthy digestion time. With 3 days left until the execution, the Navy's advanced warships had already arrived, and the pirate King Joel D. Roger, escorted by Sengoku himself, was on his way and about to arrive. Green has become increasingly low-key. The matters in Road Town had already been taken over by Akainu when he arrived, and it was as if everyone had forgotten about Green's existence. At the port, Moria was rubbing his eyes, staring at Green sitting in front of him as if he had seen a ghost. In his perception, there was simply no one in front of him, and his eyes could hardly focus on Green unless he concentrated all his attention. This is really damn spooky. He simply leaned in close to Green, bowing his head and staring intently. Green glanced at him irritably and said, "What do you want? Stay away from me. I'm not interested in men." Moria was sweating profusely, looking somewhat on the verge of collapse. "Why do I always overlook your existence? If I didn't focus all my attention, I wouldn't even notice you." Moreover, he noticed that Green's mouth seemed to move, and he did hear him speak, but he just couldn't remember what he said. "Damn it, I can barely even remember your name now." Moria was almost in tears. This guy in front of him felt too bizarre, as if he was about to disappear from this world. Green glanced at his mouth, of course. A country bumpkin like you wouldn't understand the unreasonable nature of the stone hat, as it is a kind of rule weapon in a sense. Moria circled around Green continuously, unable to take his eyes off him for a moment, fearing that Green would disappear with a blink. With the continuous strengthening of his body, Green's interference ability from the stone hat was becoming stronger, and now even someone like Moria, who wasn't considered weak on the sea, was starting to feel a significant impact. Outside the port, there was a commotion from the Navy and the pirates who had been discovered fighting. Moria's attention wavered, and he immediately felt a moment of disorientation. When he came to his senses again, he stood frozen in place. What was I just doing? It seems I was looking for someone. He covered his head with his hands, his face filled with terror. Who was I looking for? How could I forget? He looked up at the spacious room and felt a chill suddenly rise from the depths of his heart. This was really damn creepy. He could be certain of what he had been doing, but he couldn't recall any information related to the person he was looking for, which left him horrified. Could it be that he had encountered the legendary strange events of the sea? While Moria was deeply engulfed in self-doubt, Rodtown had completely transformed. Since Akainu arrived here, he had been deploying the continuously arriving soldiers from the Navy headquarters to prepare for the public execution. Rodtown now resembled an iron barrel, firmly surrounding the square where the execution platform was located. Apart from the front of the execution platform, which allowed entry and exit, the other 3 sides had completely cut off the possibility of non-Navy personnel coming and going, and even the sky was locked down by countless cannons and firearms, with not just a bird passing by escaping scrutiny from multiple gazes. Green quietly counted the familiar faces on the island and nodded. Almost everyone who should come has arrived, and the rest are people I don't know or recognize. In the past few days, since Moria and Mihawk were the first to arrive, Shanks and Buggy came together, and the slick-haired crocodile also showed up. Even the hidden Doflamingo met with Green in private, discussing some topics that shocked even the latter. The most low-key one was Dragon. Despite Green's various inquiries, he couldn't obtain any information about Dragon from the Navy, but he could still recognize that distinctive face. In fact, Dragon even vaguely noticed Green observing him from a distance, which surprised Green and led him to secretly guess that Dragon's current strength was definitely on par with Akainu and the others. Finally, with just 1 day left until the public execution, a massive Navy fleet appeared in the waters of Lowtown, consisting of 10 warships. 10 warships. This was already the configuration for launching a demon-slaying order. Admiral Sengoku personally escorted Roger into the Lowtown base, where he was temporarily held in the base's prison. In the uppermost level of the base, in the office that originally belonged to Green, Sengoku sat in the main seat, facing Akainu who was smoking a cigar. "Where's that kid, Green?" Sengoku asked while looking at the recent intelligence from Lowtown. Akainu's smoking action suddenly paused, and then veins popped up on his forehead, his expression becoming even darker. Sengoku was also taken aback, looking up in surprise and exchanging a glance with Akainu. Both of their expressions turned grim. They had naturally forgotten about Green over the last couple of days. If Sengoku hadn't just seen the signature on the intelligence report, he would have continued to overlook it as usual. Akainu took a deep puff of his cigar and then forcefully exhaled a cloud of smoke. This time it's basically certain that Green is behind this. Yeah, although I don't know how that kid did it. It must be him for sure. Sengoku nodded. At this moment, neither of them noticed, or rather, they had been ignoring the person sitting in the chair on the other side. Green broke out in a cold sweat. These 2 guys had strange expressions. He thought it would be better to run away quickly. With that in mind, Green carefully stood up and stealthily made his way toward the door along the wall. However, the more cautious he was, the more mistakes he made. In his nervousness, he accidentally bumped his leg against a nearby coat rack, making a crack sound. The room immediately fell silent. Green immediately thought it was bad and ran away. As a result, with a bang, he bumped into something. Green, this dark red suit in front of me looks a bit familiar. Green looked up, and in front of him stood the tall figure of a Kainu in a deep red suit, with a fresh flower pinned to his chest, emanating a heart-stopping energy wave. At the same time, a pair of imposing eyes looked over from behind. Green smiled. General Sakaski, I suddenly remembered I have something urgent to attend to, so I won't be joining you. As he said this, he was about to turn away from Akainu, but saw the veins bulging on Akainu's forehead, his fists cracking loudly. Green thought for a moment and realized that he probably had no chance of escaping from this guy in front of him, so he immediately wilted. Green, you might as well come over and honestly explain your special ability, Sengoku said seriously while pushing up his glasses, taking a sip from his teacup. Otherwise, if Akainu decides to hit you, I can pretend I didn't see anything. Green honestly walked back to the chair he had just occupied. Facing the two imposing figures who were staring at him, he could only explain, Admiral Sengoku, Rear Admiral Akainu, I didn't mean to use this ability on you. It's just that this ability is quite special. I haven't figured out how it works myself, and I can't control it. I can only treat everyone equally. Akainu frowned impatiently. Get to the point. All right, my ability allows people to unknowingly ignore my existence. Those who are inherently weak are affected more. Some people may not even realize I'm there, even when looking at me. As for how this ability came about, I have no idea. I just know I've been gradually mastering it since I can remember. Sengoku and Akainu exchanged glances. The Navy had already conducted a thorough investigation into Green's background. They even knew about the years he lived with House in the forest. But that was all. They could trace House, yet Green seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, with no traces left behind. According to the intelligence, you suddenly appeared in the West Sea 6 or 7 years ago, and before that, it was like a complete blank. We investigated the ships that passed through that route during that time, but found no information about you at all, Sengoku said with a serious expression. Speculating about the source of Green's special ability, it's possible that your race is somewhat special, similar to the giant, dwarf, fishman, and oni races, which all have unique traits. Akainu nodded as well. There is indeed that possibility. Other ancient races mixed with humans could potentially give rise to special abilities. There are records of this, though rare. It is not non-existent. After saying this, both of them looked at Green with a sense of admiration. With such a magical ability, combined with his unique assassination techniques, Green's capability to fight above his level would be formidable. All right, don't use this ability casually. Save it for mission times, Sengoku said, looking at Green with some concern. Otherwise, if even your comrades can't see you or remember you, it could easily lead to problems. Sengoku's warning made Green nod, and he could only silently retract his ability. Meanwhile, Akainu fell into deep thought. Green was proficient in assassination techniques, plus he had such a strong innate ability. When they went to the New World together, he would surely surprise those detestable pirates. Thinking of this, his eyes brightened. As long as he trained Green vigorously, his strength would soon improve. At that time, assassinating Whitebeard would not be out of the question. Green, how about you come on my ship after the execution? Akainu exhaled a plume of smoke and extended the invitation again. Green did not speak, but instead looked at Sengoku beside him. His own direction was still to be determined by this big boss, and his own wishes could only be considered as a reference at most. Sengoku took a sip of tea and then said leisurely, after Roger's execution, Green still has a mission to complete. Once this mission is finished, he can choose to go to the New World and join Akainu's command. Green shrugged, knowing that Sengoku had already made arrangements. Akainu said nothing in response. Sengoku's decisions were usually made with his own considerations, and it was difficult for others to change them. However, Sengoku's intention was also very clear. As long as Green was willing, he could come aboard his ship. I'll wait until the mission is completed. Then I'll go find Vice Admiral Sakazuki. I've been wanting to see the New World for a long time, Green said with a smile. After chatting a bit more with the two big shots, Green left. At the port, Moria was sitting cross-legged on the dock, his gaze shifting uncertainly across the sea. In that brief moment, he recalled many things, many memories he had previously forgotten, such as his commander, Green. Green walked over, found a place to sit down beside, glanced at Moria, who looked resentful, and said with a smile, "That is indeed my ability, but I still can't control it freely. So when I use it, it indiscriminately affects everyone, and all will ignore my presence. Moria smacked his lips. I felt something was off when I first encountered you at sea. So this is your ability. Report, Colonel. 2 pirate ships have been spotted on the sea, belonging to 2 pirate crews with bounties of 50 million and 65 million. A messenger suddenly ran over and reported loudly. Green slowly stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and said, 1 person each. Let's see who is faster. How about that? Hee, you better be quick. I'm in advantage. As Moria spoke, he transformed into a large swarm of bats and flew out, heading straight for one of the pirate ships. Green smiled faintly, his body swaying and then disappearing without a trace, leaving only circular shockwaves in the distant sky. 2 pirate ships were not far apart, having just clashed at sea. Although both sides had suffered damage, neither could do anything to the other. At this moment, a large group of bats flew in, and a figure moving through the air as fast as a black line instilled great fear. Prepare for battle. It's the enemy. Everyone be careful. Fire the cannons. Quickly fire the cannons. Ha ha ha. Good. Let me teach them a lesson. Idiot. Those bats are clearly users of abilities. And the other one is also very strong. Everyone stay alert. The bats gathered above one of the pirate ships, taking the form of Moria, who laughed maniacally and swung his blade down. He die. Shadow cut. A huge black blade of light slashed from the sword, cutting through the deck as if it were a solid object, cleaving the entire medium-sized sailing ship in half. Shadow javelin. It was not over yet. A massive spear formed from shadows gathered in the sky and then crashed down. Moria's enormous body followed closely behind, laughing ferociously as he charged into the pirate crowd. On the other side, just as Moria made his move, Green also acted without hesitation. The pirates on the ship had gathered on the deck when Green's figure suddenly disappeared from a distance, leaving the pirates searching in vain, until one pirate was startled awake by a sound behind him and turned around to be horrified to find the bodies of his companions lying behind him. The pirates near the back were all cleanly beheaded, the crimson blood making a chilling hissing sound. Kill him. Avenge our comrades, brothers, kill him. The pirates charged angrily towards Green, eager to chop him into meat paste. Green's expression was calm as he took a small step back, instantly disappearing into the shadows of the cabin. Ah! A scream of agony came from another direction as a pirate was pierced through the heart. Immediately after, the pirate next to him was struck by a vacuum slash, severed in 2, and let out a chilling scream. Green moved like a ghost, appearing sporadically from all directions, continuously slaying one pirate after another. The Navy 6 powers have been seamlessly integrated into his every move, with his gestures unleashing fierce attacks combining the gale foot and finger gun techniques, cutting down pirates like wheat. Unlike the grand spectacle on Moria's side, Green's actions were silent. Apart from the dying screams and cries of the pirates, there was no other sound, and even the pirate ship showed no signs of damage. Soon, the ship fell into an eerie silence. Moria had clearly noticed Green's movements. His attacks became increasingly intense, quickly reducing the entire pirate ship to ruins, with half of the pirates dead or injured. However, some still clung to the remnants of the ship, floating in the sea. Moria, feeling helpless, could only wave to the Navy on shore to come over and capture all the surviving pirates. As a devil fruit user, he was somewhat apprehensive about the fallen pirates, especially since the destruction was so severe that he had no place to land. He had no choice but to transform into a bat and fly back to shore. On the other side, the Navy rushed to the pirate ship and brought it to the port. Moria, filled with dissatisfaction, walked over, only to see the deck strewn with pirate corpses and blood flowing down the deck. The glaring red and the pungent smell of blood left even Moria, who was accustomed to slaughter, somewhat stunned. He truly witnessed Green's ruthless methods and was grateful he hadn't turned against his own subordinates otherwise. Thinking of that possibility sent a shiver down Moria's spine, and he shook his head as he walked away. The dock became lively as Navy soldiers skillfully began to clean the deck, removing the corpses and bloodstains. They then took down the pirate flag and unloaded the supplies from the ship, which was steered by designated personnel to a dry dock for modifications. There hadn't originally been a dry dock here, but as the number of seized pirate ships increased, Terry had someone renovate an old dock previously used by criminals for smuggling, making it temporarily usable. At this point, over 10 various pirate ships were already docked. Although the pirate flags have been taken down, there were still some traces left by the pirates. These ships would undergo simple modifications here, painted in the Navy's colors. The severed masts and other damages would be repaired, transforming them into naval vessels for the Roachtown Navy base, making good use of resources. Rogetown, Navy Base, top floor office. Sengoku sat in the main seat, with Akainu and some vice admirals from headquarters beside him. Gentlemen, tomorrow is the public execution of Pirate King Roger. We must not let our guard down. Members of the Roger Pirates may be lurking to rescue him, and we cannot relax for a moment, Sengoku said, looking at Akainu beside him. Have you spotted any members of the Roger Pirates on the island? Akainu slowly shook his head. None have been discovered so far, but we cannot rule out the possibility that they are hiding. The two then turned to look at Green, who was quietly sitting nearby, now exuding a clear presence, no longer carrying that strange quality that made people unconsciously overlook him. Green thought for a moment and shook his head. I didn't see any official members of the Roger Pirates, just two little brats who used to be trainee crew members. We don't need to worry about those two. They can't rescue Roger. However, we must be cautious as they might be used as bait, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Green, you are responsible for monitoring the unstable factors on the island. If there are any threats to the execution, carry out an immediate execution on the spot. If you encounter anything you can't handle, report it to me and Vice Admiral Sakazuki immediately. Green nodded. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. The skilled assassin Green was assigned to monitor the assassination mission. Not only would he be hard for the enemy to detect, but he could also eliminate unstable factors in advance. Following this, Sengoku made arrangements for several vice admirals in the headquarters, striving to ensure the success of tomorrow's mission. Soon, the sun rose as scheduled the next day. Rogetown was somewhat different today, as the streets were filled with elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters, who occupied all advantageous positions and monitored the entire Rogetown square from all angles. Early in the morning, the streets were crowded with pedestrians who came to watch the public execution of the Pirate King, each face beaming with smiles. The ruthless Pirate King was about to be executed. How wonderful! Ha ha! Is the representative of evil finally going to be ended? Hurry to the front and grab a good spot. Such a grand event cannot be missed. In contrast to the jubilant civilians, some people dressed differently and with varying temperaments had mixed expressions. Some mourned silently, some looked grave, while others appeared expectant. The crowd in the square kept growing, and a large number of Navy soldiers suddenly surged out from the Navy base, marching in neat rows towards the execution platform. The sound of clang-clang echoed as a man dressed in a captain's coat, with long black hair flying wildly and a mustache shaped like an, walked up. Despite being a prisoner, he still exuded a kingly demeanor. Seeing the imposing figure of Pirate King Joel.D., Roger, even Green, hidden in the crowd, was captivated by his calmness and composure. This was the legendary powerhouse of the seas, the true king of the seas, Pirate King Joel.D. Roger. Roger showed no fear on his face. All that remained was the demeanor of a king, making even the Navy soldiers escorting him seem like mere accessories. Sengoku walked at the front of the line, appearing somewhat silent. Karp did not attend this public execution. In his words, since a man like Roger intended to face death, he would not leave. Even if someone came to create trouble, it would absolutely not change anything. Moreover, he knew more. Most of Roger's crew members had already hidden away, but some still appeared in public. Yet, without exception, they had not come to rescue their captain. As a lifelong rival, Karp chose to stay at Marineford instead of coming to Rogetown. Sengoku understood his old friend. Karp and Roger were rivals, but also friends on another level. He could not bear to see Roger die on the execution platform. It was a regret that such a strong man did not die on the battlefield. Sengoku was the first to step onto the high execution platform, where he could clearly see the entire square. Two Navy soldiers escorted Roger up right after him. Smiling, Roger knelt on the ground, calmly looking at the crowd below. All right, let's get this over with. Sengoku glanced around at the other vice admirals in the headquarters. Akainu slightly nodded, indicating everything was normal. I am Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters, responsible for the public execution of Pirate King Joel.D. Roger. Sengoku picked up the nearby Den Den Mushi, and his voice was broadcast through the loudspeakers set up around the square. Roger is notorious, a ruthless pirate who constantly disrupts the world's order, which is absolutely unacceptable. Anyone who wants to become a pirate or has already set sail as one, I advise you to think carefully about your family and friends. Roger revealed a smile, which slowly widened. In the crowd below, Shanks and Buggy looked at their captain on the execution platform, feeling helpless and bursting into tears as they recalled their adventures with him, tears flowing like they cost nothing. Mihawk, with his black sword Yuru, stood with arms crossed, a serious expression on his face, lamenting the passing of a great swordsman from the seas. Crocodile had no expression on his face, Only the cigar in his mouth remained unlit for a long time. In a small alley at the edge of the square, Doflamingo smirked, revealing a neurotic smile. Huh, is the Pirate King about to meet his end? This is the fate of those without power and status. Finally, a man's voice shouted from below, interrupting Sengoku's next words. Hey, Pirate King, where did you hide the treasures you plundered? You must have obtained that legendary great treasure, right? The priceless treasure, One Piece. The man's voice was frantic, filled with urgency and boundless anticipation. The bustling square fell silent instantly, as if everyone felt their breath was being held at that moment. A pair of white seagulls flew across the square, leaving behind two cries. Green slowly raised his head from the crowd, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile that synchronized with Roger on the execution platform. Ha ha! Roger laughed out loud, his eyes slightly closing, then instantly opening, his gaze shifting from calm to a dominating aggressiveness. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. Sengoku's expression changed drastically, and he immediately shouted, Execute him at once. The two soldiers responsible for the execution, panic-stricken, immediately raised their long knives and plunged them into Roger. I have placed all my treasures there. Thud! The two long knives stabbed diagonally into Roger's body, piercing through him, and blood gushed out instantly. Everyone in the audience widened their eyes. Even the legendary powerhouse of the seas, as strong as Pirate King Roger, could only die in anguish after being pierced by the long knives. Yet he showed no weakness until his last breath. After uttering his final words, Roger closed his eyes contentedly. His plan had succeeded, and Sengoku and Carp would likely go crazy. With the last trace of a smile on his lips, the legend of the seas, Pirate King Roger, finally came to an end. However, a new chapter on the seas had just begun. Ha ha! The cunning Pirate King. Doflamingo turned and left. He didn't want to test the methods of the enraged Navy headquarters powerhouses. Mihawk turned sharply, having witnessed the end of a great swordsman. This time, he felt his trip was worthwhile. A new era has begun, Crocodile murmured. Under the hood, Drago's face showed no expression, deeply moved, feeling a turmoil within him. Combined with the scenes he had seen earlier, a thought was slowly forming in his mind. Shanks bit his lip tightly, lowering his head and sobbing sorrowfully, while Buggy beside him was already on the verge of collapse. Taking a deep breath, Shanks took one last look at the familiar figure with its head bowed, then pulled Buggy along, not looking back as they pushed through the crowd to leave. Green calmly watched the few people leaving, all of whom were future powerhouses destined to roam the seas, already exuding some momentum. He glanced at the white-haired boy in front of him, whose expression was puzzled, not understanding why the people around him were suddenly so excited. He chuckled and turned to leave as well. On the execution platform, Sengoku's face was grim. Damn it! That cursed Roger, leaving behind such a big problem, even in death. Sengoku appeared somewhat irritable at this moment, and the vice admirals below the platform also looked grim, especially Akainu, whose eyes seemed to be ablaze with anger. The Pirate King's last words would undoubtedly be transmitted to all corners of the world through the transponder snail, and the number of people tempted by the Pirate King's treasure to set sail and become pirates would greatly increase. Sakazuki, immediately take action to eliminate all the pirates on the island. Sengoku commanded loudly. Even if Roger has started a new era, our Navy's determination to eradicate pirates will not change. It will only become more resolute. A large number of Navy personnel began to mobilize, fiercely charging at those confirmed to be pirates, ruthlessly arresting them without mercy, and those who dared to resist were killed on the spot. Green also took the opportunity to recruit several skilled pirates, further strengthening himself. The public execution of Pirate King Roger, surprisingly, turned out to be a big win for the already deceased Roger. Sengoku and the Navy were outsmarted by him. The sea went completely mad, and countless people risked everything to set sail, causing a sudden surge in the number of pirates. The Navy also faced questioning from the world government, leaving Sengoku in a dire situation, and even the semi-retired Steelbone Kong returned to Marineford to take command. At the base in Rog Town, Sengoku had a worried expression. Damn Roger, he actually had this plan. He slapped his forehead and sighed. I was really careless. I knew he wouldn't quietly accept execution, but I didn't expect him to use his death to usher in a new era for pirates. I kind of took a deep breath and said fiercely, it doesn't matter. As long as there are pirates, we'll kill them all. Sooner or later. We'll wipe them out until no one dares to be a pirate again. Green rolled his eyes. Akainu was really extreme, coming up with such an idea. Sengoku, with a headache, pushed up his glasses and said, Sakazuki, the new world is unstable. You should go back and take charge in a couple of days. I'll set off tomorrow. Akainu pointed at Green, a hint of unspoken understanding. I still have arrangements, and after his mission is over, I'll go to the New World to find you, Green replied. Sengoku waved his hand and then looked at Green. The world government has issued a task that requires our cooperation with the CP department to eliminate Roger's bloodline. They have already made some discoveries, and in a few days, Garp will pass through here. You will set off with him. Green was taken aback. Rogtown here? I will have someone else take over temporarily, so you don't have to worry about it. Focus all your efforts on cooperating with Garp to find Roger's evil bloodline and eliminate it. Sengoku spoke decisively, leaving no room for refusal. Green could only nod and said, Understood. The others immediately set off, returning with me to Marineford. The situation at sea was about to change. Sengoku left in a hurry, and Akainu followed a day later. Lowtown became quiet once again, but it was no longer the ordinary town it used to be. It now had a new title, the Town of Beginnings and Endings. The birthplace and deathplace of the pirate king Gold. Roger, Lowtown's status suddenly became extraordinary. Green began to reorganize his subordinates, and soon he would leave with Garp. At that time, he would definitely bring some of his own subordinates. This was a common practice among all officers, and Green was no exception. Moria was prepared, and a few days later we would leave with Rear Admiral Garp. So pick out your subordinates, as we might not have that much time. Moria nodded, got it. I will inform them. Then Green selected 2 people from his subordinates again. One was Darty, who had already started to hang multiple pistols on himself. He had become quite a mature gunslinger, and Green had already submitted an application for him to join the training camp. The other was a bit special. He was not Major Terry, but a boy with giant blood named Harlan, who was only 13 years old at this time. However, he had already surpassed Moria in height, reaching an astonishing 8 meters. It should be noted that this was before he reached adulthood. According to Green's estimates, his final height would definitely exceed 15 meters, which is the average height of giants. Sorry, Colonel Green, I can't leave with you, Terry said regretfully as he walked over. Haha, don't worry about it, Terry. Everyone can see your abilities. I'm at ease leaving Rogtown in your hands. And I also want to thank you for your help during this time, Green said with a smile, patting him on the shoulder, then seriously continued. Rogtown is entrusted to you. Terry nodded heavily. He originally intended to leave with Green. However, Sengoku valued his intelligence and wanted to give him an opportunity. So he directly suggested it to Green, who of course agreed, as having Terry take over Rogtown was undoubtedly much better than leaving it to someone else. Oh, by the way, Terry, there might be a white-haired kid coming to join the Navy in the future. Keep an eye on him, and it's best to send him to the training camp. He has good talent. Green suddenly remembered something and specifically instructed Terry to pay attention to this unfortunate kid, Smoker. Don't worry, Colonel, I know him, and I'll keep an eye on him, Terry smiled and promised. At the Rogtown port, a large warship slowly docked, and the huge dog head at the bow made it clear that this was the famous flagship of Rear Admiral Garp, the Navy hero. Waha, where's Green? Hurry up and come report to me. We are about to set off. As soon as the warship stabilized, a hearty voice echoed throughout the dock area. Green, who had been ready for a long time, stood at the side with his men and immediately stood at attention. Saluting, we meet Rear Admiral Garp. A man with gray hair and a stern face appeared on the deck. He wasn't holding a donut or a sanbei, as he would in the future, nor was he wearing a silly dog hat. Just standing there, he exuded a domineering aura. Ha ha, you must be Green. He looked in Green's direction and laughed heartily. Green took a few steps forward and walked to the side of the gangway that had been lowered from the warship. He respectfully said, Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. I am Green. Please take care of me. Garp swaggered down, followed by a young handsome guy wearing a round hat and holding a knife. Judging by his appearance, he should be a young Bogart. Who would have thought he was already following Garp now? Ha, not bad. You kid have quite a sturdy build. Garp patted Green on the shoulder and continued with a hearty laugh. With such a good physique, of course, you should face things head on. I heard you were good at assassination, but I think a real man shouldn't resort to sneak attacks. Green had a headache after all this time. You were just beating around the bush to say that I'm not a man, right? Ahem, Vice Admiral Garp, I think everyone has different combat habits. So, there's no need to always fight head on. With someone like you in front, that's enough. Green smiled awkwardly. Garp, picking his nose, said casually, all right. Combat habits are indeed hard to change, so let's set off. Saying that, he glanced at Green and the people behind him. Are they all your subordinates? My ship can't hold so many people. At this point, Garp's flagship was already at full capacity, and Green brought quite a few people, mainly around 100 of Moria's subordinates. No worries, we have prepared a ship and can set off at any time, Green replied calmly. Carp didn't beat around the bush, directly waving his hand to order the ship to sail. He wasn't very familiar with Green, having only heard some things from Sengoku and Zifa, so he didn't have much to say. The two groups boarded their respective ships, with Carp's dog-headed warship in front and Green's elongated warship following closely behind. Haha, this little brat is not only unique himself, but even his warship is different from others. Carp pointed at Green's distinctive elongated warship while standing on the deck. Bogart had his hat brim pulled very low, not sure if it was because he feared the blinding sunlight or if he had social anxiety. Hearing Carp's words, he slowly nodded. He has a strong, sinister aura, giving me the feeling that he is more formidable than those executioners specifically trained by the kingdoms. Moreover, he has removed most of the cannons from his warship, and its shape has been altered to favor navigation, indicating that he prefers close combat with enemies. Carp smiled and asked, Bogart, do you have confidence against that little brat Green? Bogart pondered for a long time before slowly shaking his head. I haven't fought him before, so I can't be sure. However, I've heard he is skilled in assassination, and it seems all his abilities are focused on that. As long as I fight him head-on, he shouldn't be my opponent. Carp turned to look at his young officer, whose face was full of confidence, and he immediately laughed. Ha ha, that little brat Green is proficient in both colors of hockey. His abilities in head-on combat are not weak at all. Anyone who thinks like you might suffer if they fight him. Carp also learned from Sengoku that Green was quite insidious. He clearly possessed a strong physique, excellent martial arts skills, and could skillfully use armament hockey, observation hockey, and the Marine Six styles. It's surprising that someone like him still relies on assassination. He couldn't help but sigh. You really are crafty? Bogart fell silent for a moment. He had also heard that many people in the headquarters knew about Green's proficiency in dual-color hockey. After all, he could be considered a prominent figure among this batch of recruits, having been sent out to execute missions just half a year after entering the camp. Let's think about the upcoming mission. When it came to the mission, both Carp and Bogart's expressions darkened slightly, clearly not wanting to participate. But there was a compelling reason to get involved. The world government was indeed taking drastic measures to eliminate Roger's bloodline, even dispatching CP organizations to thoroughly investigate the South Sea. It's hard to know where they got their information from and whether it's accurate. To find an unborn child on the sea is something the world government can't possibly accomplish, right? Our task is just to assist them, and we won't have to act personally when the time comes, Carp said thoughtfully while laughing. Green was soon informed of the destination, the island of Batalyra in the South China Sea. Was it really for Roger's bloodline? The world government hasn't made any progress. They don't even spare an unborn child. Green's face was filled with disdain. How is this different from being scared? Thanks to the sea stone embedded in the bottom of the warship, Carp and Green's warship quickly passed through the comm zone and arrived at the South China Sea. Colonel, we are about to reach Batalyra Island. A soldier ran over to report. Green slowly walked out of the cabin. The continuous half-month voyage had made him feel very bored. If it weren't for the two pirate crews he encountered along the way, he would probably be even more bored. Finally arrived. As Green walked out, he instructed, call Moria and Halen over. Just tell them I need to see them. The soldier immediately went to find them. Green walked to the bow of the ship, leaning against the railing, looking at Carp's warship ahead, as well as the island that faintly appeared in the distance. Two heavy footsteps approached. It was Moria and Halen. Ned, you call for us? Halen scratched his head and asked innocently. Green patted his thigh, feeling helpless. He could only get to this position. Well, I have something to explain to you. This time our mission is a bit special. We are to assist the world government's CP department in locating the bloodline of the Pirate King. According to intelligence, the bloodline of Pirate King Roger is on this island and is about to be born. Moria sat down on the deck with a bang, a mocking expression on his face as he said, What? Is the world government going to take action against an unborn child? Green shrugged. You guessed it right, and we are one of the accomplices. Moria feels very angry about the world government's actions. Why didn't you take action when the Pirate King was alive? As soon as he died, you couldn't wait to eliminate all potential threats. This is really the style of the world government. Green glanced at him and spoke expressionlessly. Moria, recognize your identity. You are no longer a pirate. You are now a just Navy officer, so obey the orders. Moria stood up abruptly, glaring at Green, but looking at Green's somewhat cold gaze. He reluctantly sat back down on the deck, appearing somewhat dispirited. He had already made up his mind to be unproductive during work and just pass the days on the island. Although he had never met the Pirate King and had no connection with him, that did not prevent him from disliking the world government. Green's face was calm as he said indifferently, The task of eliminating the bloodline of the Pirate King belongs to the CP department. We are merely assisting. There's no need for you to take action personally. Moria nodded disinterestedly. By the way, once Dottie returns from Vice Admiral Karp's ship, pass on the orders. After speaking, Green turned and walked toward the cabin, murmuring softly, the bloodline of the Pirate King. With Karp here, it would be surprising if you could find it. He knew very well the purpose of Karp's presence here. No matter how the world government stirred things up, Ace probably wouldn't die. However, the innocent people would inevitably suffer. Green's gaze flickered. Although the Pirate King was not a good person, he didn't expect that after his death, he would drag so many people down with him. This was a bit hard to accept. Neither side was good, and the innocent civilians in the middle had to suffer, especially the pregnant women. If I can help a little, I will. Moreover, he said with a mysterious look in his eyes, this time, Vice Admiral Karp is going to do something absolutely secretive. Should I take the opportunity to gather some leverage as someone in the know? Forget it. Having leverage on Karp is no different from having none. I should think about how to make him owe me a big favor instead. Green began to ponder the plot he had seen before. If there was a way to make a difference, it surely revolved around the bloodline of the Pirate King. If he helped Karp resolve the indirect deaths of others caused by rescuing the bloodline of the Pirate King, would he feel grateful? 2 hours later, 2 warships slowly docked, and Dottie, who had gone to Karp's warship for special training, returned and received a brief task update from Harlan. Karp waved his hand, signaling everyone to disembark, and Green naturally followed suit. At the dock, a group of individuals dressed in black suits, resembling a gang of underworld members, was already waiting. Vice Admiral Karp, I am a member of the world government's CP organization, specially sent here to welcome you, said a leading figure in a black suit, politely addressing Karp. In the face of a seasoned powerhouse like Karp, even the typically arrogant CP organization dared not act recklessly. Oh, prepare us accommodations. I want to eat a lot of donuts. Hurry up and get ready. Karp showed no intention of being polite. He defined this mission as one for enjoyment. So he intended to do it as comfortably as possible. The CP organization members looked pained but still respectfully complied, which was nothing short of blatant exploitation. Green calmly followed behind Karp, fully demonstrating his status as Karp's subordinate, clearly understanding his role as a mere accessory. The Navy was arranged to stay in a specially prepared military camp, and a few members of CP in black suits wanted to stay, but were ruthlessly driven away by Karp. While others feared offending the world government, Karp was never afraid. Green secretly gave a thumbs up. Vice Admiral Karp is amazing. Next, it's time to see Karp in action. In the evening, there was a knock on Green's door. Knock, knock. What is it? Colonel Green. Vice Admiral Karp requests your presence, a messenger said from outside the door. Green pushed open the door and walked out, nodding to the soldier. Let's go. The two quickly arrived at Karp's temporary office, knocked on the door, and Green walked in. Inside the room were only Karp and Bogart. It was clear that Karp was well prepared this time, as everyone by his side was his absolute confidant. Whether it was Bogart or the other soldiers, they were all people who were absolutely loyal to him. Green saluted. Vice Admiral Karp, what do you need me for? Ha ha, sit down, do you want a donut? Karp pointed to the chair and hesitantly asked while holding a half-eaten donut. Thank you, Vice Admiral Karp, but I'll pass. Green calmly sat down. Well, never mind then. Speaking of which, the donuts here are surprisingly good. I must take some back with me, but I have to hide them well so Sengoku doesn't find out. After muttering to himself for a few moments, Karp finally turned to Green. All right, the reason I called you here isn't anything too important. I just wanted to ask your opinion on Roger and his unborn lineage. For Karp, he never beat around the bush. He would speak directly about anything. But there was one exception, and that was Roger's lineage. Ace's situation, he had lied to Sengoku about it. Although Sengoku seemed to know, he chose to turn a blind eye. Green pondered for a moment and said, Vice Admiral Karp, forgive me for being blunt, but the Pirate King Roger is a wicked man whose death is not to be mourned. However, it is somewhat inappropriate to implicate others because of his bloodline. Of course, I will not defy orders. Vice Admiral Karp, if you have any instructions, please feel free to assign them to me. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to have such insight. Much better than those fools in the world government. Karp did not hide his disdain for the world government. Green showed a look of astonishment at the right moment. Admiral Karp, don't you think it's wrong for me to think like this? This kind of thought goes against the world government. Karp shrugged dismissively, pinching his nose and said, those things don't matter. Just follow my orders for this mission. Green immediately stood up and saluted. Yes, Vice Admiral Karp. After chatting for a few more moments, Green took his leave. This kid is quite slick. Karp chuckled. Bogart was taken aback. Are you saying what he just said was false? Karp waved his hand and laughed. Not at all. I believe what he said is true. Just that he thinks a bit too much. He was amused, having not seen such a clever and interesting young man in a long time. Who was the last person to give him this feeling? All right, it was his son, Dorag. But unlike Dorag's silent wisdom, Green was more low-key and decisive. If Dorag could be a bit tougher, he might not have left the Navy. Is the outside world really that easy to navigate? A smile crept onto his lips, then quickly broadened. Oh, one interesting guy. Colonel, there are 2 pregnant women on this street, and we have already registered them. Green nodded. All right, next street. Although he knew the outcome, he still had to act as if he was doing his job. Just as Green was about to leave with his men, an untimely voice suddenly rang out, provoking an inexplicable feeling of disgust. Hey, that Navy, are you seriously searching? You think you can just casually interrogate and let it go? Green paused, frowning as he looked at the speaker. A group of members from the Black Suit CP organization stood arrogantly, with the leader looking down his nose at the Navy. He disdainfully continued. What are you looking at? Go and search again thoroughly. Don't let any woman with the potential of having the bloodline of the pirate king slip through. The expressions of the other Navy soldiers also changed, feeling displeased. Who is this guy, suddenly showing up to give orders haphazardly and looking so punchable? Green glanced at him and turned to leave. Don't mind that idiot. Let's go. The Navy men followed immediately without hesitation. Bastard. What did you say? The guy in the black suit rushed to the front of Green's group, blocking their way. He then shouted angrily, Do you know who I am? I'm with the world government, and you Navy men are all our subordinates. You must obey our orders, or I'll make you regret it. Green frowned. This guy was like a sticky plaster, and he had actually stuck to him. With a swift motion, Green's figure flickered and disappeared. Immediately after, a voice came from behind the arrogant figure in the black suit. I only take orders from Major General Carp. If you have any complaints, you can go find him. But don't bother me again, or I'll cut you down. At the same time, a massive aura of menace enveloped him, and the overwhelming, terrifying presence filled his eyes with fear, causing him to collapse to the ground. Green cast him a sidelong glance, full of disdain, and waved his hand, Go. The Navy officers left, leaving behind a group of CP members frozen in fear, as if they had just seen their great-grandfather come to pick them up. Damn it, that guy is too arrogant. I must report him and make sure he is punished. The leader in the black suit was pale as death, barely managing to stand with the help of 2 subordinates, his face filled with fear and resentment. Green walked calmly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Has the world government become this corrupt? The behavior of those people just now didn't resemble that of a righteous official organization at all. They were even worse than some pirates. Coronel, that guy is from the CP organization. Is it really okay for us to offend him like this? Daddy leaned in, asking worriedly. Since the island was large, Green's team was divided into 2 groups. He and Daddy led one team, while Moria and Harlan led another team responsible for different areas. Don't worry about him, Green said casually, already calculating how to make that guy shut up for good without arousing suspicion. However, if that fool didn't seek his own trouble, Green wouldn't necessarily have to kill him. It could be said that from now on, his fate would depend on his future actions. After registering the information of all the pregnant women in several blocks, Green led his team back. At the entrance of base, they happened to run into Moria and the others, who also returned. Their faces were gloomy, and their spirits were low. Green's eyes moved slightly, and without saying anything, he walked inside, followed by Moria and the others. Everyone else dispersed to rest, but Moria found Green. Green, today we encountered a bunch of despicable guys from the world government. If I weren't already a member of the Navy, I would definitely have killed them, Moria said angrily. You also ran into those annoying guys. Green replied with a helpless smile. Really? You encountered them too? That's right. Those despicable fools seem to be everywhere. Today they even ordered us to search all the streets and buildings, Green said calmly. Moria slammed the floor in frustration, as his height only allowed him to sit on the ground. Those bastards acted so arrogantly, completely disregarding us, even saying we were just a bunch of dogs raised by the world government. Green squinted his eyes, feeling that those words were a bit reckless. Even their leader probably wouldn't dare to say such things. We don't need to worry about them. We have Vice Admiral Garp standing in front of us. He won't let those fools manipulate things, Green sneered. A bunch of self-righteous CP organization guys really thought that Vice Admiral Garp's reputation was just for show. Moria nodded, hesitantly asking, if we encounter those despicable guys again, can I take action? Moria, perhaps due to his change in status and having seen too many Navy bigwigs, had somewhat restrained his reckless nature. However, this was also due to the presence of a legendary powerhouse known as the Navy hero by his side. Green thought for a moment. If you want to take action, you must first find a way to make them make a mistake. We will strike from the side of justice, but we shouldn't go too far. After all, the Navy is under the jurisdiction of the world government. Moria grinned. Don't worry. My men are quite skilled at stirring up trouble. We definitely won't strike first. Green patted his arm and said seriously, if you encounter someone you have to kill, don't make a fuss about it. Keep a low profile first, and then look for an opportunity to take them out when no one is watching. Got it? Moria stroked his chin, revealing a sinister expression. Is this Colonel Green's old profession? I know, when it comes to assassination, my shadow fruit is definitely more advantageous than yours. Since witnessing Green's old-fashioned assassination techniques, Moria had unconsciously started comparing himself to Green and was surprised to find that he was not much worse than Green at all. The ability of the shadow fruit allowed him to control shadows freely and use them to form combat power, making it incredibly convenient for assassination. After all, everyone has a shadow. During the days on the ship, Moria occasionally consulted Green about assassination experiences, which mainly revolved around the processes of stealth, concealment, assassination, and retreat. Not only was Moria learning Green's tactics, but even his subordinates were quietly imitating his old-fashioned behavior. Although they weren't learning much at the moment, at least they had developed a survival mentality. Green was very satisfied with this and generously imparted his experience to them, which increasingly influenced them. For example, they unconsciously began to walk against the wall, specifically seeking the shadows of buildings, and during missions, they usually followed the Navy under Karp's command. In short, the mantra was, low profile, even lower profile. A team of Navy officers meticulously checked the pregnant women among the town's residents, registering their names, ages, and so on, while another team of guys in black suits stood nearby with grim faces, their blatant surveillance making the Navy very unhappy. However, the identity of the world government personnel made most of the Navy wary. Except for the headstrong underlings of Green, hardly anyone would dare to confront them. Vice Admiral Karp made very few appearances. After arriving on the island, he often disappeared, and no one knew what he was busy with. Besides Green and Bogart, it was unlikely that anyone knew that the Navy hero had already found Roger's widow and his unborn child. Green and his crew also started a routine of fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2, occasionally sailing out to sea to deal with passing pirates. The CP organization was very dissatisfied with this, but there was nothing they could do, as Karp simply ignored them. Colonel, we have someone sneaking up behind us. Dottie, with the keen perception of a marksman, quickly noticed that someone was following them and hurriedly reported to Green. Green nodded calmly. Don't mind them. Let's see what they want to do. He had long used his observation hockey to discover the followers, and he also identified their identities as the members of the blind CP organization from last time. The malicious expressions revealed on their faces indicated that they were definitely not just passing by. They were probably plotting something against those who had offended them before. Green began to wander around quietly, calculating in his mind. If he resolved the matter here, would it lead to trouble? The answer was certainly yes. The world government would easily find out it was him, and there would be plenty of ways to make him unable to stay in the Navy. This was not what Green wanted, so he gave up. After wandering around, they arrived near the Navy, led by Bogart. Green greeted from a distance. Hi, Bogart. Why haven't I seen Vice Admiral Garp? Bogart, still serious with his sword in hand, thought for a moment and replied. Vice Admiral Garp didn't want to see the distasteful CP organization, so he stayed at the base. Bogart's words made the group of CP agents following Green stumble, glaring at him with faces full of resentment. Green get a thumbs up. Bro, well done. The two chatted for a while, with no intention of leaving anytime soon. The CP person shot a fierce glare at Green's back before turning to leave. They didn't want to listen to others shamelessly slandering them. Bogart looked meaningfully at the departing CP and slowly said, It seems you've gotten yourself into trouble. Green was indifferent and disdainfully said, They are not really a problem. The trouble is with Vice Admiral Karp. I wonder if he needs to be involved in the investigation since people from the CP organization suddenly died. Upon hearing this, Bogart looked closely at Green and then calmly replied, The CP organization is under the world government, and Vice Admiral Karp has no authority over them. Even if something happens to them, it has nothing to do with our Navy. He then pointedly added, Vice Admiral Karp has more important matters to handle on this trip, with a very high level of confidentiality. Even I don't know, but he did mention that you might know something. I wonder if you could share it with me? Green smiled and said, You just mentioned that Vice Admiral Karp's mission is highly classified, so how could I possibly know about it? Vice Admiral Karp must have misunderstood. I don't know anything. After saying this, Green turned and led his men away, leaving Bogart deep in thought as he watched Green's retreating figure. Dottie, full of suspicion, followed closely behind Green, feeling that the colonel had just said something to Lord Bogart. However, he felt as if he understood, yet also didn't he understand anything at all. Green secretly smiled. Carp, usually carefree, was quite cautious when it came to Roger's instructions and even knew to have Bogart test him a bit. In a conversation with Bogart just now, both of them gained something, yet neither of them stated it outright. The meaning of Green is very clear. If someone from the CP organization takes action against him, can he make them close their eyes forever? Bogart's answer is also very clear, or rather, Admiral Carp's stance is very firm. The CP is a department of the world government and is not under his jurisdiction, whether they are dead or alive. This reassures Green. To be honest, the only person on the island he fears is Old Man Carp. Meanwhile, Bogart uses ambiguous words to test how much Green knows. And Green directly tells him that he doesn't know much, and from now on, he will know nothing at all. Green also expressed his stance, completely in line with Carp's. Regardless of the situation. Ha ha, I said that kid is not simple. It seems he knows more than we imagined. In the Navy base, Carp laughed heartily in his office. Bogart quickly closed the office door and said helplessly, Vice Admiral Carp, could you please be a bit more careful? What we're doing is against the orders of the world government and the Navy. We absolutely cannot let more people know. Got it, Carp said, pinching his nose with his fingers, looking indifferent and impatient. You're so annoying. Bogart's forehead twitched with anger as he pressed down his hat's brim. Too lazy to look at Carp's shameless face. He felt speechless towards his superior. Outsiders would never guess that this guy was the so-called hero of the Navy. Back at his residence, Green had Dottie call Moria over, without summoning Harlan. Among Green's subordinates, Dottie and Moria were the most valued, while Harlan was still young. Moria and Dottie were already responsible lieutenants, representing Green. Shortly after, Moria and Dottie pushed the door open and walked in, with Moria still in uniform, clearly just back. Did you encounter those CP guys today? Green asked directly. Not today. They didn't show up at all. Moria thought for a moment and said, they aren't plotting something bad, are they? Green chuckled. You might be right. Today we encountered their tracking. They look sneaky and up to no good. Although the CP organization is arrogant and overbearing, they wouldn't dare to take action against us, right? After all, we are the Navy. Dottie said, somewhat surprised. Upon hearing this, Moria immediately laughed. Ha, too naive. Dottie, do you really think the world government is on our side? Let me tell you, there's oppression and struggle everywhere, and the world government is no exception. Green nodded in agreement and said, that's right, as long as they keep it clean. So what if the Navy finds out? At most, they'll just roll out a few scapegoats. Moria, are you interested in taking a trip to the CP's territory tonight? Green suddenly looked at Moria and smiled. Faced with Green's invitation, Moria immediately nodded and grinned. Of course, no problem. Let me take action this time. He was eager to try out his newly learned assassination techniques, and he planned to test them on those oblivious CP agents. Night fell as expected, and lights began to flicker on. In the Navy camp, two figures, one tall and one short, dressed in black combat gear, without any identifying marks, stealthily climbed over the surrounding wall. Vice Admiral Carp, Green, and Moria had left. Bogart walked into Carp's office to report. He had already arranged a tight watch around the entire camp, and he would know if there were any disturbances. Green and the other two left without exception and were discovered by the Navy soldiers responsible for monitoring them. Carp was crunching on rice crackers, grinning and saying, these two guys are really bold, trying to mess with the world government. There was no surprise on his face. He had known ever since the CP agents were tracking Green with ill intentions that this revenge-driven Kid Sengoku would definitely not keep quiet. He also realized that he was testing him a bit, which showed he had some brains and wasn't just a reckless brute. Don't worry about them. We don't know anything. Carp continued eating, casually waving his hand. Bogart nodded and turned to leave. Green was weaving through the night with Moria, secretly pondering. Cap should have received the news by now. Since no one has stopped me, that means it's been tacitly agreed upon. Those old-timers really are not simple at all. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Green turned to look at Moria, who was large in stature but shrouded in shadows, moving like a mass of darkness. This guy's fruit ability is simply perfect for stealth. If it weren't for his bulky figure, he would definitely be a master of assassination. Moria sensed Green's gaze and displayed a proud expression, whispering, how about it? With my body wrapped in shadows, no one can detect me, especially at night. Green smirked. You still ended up in trouble during the day, didn't you? When can you boast about having such stealth abilities in broad daylight? Moria replied defiantly, hey, don't underestimate me. I will soon develop a method that can be used at any time, and then I will definitely surpass you. Green shrugged and casually said, all right, I'm looking forward to your new moves. The two exchanged banter, and made their way to the headquarters of the CP organization, where the defenses were extremely strict, no less than that of a naval base. Green and Moria exchanged glances and quickly vanished into the darkness. Moria silently smiled and transformed into a swarm of small bats, flying into the sky and spreading out to avoid drawing attention. In a room near the center, a CP member who had previously been humiliated by Green was fuming, angrily berating his subordinates. "You idiots, why hasn't that damn Navy officer been dealt with yet?" "Sir, that's a Navy colonel. We followed him for a while and found that we couldn't make a move," one subordinate hesitantly replied. With a loud slap, the leader struck the speaker's face, causing him to stumble and nearly fall, his cheek visibly swelling from the impact. "How dare you talk back? Do you think I won't kill you? Huh? Have you forgotten my methods? Either kill him, or you and your families will die." The voice of the leading CP member echoed like a demon, his fury escalating. Resembling a mad dog, his two subordinates turned pale with fear, kneeling on the ground and trembling. "Tomorrow, I'll give you one last chance. You must kill him by tomorrow, or don't blame me." The two subordinates could only agree in terror and fled the room as if escaping a disaster. They didn't want to stay there any longer. They knew their boss's temper, which often led to utter destruction. They had previously participated in such deeds, and now they were finally facing retribution. Bikir's eyes were filled with a fierce killing intent. He had never been treated like this in his life. Everyone he encountered had always been respectful, obeying his orders. That damn Navy officer dared to defy him, and even spoke disrespectfully, which was an outright humiliation. He needed to use the officer's head and blood to wash away this shame. Fuming, he sat down. If this were our country, I would have made you all dead by now. No need for such trouble. Just let you live one more day. As for the Navy's reaction after killing that colonel, I'll just push those two idiots out to die. They are becoming increasingly useless. If it weren't for their slight usefulness, I would have kicked them out long ago. Damn you, Pirate King Roger. Where is your bloodline? Why can't you just come out and die, making things so much easier for me? Outside the room, Green stepped out of the darkness, and countless bats converged into Moria's form. The two exchanged a glance. This guy really intended to take action against him and had already begun giving orders. There was no need to hold back now. Green made a gesture with his mouth. "It's up to you." Moria smiled without making a sound, and the shadow on the ground began to slowly wriggle. Slipping through the crack of the door, Moria stood outside the room, controlling his own shadow, which was the shadow mage freely moving within the shadows of the house. Because the shadow mage is essentially a shadow, it moved effortlessly in the darkness without any obstruction. Beecher, calming his emotions, relaxed at the thought that the detestable Navy would soon be assassinated by his subordinates, feeling completely at ease. He didn't care whether his subordinates would succeed. If not, he could just send others. What he didn't see was that behind him, a tall shadow was slowly rising, soon transforming into a pitch-black Moria. Can your shadow mage form be controlled? It's best not to look exactly like you, as it would easily expose your identity, and it's too tall. It would be better to shrink the size a bit. Green began teaching on the spot, giving Moria advice from the side. The shadow mage behind Beecher immediately made changes, its body becoming blurry and gradually lowering in height. It stopped at just over 3 meters tall, its form seeming to solidify a bit, and its face changed into a featureless black void, looking somewhat eerie. Beecher suddenly felt something unusual behind him and hesitated to turn around. Then his body jolted, stunned. He turned just in time to lock eyes with a tall black creature, if those two voids were eyes. His expression immediately filled with fear, and he opened his mouth to scream, but was abruptly silenced by the black creature covering his mouth. Then, the black creature's face, which represented a mouth, silently split open, seemingly smiling, and then its hands tightened around Beecher's neck, twisting it with a crack, though it wasn't broken. Outside the door, Green looked at Moria, speechlessly. Moria felt a bit awkward. He hadn't expected the opponent to be weak, but still quite resilient. Then, under his control, and amidst Beecher's extreme fear, the shadow mage slightly gathered strength and twisted again forcefully. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Beecher's eyes widened, his cervical spine snapping and killing him instantly. A foul liquid flowed down his corpse, emitting a terrible odor. The shadow mage, looking disgusted, threw the body far away, resulting in a thud sound. Green spoke again. That last move was not up to standard. After a successful assassination, you should avoid making any noise and leave immediately. You stayed there too long, which increases the chances of exposure. Moria stealthily took out a small notebook and quickly wrote it down. At first, he could remember the experiences and problems that Green kept mentioning, but later he simply started taking notes. Green waved his hand and said, "All right, let's hurry up and leave." Moria recalled the shadow mage and transformed into a swarm of bats, flying into the night sky. Green looked around the house again, ensuring there were no clues left behind, before stepping into the darkness and leaving. There were many issues with this assassination mission, but as it was Moria's first attempt, Green believed he had done well enough. At least much better than his own first time. Moreover, the shadow fruit was quite useful. The two returned to the naval base, going about their business as if nothing had happened. Bogart appeared right on cue, gathering Green and some officers for a meeting. He had somehow found a chatterbox who rambling on for an entire night, leaving everyone drowsy. Green's eyelid twitched, and he nearly drew his sword in frustration. It wasn't until dawn that the drowsy Bogart finally stood up lazily and announced the meeting's end. The guy responsible for the presentation still seemed a bit reluctant to stop, looking quite dissatisfied. The others let out a heavy sigh of relief and hurried to leave, having spent the whole night listening to the useless ramblings of that person, driving them nearly mad. Just as they stepped out of the meeting room, they saw a group of CP organization members storming in aggressively, with someone pointing at Green and saying something to the person in charge. Green narrowed his eyes, not expecting the other party to react so quickly. Bogut, holding a knife, stepped forward and said coldly, "What do you want by barging into the Navy base?" At this moment, more and more Navy soldiers gathered, showing hostility towards the uninvited guests dressed in black suits. The leading CP, unfazed, darkly signaled to the two people beside him, "Go find out who dares to kill our world government's people. Not even the Navy is exempt." The two who had been pointing at Green earlier looked arrogant, thinking that they were finished after their boss's death, only to find themselves taken under the wing of someone with even higher status. "Sir, it's him. Lord Beecher had a conflict with him. They must have held a grudge and assassinated Lord Beecher." The two pointed at Green eagerly, wearing expressions of wanting to take credit. Green's eyes narrowed. He felt a bit annoyed being pointed at so rudely. How dare they kill an official of the world government and take him away? The leading CP organization member waved his hand and said matter-of-factly. A cold light flashed in Green's squinted eyes as he stepped forward, his hand unexpectedly resting on the third-generation sword at his waist. "You can mess with food, but you can't mess with words. When did I ever kill a world government official?" Everyone present felt an instant drop in temperature, a chilling aura rising from their hearts as if it could penetrate their souls. Clack! At that moment of murderous intent, Bogart stepped in front of him, blocking him, and said calmly, "You want to capture someone from the Navy? I think you've forgotten who has the final say here. Ha. I'm starting to suspect he's the assassin of the government officials. I must take him away today. I hope the Navy won't interfere." The leading CP organization member appeared to hold a high position, showing no signs of retreat in front of Bogart. Then he looked at Green and sneered. "If I say it's you, then it's you. Do you dare to question the authority of the world government? Ha. Why is it so lively today?" Just at that tense moment when both sides were on edge, a rough laugh rang out. Vice Admiral Karp walked over, eating a donut, his justice cloak swaying with his movements. "Vice Admiral Karp, I'm Alcott, the commander of CP-5, specifically responsible for this mission to eradicate the evil bloodline of the Pirate King." The head of the CP organization, Alcott, wore a proud expression. "Your Navy assassinated a direct CP-5 agent of the world government, and I'm here to take him back for investigation." Bogart replied coldly, "What evidence do you have to prove that Green did it? Your man was assassinated last night, right? We held a meeting all night yesterday. He had no time to assassinate your people." Alcott scoffed. "We CP-5 never need evidence to do our work. As I said, if I say it's him, then it's him. He has a grudge against Beecher. It can't be wrong." Green's sword, the third generation of Go/Slash, instantly unsheathed an inch at his waist as he coldly said, "It seems you are looking for death." The surrounding coldness intensified, and a terrifying killing intent emanated from Green's body, startling several naval officers who turned to look. This killing intent was astonishing. How many people had he killed? "Hey, haven't you heard? The one who went on a rampage exterminating pirates in Rogue Town is him. The number of pirates entering the Grand Line from the EC has almost dropped to zero. Most have been killed, leaving only those who surrendered and a few lucky ones who were captured and sent to prison." Alcott unconsciously stepped back, allowing his subordinates to protect him before he felt at ease, continuing to shout, "If you dare to lay a hand on me, it will only confirm that the matter was done by you. The world government will not let you go. Just surrender honestly, otherwise you will regret it." Karp tossed 2 sanbei into his mouth, digging at his ear and muttering, "CP-5's trash, indeed spending too much time with those pests, becoming more and more like them." Alcott's eye twitched, Could you keep your voice down when talking bad about me? Also, who are those pests referring to? It wouldn't be those great adults, would it? Without waiting for him to speak, Carp immediately pointed at him and said mercilessly, "Get lost, or I'll make you suffer right now." Seeing that Carp had already stepped in, Green sheathed his sword and discreetly returned to the crowd. CP5's Alkit? I haven't heard of him. I've only heard of those despicable guys Spandane and Spandam, and it seems Spandane has also once controlled CP5. It appears he is either already serving in CP9 or has yet to become a commander of CP5. However, Alkit's behavior is no less than that of Spandane and his son. That punchable expression and way of doing things are no wonder he won't last long. Alkit's face turned red with anger as he said, "So what if you were a naval hero? I represent the world government, and I must take this person away today." TCH, Carp said disdainfully, "Don't say you have no evidence. Even if you have evidence, do you think you can just arrest people in the Navy? You really don't fear death." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of all the Navy officers changed. Their previously indignant faces turned expressionless, and a chilling atmosphere spread. Bogart switched his knife to one hand, with the other hand reaching for the handle. Green's hand once again rested on the hilt of the third-generation ghost cutter, his gaze fixed on Alcott, confident that he could instantly take his head from behind. Behind Green, the tall Moria grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, and the shadow beneath him began to slowly writhe. Dottie instantly drew two handguns, discreetly disengaged the safety, and remained crouched at Harlan's feet without moving. Only the foolish Harlan still had no idea what was happening. But after seeing everyone draw their weapons, he innocently picked up a nearby stone statue, which, judging by its size, must weigh over 10 tons. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Alcott's forehead. Having been used to showing off his might, he didn't expect to hit a brick wall in front of the Navy this time. Looking at the Navy's expressions, he knew that as soon as Carp gave the order, they would probably leave nothing behind. Especially that giant. It was too damn excessive. Were you serious about that statue? I had someone move it in here back then. Misunderstanding, I think we need to investigate this further. Alcott decisively backed down. Looking awkward, I'm in a hurry to catch the murderer, so I'll take my leave now. After saying that, he left without looking back. Ha, bring me my treasured donuts. Ha. Carp inexplicably became cheerful and couldn't wait to take out the donuts he had planned to show off to Sengoku. Green looked speechless. Aren't you afraid of getting diabetes from eating so many sweets? Hee, you're really a coward. Moria laughed mockingly, but immediately attracted a pair of domineering eyes staring at him. Moria was taken aback, and then lowered his head awkwardly under Carp's gaze. Hey, you big guy, aren't you a pirate? What are you doing here? Do you want to kidnap me? Carp suddenly teased. Moria indicated that the cold joke was not funny at all. Then he looked at Green with a pleading expression. Vice Admiral Carp, this is Moria. He is now a Navy lieutenant and was involved in the security work during the execution of Pirate King Roger. Green said with a light smile. Oh, Carp picked his nose, looking disappointed. I thought you were here to kidnap me. How boring. Bogart, with a black line on his forehead, hurriedly told everyone to disperse. If they didn't leave, who knows what reckless thing Vice Admiral Carp would do next. Carp stayed for a while before leaving, and Bogart followed closely behind. But before leaving, he still said to Green, Alcott won't give up so easily. He suspects you now, and there will definitely be actions against you next. Be careful. Green nodded calmly. Yes, thank you. I will pay attention. After Bogart finished speaking, he left, and the other Navy personnel, seeing that there was nothing more to do, returned to their own tasks. Only Green and his direct subordinates remained in place. Dottie thought for a moment, a fierce look appearing on his face, and quietly said, Colonel, should we? At the same time, he gestured with his hand across his neck, making a slashing motion. The meaning was clear. It's not the time yet. Green smiled and patted Dottie's shoulder before turning to leave. Moria laughed eerily as he also walked away. Dottie and Harlan exchanged glances, feeling that something was off about the two. In the following days, the island was calm, and even the hunt for Roger's bloodline had significantly quieted down. Meanwhile, a piece of news came from the New World. Douglas Barrett, a member of the Roger Pirates known as the Devil's Heir, was rampaging across the seas, destroying countless forces one after another. Whether it was the Navy, pirates, or armies from other countries, they all crumbled before him. Green fell silent as he looked at the newspaper. There are many strong individuals in the sea, but few possess talent like Barrett. It's just a pity he never encountered the right mentor, which led to a tragic life. He casually closed the newspaper. After all, Barrett was still an enemy of the Navy. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Barrett wouldn't last much longer. He would soon be captured and taken to Impel Down, and by the time he got out, the world would have changed dramatically. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether he would even have a chance to get out this time. Coronel, there are many more CP5 spies around us, and we will be followed when we go out. Dottie rushed in to report the situation. Green squinted his eyes, realizing that the other party was still not giving up. Logically, he and Moria had left no clues at the time, so why were they still fixated on him? Had they found out something? After thinking for a moment, Green instructed, tell the others not to go out alone recently. If there are any missions, they should stay with the main group. Dottie immediately nodded. Yes, I will convey this right away. Colonel, do you think they will take action against us? Green shook his head. I don't know. I don't know how stupid they can really be. Anyway, be careful lately. Daddy relayed Green's orders, and everyone took it seriously, deciding that there was no need to go out anymore. Green looked at Dottie's hurried figure, his eyes filled with contemplation. Dottie's talent isn't particularly outstanding, but he does have decent potential as a marksman, which is worth nurturing. However, his achievements are likely to be limited. Being a marksman is his talent, but it also serves as a constraint on him. Green hesitated, unsure whether to give the stronghold fruit to him. With the enhancement of the stronghold fruit, Dottie's future achievements would be hard to predict. After all, the stronghold fruit could provide extremely powerful fire support, much better than just carrying a few more guns on himself. He decided to observe a little longer. If there were no issues with loyalty, he would give Dottie the stronghold fruit. Green envisioned the stronghold fruit being very useful. Besides providing strong fire support, it could also be used to hide manpower. When facing enemies, they would think there were only a few of them, but suddenly revealing hundreds of people would create a stunning scene. Moreover, the stronghold fruit could also be used to store the devil fruits that Green obtained through his own abilities, which was one of his deepest secrets. If others found out, he would either be sliced up for research by the world government or become a thorn in the side of countless factions. Currently, Dottie seemed very suitable for this ability, and it matched his combat habits well. Just as he was lost in thought, the door was knocked on again, and Moria squeezed in. What's up? Is there something? Green wondered, as Moria rarely came to find him without a reason, so he must have something to discuss today. Moria nodded with a smile and said, I think we should select suitable people for training, specifically responsible for assassination, so that it won't just be the two of us going out. Green felt amused. Moria must be a bit flustered since he didn't have a large group of companions behind him. No problem. You can select qualified candidates and start with basic training. However, you must choose loyal people. There's no room for negotiation on this. Moria said happily, don't worry, I'll definitely pick from the most loyal ones. There won't be any mistakes. Green nodded calmly, allowing Moria to fidget. If it really succeeds, it might actually be useful. Seeing that the other party was still not leaving, Green helplessly asked, go ahead, what else is there? Moria said somewhat shyly, I need you to teach me the basics. I still don't quite understand it myself. Green had no choice but to say, all right, I will write down some experiences for you and Dottie to teach. The so-called basic experiences are just some methods of hiding and sneaking, which aren't difficult to talk about. However, very few people study this area. Green can be considered an authority in this regard and has the qualifications to produce some tutorials. Moria left, satisfied. Green looked at him speechlessly, seeing his face filled with excitement. Wasn't he just eager to pick a few people from his subordinates? Green had seen those individuals. Aside from a few with decent martial arts skills, most were just ordinary half-baked talents, hardly useful. It seemed that Moria's efforts would be in vain. However, this idea was still good. He could pay attention to this type of talent in the future and form a specialized team responsible for intelligence gathering and assassination. Just like CP9, for 5 consecutive months, there had been no progress in the mission to find the Pirate King's bloodline. The CP5 members were becoming increasingly frustrated. They had done their best, but still had no leads. They had found many pregnant women, but it was impossible to tell which ones were carrying Roger's bloodline. All those pregnant women had proper documentation, and each could prove who the father of their child was. After such a long time without results, the CP5 members were under immense pressure, and even Garp was asked repeatedly by Sengoku. Green knew that this operation was originally supposed to last 10 months, but in the end, it still ended without results. However, when Garp suddenly summoned Green urgently, he was a bit confused. The mission was at a bottleneck. What could be the matter that required his presence? He arrived at Garp's office with doubts, where only Garp and Bogart were present, usually full of smiles and frivolity. Garp today seemed like a different person, his face dark and oppressive, creating an intimidating atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Admiral Garp, why did you call me? Green asked solemnly, anticipating that something important was about to happen. Garp sat upright, his voice serious. Those bastards from CP5, because they haven't found Roger's bloodline, want to target all the pregnant women on this island. Green was taken aback by this statement. To implicate the entire island for one person was madness. But it was indeed their style. Are they insane? How many people will die? Green said with a solemn tone. Bogart spoke up. The information from my informants is reliable. They're already planning it and will act soon. Green frowned and squinted his eyes. Are they so insane that they aren't afraid of others finding out? Oof. They've already gone mad, even daring to involve us in this, and then secretly execute all the pregnant women. That way, Roger's bloodline would definitely be extinguished, and they could report back. Cap clenched his fists, making a cracking sound. Green's eyes shifted, and he suddenly asked, Vice Admiral Carp, what should we do? Just give the order, and I'll execute it. At this point, his face was already filled with murderous intent. Carp and Bogart exchanged glances, then Carp said, That person from CP5 who was assassinated, it was you who did it, right? Green did not hide anything and nodded, saying, I did it with Moria. Carp's expression improved a bit. The lack of concealment indicated the beginning of their cooperation. The idea of killing them all was not feasible. Leaving aside whether it could be kept absolutely confidential, the strong members of the CP organization would be able to find out, and we would not be able to escape responsibility, which would lead to a major incident. Carp first rejected Green's idea and then continued, My thought is to prioritize rescue. It would be best to transfer those pregnant women away without anyone noticing. Bogart added, However, we cannot provide a safe environment. It is very difficult to escape the world government's pursuit at sea. Green nodded. It was only natural for Garp to want to save these pregnant women. After all, he knew the whereabouts of Roger's bloodline and had likely already made initial contact with it. The pregnant women on the island could be said to be completely affected by his actions, and it would weigh heavily on his conscience, becoming a constant nightmare for him. He speculated that Garp might have originally intended to do it this way. However, something must have gone wrong along the way, leading to some pregnant women still falling victim to the poison. This time, they needed to come up with a complete strategy. Green thought for a moment. Admiral Garp, I think we first need to address the safety of the pregnant women along the route and at the destination. We need to have absolutely trustworthy people to carry this out. Otherwise, problems could arise at any moment. Garp nodded. This was also the conclusion he and Bogart had discussed, and he had called Green over to personally escort them. However, Green clearly had a better option. Admiral Garp, I met your son during the execution of Pirate King Roger. Garp was taken aback. Oh, you met Dorag? He was there to witness the execution as well, but he didn't understand why Green suddenly brought up his son, while Bogart's eyes lit up. I heard that Dorag already has many reliable partners. Why not let him be in charge of transporting the pregnant women and providing safe accommodation? Green suggested seriously. Garp paused in thought, looking at Green. Letting Dorag escort and protect those pregnant women? That idea wasn't bad. The only problem was that Dorag was currently nowhere to be found. If he disagreed, even Garp, as his father, wouldn't be able to summon him. Seeing Garp's troubled expression, Green continued, Dorag is a person filled with a sense of justice. He absolutely won't ignore this. Garp sighed. To be honest, he didn't communicate much with his son and knew him less than an outsider did. But thinking about Dorag's character, he realized that Green was right. He wouldn't just let it go. With that in mind, Garp took out a Din Din Mushy and dialed. Click. The call connected, and the Din Din Mushy transformed into Dorag's form. What is it? Dorag said, not showing much warmth toward his father, but rather a bit cold. Green smiled to himself. If it were really that indifferent, why would he specifically leave a phone bug? Although he had not yet become the world's #1 criminal. He was not a good character either. Hey, you little brat. Don't you know to use honorifics for your old man? Carp muttered in dissatisfaction. Dorag fell silent. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Carp was choked up and quickly said loudly, Wait a minute. There's something I need your help with. He then explained the situation about CP5 planning to target all the pregnant women. As expected, it triggered Dorag's dissatisfaction. The phone bug that represented him had a gloomy expression, and his eyes were filled with anger. When is it? Do we need to wipe out those despicable CP5? Dorag's tone was icy, clearly already having murderous intent. Carp glanced at Bogart and Green, then said, The sooner, the better, to avoid uncontrollable changes. Dorag's voice came through. I'm currently in the Grand Line, and I will get to the South Sea as quickly as possible. It will take at least 10 days. All right, 10 days later, Green will contact you and assist you in taking those innocent pregnant women away. Carp nodded. Innocent pregnant women. Of course they are innocent. If it weren't for someone hiding Roger's bloodline, would they be in such danger? Dorag's words started to sound off, as if targeting his own father. Green seemed to have not heard, still sitting calmly in the chair. Carp, feeling embarrassed, could only sigh and helplessly say, No matter whose bloodline it is, the child is always innocent. This time, Dorag did not refute, but said, "I will arrive in 10 days." After finishing, he hung up the phone. Karp put away the phone bug, then thought for a moment, took it out again, and handed it to Green. "You keep this phone bug for now. Use it to contact Dorag in 10 days. You must successfully rescue those pregnant women." Green nodded, took the phone bug, and put it away. With a hint of coldness on his face, he said, "If the CP5 team doesn't act within 10 days, then let them live a little longer. If they take action before Dorag arrives, can I take emergency measures?" Karp knew what his emergency measures were. It was nothing more than what he was best at, assassinating everyone, which would naturally prevent anyone from carrying out this insane mission. Karp slowly nodded. "It can only be this way, but try to avoid killing. Let's prioritize saving people." Green left Karp's office and walked towards his residence. He always felt that those bastards from CP5 wouldn't be honest, since they wanted to do this. They wouldn't wait too long. If they dared to act, he would just kill them. After all, Drag would take the blame when the time came. The world's most notorious criminal wouldn't mind adding a bit more sin. "Drag, thanks a lot. I'm not even in rebellion yet, okay?" Upon returning to his residence, he saw Moria training a few Navy personnel with a booklet he had given him for training assassins. These were originally his subordinates who had also joined the Navy, and their mindset had long since changed. They realized that being in the Navy wasn't bad after all, since they were training in secret. It was taking place in a yard where Green lived alone. Green stood quietly in the shadow under the gate, watching. There were a total of 9 people, not including Mariah, who was guiding them on the side. They were training in the skills of stealth and concealment in the darkness, appearing and disappearing among the shadows of the buildings. Although most could only manage the basics, they were making quite good progress. It seemed that Mariah was indeed putting in the effort. Stealth and assassination. The 9 individuals were divided into 3 groups, with each group of 3 providing mutual cover. Their actions were clearly defined, with some focusing on long-range attacks, others moving in closer, and some specifically assigned to cover and keep watch. Green nodded, realizing that these people were not completely useless. If they continued to train like this, they would eventually be of use. However, their choice of a hypothetical enemy was somewhat lacking, as they had chosen a motionless statue as their target, which was a bit presumptuous. "Moria, if you want them to improve faster, it would be best for you to be that hypothetical enemy." Green suddenly appeared, interrupting the training of the group. "Greetings, Colonel." The 9 people who were originally training immediately stopped, stood at attention, saluting, and looked at Green with fervent expressions. Moria thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "That's a good idea. All right, from now on, I will be your enemy. Your task is to avoid being detected by me and to attempt to assassinate me using any means necessary." Green walked towards the house. "You all continue." The skills of these people, including Moria, were quite immature in his eyes, resembling childish tricks. They still needed a lot of time for training and practical experience. They were far from ready. In the following days, the CP5 personnel indeed began to lose their patience and had sent people to secretly capture pregnant women on the island. However, Green tracked them and discovered that they had not yet taken action. They had merely imprisoned the suspected pregnant women. Green noted several positions without rushing to act. Since they hadn't yet reached a desperate situation, there was no hurry to rescue anyone. It was reported on the island that some individuals were missing, specifically pregnant women, and soon others began to notice the abnormality. People started to gather in front of the Navy and CP5 organization's base, demanding that they release the captives. As the number of missing persons increased, the emotions of the island's residents became more agitated, and the crowd outside the gate grew larger. Karp simply had the gates opened, allowing all the residents of the island to search, but of course, nothing was found. However, the Navy's actions put CP5 in a difficult position. They were too afraid to do the same. The place where the pregnant women were held was right inside their base. This also raised more suspicions, and the number of people gathering there could be described as a sea of faces. "Are you really sure those pregnant women are safe for now?" Karp asked Green, looking at the bustling CP5 base with concern. Green, also watching that direction with narrowed eyes, nodded in response. "I've already sent someone to keep watch. If they dare to make a move, I'll stop them in time." Then he murmured in a voice only he could hear, "This is a bit tricky. With so many people gathered there, getting in and out is a problem." Green's concerns had barely lasted a day when the CP5 guys automatically resolved the issue. They violently drove away the crowds in front of the door and injured quite a few people. Under their armed intimidation, the residents of the island restrained themselves somewhat. However, there were still people loudly cursing and questioning not far from the entrance. Olcott was now in a state of frustration. The noise outside every day made it impossible for him to calm down, and he even thought about killing everyone outside. He glared at his subordinates and asked, "How many pregnant women suspected of having the evil bloodline of Pirate King Roger do we have?" One subordinate immediately replied respectfully, "Report, sir, there are currently 23 pregnant women, all suspected of having the evil bloodline of the Pirate King, locked up in our dungeon, and other capture operations are still underway." Alcott viciously waved his hand. 2 days from now, execute them all. The bloodline of the Pirate King must not exist. Yes. Several of his subordinates exchanged glances and then responded with sinister smiles. Meanwhile, no one noticed a thumb-sized black bat in the corner of the room, staring at everything with a pair of red eyes. At the Navy base, in Karp's office. Knock. Knock. Came the sound of a knock on the door. Karp casually said, "Come in." Green pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing that only Admiral Karp was present, he spoke with a serious expression. "Admiral Karp, CP5 is about to take action." Karp immediately stood up from his chair, his eyes glaring with authority like an angry tiger. "What? They actually dared to kill people indiscriminately, those bastards. There are still 3 days until the time set with Dragon. But CP5 is going to execute those pregnant women in 2 days, and there isn't enough time. If all these people die, whether he wants to or not, it will be counted on his head." Green's eyes revealed a killing intent as he decisively said, "I'll take action, and when the time comes, I'll push everything onto Dorage." Karp almost fell to the ground, looking over speechlessly. "Are you seriously trying to frame my son so openly? Should I just kill you?" Green showed an awkward expression of realization. "Admiral Karp, don't worry. After all, Dragon is also considered a defector from the Navy, and both the Navy and the world government won't let him off easily. As the saying goes, when there are too many lice, they won't bite. He won't care about it." Karp rubbed his forehead and said, "Forget it. You should contact Dragon first. If he can make it in time, then you won't have to take action. If not, just do as he said. But try to prioritize saving people. Don't think about taking the opportunity to eliminate those CP5 bastards, or it will be difficult for me to handle." Green nodded with little sincerity and turned to leave. Karp smacked his lips, always feeling that Green was smiling as he walked out. "Forget it. It doesn't matter. Let him cause some trouble. As long as he can save the people, it's fine as long as those innocent ones don't have to pay the price for his actions." Green quickly returned to his base and called Moria over. Moria was training his assassination squad and had to come over when summoned. "What's up? I'm busy right now, and there's no updated information from CP5 for the time being." The news that CP5 was about to take action was something he had learned through his own abilities and had promptly informed Green. Green waved his hand. "Training can be put aside for now, as we have a combat mission coming up soon." Moria's eyes lit up at the words. He had been training nonstop for days and was eager for a fight. "What mission? Is it to deal with those from CP5? "The main task is to rescue people, specifically the pregnant women kidnapped by CP5. If we are discovered during the process, we will withdraw quickly. If we are confident," Green calmly gestured with his hand, making a slashing motion, "we can make them completely shut up. This mission must remain absolutely confidential, so the number of participants cannot be too many, just your assassination team. You and me plus Dottie. Harlan is not suitable for this kind of mission, so we won't take him." Upon hearing that his assassination team would be deployed, Moria immediately grinned and said, "Hee, I didn't expect them to be put to use so soon. All my efforts these days weren't in vain." Green shook his head and said calmly, "All right, hurry up and get ready. Remember, it must be kept confidential." "Got it. I'll only inform a few people about the task. Even if others see it, they won't say anything." Moria hurriedly left. Green walked to the window, casually pushed it open, and the fiery red sunset was about to disappear on the horizon, looking like fresh blood. To the CP5 guys, "I hope you have some sense, and don't make me go through the trouble of silencing you." Blurp blurp. Green was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized that it was the sound of a transponder snail. He only had 2 transponder snails on him, one he used regularly and the other given by Karp to contact Dragon. He took out the 2 transponder snails, and indeed, it was Dragon's transponder snail that was ringing. Click. Green picked up the microphone, and the phone bug transformed into the appearance of Dolag. "Green? It's me." Dolag paused for a moment and said, "How's the situation?" Green did not hide it and immediately revealed the news that CP5 was about to execute some pregnant women, which made Dorag furious. "Those bastards are truly insane," Dorag said in a deep voice. "I will speed up and try to arrive in 2 days. If we can't make it in time, I'll have to rely on you." Dorag is someone who despises the world government while trying to save civilians. Although he has not yet established the Revolutionary Army, Green suspects he already has a vague direction in mind. Moreover, these are ready-made people. He currently lacks manpower and a large population. "This is what I should do. Green said seriously, I am the Navy, and the Navy represents justice. Although there are some things the Navy cannot maintain absolute justice, at the very least, I want to uphold the justice in my heart, just like Vice Admiral Karp. Dorag fell silent for a moment and quietly said, we will be as quick as we can. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Glenn intentionally mentioned Cap to remind Dorag that he didn't believe Dorag was unaware of his father's true purpose for coming here. He wanted to remind the other party, look, I'm helping your father clean up the mess. Helping your father is helping you. You owe me a favor. A person like Dorag doesn't need to make promises, but he understands everything he needs to. He will fully implement every word he says. Green knew that he would definitely do his best to shorten the time of arrival. Moreover, he didn't know if the other party had obtained the devil fruit, which had the powerful ability to control the weather. Lightning and the incredible destructive force of wind were no simple matter. If he had that kind of ability, he might really be able to arrive quickly. Jelen drew out the third-generation ghost cutter for maintenance, and after nurturing it with armed color hockey for a while, he was ready for battle. Unlike before, Jelen not only had the third-generation ghost cutter hanging at his waist and a short knife hidden on his leg, but he also had a metal bow on his back that he didn't remember when he had acquired, along with a bag containing 10 black feathered arrows and shafts. Green decided to pick up the bow, an arrow he used to frequently use as a means of long-range attack. He currently had very few long-range options, with only the Arisher foot technique from the Navy's 6 styles, which no longer met his combat needs. The bow and arrows were made during his recent leisure time, with every part crafted and processed by his own hands, making them very comfortable to hold. The arrows were made into a triangular shape, providing strong armor-piercing capability. Even if the enemy wore armor, they could be easily penetrated. Moreover, Green had gone to great lengths to acquire a small vial of poison, which he filled into the specially made grooves at the arrow tips before battle. It wouldn't necessarily be a quick death, but they wouldn't live long either. Green had previously considered the common method used by assassins, poison. However, poison was rare, and good poison was even more precious. He had only recently managed to get a vial, and it was only enough for 2 or 3 battles. Even so, this was the result of not using it on his knife. If he applied poison to the third-generation ghost cut, he would probably only be able to use that small vial once. To be honest, in this world, using poison was looked down upon. But Green didn't care. What could they do about it? If he poisoned them to death, they could crawl out of the grave and see for themselves. Thinking of poison, Green couldn't help but think of Impel down, wondering where the future Director Magellan was now. It would be great to have him around. Although he would disappear at regular intervals and might carry some unpleasant odor, he would provide free poison for use, which was quite exciting to think about. Suppressing his thoughts, Green stepped out of his room. The courtyard outside was calm, seemingly empty, but nothing escaped his eyes. Are you ready? Green asked directly into the empty courtyard. A figure emerged from the shadow of the house, a tall silhouette that seemed to grow out of the darkness. It was Mariah. We've been ready for a long time and could set off at any moment. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and 9 people stepped out from the surrounding darkness, each wearing black combat outfits, their faces covered by black masks, and each carrying a short knife. Standing in the shadowy darkness, Green looked around and glanced at Moria. Not bad. It's starting to take shape. Moria grinned and said, of course. We haven't slacked off for a single day and have been training seriously. What about Dottie? Green asked, puzzled, as he looked around and didn't see Dottie's figure. Moria replied, he set off early and is monitoring near the CP-5 base, also responsible for preparing the carriages and boats. After rescuing those people, he will be in charge of their transfer. Green understood and waved, let's go. With a flash, Green's figure disappeared, followed closely by Moria, who let out a silent laugh and transformed into a swarm of black bats to leave. The 9 members of the assassination team left after exchanging glances, disappearing into the darkness. Although faint figures and movement trails could still be seen, they were undoubtedly as conspicuous as lanterns in the eyes of powerful individuals. However, dealing with generally well-trained soldiers and pirates was no longer an issue. Green also didn't expect that Moria, this guy who was causing trouble, actually managed to stir up some real accomplishments. This assassination team indeed looked quite impressive. The CP-5 base was calm, and aside from the tight patrols and guards, those who came to demand an explanation had already left. Although the members of CP-5 were arrogant and overbearing, they still had some capability. After all, they belonged to a direct government intelligence agency, so their combat effectiveness couldn't really be too weak. At the very least, the members responsible for patrolling and guarding were all elite, with sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, always on the lookout for any suspicious people or things. Green's figure appeared on the roof of the house, and in the corner was the well-hidden Daddy, who was seriously observing the opposite side and had not yet noticed that someone had already appeared behind him. Green patted Daddy's shoulder and said, "It's me." Suddenly being tapped on the shoulder in the middle of the night made Daddy's body tense up for a moment, but he relaxed upon hearing Green's voice. "Colonel, the pregnant women should be safe for now. There hasn't been any movement from CP5, based on the person they sent to deliver food. I suspect the people are being held in the far north, where there should be a dungeon." Daddy shared some of his findings. At this moment, Moria also arrived, appearing from the rooftop, causing the roof to sag heavily and nearly collapse. Green frowned at him, and he quickly gave an awkward smile before turning around and jumping down. The house was empty, with no one living in it. Otherwise, they would have been discovered. After a quarter of an hour, 9 faint black shadows finally arrived from a distance, following the shadows to the bottom of the house, where they joined Moria. "Colonel, shall we act now?" Dottie asked. Green shook his head. "No, let's wait until it's almost dawn to act. That's when people's vigilance is relatively relaxed." After saying this, Green lay down on the rooftop and began to rest his eyes. Below, Moria looked at the assassination team and waved his hand, signaling them to disperse and wait for the action to begin. After a long time, when Moria felt he was about to fall asleep, Green suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. "It's time, Dottie. The boat and carriage won't have any issues, right?" Green confirmed one last time. Since the main purpose this time was to save people, not to kill, Green needed to ensure everything was foolproof. Dottie immediately nodded and replied seriously, "Absolutely no problem. The boat and carriage are personally overseen by Lord Bogart, and the boat is arranged by Rear Admiral Cap. There won't be any issues." Green let out a sigh of relief. He thought Carp wouldn't take action this time, but unexpectedly, he still sent someone. Green glanced at Moria and the assassination team below, waving his hand. "Then let's go." The group quickly merged into the darkness, stealthily heading towards the north side of the CP5 base. The north side was a civilian area, with generally low houses. Green led his team directly to the roof of the house closest to the northern wall and soon found the entrance to the dungeon. A deep darkness slowly approached the dungeon entrance, and 2 CP5 guards were silently pulled into the shadows, with only a faint hoo sound being scattered by the wind. Green frowned and said nothing. It was already quite impressive for the assassination team to have such skills after such a short training period, especially since they had a good foundation in physical skills beforehand, which allowed them to learn so quickly. It would be much more difficult for ordinary people to achieve this. Green did not reveal his presence and directly sneaked into the dungeon. Although he possessed the interference ability, which was nearly unsolvable, the CP5 members could not perceive his existence even when they saw him. Nevertheless, he still strictly held himself to the standards of stealth. He did not want to lose his own skills by relying solely on his interference ability. The dungeon was pitch black, with only the faint sound of a woman sobbing in the darkness, which, combined with the eerie environment, felt quite terrifying. However, Green paid no attention to it and walked straight past the 2 guards at the entrance, slowly sheathing his long knife. With a thud sound, the heads of the 2 guards rolled to the ground, their faces still displaying confusion at the moment of death, completely unaware of what had happened, and not even realizing they were dead. The 2 corpses reflexively moved their limbs before collapsing to the ground with a thud. As the light flickered, several shadows entered from either side of the main door, followed by a group of dark figures that enveloped the light, plunging the dungeon into complete darkness. The assassination team had left 3 members outside for early warning, while the others followed closely behind Green. Moria, having solved the lighting issue, bent down to join them. There was no choice. The height of this dungeon was limited, making it too low for him to stand up straight. The green belt people brought them into the dungeon, where more than 20 pregnant women were held, along with some villagers who had caused trouble in the past few days. At this moment, they all sat listlessly in their cells. The CP5 members were not polite to them. They came in and immediately beat them up. As for the pregnant women, they didn't face any violence, but their treatment wasn't much better. The 20-odd women were crammed into 2 small cells, with over a dozen squeezed into one, making it extremely cramped. Coupled with fear and malnutrition, many of them looked pale. If they stayed there any longer, they would likely start to have serious problems. Green stood still in front of the cell door, unnoticed by anyone. Although he had suppressed his interference ability, the pitch-black environment still allowed him to remain perfectly hidden. However, the others were not as fortunate. 6 shadowy figures stood in front of the cell, instantly causing panic among the people inside. A member of the assassination team stepped forward a few paces and said in a low voice, "Don't make any noise and don't be afraid. We are here to save you." CP5 is going to kill you. Staying here is very dangerous. Now, everyone leave with us in an orderly manner, and remember to follow our instructions. Otherwise, if you can't escape, you will also drag others down with you. The originally terrified people gradually calmed down, though they were still somewhat uncertain. An older man hesitated and said, "But they are from the world government. How could they randomly massacre civilians? Are you sure you have not made a mistake?" They had no idea about Green and the others' identities, and coupled with their trust in the world government, they could not believe that CP5, as world government personnel, would harm them. They also began to doubt the identities of Green and his group. The person from the assassination team turned to look in Green's direction. Although no one could be seen there, he knew the colonel should still be present. "Those who believe in us, come with us. Those who don't, stay here and wait to die," Green said coldly. "We are not a charity organization. Those who wish to stay don't need to be considered." The members of the assassination team immediately nodded and began to disperse to unlock the doors. Ordinary iron locks were no obstacle for them and were easily opened. "Pregnant women, come with us first. The rest wait a moment. Don't make any noise. Or don't blame us for being rude." The assassination team began directing the pregnant women to leave. The pregnant women who had been there the longest were also the ones who trusted them the most. The information inadvertently revealed by those people indicated that their chances of surviving to get out were minimal, and they were better off trusting these people in black clothing. Even though they were unsure whether they could trust them, they did not want to stay there any longer. "Don't go. This could be their scheme. They want you to break out of prison voluntarily, and then kill you," a young man suddenly shouted, his voice loud enough to startle the assassination team. With a bang, the speaker was interrupted, as it was Green who reacted the quickest, glancing over the moment the other spoke. However, it was difficult to approach in the crowd, so he shouted instead. Seeing the young man knocked out with a single punch, the crowd instantly scattered, filled with fear and anger. They were familiar with each other. This young man had merely voiced a suspicion and warned the pregnant women, yet he was knocked out by this guy. So he must be a bad person. Green coldly looked at a group of people filled with skeptical gazes and said in an icy voice, "I said before, if you want to seek death, do not hinder others. We are here to save people, not to beg you to leave. You can choose to continue waiting here to die. We only want to save those pregnant women, because they will be secretly killed in 2 days, whether you believe it or not. This is a fact. If anyone tries to bring more people here, it will not be as lucky as just knocking them out." After speaking, Green turned and took a step forward, his figure disappearing again. At the same time, with a chilling aura, he commanded, "Send 2 people. If anyone does anything foolish again, kill them." 2 members of the assassination team immediately drew their knives and walked to the front of the crowd, their cold gazes fixed on the people, who instantly shrank back in fear, not daring to utter a word. Meanwhile, others were orderly guiding the pregnant women to the wall and sending them out one by one. A large carriage had appeared outside the wall, driven by a man wearing a round hat and holding a knife, who was none other than the slightly disguised Bogart. Fortunately, the man's voice had been heard in the dungeon, which was relatively enclosed, making it difficult for the sound to reach the outside. Otherwise, that incident would definitely have attracted CP5, and the rescue mission would have turned into an assassination and kidnapping mission. More than 20 pregnant women were quickly transported out, and Green listened as the sound of the wheels outside gradually faded away before turning to look at the others. At this moment, the young man who had shouted earlier also woke up, but his face was pale, his eyes filled with fear, and a hint of resentment was visible. Green's voice rang out again. "Those who are willing to leave, step forward now. You have 10 minutes. After that, we will leave immediately, and you'll fend for yourselves." Some family members of the pregnant women immediately stood up. If it weren't for the 2 men in black holding knives to intimidate them, they would have long since left with their family members among the pregnant women. With a faint wave of his hand, the assassination team began to direct them to leave using the same method. However, they couldn't expect to use the carriage. They were not the struggling pregnant women, so they naturally walked on their own. After this group left, only a dozen people remained. Whether out of caution or other reasons, they had no intention of leaving. Green waved his hand, "Go." With a swish, 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 several shadows quickly concealed themselves and then streamed out through the dungeon's main door. Moria, with a thought, withdrew the shadow that blocked the light and also stepped out. Just as he emerged, Green's expression changed, and he shouted, "Moria, go protect those who are leaving. The rest of you, break out from the north side quickly." It's surprising that someone really would come to rescue the remnants of the Pirate King. But since they've come, they shouldn't expect to leave. A sinister laugh echoed, the voice loud, clearly intended as a warning. The entire camp fell silent, then erupted into chaos. The members of CP5 quickly reacted, realizing that someone had invaded, and their target was naturally those pregnant women who might carry the bloodline of Roger. The patrol teams and guards had already begun to run at full speed towards the dungeon, each one filled with murderous intent. Green did not reveal himself, staring at a man who walked out not far away. The man was tall, wearing a CP5 uniform and a black bowler hat, standing about 3 meters tall. He did not approach, his face dark and cautious, careful not to come closer recklessly, as he did not know how many others might be hiding in the darkness. Glenn sighed in relief, realizing that only this one person had come, while the other CP5 members were still on their way. This was not a trap set long ago. You all go first and assist Moria in completing the mission. The 9 members of the assassination team did not hesitate at all and quickly climbed over the wall to leave. They knew Glenn's strength. Staying behind would only complicate matters. The man in the top hat saw them about to escape and, without a second thought, chased after them. Whoosh! However, before he could get close, a glint of cold light suddenly flew out from the darkness, and the chilling, killing intent made him stop in his tracks, kicking out defensively. Storm kick. A vacuum slash shot out from his foot, severing the arrows that were flying towards him, causing them to fall uselessly to the ground. Green's figure flickered. In the blink of an eye, he had moved from the north to behind the hat-wearing man, who had just shot down an arrow. After a moment's thought, he decided not to use the third-generation ghost slash for the attack. Instead, he drew the short dagger that was his backup weapon from his leg and thrust it out from a blind spot. The appearance of the third-generation ghost slash was too obvious, and Green was worried that if he didn't kill the snake, he might get bitten instead. So he chose not to use it. As for whether his appearance would be recognized, he wasn't too concerned. With his extremely strong stealth ability and powerful interference capability, the opponent could hardly see him, and even if they did, they would unconsciously ignore him. The hat-wearing man was skilled in martial arts, mastering the Navy's 6 styles, specifically the Gale kick and shave, and it seemed he also possessed observation hockey. Green's hidden and ruthless strike was sensed by him, and he instantly used shave to dodge. Then, without hesitation, kicked out with Gale, kicked towards the original spot. 2 vacuum slashes cut through the air, but there was no one there anymore. Green had already retreated after his initial strike missed. In the distance, members of CP5 were nearing, and Green's figure flickered again as he launched another attack from the hat-wearing man's diagonal rear. The short dagger, carrying an astonishing sharpness, slashed diagonally, seemingly cutting through the night itself, heading straight for the opponent's back. Damn it! The hat-wearing man finally changed color. The enemy appeared and disappeared like a ghost without a physical form, striking at his most vulnerable spots every time. Despite the warning from his observation hockey, it felt as if he was receiving interference, making him less sensitive than before. Gale kick. Random strikes. Countless vacuum slashes erupted from the hat-wearing man's feet, flying out in all directions without any pattern, but still, none of the slashes hit Green. By this time, Green had long since left. My lord, where's the enemy? The main force of CP5 finally arrived, only to see the hat-wearing man standing alone in place, vigilantly watching the surrounding empty space, as if an enemy could jump out at any moment. It was only then that the hat-wearing man, with a gloomy expression, walked over. Go check if the prisoners in the dungeon are still there. Immediately, a team rushed inside and soon emerged with a dozen villagers who had no choice but to escape. My lord, only these few are left. The others have all run away. The one reporting had a gloomy face, and even his gaze towards the remaining villagers turned dangerous. At that moment, a figure pushed through the crowd and entered. It was Alcote, the commander of CP5, with an angry face. You idiots, how are you guarding? You let someone sneak into the base and rescue people without even knowing it. If their target was my head, wouldn't I be doomed? Besides anger, his eyes also showed fear as he scolded the hat-wearing man fiercely, until the hat-wearing man, with flames of rage in his eyes, coldly shouted, "Shut up." Alcote was startled by the angry hat-wearing man, but still, his position as commander made him shout fiercely. What? Do you want to lay hands on me, the commander? Don't forget your identity, Keynes. The hat-wearing man, Keynes suppressed his anger, but his face remained gloomy. Commander Alcote, I already said there might be someone coming to rescue the prisoners. Why didn't you increase the guards? Alcote looked troubled. Could he really say he hadn't taken it seriously? He then put on a facade of command authority. This is my strategy, to lure out Roger's minions and catch them all at once. After saying this, he pointed angrily at Keynes, questioning, Do you dare to say why you didn't capture them? Are you trying to slack off, huh? I tell you, if you don't find the pregnant women who were rescued before dawn, I will report to the higher-ups that your negligence caused all of this. Keynes's face darkened, and the expressions of the other CP-5 members nearby were also grim. Their commander seemed to want to shift the blame, although unwilling, who let him have a higher rank. Keynes turned and led his men over the wall to chase after them. "My lord, there are traces of wagon wheel marks on the ground. They must have used a wagon to transport those pregnant women. If we follow the wheel marks, we will definitely catch them." One person pointed at the wheel marks on the ground. Keynes was still thinking about the strange assassin he had fought earlier. His skills were definitely not that of a nameless person. "I'll find you sooner or later." However, they followed the traces of the wagon all the way to the edge of the island, only to see a distant silhouette of a sailboat disappearing into the darkness. While the wagon had been abandoned nearby, and the people were long gone, this made their faces even darker. "Bring the wagon back. I don't believe they can escape," Keynes ordered angrily. "Yes, my lord." Immediately, someone went to check the wagon, intending to take it back. No one noticed that at that moment, right above their heads, a shadow was quietly resting at the top of a large tree, its dense canopy perfectly concealing its entire body. Only someone like Green could dare to appear here without being noticed. At this moment, Green narrowed his eyes, contemplating whether to deal with the hat-wearing man here. He was the only one who had fought with him and could easily guess his identity. After all, it wasn't a secret that there was an assassin skilled in assassination within the Navy. "Let's go back," Kane said with a gloomy face. "But Commander, Lord Alcote ordered us to capture the people. How do we explain if we go back now?" Kane sneered. "Explain? Do you think he dares to report this? Reporting it would affect him more than us. He won't dare." His subordinates wanted to say more, but were stopped by him, having no choice but to follow behind him as they returned. And until they left, Green did not make a move, not because he lacked confidence, but because there was no need to take risks, even if the other party suspected him, as long as there was no evidence. Old Man Garp let them act recklessly. After all, he was also one of the participants. Purr. Green reached out and took out a phone bug, and with a click it connected. "Dragon, what's the matter?" The caller was indeed Dragon, who was rushing over here. "How are the people?" "We will arrive tomorrow night." Dragon's voice carried a hint of fatigue. "The people have been rescued and are temporarily being arranged by Vice Admiral Karp on an uninhabited island. There shouldn't be any problems for a short time," Green briefly explained. "Why?" Dragon suddenly asked. "Why did you choose to help those people? You're different from Vice Admiral Karp. He acted out of concern for Roger, which inadvertently put those people in danger. You weren't involved, so why would you step in?" Dragon suddenly questioned, even revealing his father's secret. Green was taken aback. "Oh, you're asking about this? I just feel that it's a bit wrong for these innocent people to be killed. I've always thought that no matter what the Pirate King did, he should bear the consequences himself and not have his unborn child bear them. Plus, some of the CP5 people are just asking for it." Ha. Drago suddenly laughed, his tone slightly mocking as he said, "Do you know how ruthless Pirate King Roger was? Just because a soldier mocked his comrade, he slaughtered an entire army. Do you really think we should talk about not involving family with someone like that?" Green's expression was calm. He slaughtered those soldiers, but didn't he also slaughter their families? Moreover, his children didn't participate in the massacre, nor did they go to sea with him to become pirates. Drago fell silent. If it were him, he would choose to save those innocent people, but he would not choose to help Roger. Perhaps it would be better for others if his bloodline were to die out. Green curled his lip. "Am I going to tell you that I want to trick the only bloodline of the Pirate King into becoming a Navy? And also train him in a completely twisted direction, leading him to take a path completely different from his original growth trajectory? Isn't that more interesting?" Green certainly wouldn't reveal his dark humor. He quickly set a meeting time with Dorag and then hung up the phone. "Ace is good talent. It would be interesting to cultivate him into a qualified assassin." Green left whispering, making no sound at all. The darkness before dawn is often deeper and more obscure than the night. When he returned to the base, Moria, Dottie, and the 9 members of the assassination team were all waiting. As Green walked into the room, several pairs of eyes turned to look at him at the same time. "Hey, how is it? The assassination team I trained is not bad, right?" Moria was the first to speak, his face full of pride. Green shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, it's already quite good to reach this level in such a short time. But you still need to strengthen your training and not neglect real combat." After thinking for a moment, Green gave them a task. "You'll be divided into groups to monitor the island and collect all information. As qualified assassins, gathering intelligence is also a very important part. Sending them out to gather intelligence would not only help them gain experience, but also allow them to participate in real combat, which would benefit their strength." The 9 immediately responded. Soon, the sun rose, and the entire island was in an uproar. The CP5 agents were frantically searching for the escaped individuals. and almost everyone with suspicious behavior was captured, unexpectedly netting quite a few pirates and criminals. On the Navy side, someone came early in the morning to inform them and requested that Karp send people to participate in an unusual turn of events. Vice Admiral Karp cooperated fully and dispatched all his subordinates to join the search team, even showing a lot of enthusiasm, conducting searches more meticulously than the CP5 agents. Green was also sent out to be responsible for searching an area. He certainly knew that there would be no results. The people who were rescued were all on a nameless small island in the sea, and it would be a miracle to find anything here. However, just as he and his team were seriously searching, a group of CP5 agents approached aggressively, subtly surrounding them. Green squinted and saw a man wearing a top hat walking towards him. It was Keynes, with whom he had a brief encounter. Keynes approached Green and scrutinized him before speaking. "Colonel Green, I am Keynes from CP5, responsible for investigating the matter of the suspect being rescued." "Oh, what brings you here instead of investigating, Lord Keynes?" Green asked, showing a puzzled expression at the right moment. Because I had a confrontation with the suspect last night. He is a master of assassination, and I heard that Colonel Green is also skilled in this area," Keynes said with a beaming smile, probing with his words. Green immediately showed an expression of anger. "Lord Keynes, are you doubting me? Although I'm just a naval colonel, you CP5 have been causing me trouble. Do you really think you can act with impunity?" While he appeared extremely angry on the surface, he had already begun to despise the guy in front of him. With no evidence to speak of, he just wanted to come here and test me, trying to put on a show, right? "I've seen more plays than you've eaten salt." Seeing Green's flushed face from anger, Keynes was momentarily shaken and thought to himself, could it really have nothing to do with him? However, he quickly shook his head. There was only one expert in assassination on this island. If the person who fought him wasn't Green, he would find it hard to believe. But just as Green said, CP5 really seemed to be causing him trouble. Are they really treating the Navy as easy to bully? Thinking of the naval big shot at the naval base, Keynes immediately put on a smile. "Oh, Colonel Green, you misunderstood. I meant to say that that person is also skilled in assassination. If Colonel Green could assist in the investigation, it would definitely be much simpler than if we did it ourselves." Green secretly curled his lips, pretending to be still angry. "Humph, I can't manage your CP5 matters. I only take orders and act. The highest authority here is Major General Karp. So if you have any issues, go talk to him." What a joke, with Karp standing in front. "You still want to set me up? Do I look like an idiot?" Keynes looked helpless. It seemed that this Colonel Green was the most suspicious one. But unfortunately, he really didn't dare to move against him. He wasn't that foolish commander and couldn't confront a naval hero head-on. Green turned around and walked away, muttering discontentedly, "Let's go. We need to change places. Just seeing them is bad luck, and they still ask me for help. Who doesn't know that their CP department is a notorious spy agency skilled in assassination? This could very well be a self-scripted play to deceive honest people like us." Keynes was nearly furious to the point of smoke coming out of his ears as he glared at Green and his group leaving. "Oomph, do you really think we can't do anything about you? Just wait and see." He noticed a broken arrow with only half of it remaining in his hand. And looking at the specially treated tip, there was a hint of green, the unknown poison that Green had obtained. "Let's go." Carefully putting away the broken arrow, Keynes waved his hand fiercely and led his group away. He had tested the poison on the arrow tip, and it was a very insidious and potent toxin. If it injured someone without timely targeted treatment, it could cause an adult to die in just 15 minutes. Although this level of poison wouldn't be fatal to him, no one would willingly test poison on themselves without reason. After wandering around for a while, Green simply decided to return to the base. Anyway, he had already shown his attitude, and thinking about Keynes, Green was sure that he was a tough guy. It would be better to find a time to deal with him. As evening approached, Green's phone bug suddenly rang. Click once connected. Dolag's voice came through. "We are about to arrive. How is the situation on your end?" Green put away the third-generation Go/, covered in armament hockey, and said casually, "Currently, CP5 is conducting a large-scale search on the island. And Vice Admiral Karp is also helping out. Well, let's talk when we meet." The two agreed on a remote location on an island, and then hung up the phone. Green called Moria and Daddy, and when the time was almost up, he quietly left. He cautiously made his way to the edge of a cliff on the island, where a uniquely designed sailboat was docked in a hidden spot. Glenn looked at the familiar dragon-shaped carving on the ship and knew that this was Dolag's ship. As soon as Green and the others arrived, a few people emerged from the ship and looked up. The leader was a man wearing a dark hooded cloak, none other than Dorag himself, while the two individuals beside him caught Green's attention. The person to Dorag's left was tall, but his disproportionately large head was quite striking, causing Green's eye to twitch. If you remember correctly, there was indeed such a character in the original work. However, seeing it in person was still a bit terrifying. The king of the Okama, Ivankov, he wondered if he had become the king of the Okama kingdom by now. Green murmured softly, then turned his gaze to the other person. To Dorag's right was another oddly shaped figure, completely wrapped in a cloak like Dorag. However, he was even more thorough, as his face was concealed by a black mask, making him appear quite mysterious. You two are responsible for keeping watch. Notify me immediately if anyone approaches. Green instructed as he walked down the slope to the spot where the dragon-shaped ship was docked. Dorag and the other three followed him down. Apart from these three, no one else showed up, presumably left on the ship by Dorag. Dorag nodded to the mysterious person beside him, who immediately understood and retreated to a distance to keep watch. Colonel Green? Dorag's voice was slightly hoarse, betraying an undeniable fatigue. Green nodded immediately. I am Green, Dragon. How should I address you? The Navy's defector? Or the challenger of the world government? When Green saw Ivankov, he knew that even if Dragon had not completely turned against the world government yet, he was certainly moving in that direction. Dragon, however, appeared calm, even though each of Green's words carried significant accusations. Just call me by my name. I didn't expect you to be so young, Dragon remarked, recalling that at his age, he was still enduring his father's torment in the Navy, with no chance for freedom. Jelen smiled and said, Dorage, let's end our pleasantries here. The unnamed island where the pregnant women and some villagers are located is marked on this map. He handed a map to Dorage and asked, I wonder how you plan to settle these people? Green's eyes were fixed on Dragon, waiting for the other's response. He guessed that Dragon was currently in the early conceptual phase of the Revolutionary Army and that it had not yet been established. However, he was unsure if the Revolutionary Army had created any prototypes before. Nevertheless, with Ivankov appearing here and Dragon's decisive decision to take away those pregnant women and villagers, Green speculated that he should be taking action now, and his subordinates might already have a base. For him, having more people was certainly better. Dragon said in a deep voice, I will take these people and place them in a safe location. The world government will definitely not be able to harass them again. A strange light flashed in Green's eyes. He was not mistaken. Dorag was indeed already in action, and the Revolutionary Army, or rather its predecessor, might already be in the establishment phase. Nodding slightly, Green did not ask further and then squinted his eyes. Do you have any thoughts about those CP5 people? Dorag shook his head. Vice Admiral Karp wouldn't want me to engage with them, so I will try to avoid conflict, focusing primarily on saving people. Then, with an unusual expression on his face, he asked, Speaking of which, Green, do you also want to betray the Navy? You seem to have a strong dislike for the world government. If that's the case, why not leave with me? I could use some help. Green shook his head firmly. No, I won't leave with you, nor will I betray the Navy. Are you kidding? What benefits are there in betraying the Navy? Don't you know it's nice to be under a big tree? Besides, some things can still be done even if you're not in the Navy. Just look at Old Man Karp. He fully embodies a certain degree of doing whatever he wants. Seeing Green so resolute, Dorag didn't say much more. I'll stay nearby for 3 days after I receive the people. If there are any follow-up matters that haven't been resolved, just let me know as soon as possible. I'll be leaving in 3 days, and I won't be able to help then. Green nodded, and the two had made contact, harboring a bit of ulterior motive towards each other, well, purely utilitarian motives. Green reached out and took out a new Den Mushi, handing it to Dorag. This Den Mushi can contact me, and we may have opportunities for cooperation in the future. The Den Mushi given by Karp was only a temporary loan and would have to be returned once things were over. So Green deliberately prepared an extra one to keep in touch with Dorag. It might come in handy for matters related to the Revolutionary Army in the future, like taking the blame for something. Green was secretly thinking about how to gain benefits in the future and make Drago's Revolutionary Army take the blame. Drago suddenly felt a chill, as if someone was plotting against him, and he immediately cast a suspicious glance at the thoughtful Green. You little brat, are you thinking about something dangerous? As the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drago was very powerful, likely at the same level as the 3 monster admirals, and he might even be stronger. It must be said that Drago's defection was a regret for the Navy. Otherwise, there would be not 3, but 4 monster admirals now. Green showed no signs of embarrassment of being exposed, and calmly said, No, I was just wondering who these 2 people beside you are. Dorag glanced at him speechlessly and pointed to Ivankov, saying, This is Ivankov, my companion. There's no need to mention his identity. He's here to help for the time being. Ivankov had been curiously observing Green, and when he saw the two talking about something else, he walked over to greet them, although he seemed rather uninterested. Green didn't say much either. He is a Navy officer, and those around Dorag will eventually become criminals, so naturally, they don't have much in common. Dorag pointed towards the woods. That one over there is also my companion, and his identity needs to be kept confidential. Therefore, it's not convenient to disclose it, but he is also very skilled at infiltrating enemy lines. Green's eyes lit up. I just said I felt something different about that guy. Turns out I encountered a fellow. And what about infiltrating the enemy's rear to fight? Inthe it, just infiltrating to assassinate? Sounds so nice. Your companion is pretty good. Just so happens I have a black pot cough, a favor that needs his help. Dolag. Hey. I heard what you just said. Green continued. When I was saving those people, I had a confrontation with CP5. They're already suspicious of me. It would be best if you could have your companions kill 2 people. Then, it would be good if they could exchange a few moves with them to distract their attention. Although I don't want my companions to take risks, Dolag nodded in agreement. He would help as much as he could. After all, his father was the trigger for everything. So, let's end our conversation for today. We will act soon, and you'd better show up in front of everyone when we do. Then you can naturally clear the suspicion. Green nodded and waved goodbye to Dorag. He met up with Moria and Dottie, and the 3 returned to their base. Green, who was that person? They looked really strong. Moria couldn't help but ask out of curiosity on the way. Dottie also looked over. The 3 people who had just gotten off the ship all gave him a very dangerous feeling, especially that gloomy guy who was also on perimeter alert, wrapped up in a cloak, which made him seem very mysterious. That's someone who will make a name for themselves on the sea in the future. Their identity is temporarily confidential, but you'll find out later, Green said mysteriously. Seeing how mysterious Green was being, Moria curled his lip and disdainfully said, "Humph. Even I, Moria, will make a name for myself on the sea, albeit in the name of the Navy." Green didn't speak. Fortunately, this guy is not Luffy, who has the obsession of becoming the Pirate King. Otherwise, he would have to aim to become the Navy King now. Back at the base, the 3 of them did not attract anyone's attention. No one knew that someone had gone out just now and had come into contact with a dangerous person. After Green returned to the base, he did not linger and immediately gathered his team to head to a location on the island. It was a village near the sea where a pirate crew had landed 2 days ago. They were currently replenishing food and fresh water in the village, taking the opportunity to rest as well. They had done some camouflage, and with both CP5 and the Navy occupied with their tasks, even if someone had seen through their disguise, they had no time to pay attention to them. Now, their efforts were finally coming into play. The Greenbelt split their forces into 2 routes. Moria and Harlan led their men straight to a hidden cliff by the sea, where the pirates used to hide their ships, and some pirates were still on guard there. Green led people into the village and walked to the front of a large house, attracting many curious villagers to watch. The owner here seemed to have some wealth, as the house and yard were noticeably larger than those of others, and the pirates were hiding here. Green frowned, and his nose faintly caught a whiff of blood. It seemed that the owner here had already been murdered, and there was no mercy to be shown to pirates. After saying this, Green's figure instantly vanished, having slipped into the darkness, followed by 6 others who moved with the same stealth. Moria's trained assassination squad had sent 3 members to the seaside, while the remaining 6 stayed behind. The house was quite spacious, but Green quickly located the pirates. Their loud shouts echoed far into the night. Following the sound, he found about a dozen pirates reveling with raised cups. Among them, a figure lay covered in blood, clearly beyond saving, while 2 women, one older and one younger, were screaming in despair nearby. The pirates seemed to become even more excited by the blood and cries, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent as they looked at the 2 women. "You damn pirates! My husband took you in out of kindness, and you actually killed him. Are you even human?" The older woman screamed hysterically at the surrounding pirates. She didn't understand why her husband had taken these people in, nor why the ones who had seemed fine for 2 days suddenly revealed their vicious nature, ruthlessly torturing her husband, and were clearly plotting something against her and her daughter. "Ha ha! We really have to thank your husband's kindness." A pirate holding a wine bottle laughed wickedly, his eyes gleaming with malice as he sized up the mother and daughter. "Hey, not bad looking. If we didn't want to stir up trouble, we would have already ransacked you clean. What do you think we pirates do? We burn, kill, and plunder. What else can we do? But we're setting sail tomorrow, so keeping you around is pointless. Let us find some fun for ourselves. Ha ha ha. The captain is right. Who do you think we are? We are pirates. Ha ha." Seeing that guy's unwillingness to die was particularly amusing to me. Swish. Just then, a line of blood suddenly appeared on the neck of the laughing pirate. He froze for a moment, then reached up to touch his neck, looking a bit confused. Clunk. Just a moment later, the pirate who had been full of confusion felt his head roll off his neck, blood spraying out like a fountain all over the other reveling pirates. All the pirates were stunned. Even the sorrowful mother and daughter looked over in astonishment. The pirates were momentarily confused about why their companion had simply touched his neck and lost his head. Green, hidden in the shadows, looked disdainfully at this scene. A bunch of rookies, completely frozen and still unaware of the enemy. Thud thud. A series of 6 sharp sounds of blades slicing through flesh resonated almost simultaneously, followed by the sound of water leaking from pipes, the smell of blood in the air becoming even more intense. The pirates finally reacted. Their enemy. Everyone be careful. One pirate immediately drew a dagger and lunged toward the mother and daughter with a fierce expression, laughing wickedly. I'll kill these two first. Swish! An arrow, seemingly flying from nowhere, instantly pierced through the pirate's chest, penetrating his heart. The pirate, who had just been laughing cruelly, immediately fell to the ground in agony, his eyes wide as he struggled futilely. Damn it! Everyone stay together. The pirate captain shouted darkly, his hand trembling as he gripped his knife. He knew that there were Navy personnel on this island. If the Navy was alerted, it would be troublesome. If he had known, he wouldn't have killed anyone and would have run away quickly. However, he did not know that even if he had not killed anyone today, they were destined not to set sail. The assassination team sent by Green has been continuously gathering various intelligence on the island and has inadvertently discovered them long ago. Green deliberately kept them around, waiting for this moment. The pirate, pierced by arrows on the ground, has stopped struggling, with a large amount of blood flowing from his heart, gradually turning a shade of pink. Pink blood is also oozing from his 7 orifices, creating a somewhat eerie sight. Gree silently calculated the time. The onset of the poison on the arrow was very short, possibly related to the poor physical condition of the pirates on the ground. It took about a minute from poisoning to onset. However, this was the result of a direct attack on the heart, causing the toxin to spread relatively quickly. Green was fairly satisfied with this result. Although the quantity was small and somewhat expensive, the poison itself was quite good. He reached down to pull the arrow from the ground and continued to draw his bow, this time aiming at the captain of the pirate crew. The pirate captain, who was shouting loudly, felt a chill run down his spine as if a venomous snake in the darkness had locked onto him. His face changed drastically, and he hurriedly grabbed 2 of his subordinates to shield himself. Thud! An arrow came at him without any power, not from the front as he expected, but from a difficult-to-detect angle from the side, striking his arm at an angle. The arrowhead embedded itself in his arm, and the pirate captain turned around as if electrocuted, throwing the injured subordinate aside with one hand while using the other to block from behind. He looked at the arrow in his left arm with some confusion. Was the power really so small? But looking at the pirate who had just been shot dead, this arrow should at least be able to penetrate his arm. How could its power suddenly be so weak? Green stood aside with his bow drawn, expressionless as he stared at the opponent, quietly waiting for the poison to take effect. At this moment, the Navy burst in from outside the door, beginning to encircle the remaining pirates. These pirates were not strong, and even though the few left were officers of the pirate crew, they were quickly eliminated under the Navy's frontal assault and the constant backstabbing of the assassination team. The pirate captain finally felt fear. In fact, he had been afraid when the Navy rushed in, his eyes searching for an escape route, while he remained extremely wary of the invisible assassin beside him. As only one pirate was left, the Navy was about to move in for the kill, but they were stopped by a figure in a black combat suit. Wait, that captain is useful. No need to engage. One member of the assassination team stepped out to block them, while the other 5 remained hidden, their eyes fixed on the increasingly terrified pirate captain. The pirate captain felt a tingling sensation spreading from his arm, which had now reached his body, and he sensed that half of his body was starting to lose control. With his arm unable to lift at all, is there poison on that arrow? He couldn't understand. The other side was clearly allied with the Navy, who prided themselves on being just. Why would they smear poison on the arrow? Such tactics were too dark. In just a moment, he thudded to the ground, his legs losing sensation, and pink blood began to flow from his eyes. Puff! He opened his mouth, spewing out a mouthful of pink blood that looked somewhat eerie. Green stepped out from the darkness behind him, looking calmly at the fallen pirate captain, watching as he didn't even utter a word, and the life in his eyes quickly faded away. The onset of the poison was indeed very short. Even a small wound could cause the toxin to spread throughout the body in less than a quarter of an hour. The further it spread, the faster it went, and death came quickly. likely due to the overall disruption of bodily functions. Green ignored the suspicious glances from the other Navy soldiers and satisfactorily retrieved the arrows. He waved his hand and said, "Take all the pirate corpses back." The Navy soldiers found 2 pieces of cloth to wrap up the poisoned pirates, fearful of contamination, while the other pirate corpses were unharmed. Under the ambiguous gaze of the house owner's mother and daughter, the Navy retreated with the bodies. If they had arrived a little earlier, the house owner might not have died. Yet, they couldn't harbor any resentment, as without the timely appearance of the Navy, they wouldn't have had a good outcome either. Green walked calmly at the front, sneering to himself. He certainly knew that if he had arrived a little earlier, he could have saved the owner of that house. But why should he do that? A person who disregards the safety of his wife and daughter to host a stranger. And a stranger at that who is clearly not a good person. What could such a person be planning? No one knows, and now that he is dead, no one will ever know. Colonel, Lord Moria has completed the mission. All the pirates have been killed, and the pirate ship has been seized and is heading to the port. A Navy officer rushed over to report. Well then, let's head back to the base directly. Green nodded and led a group of people grandly past the front of the CP-5 base. At this moment, the CP-5 base was in chaos again, as a powerful assassin had ambushed a patrol squad. Although Keynes discovered it quickly, after a brief skirmish, neither was able to capture the other, allowing the assassin to escape easily. As Green passed by, Keynes was leading a group of CP-5 members, angrily chasing after something. When he saw Green, he was taken aback, staring in shock at the pirate corpses they were carrying. Colonel Green? What is this?" Keynes asked, pointing at the pirate bodies in confusion. "Oh, this is a group of pirates we discovered. They were killing people on the island, so we eliminated them," Green said reluctantly. After saying that, Green turned and walked away, as if he didn't want to see them. Keynes frowned and turned to his subordinates. "Send someone to investigate and see if it's true what he said." Did anyone witness Green during the elimination of the pirates? He suspected that Green was the assassin he had fought twice, and that he had deliberately acted as if he was eliminating pirates. In reality, it might have just been his subordinates doing the work. What? Green really participated in the battle against the pirates? At the CP-5 base, Keynes looked incredulous at the person he had sent to investigate. "Yes, sir. The Navy acted quickly to eliminate the pirates. However, some people around still saw Colonel Green personally make a move. It is said that the captain of the pirate crew was killed by him," his subordinate reported honestly. Keynes furrowed his brow. It seems that it really wasn't Green. The assassin is someone else. He couldn't bring himself to believe that there could be 2 equally skilled assassins on one island. Green returned to the naval base and then sent someone to gather the pirates' bodies for cremation. He wanted to keep the fact that he used poison known to as few people as possible to prevent his enemies from being on guard. "Colonel Green, Major General Garp wants to see you," a naval soldier ran over and shouted. "All right, I'm on my way," Green said, getting up and walking with the soldier toward Garp's office. "Knock, knock. Come in." In Garp's office, there was still only him and Bogart. As soon as Garp saw Green, he laughed and said, "You did well. Those people have already been picked up by Dragon." Then he put away his playful demeanor and said seriously, "Due to some special reasons, I can't tell you everything. However, those pregnant women can be said to be my responsibility. In any case, I owe you a favor, Green." Green's eyes lit up. It seemed his choice to help Vice Admiral Carp had not been in vain. Just getting him to owe a favor was enough, as it would give him a lot of room to maneuver in the future. With that thought in mind, he smiled and said, "Vice Admiral Carp, you're joking. It's my honor to be able to help you." He didn't mention that this was what he should do, effectively accepting the favor and also deepening the other party's impression by specifically mentioning that he did this to help him. Bogart curled his lip, thinking it was shameless. "Ha ha, you rascal. I said I owe you a favor. When you need my help, I will definitely not refuse." Carp laughed heartily. Green walked out of Carp's office with a satisfied expression and a good mood. "What's got you so happy?" Moria, sitting in the yard, looked displeased as he watched Green walk in. Recently, there had been too few battles, and he felt life was too dull. Aside from the assassination of the CP-5 agents, they had just wiped out a group of pirates, and they were nothing but rookie pirates with no capable fighters among them. He felt like his sword was about to rust. "It's nothing. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and we just need to wait for the mission to end," Green said casually as he walked back into the house. According to the original timeline, the mission would end in 5 months. However, the plans of CP-5 here had been disrupted, and there was not a trace of the Pirate King's bloodline to be seen. Olcott had been scolded more than once by the higher-ups. He was now as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, finding fault with everyone all day long. One night passed quietly, with only the occasional noise from Moria training the assassination squad in the yard. As dawn broke, Green's subordinates began preparing to set sail. Yesterday, Green had applied to Carp to temporarily go out to sea to clear some pirates and restore order in the South Sea. Carp naturally agreed and even allocated some ammunition from his warship. The torpedo-shaped warship, which had been docked for a long time, set sail again, shooting toward the sea like an arrow. He. The feeling at sea is the best. The air is filled with freedom. Moria laughed with his arms wide open. The other Navy members also smiled, as the gloomy atmosphere from staying on the island lifted, and even the seagulls flying above seemed a bit whiter. Coronel, what is our destination? Dottie asked. In the morning, Green had only told everyone to prepare for sailing without mentioning the destination, leaving them uncertain about the direction of their next voyage. Without a destination, we will sail freely on the sea. Our target is all pirates. Countless battles await us. So everyone needs to be mentally prepared. Green calmly gazed at the sea as he replied. The others were taken aback and then erupted in cheers. Oh, finally we don't have to stay on the island anymore. I love the sea. Ha ha ha, pirates, here we come. Dottie also showed an excited expression and shouted back. Full speed ahead. Then he looked up at the people in the lookout tower and yelled, keep your eyes wide open and don't let a single pirate ship escape. 2 naval soldiers' heads appeared at the top of the mast lookout, saluting while loudly replying, yes, Lieutenant Dottie, we guarantee that not a single pirate will escape. With the occasional guidance from the experts on Green and Carp's ship, Dottie's strength improved rapidly, and he had made significant contributions in the recent missions. His rank had already been promoted to lieutenant, and even Moria had risen to the rank of lieutenant as well. With Dottie in command, Green returned to the cabin and took out his treasures. There were 2 small wooden boxes, each containing a devil fruit. One was the brick fortress fruit, and the other was an unnamed fruit that emitted a powerful chill. Both were paramecia-type devil fruits, but the brick fortress fruit was undoubtedly more useful. Looking at the 2 devil fruits, Green hesitated. He had originally planned to give the brick fortress fruit to Dottie to help him develop toward a powerful fortress direction, which could also serve as a warehouse and transport for himself. However, he suddenly thought about giving the brick fortress fruit to Harlan. Wouldn't the fortress become even larger? After careful consideration, Green decided to abandon this idea. Ultimately, the brick fortress fruit did not enhance combat power as much as other paramecia-type fruits. Harlan's role would certainly be that of a fighter, and it would be better to find him a more cost-effective fruit in the future. As for the unnamed devil fruit, although it could emit extreme cold, it did not seem as powerful as those well-known devil fruits. Forget it, this devil fruit that emits cold will be a reward, and I'll give it to the assassination squad members later. After making up his mind, Green had someone call Dottie over. Colonel, what is it? Dottie hurried over, having just been on the deck directing the soldiers' work, and was unsure what had happened when suddenly called over. Take a look at that. Green pointed to the small wooden box on the table. Dottie looked puzzled, but walked over nonetheless, reaching out to open the unlocked box, revealing a fruit covered in strange brick patterns. This is a devil fruit. Dottie was stunned. He certainly recognized devil fruits, and had even seen this particular fruit in a pictorial guide before, the paramecia-type brick fortress fruit. Green directly said to the astonished Daddy, this sturdy city fruit is for you. Daddy was even more shocked, but quickly reacted. Colonel, why are you giving this to me? The value of this fruit is extremely high. Even if you don't eat it yourself, selling it or handing it over to the Navy would be a good choice. Daddy found it hard to believe that such a precious devil fruit was being so casually offered to him by Colonel Green. This devil fruit isn't suitable for me, but it has great utility, so it can only be given to someone I trust, Green said. You can choose to accept this devil fruit, which is very important to me, or you can refuse. The decision is yours. Daddy had always performed well, and moreover, he was someone Green had personally promoted from the bottom. If it weren't for Green, he would probably still be a private in Road Town, not able to advance to second lieutenant so quickly. It can be said that Green had shown him kindness, and in an organization like the Navy, which has a strict hierarchy, this had already branded him with Green's mark. Unless there were special circumstances, he would remain in Green's combat roster in the future. Furthermore, the devil fruit that Green presented today was not from the Navy and had no relation to it. It was purely provided by Green personally. Green values this fruit highly. If he chooses to accept it, it means he will be Green's absolute subordinate from now on, with no other thoughts. If he refuses, he will likely be transferred to serve in another naval unit, completely parting ways with Green. Without further hesitation, Dottie stood at attention with a serious expression, saluted, and reached out to take the solid city fruit, immediately biting into it. Damn, it's really disgusting. After just one bite, he almost spit it out, quickly covering his mouth with his hand and swallowing the whole fruit in a few bites. Green sat calmly in his chair, watching and nodding in satisfaction. It wasn't until he saw Daddy swallow the last piece of fruit flesh along with the peel that he casually remarked, "The devil fruit only requires a single bite to take effect. It doesn't need to be consumed entirely." Daddy, feeling nauseated by the terrible taste of the devil fruit, had a pained expression on his face. Upon hearing this, he froze for a moment and looked at Green with a face full of resentment, saying, "Colonel, that joke is not funny at all." Green chuckled lightly. "All right, take some time to familiarize yourself with your abilities. Once you can use them proficiently, you can start bringing people into the castle, and some supplies can be stored inside as well. From now on, you'll be responsible for both fire support and logistical support." Dottie's expression turned serious. "I am willing to serve the Colonel. A superhuman-type devil fruit is quite valuable, and it's a highly favored superhuman type." Dottie still couldn't believe that he had become a devil fruit user by the time he walked out of Green's cabin. He was now the precious ability user of the sturdy castle fruit, a power known as a moving castle. He reached out to sense it, and a strange ability spread throughout his body. With a thought, patterns resembling castle walls suddenly emerged from Dottie's body and rapidly grew larger. He quickly stopped and returned to normal. It wasn't the time for full experimentation. If he wasn't careful and sank the ship, that would be disastrous. Devil fruit users are all like ducks out of water. Since he couldn't use his complete abilities, Dottie began to explore other functions. Green had given him some suggestions earlier, and he was about to try them out. Picking up a handgun, Dottie gently brought it close to his body. An eerie scene unfolded. A portal-like opening appeared on his body, and as the handgun got closer to the portal, it shrank smaller and smaller, until it was tiny enough to be easily absorbed. It worked. Any object could be directly shrunk and taken in. A smile spread across Dottie's face as he absorbed all the handguns on him, then reached out, and a handgun suddenly appeared before disappearing again, cycling repeatedly. After playing for a while, Dottie became familiar with the operation, able to quickly take in and retrieve items from within his body castle. Next, he tried entering the castle himself. Everything went dark for a moment, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a tall castle. The interior was very spacious and almost empty. He reached out and pushed against the wall, and a window appeared, allowing him to see the warships clearly from the outside. It seemed he needed to bring in some furniture or something, otherwise it would be too empty here. After looking around, Dottie focused his thoughts and exited again. Looking up at the white clouds in the sky, Dottie felt particularly cheerful. At that moment, the world seemed to change. He had grown much stronger these days and had now become a highly potential ability user. All of this was thanks to Green. He turned to glance back at the cabin behind him, filled with gratitude. The news of Dottie becoming a devil fruit user quickly spread throughout the warship, and a group of naval soldiers cast envious glances at him. Just then, Green walked out holding a wooden box. Dottie's heart stirred, and his eyes looked uncertainly at the wooden box in Green's hands. He was very familiar with that box. It looked exactly like the one that stored his sturdy castle fruit. If it wasn't the one he had taken out the sturdy castle fruit from, then it was another identical one. Green waved his hand. "Everyone gather." The Navy on the warship immediately sprang into action, quickly assembling on the deck. Dottie walked over and took the wooden box from Green's hands, standing to the side. "I guess you all know that Dottie has become a power user, a superhuman type. The strong fortress fruit, a very powerful devil fruit. And what do you think is inside this wooden box?" Green smiled. "This can't be another devil fruit, can it?" Moria said hesitantly, his eyes fixed on the box. Devil fruits are extremely rare, so if Green were to bring out one, he wouldn't be surprised. But if he brought out another one, he would be a bit restless. What luck it would take to obtain 2 devil fruits. Green pointed at Moria. "Well, you step aside. You're already a devil fruit user." This statement undoubtedly confirmed Moria's words, and all the Navy soldiers' eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Is it really a devil fruit? How many stocks does Colonel Green have? As expected of Colonel Green, he can bring out 2 devil fruits at once. I can't wait to know who this new devil fruit is for. I guess it's for Harlan. He is a giant, and the enhancement from eating a devil fruit would be the greatest for him. Green raised his hand to silence the murmurs, and immediately the whispers stopped. Everyone turned to stare. "That's right, this is also a devil fruit, my last collection, and I plan to present it as a reward today." Green took out the devil fruit from the wooden box and showed it to the group of Navy soldiers. Their eyes filled with desire at the sight of its peculiar patterns. As long as they consumed it, they would immediately have the foundation to become strong. Green looked at the 9 naval soldiers, the only ones wearing black clothes, and casually threw the fruit over. One of them in the middle caught it, looking completely bewildered, unable to believe that a precious devil fruit was thrown over just like that. You nine did well on your last mission, and you've been training hard recently. This paramecia fruit that can grant the power of extreme cold is for you to divide among yourselves. As the 9 of them showed some signs of eagerness, they realized there was only one devil fruit, but 9 of them, making it impossible to split it. The lucky one holding the devil fruit instinctively tightened his grip, displaying a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Hee, it's just an ordinary paramecia fruit. You can divide it based on your strength and contributions, Moria reminded, not wanting to see his key subordinates fighting over it. Green also said, there will be more devil fruits in the future, and not just devil fruits, but also famous swords, the powerful martial arts of the Navy, and even training methods for armament hockey and observation hockey. These are no less valuable than devil fruits, and they will be offered as rewards in the future. As long as you make enough contributions, these will be yours. The jealous expressions of the Navy soldiers turned into fervent gazes as they yearned for the rewards mentioned by Green. In the end, one person out of the 9 consumed a devil fruit, becoming another devil fruit user after Dottie. Colonel, we've spotted a pirate crew ahead. Suddenly, a voice came from above, and a soldier poked his head out from the lookout tower, shouting down to everyone below. Green turned his head and indeed saw a faint black directly ahead. Prepare for battle. Yes, all the Navy responded loudly, their morale at an all-time high. Daddy brought a team of soldiers into his castle, along with several cannons and ammunition stored in the warehouse for replacements, and many muskets were also brought inside. The warship moved quickly, sacrificing most of its firepower, leaving this elongated warship with speed far exceeding that of other ships. The black dot ahead grew larger, revealing a medium-sized sailing ship with a menacing skull emblem on its sails. Daddy excitedly ran to the bow of the ship, and then with a pop, several windows opened on his body, many cannons were pushed out, and toy-like Navy soldiers were aiming. With the sound of bang-bang, several puffs of smoke spread, and the nearly invisible cannonballs began to grow to normal size after leaving his body. 3 cannonballs thunderously shot out, creating large splashes of water around the pirate ship. The power of the fortress fruit was too strong. This could compensate for the weakness of our warship's lack of firepower. The soldiers cheered. Most of the cannons on their current warship had been dismantled to reduce weight and increase speed. However, with Daddy's fortress fruit, they could deploy troops inside the castle, and the firepower might become even stronger. After all, the carrying capacity of the warship was limited, but the castle was different, capable of accommodating more cannons. Green already knew this, smiled slightly, and patted the excited Daddy on the shoulder. How is it? Not bad, right? Daddy nodded vigorously. It's incredibly strong. In the future, I can bring several teams of soldiers. Our firepower will be stronger than the warship. We can dismantle all the cannons on our warship, and the speed will increase even more. You figure out yourself. The potential of the fortress fruit is very high, and it all depends on your own development. After saying that, Green's expression instantly became very calm. He stepped out and soared into the sky, air bursting into circular rings at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. The distant pirate ship also noticed the unexpected guest behind them and began to accelerate. However, they clearly underestimated the speed of the warship after most of its cannons had been removed. The figure of Green flashed in the air above the pirate ship and then quickly disappeared. Some sharp-eyed pirates caught a glimpse of a shadow, but when they looked closely, they found nothing. Captain, the Navy is catching up. What should we do? A ferocious-looking pirate holding a large cleaver licked the blade with a snake-like tongue, leaving a disgusting wet mark. Ha, just the Navy. Haven't we killed enough of them already? A burly man wearing a captain's hat and sporting a scruffy beard laughed wildly, completely disregarding the Navy behind them. They were the most powerful pirate crew in the South Sea, the Twisted Beard Pirates. Who could say who would win against them? Since they've caught up, let's go to war. A slightly thin man stepped forward, his face dark and serious. Captain, we can't be careless. His position in the pirate crew was evidently high, and even the big-bearded captain took his words seriously, nodding in agreement. Yes, the first mate is right. We can't let our guard down. The reason we've been able to roam freely for so long is because of our caution. Let's first wear the Navy down with long-range attacks and see if they have any experts among them. The gloomy first mate revealed a sinister smile. Exactly. Once we confirm there are no dangerous guys among them, we can thoroughly take care of them. The Navy has a lot of supplies on their ship, which will save us the next resupply, and we can head straight into the Grand Line. Suddenly, a sound like a leaking water pipe rang out, jarring against the surroundings. What a strong smell of blood. The big bearded captain sniffed and immediately changed his expression, shouting loudly. All the pirates were taken aback and quickly drew their weapons. Cautiously looking around, one person suddenly screamed, Ah, enemies have boarded the ship. Someone has been killed. This statement drew everyone's attention, and they saw 3 corpses quietly lying near the cabin, all with their throats slit. The earlier sound was from the blood in their veins being forced out under pressure. Everyone, be careful. The gloomy first mate drew his dagger, his cold eyes scanning the area. The enemy is nearby. Everyone gathered together. Cannonballs continued to strike the pirate ship, splashing water and mixing it with blood that flowed everywhere. Swish! The sound of a sharp weapon cutting through the air was heard, and the big bearded captain and the gloomy first mate immediately turned to look alert. One pirate's expression became stiff just as a cannonball hit the sea near the pirate ship, exploding into a large splash of water. The ship shook, and the stiff-faced pirate's head suddenly rolled off his neck, rolling along the deck to the first mate's feet. The thin first mate, filled with rage, kicked the head away from his feet and cursed angrily. Damn assassin, if you have the guts, come out. I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Ignoring the pirate's curses, Green paid no attention. The flash of his blade revealed the 3rd generation of the ghost cutter, its pitch-black edge sharper than ever, as he slashed through a pirate's neck in one stroke. Then he vanished again, appearing behind another pirate, and with a swift movement of his left hand, he delivered a finger gun that pierced through the back of the pirate's head. Green is like a ghost of a non-existent entity wandering in the void, only seeing pirates either beheaded, pierced, or cleaved in half by the storm, but never catching a glimpse of the assailant. Captain Blackbeard's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, filled with overwhelming anger, as he witnessed yet another crew member's heart pierced by an arrow shot from an unknown source. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and charged out wildly. Like a crazed wild boar, he wielded a curved knife in each hand, charging directly into the group of pirates like the tusks of a boar. His instincts told him that the invisible killer was about to strike from this very spot. Green stood in the shadow behind the mast, coldly watching the panicking pirates, with no emotional fluctuations in his eyes. His knife would not stop until they knelt and surrendered. Chafe, in a flash, he appeared where the pirate captain was charging, this time not rushing to attack, but lingering for a moment, his calm gaze meeting the captainess. Then, with a cold smile, he mercilessly swung his knife, decapitating the pirate in front of him. Following that, he flipped his body and kicked out mid-air, raging foot, a vacuum slash cut through another pirate, then continued its momentum straight towards the charging pirate captain. Clang! The pirate captain drew both swords, dispersing the vacuum slash. His blood-red eyes locked onto the spot where Green had just disappeared, and he slammed down, smashing the deck into a large hole where Green had been. I will kill you. Despicable Navy. In that brief moment, he clearly saw the white justice cloak behind Green. Although he wore a somewhat mismatched black combat uniform, he still recognized the words of justice swaying with his movements. Captain, be careful. A voice filled with urgency and anger suddenly came from afar. The pirate captain sensed something was wrong the instant he heard the voice. A chilling, killing intent was approaching from behind at an angle. Without thinking, he spun his body, crossing his swords, and began to spin like a top. Sizzle, sizzle, a sudden long knife slashed towards him, but was deflected by the rapidly spinning dual swords, creating a shower of sparks. Green's blade missed the enemy, and with a push of his foot, he bounced backward. In midair, he had already removed the metal bow from his back, knocking an arrow. A jet-black arrow shot forth like lightning, reaching the pirate captain in the blink of an eye. Aided by the metal bow, the dual blades could only defend against a single line, and the arrow pierced into the upper part, making a thud as it struck his left arm. Meanwhile, Green skillfully landed on the horizontal beam of the sail, and with a buzz, an arrow pierced diagonally through the forehead of a pirate from above. At this moment, the pirate captain had come to a halt. He grasped the arrow lodged in his left arm and yanked it out with force, causing a spray of blood. In anger, he broke the arrow and threw it to the ground, stomping on it until it broke into 3 pieces, his furious gaze directed at Green above. Green looked down at the other party, his gaze lingering for a moment on the broken arrow, which was now one less among the already few specially made arrows. Then, with a meaningful glance at the nonchalant pirate captain, Green took a step back, and his figure instantly disappeared, leaving only a circular shockwave caused by the disturbance in the air. Captain, are you okay? The frail vice-captain rushed to the side of the bearded captain in the blink of an eye, asking in a deep voice. Waving his hand, the bearded captain shook his head and said, I'm fine. Be careful of that guy. His speed is very fast. In fact, it's much faster than yours. And he has some hidden methods that are very strange. Both pirates looked very serious. Green's figure was elusive and eerie, making it impossible for them to detect, leaving their defenses very passive. They could never have imagined that this obviously naval guy would possess such assassin-like skills. Boom! A cannonball struck the stern fiercely, sending wooden debris flying everywhere. Some nearby pirates who were caught off guard were blown away, crying out in despair as they lay scattered. Taking advantage of the chaos, Green rushed behind the pirates again, swinging his long knife repeatedly, causing bewildered heads to roll clatteringly on the deck. Flames began to ignite on the deck, and the trend was growing more intense. The number of pirates sharply decreased, and the eyes of the captain and first mate, the two big bearded men, were bloodshot as they howled and charged towards the stern of the ship. Green glanced at them coldly, then kicked out, delivering a vacuum slash that cut down vertically. All the pirates lying on the ground in a straight line, temporarily spared from death by the cannon fire, were severed in one strike, and the deck was deeply scarred, revealing a layer of iron plate embedded underneath. At this moment, the warship caught up in order to avoid accidentally hitting Green. Dottie stopped firing cannons and began to pick off the panicking pirates with his pistol. Moria's massive body appeared above the pirate ship, then crashed down with a thunderous sound, swinging his large sword directly at the bearded pirate captain. The bearded pirate's expression changed. Moria's enormous size brought him immense pressure. He crossed his two swords and raised them, and with a clang he blocked the large sword, but his legs buckled under the pressure, nearly causing him to fall. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the bearded pirate's face turned ashen as he stared in horror at the blood he had just spat out. The sword in his left hand unexpectedly dropped to the ground with a thud. Hey, Moria cackled and continued to swing his large sword down madly. The bearded pirate rolled aside in a panic, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow, but he coughed up another mouthful of blood, which strangely was not red, but instead took on an eerie pink hue. He felt that he had completely lost sensation in his left arm, and even the left side of his body began to tingle, rapidly spreading throughout his entire body due to the intense battle. He immediately realized he had been poisoned. Damn it, that arrow was poisoned. How despicable of the Navy. His face was full of resentment as he hesitated, wondering if he could still stop the toxin spread by cutting off his left arm. Just as he was hesitating, a long knife exuding a sharp aura pierced through his blind spot, directly stabbing through his heart from behind, the blade tip emerging from his chest. No, Captain. The frail first mate rushed over with a pained expression, but unfortunately, the bearded pirate had already died with wide-open eyes, unable to struggle even once as his heart was turned to mush. Moria looked at the pirate captain who had been pierced through the heart by Green's sword, dissatisfiedly curling his lips. Wasn't this just stealing a kill? Green ignored him and immediately retreated after killing the bearded man, leaving the incompetent and furious pirate first mate behind. But before he could recover from his grief, a large knife came slashing down, clearly intending to split him in half. Hey, don't be so sad. Let me send you to meet him. The frail pirate first mate nimbly dodged the attack and quickly circled around Moria, continuously attacking with his dagger, clearly taking an agile approach. Moria had great strength, but his massive size also made agility his weak point, as he was being attacked up close by a nimble little guy. Although he couldn't pose much of a threat, the first mate's attacks were also difficult to land. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers began to board the ship, and the pirates tried to stop them. However, after Green silently took a few more heads, no one dared to approach anymore. The Navy soldiers quickly boarded the ship and started firing in unison, and the remaining pirates were immediately shot down, with those who survived being finished off. Soon, only the pirate first mate and 3 members of the pirate crew remained, fighting desperately like cornered beasts. Green's figure suddenly appeared behind a pirate officer. With a flick of his left hand, his finger was shrouded in darkness, already covered with armament hockey. Finger gun, bayonet. The numerous Navy personnel only saw a flash behind the pirate officer. Then his body suddenly trembled, his eyes widened, and his pupils began to dilate before he collapsed to the ground. It was at this moment that someone noticed a blood hole the size of a finger was oozing red and white from the back of the pirate officer's head. At this point, Green had already reappeared behind another pirate officer and lifted a foot. Storm kick. A concentrated vacuum slash cut across the opponent's neck, and the head rolled to the ground with a thud. The officers of this pirate crew were not weak. At the very least, Daddy was definitely not their match. Even with the enhancement of the stronghold fruit, Daddy could not defeat any of them at the moment. Even Moria was entangled with a vice captain, which did not mean the opponent was strong enough to fight him head-on, but rather that they were somewhat troublesome, fast, and extremely agile. This was the type of opponent that most larger individuals despised. The last pirate officer's eyes were filled with fear before Green could make a move. He was surrounded and beheaded by the assassination squad of 9. However, unlike the previous 2, his corpse was covered in wounds, indicating that he had been beaten to death rather than being a successful assassination. Green's eyes were fixed on the pirate first mate entangled with Moria. He was the only survivor on this pirate ship, while the others had been mercilessly dealt with by the Navy soldiers. The sadness on the first mate's face had long disappeared, replaced by anxiety and horror. With his companions killed, he was left alone. Now, the most important thing was not to fight, but to find a way to escape. He no longer had the heart to continue battling with Moria. Seizing an opportunity, he dashed towards the edge of the ship, then pushed off the deck and leaped off the pirate's ship, plunging into the sea. "Oh no, he's trying to escape," Moria exclaimed as he took big strides to chase after him, but his speed was slower, and he could only shout loudly. The frail pirate first mate watched as the sea drew closer, realizing that in just a moment, he could dive into the ocean. Although survival in the vast sea was still uncertain, he had at least escaped the clutches of those detestable Navy soldiers, giving him a glimmer of hope to live. Swish! Just as he was filled with excitement and relief at escaping, a black feathered arrow shot like a bolt of lightning from behind, piercing into his back. The arrow penetrated his heart, sending a spray of blood that splashed into the sea before he could reach it. Thud! Moria watched as the pirate fell into the water, his eyes fixed on the surface, which quickly turned red. A corpse slowly floated up, revealing a back still oozing blood. It was the little dwarf who had just been bouncing around in battle with him. Moria immediately burst into triumphant laughter. "Haha, thought you could run away? You think you can escape in front of me, Moria?" Green silently put away his metal bow. What was Moria so proud of? It wasn't him doing the fighting. He instructed his men to clean up the battlefield, take what was useful, and leave the ship behind. With a calm command, Green returned to the warship first. This pirate crew was just another group of broke guys without devil fruit powers, but they did contribute a few martial arts experts, which could strengthen his team. The Navy soldiers worked efficiently, moving all the useful items from the ship back to the warship, and brought back the heads of several bounty pirates, then allowed the pirate ship to be gradually consumed by the flames. Dottie made another trip to move some surplus supplies into his castle, along with some captured cannons and shells, and stationed a small team there again. His firepower had become even stronger. There were 5 cannons on the warship and 10 small cannons deployed from the pirate ship, with plenty of shells stored. 2 Navy teams were stationed there long-term. For them, living in the castle was much better than drifting on the warship. At least it felt more stable. "Colonel, we found a small, uninhabited island ahead. Should we land?" Green had just thrown a few balls of light into his mouth, wincing in pain, when a messenger came to report. Uninhabited island? Not recorded on the sea chart. Green pressed his throbbing temples. There were countless islands in the sea. However, most of them had already been documented, and even small islands would have annotations on the chart. The soldier immediately responded, "There is indeed a record on the chart, but it lacks details. We only know it's an uninhabited island." "Then let's land on the island and take a break for a while." Green waved his hand, not paying much attention. After just experiencing a battle, it would be nice to relax on the island. The warship slightly adjusted its course, heading towards a small island enveloped by dense forest. Meanwhile, in 2 other directions of the small island, 2 sailing ships were approaching. One of them was a faster ship flying a pirate flag, while the other was a smaller sailing vessel and a bit slower. "Where are they now?" A low voice echoed in a dimly lit cabin. "Latest news. They will temporarily rest on the island ahead." Another voice responded. "Additionally, they have just wiped out the Twisted Beard pirate crew, including Captain Doubleblade, Twisted Beard, and Rock Serpent, who were easily killed." "Great, Captain. Are you really sure we want to wade into this murky water?" The speaker's tone was mocking, showing no reverence for the person in front of him, despite being his captain. "Ha ha, of course. We are pirates, and pirates will do anything for money. Killing them will net us a whopping 80 million berries. That's enough for us to splurge for a long time." The low voice suddenly burst into a wild laugh, brimming with a hint of madness. "Keek keek, truly worthy of the captain." The green sloop slowly approached the shore. Due to the surrounding shallows, the ship could only dock at a cliffside, and this was the only place around the entire island where it could anchor without running aground. Leaving 2 squads of soldiers to guard the ship, Green led his men ashore. The small island was indeed not large. They had already circled it while searching for a docking spot, and it measured only a few kilometers in length and width. However, the entire island was enveloped in dense forest, and they could see some small animals moving among the trees, indicating that there was not much danger on the island. It's still a good feeling to be on solid ground. Green sighed, taking a deep breath. The colonel can stay in my castle while on the ship. That's also solid ground, and he can come out at any time, Dottie laughed. Green waved his hand. Forget it, although it feels a bit better that way. I still prefer to get used to the feeling on the ship. He joked, this is a world dominated by water. It's not an exaggeration to say that I'll spend most of my time on a ship in the future. He asked, which powerful navy doesn't spend more time on a ship than on land? Colonel, they want to collect some fruit on the island. A few soldiers whispered beside Dottie, and then Dottie walked over to Green and said, go ahead, but don't wander too far. We won't stay for long. Green waved his hand casually. The soldiers in the distance immediately showed joy and nodded. Yes, Colonel. Dottie smiled and said, the colonel has agreed, but you need to be quick. Several naval squads paired up and walked into the forest, heading towards the direction where they remembered seeing some fruit. Indeed, fruit on the sea is a luxury. There isn't much storage on board, and it tends to rot easily. Green was considering whether to plant some fruits and vegetables like Luffy's future ship. Taking a rare moment to relax, Green leaned against a large tree and let his thoughts wander. Suddenly, a faint sound drifted in with the wind, making him immediately alert. He got up instantly and turned to look in the direction of the small island, startling Moria and Harlan, who were lying leisurely nearby. What's wrong? Are there any of our people in that direction? Green frowned and asked seriously. There are. Just now. A small team said they saw some apples over there and went to pick them, Dottie said, gripping a handgun in his hand. Green just heard a brief whimper, like a muffled scream, a sound he had heard before. When his strength was still weak during assassination missions, the targets often made that kind of sound. He immediately gathered everyone. There was danger on this island. Green decisively ordered Dottie to send out a signal. Dottie quickly took out a large metal horn and blew into it, producing a sound similar to an alarm that could be heard from far away. The Navy on this island would definitely hear it. Soon, except for the Navy left on the warships, the other soldiers rushed back quickly. After a while, Green and Dottie exchanged glances and realized something was wrong with the numbers. Colonel, 2 teams of soldiers haven't returned, Dottie said solemnly. Each team of soldiers had about 10 members, and all of Green's naval soldiers have been divided into 10 teams. Besides the 2 teams left on the warships, there should be 8 teams here. However, only 6 small teams had gathered, and 2 small teams had not appeared from the forest. They had enough time to return during this period, unless something had happened. Green's expression was somewhat unpleasant as he glanced at Moria. A few small bats immediately flew out from Moria's shadow, heading straight into the forest. Just a moment later, Moria suddenly turned his head, looking in a direction in the forest with a cold smile on his face. Hee, foolish ones hiding and sneaking around. I've already found you. Come out. Green's observation of the observation hockey has recently seen little improvement. Even when he fully exerts himself, he can only reach the edge of the forest pointed out by Moria. And the situation inside is completely invisible. Ha! I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Moria, you have really become a lapdog of the world government. A mocking voice came from the forest, further infuriating Moria. Suddenly, a 5-meter-tall, one-eyed giant stepped out of the forest. He had only one eye, the other covered by a leather eye patch, indicating that he was blind in that eye. He wore tight combat gear, his body covered in explosive muscles, and a fierce and malicious look shone from his single eye as he sneered at Moria. Behind him, a group of vicious and menacing pirates emerged, numbering less than 20, but each exuding a strong aura. Moria immediately recognized who this guy was and cursed loudly. Damn Ward Bank, you bastard actually came to the South Sea? Were you driven out of the Grand Line? At the same time, he quietly explained to Green, that one-eyed guy is called Ward Bank, a pirate from the Grand Line, with a bounty of 230 million, slightly higher than mine back then, and he is very strong in physical combat. He then looked somewhat wary and continued. And do you see that short old man behind him? That guy's not really an old man. It's just a disguise. He is a very cunning and vicious person, and a part of the bounty on Ward Bank is due to his schemes. Green carefully looked at the guy standing discreetly behind the one-eyed pirate. Sure enough, it was an old man with a face full of wrinkles, but he exuded a strong aura. He was even on par with the one-eyed pirate in front of him, casually taking off the justice cloak draped over him and throwing it onto a nearby tree trunk. Green placed his hand on the hilt of his Sandai Kitetsu sword at his waist. Dottie, who had been with him the longest, was taken aback. It was the first time he had seen the colonel so serious, indicating that the opponent was tough to deal with. He quietly heightened his vigilance and notified the Navy soldiers in the castle to prepare for an attack. Harlan sensed the blatant killing intent from the pirate across, enveloping Colonel Green, and immediately, in anger, uprooted a large tree, and stepped in front of Green. Moria also picked up his large sword, looking very cautious. "What did you do to my subordinates?" Green asked calmly, narrowing his eyes. "Ha! Are you talking about those weak Navy guys?" Warbank, with a fierce killing intent in his one eye, laughed loudly and said, "I found them annoying, so I killed them all." Green's expression remained calm, but a sudden chill flashed in his eyes, causing the old pirate behind Wardbank to narrow his pupils. "What is this killing intent?" He looked at Green with suspicion, unable to believe that the immense killing aura, which even his captain did not react to, came from the young Navy officer before him. Green's hand tightened around the knife, ready to draw it, but suddenly a noise came from the other side of the forest. A series of footsteps approached, and a man stepped out from the woods. The man wore a sleeveless outfit that perfectly outlined his muscular physique, with loose leather pants that reached only to his knees, and a pair of mid-calf leather boots that cracked a dry branch beneath his feet. His head was crowned with a mass of golden hair that seemed to burn like flames, leaving everyone who saw him momentarily entranced, as if the afterglow of the sun were enveloped by that golden mane. Moria felt a sense of impending danger, sensing a threat from this newly appeared figure that faintly surpassed that of one-eyed Wardbank. Daddy and the Navy soldiers all changed their expressions, realizing at a glance that this person was not to be underestimated. Harlan, wielding a massive tree as a weapon, immediately shifted his focus to the man. Green's heart sank. Although his line of sight was blocked by Harlan, he could basically determine, just by the aura, that this was someone not weaker than Moria. "Wow, so many people." The newly appeared man greeted everyone with a bright smile, first glancing at the nearby pirates and subtly furrowing his brow, then looking toward the other side where the Navy was. "So you're my targets this time, huh? Navy." He didn't regard anyone else at all, directly mocking the Navy camp. "Although dealing with the Navy doesn't align with my profession, someone offered a high price for your lives, and I just happen to need money, so I can only deal with you. Don't worry, as compensation, I will take care of those annoying pirates as well." The man spoke to himself, drawing the angry gazes of both the Navy and the pirates. Suddenly, Harlan stumbled, and Green pushed him aside with one hand, then looked over at the man who was speaking. When he clearly saw the other person's appearance, Green's face remained calm, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but start to rise. Green's sudden movement stunned the Navy personnel. "Are you serious about pushing Harlan, this giant? Even if he is an underage giant, don't giants care about their face?" Only Dottie, who had been following Green closely, suddenly noticed that although the colonel's expression was calm, his hand holding the knife trembled a few times, causing the third-generation ghost cutter to emit a crackling sound. He looked incredulous, to his knowledge. The colonel had never lost his composure like this before, not even unsteady with his knife. Meanwhile, the man who had been speaking also saw Green blocked by Harlan and suddenly forgot what he wanted to say, frowning at Green as if trying to recall something. A momentary look of pain crossed his face but quickly disappeared. It turned out that he suddenly lowered his head and whispered something. When he looked up again, his face had returned to its previous arrogant demeanor. But only Green noticed that the other party made a few concealed movements with his right hand. His eyes brightened, and then he quickly gestured with his left hand holding the sheath as well. "Kid, who are you? We have reserved these Navy personnel. That bounty is ours. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. Otherwise, based on what you just said, I will kill you." Wardbank glared angrily at the brazen blonde man, looking unfriendly. "Why should you reserve them? If you have the ability, then make a move. If you don't, just wait to be crushed by me." The blonde man was not afraid at all and immediately retorted back. At this moment, Green suddenly stepped forward. "Want to kill us? You garbage are even worthy of that? No one will leave today. I've already collected your bounties. The Navy cannot claim bounties for eliminating pirates with bounties. After all, they are the Navy themselves, and it doesn't make sense to claim the bounties they issued. However, they can use this to apply for more funds, which can be used to upgrade military equipment and purchase supplies. So, the Navy's elimination of pirates isn't completely without gain, not to mention there are military functions to consider." After saying this, Green's figure flickered and disappeared into the forest. The blonde man's eyes flashed, and he immediately charged at the Navy, shouting, "Ha, the bounty is mine." Upon seeing this, Wardbank immediately became anxious, swinging a huge wolf-fawn club and charging out. "Nonsense, the bounty is ours. Kid, don't seek death. Moria, focus on attacking the one-eyed guy. Don't worry about that." A voice suddenly rang in Moria's ear. "Hee, Wardbank, you bastard, I didn't kill you last time. Let's see you try to escape from me again." Moria recognized the voice as Green's and immediately raised his big knife to engage in battle with his old rival. Harlan raised a tree and charged at the blonde man, attacking with sheer brute force, swinging the tree down. The blonde man was forced to jump around, making some comical sounds of wah-wah, looking quite ridiculous. The Navy members breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out this guy was just a paper tiger, looking strong but not having much real strength. Seeing their captain join the fray, the members of the Ward Bank pirate crew couldn't just stand by and rushed out as well. The Navy also refused to back down, raising their guns to retaliate. Shells suddenly appeared, crashing into the pirates. Boom! The continuous explosions left the pirates stunned. Where the hell did these shells come from? Be careful. There are Navy cannons nearby. Some of you go destroy them. The old first mate spoke up, and immediately several pirates circled around the front of the Navy, rushing toward the back where cannons might be deployed. Dottie, serious, fired shot after shot at the pirates, and several shells were launched from his fortress, crashing forward as if they had appeared out of nowhere. The previous wave of cannon fire caught the pirates off guard. Several of the weakest pirates were killed under the shells, and a few were injured, significantly reducing their combat power. However, the second time was much better. The pirates were on guard and nimbly dodged the explosions. It's that Navy. The shells were fired from him. The old man pointed at Dottie and shouted, "Take care of him first." Several pirates immediately looked at Dottie with unfriendly expressions, their eyes filled with a desire to tear him apart. Suddenly, a long knife radiating sharp energy appeared as if out of thin air, cutting mercilessly from behind Ward Bank. Ward Bank turned his body, perfectly dodging the attack, making Green immediately realize he had awakened his observation hockey. Ha ha ha! Want to sneak attack me? I have observation hockey. No one can sneak up on me. Ward Bank boasted, his one eye filled with a ferocious glint. A pirate charged fiercely at Dottie, laughing menacingly, seemingly envisioning the next moment when he would slice the strange Navy who could shoot cannonballs from his body in half. But suddenly, a flash of light from a blade appeared, and his grotesque head flew off, his body propelled forward by inertia, sliding right under a Navy's feet. Green swiftly killed a pirate charging towards the naval ranks with a single strike. Then, without pausing, he flashed behind another pirate, his fingers turning pitch black, and pointed, finger gun dagger. Puff! The pirate rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, dead, blood and white matter spilling everywhere. The advancing pirates suddenly slowed their steps, fear evident in their eyes. In an instant, two of their comrades had been killed, one beheaded and another with a bloody hole in his head. They did not want to continue to their deaths. Don't be afraid. Yes, just one person. Let us go together and kill him. A pirate resembling an old man shouted loudly, his eyes darting, as the stopped pirates charged forward again, while he hid among the crowd. A glint flashed in Green's eyes. This guy is truly cautious, even encouraging his companions to provide cover for him. From the looks of it, he intends to deal with Daddy himself. In just a short while, Daddy had fired 3 rounds of shells, sending them into chaos, which made him very wary. Green seized the opportunity and once again killed a pirate from behind. At this moment, the pirates finally broke through to the front of the Navy formation. Draw your swords. Kill, Dottie calmly commanded, and all the Navy personnel put down their firearms, drawing out their standard long knives in unison to engage the pirates before them. The War Bank pirates, known for their elite approach, had only about 10 members left, all of whom were skilled fighters. The weaker ones had already been killed in the recent bombardment. Their strength far exceeded that of the Navy soldiers, often requiring a dozen Navy personnel to surround one of them without gaining any advantage. The 9 members of the assassination team also joined the battle, slightly stabilizing the situation. However, one individual charged through like a bolt of lightning, directly eliminating the Navy soldiers surrounding him. His speed suddenly increased as he rushed towards Dottie, who had stopped firing but was still emitting bullets from his body. He was the pirate who had been disguised as an old man. Just as he was about to reach Dottie, a figure with shining golden hair shot over, propelled by the horizontal impact of a large tree, and almost instantly appeared behind him, delivering a powerful kick that struck him in the back like a soccer ball. Bang! The pirate old man had strong physical skills. In Green's view, the speed he had just unleashed was no less than that of their captain. Being kicked away showcased his formidable physical strength. Boom! The kick pirate old man crashed heavily to the ground, breaking 2 nearby large trees. However, he shook his head and looked at the golden-haired man who had ambushed him with a sinister smile. A large piece of skin suddenly fell from his face, revealing half of a younger face beneath it. However, the upper part was covered in crisscrossing scars, and Green thought it must be a face that had grown over a scar. He hadn't even succeeded yet, and was already attacking his competitor. Did he want to be turned over by the Navy? The pirate old man simply ripped off the old man mask from his face, revealing a terrifying visage. It was a face covered in scars, with a horrifying black hole where the nose should be, and there were no eyelids over his eyes, making him look like a monster. Everyone who saw him was taken aback. They had never seen such a wretched creature. The scar-faced pirate laughed maniacally. Becoming somewhat neurotic due to his true appearance being exposed, his terrifying eyes fixated on the golden-haired man, bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. "Since you seek death, then I'll take care of you first before going to kill those Navy men." The scar-faced pirate, who had previously disguised himself as an old man, stood up from the large pit he had created. The golden-haired man smiled broadly. "Take care of me? You better survive first." Swish! Just as he finished speaking, a sharp slash suddenly appeared from behind the scar-faced pirate, as if someone had been waiting right there just to deliver this strike. The scar-faced pirate's expression changed, and he suddenly pushed off the ground, narrowly dodging the decapitating blow from behind, leaving only a blood mark on his neck. But before he could feel relieved, another gust of wind pressed down from the front. He suddenly looked up, only to see a massive fist enlarging in front of him. Bang! It smashed into his face, jolting his head back, making him see stars, and he immediately fell into a brief state of rigidity. Puff! A pitch-black long knife seemed to have anticipated this scene, directly crossing paths with the scar-faced pirate mid-flight, slicing through his neck in an instant. The scar-faced pirate froze. He slightly turned his head, revealing a look of realization. You're all in cahoots." Using up all his strength to utter his last words, the scarred and fierce head rolled to the ground, dying with eyes wide open. Well, he had no eyelids, so he was destined to never close his eyes. First mate. The pirates stared in disbelief at the scene before them. The powerful and sinister first mate had actually been killed by two people from opposing factions working together. Ward Bank, who was locked in a fierce struggle with Moria, felt a pang in his heart upon hearing the commotion, knowing that his vice-captain might be in trouble. He immediately engaged in a fierce exchange with Moria, then quickly retreated, turning to look in the direction of the sound, just in time to see his familiar figure's head and body separated, with a disdainful Navy soldier kicking the fierce head to the side. His eyes immediately turned blood red, filled with overwhelming rage. You all deserve to die," he roared as he charged towards the Navy, seeking revenge for his fallen comrade. Green still did not reveal himself, except for a brief appearance when he killed the scar-faced pirate, and no one else in the arena noticed his presence. The blond man curled his lips into a smirk. It was indeed a familiar taste, a familiar formula. Immediately, he turned to face the charging Ward Bank, his agile figure engaging in battle with him. Moria opened his mouth in confusion. What was the situation now? Why were the two groups that came to kill them fighting each other first? Kill the one-eyed dragon first. Just when he didn't know what to do, Green's voice timely sounded, causing his eyes to flicker as he immediately raised his knife and charged forward. Although he didn't understand what was happening, given Green's style, he clearly wouldn't trust a stranger without reason. Didn't he, even Vice Admiral Carp and his son, owe him a favor in a muddled manner? The blond man's fighting spirit surged, and he was filled with inexplicable excitement, momentarily overpowering Ward Bank in the fight. Moria's involvement further expanded this advantage, leaving Ward Bank in a rather embarrassing situation. Meanwhile, Green kicked the last pirate from Ward Bank's crew off his blade. With that, all of Ward Bank's men were wiped out, leaving only him, who was furiously shouting, but still being overwhelmed by the two. "It's time to go." "Green," the blond man suddenly shouted lowly, his expression turning serious. Green did not respond, but the blond man had already moved in an instant. He lowered his body and then vanished, reappearing right in front of Ward Bank. At that moment, a loud explosion erupted from where he had been standing, and the ground was smashed into a large pit filled with cracks by a single stomp. Bang! A punch was thrown, and he unleashed a circular shockwave purely with his physical strength, colliding harshly with Ward Bank's descending elbow. Boom! A larger shockwave spread from the point of their clash, causing the surrounding trees to bend backward as if struck by a typhoon. The moment Ward Bank's elbow was struck, it was lifted, putting him at a disadvantage in their struggle. Whoosh! Just as their fists and elbows separated, a pitch-black long knife seized the opportunity, almost simultaneously reaching out to stab straight into Ward Bank's calf. Green's eyes were cold and indifferent. First, he aimed to break his leg to slow him down, and then it would be his death. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a shrill sound as it tore through, with a faint blue hue glimmering on the edge, causing Ward Bank's pupils to shrink to the size of pinpricks. Highly poisonous. Without thinking, he performed a front flip, not expecting that someone of a similar build to Moria could execute such a difficult maneuver. Although he landed in a very awkward position, he successfully dodged Green's leg-breaking strike. With one failed hit, Green immediately retreated and vanished once more. However, the blonde man did not back down. He had already pursued the moment Wardbank flipped out, and despite being half the height of his opponent, he exuded an even stronger momentum, quickly catching up to Wardbank's back. Diamond Giant Axe. He suddenly leaped into the air, his body flipping forward as his right leg extended down like a massive battle axe descending from the sky. Wardbank crouched awkwardly on the ground, and the intense sound of wind above him left him no time to stand, forcing him to maintain a half-squat position with his arms crossed above his head. Bang! The blonde man's leg struck his crossed arms, producing a dull sound, and then with a loud boom, the ground beneath Wardbank's feet sank. Half of his lower leg buried in the dirt. Wardbank's expression changed. The force coming from the opponent's leg was astonishing. At the same time, a chilling momentum surged against his mind, instantly overwhelming him with great pressure. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten about that despicable Navy man, that strange assassin skilled in assassination techniques. With a swish, the sound of sharp blade slicing through the air immediately rang out, heading straight for his lower leg that was mostly buried in the dirt. Wardbank was furious, thinking, damn it, you have no other places to attack, right? You just have to target my knee relentlessly. Green's body was slightly hunched, and the third-generation Onit in his hand had already pierced the ground, directly stabbing into the opponent's leg. However, it made a crack sound, and the blade did not penetrate the skin, as if it had struck steel. Green's hand trembled, realizing that the opponent also possessed armament hockey, the sensation of armament hardening. At this moment, the golden-haired man's downward strike had exhausted his leg strength, and his body instantly spun around, pushing off with his left foot in the air, successfully landing a kick on Wardbank's broad chest. Bang! A muffled sound of impact echoed as Wardbank's body leaned back, slightly unsteady in his squat, and he reached back to steady himself. Green's eyes lit up, and the third-generation ghost cut in his hand emitted a vibrating hum as a deeper shade of black, resembling the profound night sky, crawled up the entire blade. Then, his figure flickered as he made 3 swift slashes at the unsteady Wardbank. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 almost simultaneous slashing sounds echoed, and 3 blood arrows shot out from Wardbank's body in an instant. Despite Wardbank quickly covering himself with armed hockey, turning his entire body black as if donned in armor, he still sustained 3 deep wounds that were visible to the bone. Green expressionlessly retreated swiftly, just as he passed by the blonde man, charging at him fiercely. In that fleeting moment, the blonde man winked at Green, looking completely different from his violent fighting style, which caught Green off guard, making him roll his eyes in annoyance. Bang, bang, bang. The blonde man and Wardbank clashed again, both exhibiting a fighting style that was aggressive and filled with violence. Moria, wielding a large knife, moved around the side, feeling that the blonde kid and Green knew each other. Their moves were incredibly coordinated, and aside from the initial warning, they hadn't communicated at all since. Wardbank, furious, shouted, "Are you crazy? Our mission target is those Navy guys. Why the hell are you sticking to me?" He also noticed that this guy had some connection with that Navy man. They were likely old acquaintances. It was just his luck to take a job for money, only to find a competitor, and worse, that competitor suddenly became the target. He was frustrated and wanted to curse. I am crazy. Once I kill you, I can complete the mission, and the money will all be mine," the blonde man said with a smug smile, not forgetting to throw a punch at the same time. Wardbank was finding it increasingly difficult to cope. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but soon he felt something was off. A numb, weak sensation started spreading from his wound throughout his body. Although it spread slowly due to his strong physique, the feeling of weakness was certainly real. His face changed instantly as he remembered that the other party's knife was poisoned. He was poisoned. That despicable Navy. Damn Navy. You're so despicable to use poison on your weapons. I'm not going to take this lying down. Green moved around without any pause, disdainfully curling his lip at the words, "Whether I use poison or not. You're dead for sure." The blonde man laughed heartily and said, "You crack me up. You want to kill someone and still expect them to hold back. I know you look a bit silly, but you shouldn't be this stupid." Wardbank, infuriated, tightened the muscles around his wound to force the poisoned blood out of his veins, while the armament hockey covering him thickened even more. Although Green is much younger than Wardbank, his hockey is actually stronger than his. This is something that even Zephyr has praised in the past. The hockey he just fully applied to his long sword easily broke through Wardbank's hockey, which surprised him. It's rare for someone at such a young age to have cultivated hockey to this level, and he realized that he might have been used this time. Secretly cursing the bastard who issued the bounty, Wardbank took a deep breath and said, "Wait. I give up the mission. These Navy guys are yours." He stared intently at the blonde-haired guy, waiting for him to stop so he could escape to avoid being besieged by the Navy and Moria. "You think you can come and go as you please? Is the sea your home?" Wardbank's expression was extremely gloomy. This was bound to end badly. "Navy, today I was framed and used as a pawn, and you have killed all my subordinates. How about we end this matter here?" He suddenly shouted loudly at the Navy. "Tell me who your employer is, and I can let you go." Green appeared on a horizontal branch of a large tree, speaking coldly. However, Wardbank looked troubled. He had no idea who the employer was. The bounty was issued from the underground world, and anyone with connections there could see it. The information about this employer hasn't been made public, and I don't know who issued the bounty. Green shook the third-generation ghost blade and said coldly, "So that means you're not of much use?" Wardbank's face darkened with anger. "Don't go too far. If I fight to the death, it doesn't mean I can't take someone down with me." Green smirked, slowly disappearing into the treetops behind him, his voice echoing softly. "Then you can give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, the blond man's attack became even more ferocious, and Moria, who was watching the excitement, also rushed in, swinging his heavy sword mercilessly. Wardbank, already being suppressed by the blond man, found himself in an even more dangerous situation. Moria was someone who had previously used his pirate map to keep them under control. Wardbank's movements became slower than at the beginning. Although the extent was limited, it had a huge impact on his combat effectiveness, and the toxins he had suppressed began to resurface. The 3 wounds inflicted by Green once again bled, revealing strands of alluring pink. Wardbank barely resisted the pincer attack from 2 equally strong opponents, and if he wasn't careful, he would add another wound to his body. He covered his left hand with armament hockey to block Moria's heavy sword, then kicked to break the shadow spear stabbing from behind, and threw a punch toward the approaching blond man. Suddenly, his movements froze, and he felt dizzy for a moment, although it was just a brief moment. The blond man seized the opportunity with a glint in his eyes, delivering a fierce kick that sent him staggering with a loud bang. Hee shadow cut. Moria cackled as a blade formed from shadows slashed through, leaving a wound on Wardbank's back with a piuchi sound. Huff, 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 Wardbank gasped awkwardly. The prolonged use of armament hockey and the intense battle had drained a lot of his stamina, and with the slowly spreading toxins, he was exhausting even faster. "Damn it. If I don't die this time, I will make each of you pay for it." He cursed angrily, but suddenly his expression changed, and he sharply turned his head. Shoo! A line of blood appeared on his neck, slowly seeping out. The wound was very thin, but it was just a hair's breadth away from hitting a vital spot. This made Wardbank break out in a cold sweat, and as he saw the shadow that almost slit his throat disappear again, a moment of fear flashed in his eyes. But then he shook his head and roared in anger. "I am Wardbank. He. Who doesn't know you're Wardbank? You one-eyed trash, die." Moria laughed maniacally as he swung his sword towards him. At the same time, the blond man suddenly kicked off the ground, aiming a kick at his chin. "Pirate, I want your bounty." Wardbank's eyes turned red, fixated on the charging blond man, and he roared, disregarding Moria's heavy sword behind him. Using his back covered in armament hockey to take the attack infused with devil fruit powers, and he aimed both fists at his opponent without caring for his life. The blond man still wore a bright smile on his face as he fiercely met the incoming double fists, colliding violently. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted from their fists, and the surrounding trees suffered, branches breaking and leaves falling, flying in all directions. Piuki, seeing that the opponent ignored him, Moria swung his sword down mercilessly. The blade formed from shadows following closely, first weakening the armament hockey with the heavy sword. Then the shadow blade slashed through, splattering a large amount of blood. Wardbank let out a miserable scream. The damage from the shadow fruit was greater than that from a real blade. Some shadows drilled into him as they broke through the skin, starting to wreak havoc from within. He quickly gathered more armament hockey to sever the connection between the shadows that had entered his body and Moria, preventing him from inflicting even greater internal damage. Shadow Spear. It was as if 2 great trees had grown in the shadows, but the trees had no branches, just 2 straight, sharp, pointed spears, directly stabbing toward Wardbank's heart. Wardbank's expression changed, and after exchanging a few punches with the blond man, he turned his body, kicking the shadow spear in half, but was struck by a heavy fist infused with violent power. Just as he was desperately trying to defend himself and becoming increasingly flustered, his face suddenly hardened. Moria had dealt with him more than once, and upon seeing the look on his face, he quickly retreated cunningly, warning, watch out for his desperate strike. The blonde man, however, seemed to have not heard, hesitating only slightly before attacking again, his movements wild and domineering. Ha ha ha, since you forced me, then let's all die together. Ward Bank laughed sinisterly, then charged toward the thicket he had come out from. Without Moria's obstruction, he quickly reached the edge of the thicket, but was soon entangled by the blonde man behind him. His face was filled with madness as he threw a punch, but his target was not the enemy behind him, but the thicket in front of him. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a chill in their hearts, guessing that he must have left some hidden card in place. The madness on Wardbank's face grew stronger, as if he could already see the entire Navy and that detestable blonde guy accompanying him to the grave. Just as his dark fist approached the thicket, a light breeze suddenly swept past him, causing him to momentarily freeze. Clang! The sound of a long knife being sheathed abruptly rang out from behind. The sound seemed to carry a certain enchantment, instantly draining all the strength from his body. Ugh! Wardbank's fist halted, just as he was about to smash down on the hidden card he had left for safety. All the strength in his body seemed to be sucked away, and the punched fist could only advance by inertia. In an instant, someone from behind pulled him back, allowing him to watch helplessly as his efforts went to waste. But clearly, he no longer had time to regret, as when someone caught his body from behind, his head did not stop, still propelled forward by inertia, even flying a considerable distance until he crashed into a large tree before finally stopping. Wardbank's last consciousness was that familiar tree he had casually broken when he came out. Seeing the last member of the Wardbank pirates, Captain Wardbank, dead, all the Navy did not let their guard down, but quickly surrounded the blonde man. The blonde man casually tossed aside the headless corpse he had grabbed and turned to look at the Navy, a smile of indifference on his face. Moria also closed in, wary of the opponent's strength. Even his old rival Wardbank had not gained an advantage against this person, and he was unsure of his own chances. Unlike the tense atmosphere between the Navy, the blonde man, as the main party, showed no signs of nervousness, standing there relaxed with a brilliant smile. All right, everyone step back. Green's voice rang out as he slowly emerged from in front of everyone. Then, he looked expressionlessly at the blonde man with the annoying face. Hey, weren't you here to kill us? You can make your move now. Hey, I can do whatever I want. Why should I listen to a Navy brat? The blonde man said arrogantly, striding toward Green. Kid, I heard you're quite arrogant. Green pressed his left hand on the third generation's ghost slash, exuding overwhelming malevolence, and stepped forward. I heard you've been doing quite well lately, House. Bang! The two fists collided fiercely, and the shockwave that erupted from between their fists indicated that neither of them held back, both unleashing their full power. In the end, it was Green the cheat, who had a slight upper hand. Looking at the person in front of him, who had changed so much that he could hardly recognize him as someone of the same age, Green felt genuinely happy. He had originally sent some people to gather information about him, but he never expected that House would come looking for him himself. The blonde man was indeed House, the companion who had jumped into the sea with Green back then. Not only had he survived, but it seemed he had also encountered his own fortuitous opportunity, developing a formidable combat ability. Although he didn't possess the comprehensive military heritage that Green had, which encompassed various aspects, his sheer ferocity in direct combat was already impressive, despite his weathered face making him look much older. House smiled brightly and patted Green's shoulder hard. Haha, Green, I had a bit of a memory issue before. I only remembered some things from childhood, but forgot everything else. If I hadn't seen you, I might still not know who I am. Although House spoke lightly, Green could still tell he was very excited. After all, at that time, neither of them was certain they would survive. Green nodded. I later asked someone to look for you, but I couldn't find you. I thought you might have drowned, you unlucky guy. Green chuckled. Hey, Green, I'm way better at swimming than you. If we're talking about who's likely to drown, it's definitely you, House said with a look of defiance. Green hurriedly waved his hand. Stop. We have important matters to attend to. Save your useless words for later. After saying that, he looked at the confused Moria and Dottie. Search the entire island and see if there are any other pirates. If there are, capture them and ask if they have any other clues. By the way, what was at the place Wardbank attacked? Green frowned, knowing that whatever he could use for mutual destruction wouldn't be simple. A team of Navy soldiers had long been sent to search under Dottie's command, and finally, one Navy soldier paused as he pulled aside a clump of grass and discovered something unusual. A transparent seal jar was being held in one hand by a Navy soldier as he ran over. Green glanced over, then his body trembled, and he instantly appeared beside the approaching Navy soldier, snatching the sealed jar from his hand. The Navy soldier was taken aback, looking at his empty hand, then at the colonel who was solemnly holding the jar, scratching his head. What's going on with the colonel? Is this jar very precious? Why the urgency? Everyone, see if there are any more of these things. Remember, be very careful. Absolutely do not let it break. Green said in a deep voice. The Navy soldiers were stunned, then quickly realized that this thing seemed very dangerous. Even the colonel was so cautious. The soldier who had rushed over earlier was now sweating profusely, realizing that the colonel wasn't impatient, but rather afraid of him getting himself killed. The Navy soldiers searched the nearby jungle, but found no other sealed jars. And only then did Green order them to stop. What is this thing? Why does it make you so nervous? House asked curiously, reaching out to poke the sealed jar, causing an irregular stone inside to wobble slightly. Green slapped his hand away and said seriously, this is a type of rock with very strong explosive power. If it accidentally comes into contact with air, there will be a violent explosion. This piece, I estimate, could flatten this island. Green calmly said something chilling, causing everyone to instinctively take a step back almost simultaneously. House awkwardly remarked, no way, is it that powerful? Green casually handed over the sealed jar and said, why don't you try it out at sea? House quickly took a few steps back and awkwardly smiled. No need to try that, I trust you. Green turned around speechlessly and handed the sealed jar, which contained a strategically restricted material, power rock, strictly prohibited by the Navy, to Dottie. Put it away. Dottie took it without a word and brought it into his castle, not paying attention to its danger. Seeing this, Green nodded and said reassuringly, don't worry. This thing isn't that dangerous. As long as it remains stable, it won't explode. We'll create a separate space in the castle to store it. Dottie immediately entered the castle within his body and created a room specifically for storage, even thickening the walls. Castle? What castle? House asked with a curious look, completely unaware of what Green was referring to. TCH, Moria scoffed, feeling inexplicably displeased. You don't even know that? A castle is just a castle. Do you know about the fortress fruit? House suddenly realized, oh, so it's the fortress fruit from the paramecia type? That's really rare. At this moment, Dottie had also properly stored the power rock and came out smiling. This was given to me by the colonel. It's a very powerful paramecia type. House leaned closer to Green and said with a grin, hey Green, you're something else. You managed to get your hands on a fruit like this. Not bad. Green smiled casually and said, what do you think? House, why don't you join me in the Navy from now on? Green originally thought that House would agree without hesitation. After all, they were old friends, and teaming up again would be nice. However, House shook his head firmly and said, I have things to take care of for now. So I'm sorry, Green. Green frowned and asked, what are you doing? Do you need help? He had no other thoughts about House's refusal, just inquiring if he needed assistance with his task. Hearing Green's words, House smiled gratefully and said, no, it's not a big deal. It's just an old guy saved me back then and taught me a lot of skills. He might be in trouble now, and I won't let him fight alone. He added, for now, I don't need help. If I can't handle it, I'll reach out to you. Green nodded. Dottie, do we have any spare phone bugs? There's one left. Bring it over. Dottie quickly took out a phone bug and threw it directly to House. This phone bug can contact me directly, so notify me in time if anything happens. As you can see, I'm quite powerful now. House immediately grinned and put away the phone bug. I've always wanted to buy a phone bug, but they were too expensive. Since you have one, I won't be polite. Phone bugs are very precious. Although Green didn't feel much as an observer before, he now experienced it firsthand. He only managed to get 3 phone bugs through connections. Now it's all settled. He kept one for himself, gave one to Dorag, and one to House, leaving him with none. Green rolled his eyes in annoyance and said, all right, if there's nothing else, just hurry up and get lost. If there's something, contact me. Then, he suddenly remembered something and teasingly added, by the way, you might want to clean up that face of yours when you get back. At this point, people would believe you if you said you were 20. House also rolled his eyes and replied, I'm mature. You have no insight at all. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the docking area, waving his hand and calling out before entering the forest, I'll take care of the treasure on that pirate ship for you. I've been short on cash lately. If there are any devil fruits, leave them for me. In the end, House didn't show up. And it seemed that no devil fruits were found on Wardbank's ship. Green couldn't help but feel a bit regretful and cursed. What a damn big pirate. Not even a single devil fruit, just a bunch of broke losers. Moria had a somewhat forced smile. He didn't have any devil fruits on his ship either. Did they really think devil fruits were like cabbages? Just popping up here and there? But then he thought again. Green seemed to have pulled out 2 in one go, which was indeed quite inhumane. Green waved his hand and said, first, treat the injured, then count the number of people. Dottie immediately nodded and walked away with a serious expression. When Ward Bank appeared, 2 teams of Navy had already disappeared, and during the battle, the pirates, who were overall stronger than the Navy, killed several Navy soldiers. Even with strong fighters like Green and Moria present, casualties were unavoidable. Even Dottie, who was heavily protected and provided with strong firepower, had sustained some injuries. The injured Navy received treatment, while the pirates were dealt with by the furious Navy, who executed them one by one, which Green chose to ignore. The casualty numbers were quickly compiled, and Dottie approached with his arm wrapped in bandages. Coronel. In the recent battle, 12 soldiers were killed, 19 were injured, and considering the 2 teams that went missing, they were killed by the Ward Bank pirate group. The bodies were found on the other side of the island, totaling 32 dead. Dottie's voice was heavy. Out of more than 100 people, nearly a third had fallen, which was a significant loss. Moria sat heavily on the ground, his expression somewhat gloomy. These people had once been his subordinates. Although they had been forced to join the Navy by Green, they were still his comrades, and he never expected this. Green glanced at Moria and said solemnly, "They died on the battlefield in the fight against the strong. This is their fate." After a pause, he continued, "I will send compensation to their families through the naval channels to help their families live a little better." Moria's expression improved slightly as he nodded. "Yes. Thank you." Every naval soldier is required to leave some of their information behind, at least their home address and information about their immediate relatives. In the world of pirates, death is everywhere, not to mention in a high-risk profession like the Navy. Green asked Dottie to take note and immediately send someone to distribute the compensation after returning, so that the subordinates would not sacrifice in vain and to bring all their bodies back. Sitting alone on a fallen dead tree, Green's gaze was somewhat deep, not knowing what he was thinking. Pulu Pulu. Green reached out and took out a phone bug, and with a click, it was connected. "Green, this is Gardner." Green's expression changed. "I know, Gardner, what's going on?" "It's nothing much, just that we recently formed a mercenary organization, and it's developing very rapidly. I've also recruited a general from a member state of the world government to join. So now we have an official identity and don't have to worry about being labeled as a criminal organization." Gardner had become much calmer and briefly explained his recent situation. "How's it going on your side?" Green adjusted to a more comfortable position, leaning against the big tree. "Things are going smoothly on my end. After a while, you'll be able to extend your influence into the Grand Line." I've already made contact with Doflamingo and have conducted a few transactions," Gardner added. "But didn't you say he's a despicable pirate? Why are we still trading with him?" A smirk appeared at the corner of Green's mouth. "It's fine. I'll deal with him sooner or later, but he still has a lot of value. Let's keep it this way until his value is drained." "Got it. The money you sent last time was a big help. I've recruited a lot of manpower, and now we are self-sufficient and continue to expand." After chatting for a while longer, the 2 hung up the phone. By the seaside, Daddy brought the injured sailors into the castle for proper care. The other sailors, who were either uninjured or had minor injuries, stood by the shore with somber expressions. Green stepped out of the forest, his face calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Aboard the ship, all the sailors fell silent and began to board in an orderly manner. After a battle, they had all changed slightly, becoming steadier and showing shadows of the elite from the naval headquarters. Once everyone was on the warship, Green stood at the bow with his hand on his sword. His eyes slightly squinted. "Set sail?" "Yes." All the sailors sprang into action, each fulfilling their duties, and the warship quickly left the unnamed island, shooting toward the sea like an arrow released from a bow. Moria and Harlan stood behind Green like 2 guardian deities, gazing at the distant sea, lost in their thoughts. However, Harlan soon couldn't hold back and leaned in to ask the sailor behind him in a lowered voice, "When's dinner?" The sailor who was asked twitched his mouth, thinking, "Why are you making such a loud noise? I'm not deaf." His face was filled with resentment, all because Harlan's one sentence drew the attention of almost everyone. Harlan was indeed a giant, not only large in stature, but also with a booming voice. His lowered tones sounded as loud as someone shouting. Green rubbed his forehead. "What shame that guy Harlan is." Bad Aria Island, Navy Base. Green led a group of weary naval soldiers through the gates of the naval base on the island, attracting strange looks from the guarding naval personnel. It was mainly because these men were dressed in tattered clothes, their skin dark and shiny from the sun and wind at sea. However, despite their disheveled appearance, their eyes were steady, and the aura they exuded undoubtedly indicated that they had endured countless battles. Each of them radiated a fierce intensity. In fact, compared to the elite of the naval headquarters, their murderous aura seemed even stronger. "Dismissed, take a break." Green waved his hand casually. "Yes." Everyone dispersed with a loud response, returning to their own quarters. After dismissing his soldiers, Green arrived at the door of Carp's office. Seeing the door was open, he heard Carp's boisterous voice. Huh, I knew you brat was back. How's it been these past few months? Green walked straight in, saluted, and smiled. I've met Vice Admiral Carp. I've drifted at sea for 3 months and have indeed seen the beauty of the South Sea. Carp, crunching on the Sinbay, laughed heartily again upon hearing this. The South Sea is indeed beautiful. I've heard that you haven't just been sightseeing these past few months. The pirates in the South Sea now tremble at the sound of your name. What kind of heinous deeds have you committed? Green smiled helplessly. I just killed some pirates. Those filthy guys were quite an eyesore. Behind Carp, Bogart stood silently with his knife, his eyes glinting with intensity. He sensed a threat from Green that far surpassed before. If previously Green seemed like a killer shrouded in shadows, now he was like a ghost wandering in the night, so elusive that one could hardly feel his presence. For a killer, the more concealed the aura, the greater the danger. Carp naturally noticed the subtle changes in Green and nodded, saying, It seems you've gained quite a lot. No wonder Sengoku has been saying he wants to send you to other seas to completely pacify them. In just a little over 3 months, Green had wiped out the pirates in the South Sea, and even the number of people wanting to venture out and become pirates had significantly decreased. Everyone knew that a ghost specialized in devouring pirates had emerged at sea, and nobody dared to set sail anymore. For a long time, there were no South Sea pirates entering the Grand Line, and it had long become a joke among pirates, with the South Sea being referred to as the weakest sea in history. Green did not comment on this. He just smiled. Carp, you came back just in time. I have some good news to tell you. Green's heart stirred. Oh, our mission is complete. We will return to Marin Vondo next month. Carp said loudly with a beaming face. Green immediately smiled. This was indeed good news, cutting 2 whole months off the original 10 months. Not bad. So, have those CP5 people already left? Oh, them? They left a few days ago. We were just wrapping up the final work. Carp said nonchalantly while picking his nose with his pinky. However, they do seem to care about you quite a bit. They were inquiring about your whereabouts not long ago. Carp mentioned casually, and Green's heart stirred immediately. It was not easy for him to be found on the sea. Even the Navy could only contact him through a transponder snail. So, for CP5 to know, they would indeed need to liaise with the Navy, and CP5 had always been suspicious of him, even wishing he were dead. Their sudden concern for him fell off. There must be a scheme from those CP5 guys, or they had already implemented some kind of plot. Green squinted, recalling the sudden pirate attack on the nameless island. According to House and Ward Bank, they had received a bounty in the underground world, which was why they came to intercept them. Green felt that this matter might have something to do with them. All right, now that you're back, just take a good rest on the island. In a few days, it will be the beginning of the month, and we can set sail again, Carp said with a smile. Green nodded naturally and then left Carp's office. On his way back to his residence, Green suddenly noticed that there were several servants near Carp's residence, both male and female. They merely glanced at Green and then lost interest. As there were many Navy officers they encountered daily, and naturally, they had no curiosity. Only one woman looked at Green carefully, which he keenly noticed. After a quick glance, she also lost interest and turned to leave. However, after turning her head, the corner of her mouth curled up. It seemed that Vice Admiral Carp had fulfilled the agreement. Just as he arrived at his residence, a figure stepped out from the shadow of a nearby building and respectfully said, Colonel, Lord Moria requests your presence. Green nodded and walked directly to Moria's room, pushing the door open. Moria was already waiting, along with Dottie, who had arrived a bit earlier. When Dottie saw Green enter, he immediately stood up and saluted Colonel. Green waved his hand, signaling him to sit down. The now leaner Moria sat cross-legged on the floor and grinned. Green, I've already exchanged all the treasures obtained from eliminating pirates over the past few months for berries. Guess how much there is? Green found a chair to sit down and thought for a moment before saying, at least 500 million. You're not even close. It's 700 million. Exactly 700 million berries. Moria laughed heartily. Green and Dottie were somewhat surprised. 700 million berries was quite a lot. After all, this was the South Sea, one of the 4 seas, where the number and quality of pirates were not as good as in the Grand Line. Having this kind of harvest was already very good. Indeed, 700 million berries could do a lot. It could even buy 7 devil fruits with that amount. Green chuckled. During their sweep of the South Sea, Green and the others encountered a few devil fruit users, all of whom were taken down by Green. However, he did not take any of them out. Not a single one. If he did, it would be too conspicuous, and everyone would know that he had the ability to extract the devil fruit from the bodies of the users and restore the fruit. He would surely be captured for research then. In total, there were 3 devil fruits, all sealed in a box and placed with the power stone in Dottie's castle. Colonel, how should we utilize this 700 million berries? Dottie asked with some excitement. Green pondered for a moment and said, take out 200 million to set a contract for the best performing warship in Water 7. No need for firepower. Just focus on power and speed. Leave another 200 million as reserve funds, and use the rest to purchase advanced weapons and recruit new soldiers. Our numbers are too few, and our weapons are inadequate. Continuous high-intensity battles, although they have transformed green soldiers, have also resulted in many casualties. Originally, there were over 70 people after the battle on the nameless island, but now only 30 or so remain. With this few, we can barely operate the warship. Anything beyond that is out of the question. This is also because Green's warship is one of the smallest types. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be able to move. At the port, there were 2 warships, one large and one small, with countless soldiers bustling around. Ha ha ha. The mission is accomplished, and we can finally go back. The donuts on this island are indeed quite good. Sengoku will surely be envious. Carp laughed loudly and turned to Green beside him. Green kid, let's set off. Sengoku is waiting to hold your promotion ceremony. Green nodded. Please give the order, Admiral Carp. Ha, boys, prepare to set sail. Everyone quickly boarded the ship, and the 2 warships headed out to sea. To accommodate Carp's warship, Green instructed to reduce speed, always staying a bit behind. Just as they entered the deep sea, a massive black shadow suddenly swept beneath the warships, appearing significantly larger than both vessels, truly a colossal creature. Ha, it's a Sea King. Bring it over here. We're having extra today. Carp stretched his shoulders, and some people brought over a few cannonballs, while others fetched a bucket of animal entrails and blood, pouring it all into the sea. The enormous shadow, which had initially drifted away, seemed to catch the scent of blood, turned around, and swam back. With a loud splash, a giant Sea King with a lion's head burst out of the water, glaring fiercely at the 2 warships, seemingly curious as to why it hadn't noticed these 2 prey in the water. Wow! Green exclaimed in shock. This was his first time seeing a Sea King. He had only heard about them before, but had never seen one, and this was truly an eye-opener. The Sea King before him was enormous. Even the half of its body protruding from the water was as big as a building, with eyes several times larger than a human's, and a single sharp tooth as tall as a person. At this point, Carp had already picked up a cannonball, assumed a throwing posture, and with a slight charge, threw it, fistbone meteor. Whoosh! A cannonball flew out like a meteor and exploded on the Sea King's head in an instant. The violent shockwave of the explosion felt even on the ship. Dottie, shocked, pressed his hand on his hat that nearly flew away from the blast. Is this a regular cannonball? Why is the power so strong? Green's eyes were fixed on the direction of the explosion, as the Sea King roared in pain. Carp threw another cannonball, followed by yet another. The 2 cannonballs exploded in succession, and the massive Sea King's eyes rolled back as it crashed down. Watch out! It's going to fall. Oh, it's going to smash our ship. The Navy soldiers were filled with panic. The Sea King's size was too great, and even an unconscious fall would be unbearable for the warship. Just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared. One person crouched low, right hand poised like drawing a sword, then suddenly drew the sword and slashed out, the movement so fast that it left after images, with countless slashes flying out. The other was Green, his eyes slightly narrowed, as he kicked out repeatedly. Raging foot blade net. A buzzing sound filled the air as countless vacuum slashes cut through the massive body of the Sea King, then vanished. The falling Sea King shattered into countless fragments with a splash, with only a small portion landing on the ship. The majority fell into the sea, turning the entire surface of the water red with blood, while some fish swam frantically, starting a feast. The pieces of the Sea King that landed on Carp's ship were sliced into uniform meat slices, each with astonishingly consistent thickness, showcasing the incredible control of the one who struck. Bogart adjusted his hat, seemingly unfazed by the earlier display. On Green's ship, countless fragments of varying sizes fell, each no bigger than a human head, staining the deck with blood as they landed. Moria waved his hand, activating his devil fruit ability. The shadows beneath the sails immediately twisted into several pitch-black spears, automatically skewering all the meat chunks and pulling them into the ship's cabin. This ability is quite convenient for delivering meat skewers, Green thought maliciously. The Navy soldiers, seeing that the Sea Kings had been dealt with, immediately began splashing water from the sea to wash the deck, preventing the blood from corroding it. Haha, let us continue sailing. Carp had someone prepare roasted Sea King meat for him that evening and then return to the cabin. Bogart glanced at Green from a distance before leaving as well. He had just observed that while Green was not as precise in control as he was, his techniques were far more lethal. Moreover, he didn't forget Green's identity as a killer. It would be strange if he wasn't hiding something. Hiss, that zombie face is quite strong, Moria said in surprise as he watched Bogart turn to leave. Bogart's strength is impressive. Otherwise, do you think anyone could be Karp's vice admiral? Green nodded calmly. What kind of people can be Karp's vice admirals? The former Akiji, who started to take charge 2 years ago, and now Bogart. None of them are simple characters. In other words, as long as one isn't as stupid as a pig, they become strong under Karp's loving iron fist. The warships sailed steadily again, with no reckless pirates daring to confront them along the way. They were getting closer and closer to Marineford. At this moment, Green was training several members of the assassination team, teaching them more complex stealth techniques. There had been some losses among the assassination team members in the previous battle. The original team of 9 had now become 7, with 2 killed by pirates. However, their performance in battle had been quite good, so Green had already begun to fulfill his earlier promises. He had started teaching the 6 powers, specifically the shave, although no one had managed to master it yet. Their explosive power had significantly increased, though. As the training session came to an end, Green picked up a cup of water from the table and took a sip when Moria approached him, saying that the assassination team should be expanded, as 7 members were too few. Green nodded and asked, yes, we should indeed increase our manpower. Let's prioritize selecting from our current subordinates and ask for their own willingness. Those who don't want to join the assassination team shouldn't be forced. In reality, it didn't matter whether Green said this or not, as Moria was more invested in his subordinates. After all, they were once his partners. He knew that several of them already wanted to join the assassination team, but he felt their physical skills needed improvement and had not agreed yet. By the way, Green suddenly remembered something. I need to ask if that white-haired kid from Rogtown has joined the Navy yet. Saying this, he took out his din mushy and called Terry. Moria wondered, is that white-haired kid really worth your anticipation? You specifically instructed me about him when he left. The only person he knew who could make Green so concerned was that annoying blonde kid who appeared on the nameless island. Click. The call connected, and Terry's voice immediately came through. Colonel Green, what brings you this way? Terry, has Smoker joined the Navy? Upon hearing Green's question, Terry immediately replied, that kid Smoker has already arrived. Because of your instructions, Colonel, I made an exception for him to join. Green nodded calmly. A 13-year-old kid indeed couldn't attract too much attention. Well, there was something that needed to be reported to Colonel Green. Although Terry had become the base commander of Rogtown, and in theory was on equal footing with Green, he knew from their time working together that Green would eventually become someone he could only look up to. Therefore, he still treated Green with the respect of a former subordinate. No need to be polite, Terry, Green said. Yes, Colonel, it's about that kid Smoker. He doesn't know when he became an ability user, and it's a very rare natural type, smoke fruit. Terry continued to report respectfully. Green's eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect that this kid had eaten the smoke fruit at such a young age. He thought he had acquired it during his time in the Navy. Well, I know the smoke fruit. He's really a lucky kid, Green exclaimed, then continued. Terry, I need you to send him to headquarters. I'm currently in the South Sea, and it's too far to go there. All right, I'll arrange for a warship to escort Smoker to headquarters immediately. The two chatted for a bit before hanging up. Terry, as the base commander, had a lot on his plate now, unlike Green back then, who could act as a carefree manager. He handled everything personally. Colonel, how long will we be staying at headquarters this time? I heard that Admiral Akainu has been looking for you several times, he asked. Green looked at the calm sea, feeling particularly tranquil, and said indifferently, we will stay at the Navy headquarters for quite a while, so Vice Admiral Akainu probably won't be able to see us for now. He then pointed at Dottie and said, you and the soon-to-arrive Smoker will be going to the headquarters training camp for a while. Dottie's eyes lit up. He had heard of the Navy's best training camp long ago and couldn't believe he had the chance to go this time. As for Moria, you should just behave and stay put. There are probably many people who are not pleased with you, and it would be good enough if they don't cause you trouble. Green glanced at the eager Moria and immediately struck him down. Moria's expression stiffened, turning somewhat gloomy as he recalled that during his time as a pirate, he had been besieged by many Navy officers, and he didn't know how many of them were waiting to take him down. Moreover, he was about to go to the Navy's stronghold, where anyone they pulled out would be an elite. In the following days, Moria became somewhat withdrawn, spending every day hiding in the cabin and not coming out, even neglecting the assassination team's training, leaving Green with no choice but to take over. After sailing on the dull sea for a long time, Green had lost track of the days, spending each day training and practicing with the assassination team. Finally, The enormous crescent-shaped harbor of Marineford appeared before them, and from a distance, the two characters for justice on the tall buildings caught his eye. Green let out a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived. Stepping onto the dock of Marineford and looking at the familiar scene before him, Green felt a sense of déjà vu. He had taken office as the base commander in Logtown, witnessed the execution of the pirate King Roger, and seen the future strong figures of the sea in their youth. He had also made Carp and Dragon owe him a favor when the world government was hunting down Roger's bloodline. Nearly 2 years had passed in such a hurried manner. When Green stepped onto Marineford, the new year was about to begin. Carp had just disembarked when he was urgently summoned away by Sengoku. Just half a day later, both Carp and Sengoku unexpectedly left the Navy headquarters at the same time, along with 10 warships and several powerful vice admirals. After hearing the news, Green was not the slightest bit surprised. This was the configuration of the Demon Slayer Order, and it seemed that it was either to deal with Barrett, who was rampaging in the New World, or to resolve the situation with O'Hara, who was uncertain of their fate. However, it was more likely that they would go after Barrett. After all, it wasn't these two big shots who moved when O'Hara was destroyed. Sure enough, within a few days, the news came. The Navy launched the Demon Slayer Order, and Navy hero Carp and Admiral Sengoku joined forces to exhaust the stamina of Douglas Barrett and arrest him, sending him to the deep-sea prison, impelled down. On this day, Green turned 18. The previous training camp had ended early, and the students, motivated by Green, completed their studies ahead of time and headed off to their respective futures. A new training camp was being established, with naval bases from various places sending talents here. Naturally, Green had long sent Smoker and Toddy over. In the open space of the training camp, Green stood facing his old rival, Weasel. "Green, I heard you've made significant improvements in the past 2 years. Don't hold back," Weasel said with a smile, a long knife hanging from his waist and a cigar in his mouth. He had just returned, having been assigned to combat in the New World as a newly promoted vice admiral, and coincidentally ran into Green during his break. Feeling eager, he wanted to spar a bit. In 2 years, Weasel believed that his strength had grown significantly. No matter how monstrous Green's growth was, he couldn't possibly surpass him. Green reached out and threw the justice cloak on his shoulder to Dottie, who was watching the fun behind him, and laughed. "I haven't congratulated you on your promotion to Major General yet. How rude of me." The flying squirrel waved his hand impatiently. "Ah, that's not important. It's just a Major General." Green pursed his lips and said, "Can you not look so smug when you say that?" The two of them were old acquaintances, and the usually composed and unsmiling flying squirrel had changed a lot in front of others. "So be careful, Green." After the flying squirrel finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared and quickly approached with a technique. At the same time, the long knife at his waist was already in his hand. Swish! A sword mark slashed across the ground beneath Green's feet. He had already vanished, similarly using the technique to swiftly evade and kicked out. Stormfoot, cross sword. A vacuum slash in the shape of a cross sword instantly appeared in front of the flying squirrel, which he quickly countered by swinging his sword twice to shatter it. Chafe! Then he charged forward again, rushing towards Green. Green's figure flickered, not giving him a chance to get close, leaving the Weasel with a familiar sense of frustration. With a swish, Green appeared behind the Weasel, drawing the third generation of Ghost Slash in an instant, the sharp aura spreading as he slashed diagonally. "Huh, still trying to sneak attack me. How naive." The Weasel seemed to have been waiting for this moment, instantly turning around and also slashing with his long knife. Clang, clang, clang. The two quickly engaged in combat, their long knives clashing violently, both blades showing a pitch-black color, clearly covered in hockey. Sparks flew as shockwaves burst outward, leaving Dottie and Smoker, who were watching from a distance, utterly stunned. A tall and robust figure approached from afar, with purple hair and a resolute face. It was the training camp's chief instructor, Admiral Zifa. Zifa had already seen the battle between Green and the Weasel, but suddenly felt that watching his two disciples fight from a distance was not satisfying enough. So he walked out of his office with anticipation on his face. He gestured for Dottie and Smoker not to salute and stood quietly beside them to watch. The Weasel's strength has grown significantly. He truly deserves his rank as a vice admiral, Zifa quietly praised. However, what really caught his attention was Green. He noticed that while Green still maintained his previous fighting style, there were already some differences evident in the battle. For example, his physical techniques were more refined, and he was effortlessly using the Navy's 6 styles. What pleased Zifa even more was that Green's arm hockey had become even stronger, although he was deliberately hiding it. There was no way it could escape Zifa, who also had a high level of mastery in armed hockey. Green's figure flickered like a shadow, circling around the dormouse. As soon as the opponent was slightly distracted, he would instantly launch an attack from an unexpected position. The dormouse swung a knife. But Green's figure quickly dodged and retreated into the shadows at the edge of the arena, completely disappearing. The dormouse's expression became serious. An unseen enemy was the most dangerous. Swish, a faint sound of a blade slicing through the air came from behind, and his observation haki also provided a warning. He turned around and swept his long knife horizontally. The third-generation ghost blade in Green's hand was blocked just 2 punches away from him, and without hesitation, he immediately retreated, disappearing into hiding. The dormouse only had time to block the attack, and before he could react, Green had already retreated and vanished. He cursed inwardly, thinking that Green was getting faster and his hiding techniques were improving. All right, that's enough. In the distance, Zifa smiled slightly and spoke to stop the two from continuing their fight. Green stepped out from the shadow of a wall and respectfully greeted Teacher Zephyr. The flying squirrel also sheathed his sword and approached, saying, "Teacher Zephyr, I just returned from the New World. I originally planned to come see you, but I happened to run into Green and my hand got a bit itchy. Ha! Both of you have greatly improved your strength. Especially you, Green. What level has your haki reached?" Zephyr was well aware of the flying squirrel's strength and was only slightly satisfied. It seemed he had not fallen behind in his own strength during his time in the New World. My haki has indeed improved a bit." Green glanced at the flying squirrel and said, after a frenzied hunt for pirates in the last period in the South Sea, Green's physical abilities had increased significantly due to the enhancement of his refining soul ability. And the overall improvement in his physical condition had also passively led to a substantial growth in his haki. Zephyr nodded, signaling him to demonstrate. Buzz. Green's gaze sharpened, and half of his arm was quickly covered in a pitch-black color, as if half of his arm had turned entirely into metal. Zephyr was somewhat surprised. Just by looking at the solid, deep black that resembled the darkness of night, he knew that this was not the most ordinary form of armament haki, but had reached another level. Good. The mastery of armament haki has indeed reached this extent. I was right not to underestimate you. Your talent in cultivating armament haki is truly remarkable. Green nervously touched his nose, wondering if he should admit that he had never trained in armament haki and had relied solely on his refining spirit ability to reach his current level. Forget it. I don't want to get beaten to death by teachers.